A cold system notification flickers to life, announcing that the player's health has finally bottomed out into total death. Song-an plunges a digital blade deep into his own avatar's chest, praying this final act of desperation actually succeeds. The system begins to glitch under the strain, failing to identify the player as it triggers a forced identity regeneration. Back in the real world, his fingers dance across a glowing keyboard, weaving lines of complex code into the game's core. He meticulously designs hidden chambers and treasure-filled vaults, ensuring the world is packed with secrets for the bold. With a smug grin, he decides that if gold isn't enough of a lure, he'll just have to offer them even more. He slams the confirm key with a sense of finality, locking in the secret Easter egg he's spent all night perfecting. Song-an finally stretches his aching limbs, exhausted but hopeful that some lucky player will eventually stumble upon his hidden masterpiece. But his brief moment of satisfaction is instantly crushed, as a literal shadow of corporate rage looms over his shoulder. The dream of being a master creator vanishes as his boss berates him for writing nonsense instead of fixing the endless bugs. Song-an is just a fresh college grad who quickly realized the professional world is a total nightmare. He accidentally signed his life away to a predatory game studio, becoming their only underpaid bug-fixing slave. To survive the impossible workload, he starts cleverly disguising game-breaking glitches as intentional hidden secrets. His boss isn't impressed by his ingenuity, threatening to withhold his paycheck if every bug isn't purged immediately. The entire office treats him like a joke, whispering about how he's a talentless failure who can't keep up. The awkward silence is broken when a female coworker accidentally drops a document right in front of him. She freezes in embarrassment, realizing her tight skirt makes it impossible to bend over and retrieve it herself. Despite the toxic atmosphere, Song-an decides to step in and help her out of the uncomfortable situation. He hands the paper back with a simple gesture, hoping for even a small moment of genuine connection. She offers a polite thanks, but her internal disappointment proves that, to her, he's still just the office loser. Song-an tries to play it cool, offering a nervous smile while telling her not to give it a second thought. But his attempt at being a gentleman backfires instantly as she looks at him with nothing but pure disgust. Instead of a thank you, she runs straight to the manager, spinning a malicious lie about him being a creep. Song-an's heart sinks as he frantically tries to explain that he was only trying to help her pick up the paper. The boss doesn't want to hear it, immediately siding with the pretty employee while labeling Song-an as social scum. He shuts down the defense by threatening to dock next month's pay, relishing the chance to squeeze his employee further. The coworker flashes a sickeningly sweet smile, thanking the boss for his so-called fairness in the matter. Left standing alone in the center of the office, Song-an feels the weight of everyone's judgment crushing him down. He grits his teeth in silence, the burning sting of the injustice finally pushing him past his breaking point. Clenching his fist, he wonders how much more of this garbage he's expected to take before he finally snaps. Song-an stares at his screen with a heavy heart, wishing he could be anything other than a painfully ordinary developer. Suddenly, a mysterious hourglass icon pulses with a strange digital light, signaling a shift he doesn't yet understand. Half a year passes in a blur of grueling overtime, as the company's massive project finally nears its completion. His fingers dance across the keyboard with practiced precision, hammering out the final lines of code for the launch. Stretching his aching neck, he feels a rare sense of relief, certain that the system is finally stable enough. He marvels at the thousands of secret Easter eggs he managed to bury in the code, wondering how he even finished them. A sudden chime from his phone breaks his concentration, leaving him to wonder who would be messaging him at this hour. The office peace is instantly shattered by the manager's booming voice, ordering everyone to get back to their stations. The balding tyrant makes it clear that any mistake during today's release will be used to strip away their bonuses. He singles out Song-an with a final threat of termination, forcing the exhausted dev to keep typing through the pressure. Song-an keeps his head down and fingers moving, knowing the only thing keeping him in this hellhole is the paycheck. A quick glance at his phone reveals the grim reality of a debt so massive it would take 30 years to clear. Feeling the weight of a lifetime of servitude, he stares into the screen and prays for this nightmare to finally end. With a final, heavy click, he releases the New World project, sending a surge of binary code through the system. The launch doesn't bring peace, however, as a violent tremor suddenly sends his manager and coworkers into a screaming frenzy. Chaos erupts instantly as the building begins to tilt, shattering glass and tossing office supplies like they were nothing. While everyone else scrambles for a place to hide, the sheer scale of the destruction leaves them with nowhere to run. Song-an stands frozen amidst the wreckage, his mind racing as he tries to comprehend the impossible disaster unfolding around him. A blinding flash of light suddenly consumes the entire city skyline, washing away the world he once knew in an instant. His vision swims and his head throbs with a sickening dizziness as the transition begins, dragging him into a new reality. Song-an collapses as his heart hammers against his ribs, the world fading into a terrifying, silent darkness. In that void, a chillingly familiar interface flickers to life, announcing the loading sequence of a brand new world. His fingers twitch as he slowly regains consciousness, the system's greeting still echoing through his foggy mind. Clutching his throbbing head, he struggles to process why a gaming prompt is suddenly playing inside his own skull. He can't help but wonder if this is some twisted corporate conspiracy or a hallucination born from years of overwork. Stumbling to his feet, he drags himself toward the window, desperate to find some semblance of the reality he once knew. But the view outside is a total nightmare, with the familiar skyline now choked by massive, otherworldly vegetation and ruins. Skyscrapers are shattered, and the streets are overrun by jagged spikes, transforming the modern city into a primitive, deadly jungle. The horrifying truth sinks in just as a digital chime confirms his successful registration as a player in this new reality. A floating screen materializes right before his eyes, officially welcoming him to a world he thought only existed in his code. Song-an stares at the floating interface in disbelief, his mind racing as the system officially registers him as a player. The hyper-realistic 3D rendering is so perfect it's terrifying, making him feel more like a corporate test subject than a human. Before he can even protest the lack of authorization, the system bypasses his security and begins a forced identity generation. A chime rings out as he's assigned the merchant class, and a crude stone knife suddenly materializes in his trembling hand. He stands there frozen, watching the digital particles dissipate while he grips the heavy, physical weight of his new primitive weapon. It is just a basic antique blade with a measly 10 attack points, but it is the most real thing he has ever felt. He tries to keep his cool, but the reality of being a non-combatant merchant in a death game is starting to sink in. In this world, you are either a powerhouse combatant, a vital healer, or a merchant who is essentially a glorified pack mule. While most people get lucky with combat roles, the system forces a percentage into these weaker positions to balance the scales. Of course, there are legendary hidden classes out there, but those are reserved for the lucky 0.03% of the population. The office is a total wreck, with screens flickering like dying stars amidst the chaos of the merger. Debris and abandoned boxes litter the floor, marking the violent end of the world as they once knew it. Song-an stands alone in the center of the devastation, finally accepting that this nightmare is his new reality. A system chime interrupts his thoughts, presenting a mission window that demands he accept his first official task. But as he stares at the screen, a realization hits him: if the game is real, then his secret exploits are too. He thinks back to the years of abuse from his boss and the cold, judgmental stares from his coworkers. A dark smile tugs at his lips as he realizes he never has to take their garbage ever again. He is going to use every bug and glitch he personally coded to flip the script on his miserable life. He remembers a specific Easter egg that allows a player to reset their identity by dying before the mission starts. He eyes the blade with a cold sweat, wondering if he has the guts to bet his life on his own code. Song-an decides to gamble his existence on a single, desperate stab to trigger the reset. The blade sinks deep, and for one terrifying second, the pain is all-consuming. As his lifeblood pools, he waits for the system to finally register his death. A chime echoes, signaling that his high-stakes gamble has officially begun. The game glitches out, failing to find a player and forcing a total regeneration. Suspended in a digital void, his identity is reconstructed while the clock keeps ticking. He gasps back to life, realizing the fatal wound has completely vanished. But the system hands him the healer class, which is far from the jackpot. Refusing to settle, he grips the knife again, his hands trembling with resolve. He plunges back into the cycle, rejecting common roles until he hits the lottery. The clock is ticking down, and Song-an is rapidly reaching his absolute breaking point. Hess already died 30 times, yet the system keeps mocking him with that useless merchant class. With only 9 seconds left, he realizes this is his final window to force a better outcome. A cold, sharp focus settles in his eyes as he surveys the office that once enslaved him. He refuses to let his story end as a pathetic, overworked developer stuck in a loop of failure. In a final, high-stakes gamble, he hurls himself through the glass, shattering his ties to this reality. Gravity takes hold as he plummets toward the concrete, the countdown hitting a lethal 4 seconds. He thinks back on the ridicule and false accusations he endured, fueled by a desperate need for change. Screaming for the freedom to finally live on his own terms, he demands the system yield. The impact is instantaneous, triggering a final death reset just as the timer reaches its ultimate limit. The world glitches as the impact shatters the pavement, the system struggling to process his reckless gamble. Errors flood the interface while his broken body is enveloped in a blinding, restorative light. He chokes back the metallic taste of blood, feeling the agonizing sensation of his organs knitting back together. Notifications chime like a jackpot, confirming his new mission and awarding him a rare, hidden achievement. A jagged grin spreads across his face as he realizes his suicide run actually paid off. Has secured the ultimate dual career path, a legendary combination of merchant wealth and combat prowess. Sitting amidst the wreckage of his old life, he takes a moment to breathe in the fresh air of a new beginning. His gaze sharpens as he scrutinizes the fine print of the system that tried to kill him. He can't help but mock himself for needing to die just to get a decent head start. With his stats boosted and exclusive skills unlocked, he finally feels like the protagonist of his own story. He realizes his glasses are trashed from the fall. Annoyed the system didn't bother fixing his nearsightedness during the resurrection. Surprisingly, the cracked lenses still function perfectly, and a familiar chime signals the start of a new system event. A notification pops up warning him of approaching danger, but he's still too high on his own success to feel any real concern. He adjusts his frames with a cocky smirk, dismissing these supposed threats as nothing more than free experience points waiting to be harvested. That confidence evaporates instantly when the very ground beneath him begins to shatter under the pressure of a massive, localized earthquake. A nightmare-made flesh erupts from the debris, a towering demon that the system immediately flags as an extremely dangerous entity. This isn't some low-level mob he can farm. It's a devil ruler with a level so high the system can't even quantify it. Scrambling backward in the dirt, he curses his own ego, realizing he's hopelessly outmatched by this prehistoric behemoth. As a devastating beam of purple energy tears through the air, he realizes his only chance at survival is to run as fast as humanly possible. With a 60-minute survival timer ticking down, he finally understands that in this new reality, a single mistake means he will stay dead forever. Footsteps thunder through the empty corridor as the reality of the monster invasion finally begins to sink in. The sound of mocking laughter fills the air, a cruel reminder that the hunt has only just begun. Song-an sprints for his life, wondering why the hell these low-level mobs keep multiplying like vermin. He catches his breath for a split second, relieved that the massive devil ruler is simply too big to follow him inside. While the massive ruler is barred from entry, these smaller level 15 imps have no problem flooding the building. One of the winged pests lunges with a screech, nearly taking his head off as he scrambles across the floor. Even with his fighter class stats kicking in, he realizes he's practically defenseless without a proper weapon in his hands. It's humiliating to be mocked by a bottom-tier monster, and the developer's pride starts to burn hotter than his fear. Suddenly, a familiar and pathetic wail cuts through the noise, making him stop dead in his tracks. He looks over to see his arrogant boss crawling on the floor, finally experiencing the same terror he once inflicted on others. His coworkers can't believe their eyes, genuinely offended that the office loser is still breathing while they're fighting for their lives. Song-an can only scoff at the sheer audacity of these people, mocking him even as a demon snaps at their heels. The situation turns dire as three massive imps corner the group, leaving the terrified staff desperately begging to turn back. As the monsters strike, the cowards immediately shift the blame, cursing Song-an for leading the slaughter right to their doorstep. His boss reaches a new level of pathetic, screaming for a solution, while Song-an snaps back that he's already working on it. He narrows his eyes, scanning his mental map of the game's code for the location of a hidden safe room. He checks room 403, but the ordinary door offers no protection against the supernatural swarm closing in from behind. 405 is another dead end, and he knows he needs something much more unique to survive this developer-tier nightmare. Suddenly, the air ripples with a familiar green glow, revealing a hidden glitch in the environment that only he could recognize. He points toward the solid wall, telling the confused cowards that their only hope is to jump straight into the bricks. The co-workers are losing their minds, convinced Song-an has finally snapped and is trying to lead them to their deaths. With the imp's claws inches from their backs, the group has no choice but to take a desperate leap of faith. They tumble onto a digital floor as a system notification confirms they've successfully phased into a hidden safe room. Outside, the monsters are left scratching their heads, wondering how their prey just vanished into a solid brick wall. It's a perfect one-way mirror effect, leaving the terrified staff to watch the predators prowl helplessly right in front of them. Song-an can't help but smirk, feeling a rare sense of pride for hard-coding this sanctuary into the starting zone. In the game's logic, these rooms are the ultimate sanctuary, allowing players to heal and gear up without any risk. Just as the tension breaks, a familiar voice calls out his name from the depths of the digital bunker. Before he can even react, Zai-Hui throws her arms around him in a tight hug, overwhelmed with relief. She admits she was terrified, had been caught in the swarm, while he wonders how she even discovered this secret. Coworker A is already throwing a fit, clearly bitter that Song-an is getting all the attention from the office beauty. Zai-Hui reminds him that she actually helped design this place back in their university days, being the only one who ever truly had his back. She explains how she managed to slip into the sanctuary early on, dragging several other terrified colleagues along for the ride. Song-an scans the room, seeing a ragtag group of survivors huddled together in the digital glow of his creation. Some look ashamed, likely remembering how they treated the weird developer before the world went to hell. Others are just broken, their spirits crushed by the sudden realization that their comfortable lives are gone forever. Looking at their hollow expressions, Song-an softens, realizing these people weren't the ones who ruined his game, they're just caught in the crossfire. Zaihui tries to comfort them, but the heavy silence is shattered by a familiar, grating voice demanding answers. The boss is back to his old tricks, pointing fingers and screaming about productivity while the world literally burns outside. Even now, the man can only whine about his lost profits, making Song-an wonder if some people are just beyond saving. The remaining staff try to plead for some common sense, reminding their superior that the apocalypse wasn't in their job descriptions. But logic is a foreign concept to a man who just lost his kingdom, so he fires them all on the spot. Ignoring the tantrum, Song-an turns to Zaihui, wondering if she's spotted anyone in the room who doesn't quite belong. She's confused by the question, not yet realizing that in a world turned into a game, strange usually means useful. Song-an knows that if they want to survive the next floor, they need to track down the local NPCs. These digital locals are the key, holding the essential items and intel needed to clear the upcoming checkpoints. As the group scans the room, they finally notice a small, out-of-place figure standing right in the middle of the chaos. It's a little girl named Lee Kyuj, and she's clearly not happy about being ignored by a bunch of panicked adults. She mocks their terrible memories with a sassy attitude that feels strangely out of place given the monsters outside. Seeing the quest arrow above her head, the group realizes that winning her favor is their only ticket to a reward. Lee Kyuj isn't making things easy, immediately screaming at the terrified co-workers to stay back while hurling petty insults. Song-an watches the meltdown with a cringe, realizing that dealing with a bratty kid is his personal nightmare. Luckily, Zaihui has a much softer touch, kneeling down to comfort the girl while marveling at her hidden NPC status. The kindness works like a charm, instantly turning the girl's sass into pure gratitude for being escorted to safety. To show her thanks, she reaches into her duck-shaped backpack, pulling out a mysterious and glowing reward. It's a rare mini-map item, a tool so valuable it could change the entire course of their survival. As Zaihui activates the function, the system confirms the link, bathing her in a light that signals a massive tactical upgrade. Seeing the loot, the greedy survivors start losing their minds, finally realizing that these NPCs are basically walking treasure chests. Song-an stares in realization, knowing that a mini-map is a literal godsend for navigating the world's complex dungeons. He narrows his eyes with a new goal, determined to find a way to secure that essential power for himself. Seeing an opening to secure the prize, the blonde staffer steps forward to try her hand at some amateur manipulation. She produces a few pieces of cheap candy from her pocket, hoping a sugary bribe is all it takes to win. Flashing a fake, condescending smile, she's convinced that children are nothing more than easy marks to be tricked. Her ego takes a massive hit when the girl rejects the offer, labeling her a pretentious witch for the fake act. The kid doesn't hold back, exposing the woman's cowardice for being the first one to run when things got dangerous. As the staffer boils with rage and has to be physically restrained, the girl's favorability meter drops to absolute zero. The survivors watch in despair as their chance at a guide walks away with a final, mocking huff of contempt. Losing his patience with the failed diplomacy, the boss erupts in a fury, calling his subordinates a pack of useless idiots. He steps into the center of the room with cold pragmatism, declaring they should simply snatch the map by force. Looming over the trembling girl, he discards the last of his humanity, determined to take what he wants regardless of the cost. The boss finally snaps, lunging at the terrified girl to snatch the minimap by brute force. His eyes bulge with pure greed as he demands she hand over every single item in her inventory. But Song-an has seen enough of this bullying, stepping in with a heavy punch that sends his former manager reeling. As the girl is pulled back to safety, the boss is forced to release his desperate, trembling grip. Song-an stands his ground, coldly reminding the tyrant that his corporate authority died along with the old world. Spitting blood, the boss sneers back, refusing to let a lowly employee tell him how to handle a bunch of pixels. He mocks the idea of protecting a mere NPC, completely unaware of the disaster his arrogance has just invited. The girl's heart breaks as her favorability meter hits rock bottom, triggering a hidden mechanic Song-an knows all too well. Horror washes over the group as a system notification reveals an Easter egg that punishes anyone cruel enough to bully the guide. With the safe room being deleted as a penalty, the survivors are left wide open to the monsters waiting just outside the door. The countdown begins as the system strips away their only protection, leaving the survivors in a state of total shock. Terrified of the coming slaughter, the boss lashes out, blaming Song-an for the very code that is about to get them killed. Song-an can only curse his past self for being so thorough, when he designed these punishing hidden mechanics. Through the fading walls, a pack of hungry demons waits for the barrier to drop, exactly as the developer's cruel Easter egg intended. A new mission window flickers to life, demanding they survive for 42 agonizing minutes against the incoming horde. With only seconds remaining, the guide's tears flow freely while the monsters outside sharpen their claws for the feast. Panic spreads like wildfire through the group as everyone realizes their sanctuary has officially become a death trap. Song-an grits his teeth, weighing the risks of stepping up to draw the monster's attention away from the others. He knows a powerful item hidden nearby could turn the tide, but 5 bloodthirsty demons stand directly in his path. As the final barrier dissolves, the weight of his own creation looms over him like a massive, crushing shadow. The boss finally snaps, screaming for Song-an to get out there and buy them some time. Without a shred of hesitation, the coward shoves Song-an right through the barrier into the waiting jaws of death. Song-an hits the ground, cursing the man's spineless betrayal as the demons instantly close in on him. A massive beast towers over him, its eyes glowing with the hunger of a predator that has finally found its meal. He barely rolls away from a crushing blow, realizing just how thin the margin for error really is out here. Back inside, Zaihui is absolutely disgusted, calling out the boss for essentially signing Song-an's death warrant. But the boss doesn't care, doubling down on his cruelty and telling anyone who disagrees to join him in the grave. Song-an's voice cuts through the chaos, reassuring Zaihui that he is still standing and far from finished. A system notification flares as he triggers a fighter roll bonus, doubling his combat stats for the fight of his life. With only 4 seconds left on the clock, he prepares to hold the line so the others can escape with the guide. The survivors are losing their minds as the clock ticks down, urging Zaihui to stop worrying and just run. As the timer finally hits 0, Song-an bellows for them to move, knowing the barrier is about to vanish. The safe room dissolves into nothingness, forcing the terrified group to sprint headlong into the deadly, monster-infested unknown. It's a chaotic scramble for survival as a pack of winged demons catches their scent and immediately gives chase. Every second is a desperate gamble, with the monsters closing the gap while the group struggles to stay ahead. Amidst the terror, the little guide feels a surge of genuine gratitude, hoping her hidden gift can save her protector. Song-an is stunned as a system alert pings, revealing that his bond with the girl has unlocked a game-changing reward. He can't help but smirk at the irony of finally getting the minimap function he's been so desperate to find. To him, these digital NPCs are proving to be far more reliable and kind than any of his backstabbing coworkers. With the map now active, he prepares to hunt down every hidden advantage to turn this nightmare into his playground. Song-an scans the corridor with a cocky grin, certain that any hidden Easter egg will practically jump out at him. But his smirk vanishes as the system indicates he's already overshot the mark, despite there being nothing but solid walls around him. He pulls a sharp U-turn, realizing he's missed a hidden trigger, but the demons behind him aren't interested in his scavenger hunt as they swarm him from all sides, becoming a massive headache that blocks his path back to the secret. He barely has time to register the incoming threat before a heavy, taloned fist closes the distance in a blur of motion, connecting with sickening force and folding him like a lawn chair while knocking the wind right out of his lungs. Spitting out a crimson spray, he realizes the hard way that his developer's edge doesn't make his ribs any less breakable, just as a massive shockwave ripples through the floor, with the monsters piling on to bury him under a mountain of hate. Meanwhile, the rest of the survivors are living through their own personal hell, frantically calling for a boss who is nowhere to be found, while one terrified staff member can only wail in despair, realizing too late that his corporate life didn't prepare him for this. The winged demon doesn't just block the path, it tears right through a staff member's chest in seconds. Watching another colleague drop like a fly, the boss can only stammer in useless, sweaty terror. Panic reaches a fever pitch as the survivors realize they have 30 grueling minutes of survival left. While a demon looms over the fallen, the boss desperately demands a solution from people just as helpless. Zaihui takes charge, spotting an elevator on the minimap that could be their only ticket out of here. The group bolts for the corridor, desperate to put distance between themselves and those glowing red eyes. Even as she runs, Zaihui can't help but look back, praying that their protector is still breathing. Under a pile of concrete, our developer is barely clinging to life, with his health bar flashing red. Wiping the blood from his chin, he realizes he's exactly one mistake away from a permanent game over. But as he stares down the horde, he actually thanks them for knocking him into the right spot. Song-an finally locates the hidden entrance, triggering a secret Easter egg he buried deep in the game's code. Reaching out, he touches the shimmering rift, feeling the familiar hum of a developer-only shortcut. As the demons close in, he offers a mocking farewell, vanishing into the light just before their claws can reach him. But even as he escapes, his eyes burn with a cold promise to settle the score for the boss's betrayal. He plunges through the digital void, hurtling toward a secret subdimension known as the Hidden Office. Landing with a heavy head, the dizzying transition leaves him disoriented until he spots a flickering light in the distance. There, a skeletal programmer named Ah-kun sits at a desk, eternally typing away in a loop of miserable overtime. Seeing his own creation brings a smirk to Song-an's face. Finding a strange comfort in his own dark humor, he approaches the desk quietly, giving the poor, overworked soul a bit of a jump in the middle of the void. The skeleton finally notices him, cheerfully asking if he's arrived to help finish the never-ending mountain of coding tasks. Ah-kun is so deep in his coding loop that he barely recognizes a visitor, insisting he has too much work to chat. Song-an offers a rare moment of sympathy, reminding the skeleton that as the one who wrote this nightmare, he knows exactly how to end it. He reaches for a few supplies on the desk, deciding to borrow some tools to perform a little manual override on the system logic. The poor soul laments his tragic fate, explaining how his boss trapped him in a loop where the clock never actually hits the end of the shift. It is a pathetic sight, seeing a man so broken by corporate greed that he has started to find his only meaning in endless, unpaid overtime. Even as Song-an prepares his fix, the skeleton clings to his worker's dignity, terrified of the consequences of actually leaving his post. But Song-an is not asking for permission, presenting a modified clock that finally breaks the infinite loop of the Hidden Office. With a simple stroke of a marker, he forces the hands past midnight, signaling a magical end to the eternal workday. The skeleton stares in absolute disbelief, his jaw literally dropping as the reality of his freedom begins to sink in. Tears of joy well up in his hollow sockets as he realizes the nightmare is over and he can finally, truly, clock out. The skeleton finally snaps, trashing his desk and cursing the very concept of overtime with every fiber of his being. Song-an watches the skeleton celebrate, feeling a sudden pang of guilt for being the developer who coded this hell. A system notification confirms the mission is complete as the programmer begins to ascend in a brilliant pillar of light. With his eternal shift finally over, the poor soul realizes his purpose in this digital world has been fulfilled. As a final act of gratitude, he offers up his own remains and belongings before fading peacefully into the code. Song-an bids him a respectful farewell, sincerely hoping the man finds a boss who actually values human life next time. The rewards materialize instantly, granting him a pair of special glasses and a very sturdy-looking pelvic bone for his troubles. He slides on the invisible frames, marveling at how clear his vision becomes despite the system's strange naming conventions. But the real prize is the bone, a high-grade material hardened by decades of sedentary desk work and pure corporate spite. Without wasting a second, he opens his crafting menu to forge a weapon that embodies a programmer's unyielding, bitter will. The crafting process concludes with a violent surge of electrical energy, signaling a massive success for the developer. He is now the owner of a B-class bone blade, a weapon specifically designed to shred through demon hide. Song-an smirks, realizing his merchant role just turned a pile of remains into a literal godslayer. He tightens his grip on the hilt, feeling the raw, bitter power of the blade hum against his palm. Despite his dangerously low health, he is ready to spend the next 33 minutes settling every single debt. Nearby, a pack of unsuspecting demons huddles around a dark rift, completely oblivious to the coming storm. A sudden impact rattles the monsters as something heavy and metallic crashes through the dimensional gap. Debris flies everywhere as a mysterious object slams into the floor right in the middle of the horde. The confused demons stare down at the wreckage of a computer, wondering where this junk even came from. They realize too late that the real threat is standing right behind them with a very sharp bone. Song-an lunges forward, pouring every ounce of desperation into a strike with his new bone blade. His heart sinks when the edge merely bounces off, leaving the demon more annoyed than actually injured. He barely dodges a counterattack, frantically questioning why his specialized demon-slaying buff hasn't triggered yet. With his health hanging by a thread, he realizes he won't survive even a glancing blow from these monsters. Just as the situation turns dire, the blade erupts in a surge of lightning, finally activating its hidden potential. A massive burst of 700 damage tears through the imp, reducing the creature to a scorched mess. Song-an realizes the damage was just delayed, marveling at how overpowered his creation truly is. The notification chime is music to his ears as he hits level 2, instantly mending his broken body. He wipes the sweat from his face with a cocky grin, feeling the rush of a full health bar. The rest of the pack lets out a collective roar, finally recognizing the monster standing in their midst. Song-an stares them down with a newfound fire in his eyes, ready to settle the score. The pack of demons lunges forward in a mindless frenzy, their claws itching to tear him apart. He just smirks, knowing that only a complete fool would try to take this entire mob head-on. With a flicker of movement, he slips into the hidden office, watching as their strikes hit an invisible wall. The monsters growl in pure frustration as the system labels the area a special zone, rendering them toothless. Safe behind the glitch, he charges his blade with lightning, deciding it's time to go on the offensive. He bursts back into the hallway like a bolt of energy, catching the lead demon completely off guard. The Demon Slayer buff finally ignites, surging through the creature's body and cooking it from the inside out. Realizing he only managed to pick off one, he prepares to retreat back into his invincible sanctuary. But the remaining demons are faster than he expected, one of them closing the gap before he can vanish. Song-an finds himself locked in a desperate struggle, noting that the beast's strength is immense despite its lingering injuries. The pressure doubles as a second demon joins the hunt, their coordinated movements threatening to overwhelm his defenses. Deciding to face the combo head-on, he carves through the air with a strike so precise it triggers an immediate level up. But even with the successful hit, the sheer momentum of the clash sends him tumbling backward through the wreckage. He hits the floor with a heavy thud, his health bar plummeting as he struggles to catch his breath and stabilize. Thankfully, the fight isn't over yet, and his Demon Slayer skill ignites with a roar, turning his desperation into raw destructive power. The resulting explosion of energy is absolute, leaving nothing of the imp but a fading system notification of its death. Relief washes over him as the level-up bonus finally kicks in, flooding his veins with light and fully restoring his vitality. He wipes the sweat from his face with a cocky grin, surprised by just how effective his developer knowledge has become. The hallway falls into a heavy silence, the only sound left being the crackle of debris in the wake of his triumph. The frantic survivors scramble into the open elevator, desperate to leave the blood-soaked fourth floor behind. Inside the cramped space, the manager barks orders to head for the lobby, his cowardice overriding any sense of logic. Zaihui ignores the shouting, her eyes glued to the minimap as she prays that the decreasing monster count means her friend is still alive. Her hope is met with venomous glares from the group, who are more than happy to leave their savior for dead. The argument is cut short by a sudden chill, as a demonic face looms in the narrowing gap of the closing doors. A jagged claw thrusts into the car, nearly snatching the life out of the screaming, cornered office workers. Metal grinds against bone as the heavy doors slam shut, crushing the beast's reach in a violent shower of sparks. Left behind in the dim hallway, the creature howls in frustration as its prey ascends toward a temporary safety. Its screeching victory over the elevator door is interrupted by a calm voice calling out from the shadows directly behind it. Song-an doesn't miss a beat, his Demon Slayer skill igniting as he carves through the monster with cold, developer-grade precision. Song-an roars with fury, his eyes flashing as he punishes the beast for even thinking about touching his friends. He stands over the smoking remains of the last imp, realizing the elevator has already left with the survivors. With the floor finally cleared, he sighs, wishing there were more monsters to farm for experience before moving on. He pulls up his status window, noting how his dual-class roles are providing a massive boost to his growth. As a developer, he knows the average player starts with 10s across the board, but his own numbers tell a different story. He starts crunching the numbers, working backward to figure out just how pathetic his physical condition was at level 1. The realization hits him like a truck. His base strength was a measly 4 points, making him a total weakling. He quickly dumps his saved points into his physical stats, desperately trying to convince himself he isn't just some out-of-shape shut-in. Finally, looking like a functional human being, he feels a surge of confidence as his power levels finally stabilize. That brief moment of peace is shattered by a deafening crash as the very walls around him begin to buckle. Song-an stumbles as the floor beneath him erupts, wondering why the hell the building is falling apart again when he thought he was safe. He grips his blade tight, sensing a presence so massive and suffocating that it shouldn't even be on this floor yet. His blood runs cold as he realizes the demon chief has spawned, and Zaihui is directly in the path of that monster. A violent surge of purple energy tears through the air, signaling the arrival of a true nightmare that defies the game's early-level logic. The shockwave slams into the courtyard, sending the fleeing office workers scrambling for their lives as the ground turns into a graveyard of rubble. Zaihui clutches the little girl tight, her hope of reaching safety outside shattering the moment she realizes they haven't escaped the horror at all. Looming over them is a monstrosity that triggers every system warning in existence, labeled by the interface as an absolute death sentence. Desperate for any glimmer of hope, one of the survivors screams for Zaihui to check the minimap for a hidden exit or a miracle. Her heart sinks as she stares at the glowing interface, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated horror at what the system is showing her. The map confirms their worst fears by marking every single exit with a red X, leaving them trapped in a cage with a god-tier predator. The boss finally snaps, his arrogant facade crumbling into a pathetic, tear-streaked mess as he begs for his life. Driven by pure cowardice, he sprints away from the group, oblivious to the fact that isolation in this game is a death sentence. The demon chief doesn't bother with a physical pursuit, instead gathering a terrifying amount of purple energy within its gaping maw. A torrent of violet destruction tears through the air, vaporizing everything in its path with the force of a falling star. One survivor is caught in the epicenter, his flesh stripped away in an instant as the mana burns through his very soul. With a sickening crack, the charred remains of his skeleton disintegrate, leaving behind nothing but a fading memory of terror. The remaining staff are left reeling, their minds struggling to process the absolute power of the monster standing before them. Zaihui clutches the little girl tighter, her heart hammering against her ribs as she realizes their chances of escape are dwindling to zero. Realizing the beast's skill has entered a brief cooldown, the group breaks into a frantic, disorganized scramble for any available cover. But the demon chief's eyes burn with a cold, predatory intelligence, already tracking its next meal through the settling dust. The demon chief isn't just hunting, it's savoring the terror of the two survivors scrambling through the jagged rubble. But luck isn't on their side today, as Zaihui's foot catches a stray rock, sending her tumbling hard to the ground. Paralyzed by the sharp pain in her ankle, she looks up at her companion with eyes full of pure desperation. She realizes she can't run anymore, pleading with the man to at least take the unconscious Kyuj to safety. The monster, however, has no interest in their tragic goodbyes, charging a massive sphere of violet energy within its maw. Proving that some people are just built different, the coworker offers a hollow apology before turning tail and sprinting away. The demon chief lets fly, a torrent of mana screaming through the air to erase everything in its path. Zaihui can only brace for the end, shielding the little girl and praying for a miracle that seems completely impossible. That miracle arrives in the form of a sharp blade and a developer who refuses to let his game break. As the Demon Slayer skill ignites with a surge of power, Song-an stands his ground to face the beast. Song-an throws himself into the line of fire, his face twisted with the sheer effort of the gamble. With a single, impossible swing, he carves through the boss's ultimate attack, his developer tier blade nullifying the damage entirely. Zaihui can barely believe her eyes, her mind reeling from the sudden shift in their certain doom. Tears of pure relief stream down her face as she realizes the man she thought was dead is standing right there. He casually apologizes for the delay, staring down the massive demon chief like it is just another bug to patch. Standing as a human shield, he tells the girls to leave the rest to him, his presence radiating newfound authority. Fueled by a level 5 stat boost and his bone blade, he vows that no one else is getting hurt today. The impact of the clash leaves a massive crater behind, a testament to the raw power now at his fingertips. He quickly checks on her swollen ankle, relieved to find it is just a sprain even if she cannot run. Zaihui mentions that the little girl has suddenly lost consciousness, adding a new layer of worry to their desperate escape. Song-an reassures Zaihui that the little girl is likely just overwhelmed by shock and tells her to focus on protection while he handles the heavy lifting. Despite her terror at the looming threat, he promises her that he isn't just being reckless, he actually has a plan to get them out alive. He suddenly calls out to a hidden observer, sensing exactly which coward is currently trembling behind the nearby trees. It's Sunyua, a fellow programmer responsible for the game's startup sequence, who is currently convinced that no amount of hiding will save them from a demonic fireball. As the demon chief charges up another devastating blast, Song-an reveals he knows a specific Easter egg that could save them, but he can't trigger it alone. The massive purple energy slams into his blade as his Demon Slayer skill flares to life, barely holding back the tide of destruction. Gritting his teeth against the immense pressure, he warns that his defense won't last forever, and they need to make a decision immediately. Zaihui feels helpless with her injured leg, desperately asking what she can possibly do to contribute while she's trapped on the ground. Song-an ignores her, and instead shouts at the cowering Sun Yue, telling the terrified programmer that he is the only one who can pull this off. His instruction is as weird as it is specific, ordering the man to find a wooden stick and draw a massive circle around Zaihui's feet. Sun Yue stares at the branch in his hand, convinced that Song-an has finally lost his mind by suggesting a simple drawing could stop a monster. Song-an doesn't have time for a debate, effortlessly parrying a lethal blast while demanding his colleague follow orders if they want to survive the next 10 seconds. Swallowing his pride and his terror, the programmer decides to gamble everything on the developer's insanity, claiming he's only doing this for the girl's sake. He frantically drags the branch through the dirt, completing the perimeter around the injured Zaihui and the unconscious child just as the air begins to hum. The system chimes in to confirm that the specific conditions for a legendary Easter egg have been met, much to the absolute shock of the man holding the stick. A shimmering barrier erupts from the ground, granting everyone inside the circle total immunity from all damage for the next 10 minutes. Song-an watches the light show with a satisfied smirk, knowing his deep-coded secrets are the only things keeping them from being vaporized. But every cheat comes with a price, and Sun Yue suddenly finds himself transformed into a literal monkey-faced target with a permanent, high-level taunt debuff. As a tiny, spectral monkey perched on his head begins blasting a deafening horn, The poor programmer realizes he's been turned into the world's most annoying distraction. It's a ridiculous sight, but it works perfectly, drawing the demon chief's murderous gaze away from the survivors and onto the noisy, monkey-faced intruder. Song-an lunges forward, dragging his terrified coworker out of the path of a lethal mana blast just in time. Sun Yue trembles in his grip, frantically wondering if the developer actually intended for him to be incinerated as a sacrifice. Song-an coolly dismisses the fear, explaining that the programmer's only job is to keep the monster busy while he prepares the kill. He reminds the coward that the protective circle won't last forever, and doing nothing is just a slower way to die. Seeing him waver, Zaihui shouts out the boss's attack pattern, begging him to watch for the telltale mouth opening to dodge. Sun Yue feels a sudden pang of guilt for abandoning her earlier, though he still doubts he has the reflexes to survive. Before he can overthink the danger, the spectral monkey on his head blasts a horn that nearly scares him to death. Song-an readies his blade with a cold focus, signaling that the time for talk is over and the hunt has begun. The system confirms the demon chief is absolutely livid, its rage peaking as the taunt debuff works its annoying magic. A massive wave of purple fire consumes the battlefield, but the girls remain untouched within the safety of the legendary exploit. Sun Yue is absolutely losing his mind, convinced he's being roasted alive as the purple flames engulf him. Zaihui tries to keep him grounded, explaining that while the monster's area of effect skill looks terrifying, it isn't actually fatal. The heat is no joke though, and the system warns that the scorching hell debuff is slowly eating away at their health. Song-an knows he's taking a massive gamble by staying in the fire, but he realizes this is his only opening. He charges through the inferno with cold determination, using the chaos to finally close the distance on the massive beast. His first strike is frustratingly shallow, barely leaving a mark on the demon's thick, stone-like hide. Realizing he needs more volume, he unleashes a frantic flurry of slashes to chip away at the monster's remaining life. The demon chief suddenly snaps its gaze toward him, and for a terrifying moment, Song-an thinks he's cooked. Right on cue, the spectral monkey on Sun Yu's head begins blowing its horn and hurling insults to regain the boss's attention. With the taunt successfully drawing the aggro back away, Song-an offers a silent thanks to his terrified bait. The system finally kicks in, triggering the Demon Slayer effect to give his blades the edge they need. It is a massive hit, carving out thousands of health points as the beast roars in genuine pain. Song-an is not celebrating yet though, realizing his current damage output still won't be enough to end this. Things take a terrifying turn when the boss's aggro shifts, locking those murderous eyes directly onto the developer. He immediately screams for his bait to do his job before he gets turned into a permanent stain. Sun Yue takes off like a track star, cursing his luck while the monkey on his head keeps chirping. The taunt works perfectly, drawing a massive purple mana blast that narrowly misses the terrified programmer's heels. After surviving the explosion, Sun Yue actually starts feeling himself, thinking he is some kind of dodging god. His ego is short-lived as the monkey doubles down on the insults, practically begging for a total wipe. With the demon's rage hitting its absolute limit, Sun Yue realizes he is about to face a very painful game over. Song-an realizes the boss has way more health than he bargained for, forcing him to push his blade to the absolute limit. Meanwhile, Sun Yue is doing his best impression of a human torch, as he desperately dodges a relentless barrage of purple fireballs. The demon chief roars in agony as the damage numbers stack up, its massive frame finally beginning to buckle under the pressure. Knowing this is the make-or-break moment, our developer prepares one final, calculated strike to end the nightmare once and for all. He unleashes a relentless flurry of blows until the system finally confirms that the floor boss has been officially neutralized. As the dust settles, the two survivors stand before the mountain of a corpse, barely able to catch their breath after the chaos. The victory pays off immediately, as a flood of experience points triggers a chain of level-ups for the exhausted duo. With the threat gone, the Wukong taunt finally expires, much to the relief of a programmer who never wants to see a monkey again. Despite the successful clear, Song-an can't shake the nagging feeling that something is missing from this supposedly epic victory. He stares at the lack of a loot pile, feeling totally scammed that a boss this big didn't drop a single piece of gear. Just as the frustration of a lootless victory sets in, a legendary orange glow begins to pulse from the boss's remains. Song-an freezes in disbelief, his developer instincts screaming that an orange drop is far beyond what this floor should provide. Before he can claim his prize, a massive surge of mana ripples through the sky as the system officially lifts the zone restrictions. Sun Yue is ready to celebrate their freedom, but Song-an keeps his guard up, sensing the situation is about to get even weirder. A playful, high-pitched voice suddenly breaks the silence, expressing genuine shock that anyone actually managed to kill a level 40 boss. The survivors look toward the sky as Sun Yue points out a tiny figure descending through the clouds toward the battlefield. Floating before them is a winged, feline-like creature named Raphael, who introduces herself as the official GM guide for this world. This bubbly system fairy beams at the group, her cheerful attitude feeling completely out of place amidst the surrounding carnage. She offers her congratulations for being the very first players to clear the stage, confirming Song-an's theory that they aren't alone in this nightmare. While they've earned a brief respite, Raphael casually notes that every other player is currently being slaughtered by the monster hordes. Raphael is absolutely floored, struggling to process how a bunch of low-level players just deleted a level 40 boss from existence. Sensing the danger of being found out, Song-an plays dumb, nervously claiming they just got lucky with some rare equipment drops. The tiny guide isn't entirely buying the act, but Song-an knows he has to keep his knowledge of the game's hidden exploits a total secret. The interrogation is cut short as the rest of the survivors finally stumble out of the woods, lured by the fading light of battle. Exhausted and clearly over it, Mei snaps at her teammate, blaming his terrible navigation for their long and pointless detour. Sun Yue is genuinely surprised to see them, calling out to Mei and wondering where they've been hiding during all the chaos. Mei explains they were blocked by an invisible wall, barely able to believe that the rest of the group actually survived the slaughter. Her jaw drops when she notices the winged cat floating nearby, but Raphael is more than happy to introduce herself to the new arrivals. With the survivors finally reunited, Raphael beams with excitement, announcing that it is officially time for everyone to collect their hard-earned rewards. A system notification rings out as they each receive 10,000 star coins, the heavy sacks of gold marking their first real victory. Raphael explains that star coins are the lifeblood of this new reality, essential for everything from trading to upgrading gear. She gleefully points out that even those without raw combat power can become legends if they know how to manage their wealth. While the others listen in awe, Song-an realizes that in a world governed by code, currency is just another form of power. Having already secured the golden merchant class, He's already plotting exactly how to turn his new fortune into an unfair advantage. The rest of the group is less focused on the economics, wondering where they're even supposed to go in this ruined world. Raphael tells them to hold their horses, or rather, wait for a meowment while the system processes the next phase. Sun Yue can only blink in confusion, wondering what kind of world-shaking event the tiny guide is about to trigger. Suddenly, the sky floods with notifications as city zones unlock, and the first official main story crusade quest finally begins. Looking at the new objectives, Mei and the others realize their brief moment of peace was just a prelude to more slaughter. Raphael cheers with infectious energy, reminding the survivors that the only way forward is to complete quests and keep leveling up. The group stares at their new quest notifications, wondering where they're even supposed to find a quest giver in this digital wasteland. Song-an scans the objectives and realizes the early game rewards are barely worth the effort, but they have no choice but to move forward. Just as they prepare to set out, a sudden thought stops him in his tracks, reminding him of a glaring hole in their party composition. He turns to the others and asks if anyone has managed to unlock a healer class, catching them completely off guard. While he keeps his own golden merchant class a closely guarded secret, he claims to be a simple warrior to avoid suspicion. Zaihui tries to limp forward while clutching the small child, but her pained winces don't escape Song-an's sharp eyes. One by one, Sun, Yue, and Mei admit they've only unlocked combat roles, while their former boss breaks down in a pathetic display of uselessness. Zaihui looks at her own status with a sigh of disappointment, realizing she's just another frontline fighter who can't mend her own wounds. Song can't help but vent his frustration at their rotten luck, knowing a party of nothing but warriors is a recipe for a quick wipe. But just as the mood hits rock bottom, a familiar system chime echoes through the air as a new class icon suddenly flickers into existence. Richard Liu finally steps forward, revealing he's been sitting on a rare healer class this whole time. He wastes no time kneeling beside Zaihui, who is still desperately cradling the small child in her arms. As he activates his mend skill, a soothing green light begins to knit her torn flesh back together. The relief is instantaneous, and Zaihui can't help but marvel at the efficiency of a true support class. Seeing a walking health potion in their midst, the former manager and Mei immediately start sucking up to him. The group is already celebrating their luck, thinking they've finally secured a ticket to the next floor. However, the mood shifts instantly when Zaihui begs Richard to use his powers on the little girl. Young Autumn looks worse by the second, her breathing shallow as she slips further into a coma. Richard tries to channel his mana, but the system screams a red warning, declaring that healing NPCs is strictly forbidden. The violent magical backlash sends Richard flying, leaving Song-an to realize just how heartless this game's logic truly is. Song-an demands answers as the system glitches out, realizing even the guide is blindsided by Autumn's condition. Raphael can't comprehend why the system would block a standard heal, sensing something uniquely dangerous about this girl. Suddenly, A jagged rift of light tears through the sky, drowning out the chaos with a surge of raw power. The little fairy snaps to attention, her playful demeanor vanishing as she acknowledges a voice only she can hear. While Song-an watches suspiciously, a hidden master transmits a secret command to extract the NPC without leaving a trace. On the ground, Zai-Hui cradles the dying child, her heart sinking as Autumn's health bar flickers towards zero. Raphael swoops in with a sharp warning, telling them that any wrong move now will only hasten the girl's end. With a sudden burst of authority, the guide insists she must take Autumn away to a place where healing is possible. Zai-Hui can only watch in desperate hope as the teleportation command initializes, while Song-an remains silent, weighing the risks. Enclosed in a protective sphere, the girl is whisked away into the sky, leaving the survivors with more questions than answers. Before the guide can flutter away, Song-an calls out, refusing to let her leave without some real answers. He demands to know who is responsible for this world's collapse and exactly how much the system is hiding. Raphael just puts on a cute face, claiming those questions are far beyond her restricted questioning parameters. With a final warning to get strong or die, she glitches out of existence, leaving Song-an cursing her secrets. The rest of the survivors are more worried about the loot, wondering if they're really getting nothing for that fight. As the dust settles, the group realizes their only path forward is to grind quests and try to stay alive. Zai-Hui turns to Song-an with a glimmer of hope, asking if he plans to lead their new party. Song-an knows his path is far too treacherous for anyone without his developer knowledge to survive. He dismisses the basic story quests as a waste of time, already planning to exploit much deadlier zones for better experience. Despite Zai-Hui's visible disappointment, he makes it clear that their temporary alliance has officially come to an end. Song-an stops Zai-Hui before they part ways, telling her not to worry because he has something for her. He manifests a glowing relic, explaining that it should be enough to protect her when things get ugly. Zai-Hui is completely floored, recognizing the distinct orange glow that signifies a top-tier rarity. It is the Demon's Eye, a rank treasure that Song-an dismissively claims he simply stumbled upon. The item is a powerhouse, capable of conjuring fiery shields or even transforming into a specialized weapon. Feeling the weight of the gift, Zai-Hui hesitates, arguing that her minimal help doesn't justify such a reward. Song-an anticipated her reluctance, privately deciding to pretend it's just a loan to ease her conscience. He pushes the item into her hands, mockingly noting that she'll need it since their other teammates aren't exactly reliable. Softening at his unexpected concern, she finally agrees to take it, offering a quiet word of thanks. Even Sun Yue tries to contribute, handing over a bag of star coins as a humble thank you for the carry. Song-an drops his playful facade for a moment, sternly warning the others to keep Zai-Hui out of trouble. With a casual wave, he bids them farewell, jokingly reminding Zai-Hui that she still owes him a dinner. He steps through the forest's edge, his silhouette vanishing as he leaves his temporary companions to their own devices. Zai-Hui watches him disappear with wide, shimmering eyes, her heart swelling with newfound respect for the mysterious developer. A system notification pings as he crosses the threshold, marking his official exit from the carnage of Zone F. The urban landscape ahead is a graveyard, with the asphalt stained red by those who weren't lucky enough to survive. He reflects on his old dreams of a digital paradise, realizing how naive he was about this world's cruelty. His thoughts turn to Rafel's suspicious obedience, convinced that an unknown master is orchestrating the guide's every move. He questions who could truly be in control, and where exactly this forced evolution is leading them all. Reaching the ruins of the Grand Mall, he pushes the mystery aside, ready to tackle the next floor's challenges. Song-an knows that to uncover the truth behind this system, he must venture deep into the underground city. He dismisses the wandering monsters on the surface as mere fodder designed for low-level experience grinding. These goblins respawn like clockwork, but they are nothing compared to the horrors lurking in the urban depths. The underground cities are where the real rewards and the most unpredictable predators lie in wait for the brave. Stepping into the ruins of the Grand Mall, he finds a hollowed-out monument to a dead civilization. His trusty flip-flops finally surrender to the terrain, ending a 5-year run of surviving on a budget. He decides to help himself to a wardrobe upgrade, trading his tattered rags for a high-end yellow jacket. Even now, the $600 price tag makes him sweat, leaving him missing the simplicity of his flannel. The shattered storefronts tell a grim story of the desperate looters who fought through here before him. He stares at the abandoned gold, realizing that in this new world, shiny trinkets are completely worthless. Song-an can't help but smirk at his good fortune, as the mall's remains prove to be a gold mine. He begins sweeping every scrap of food and gear into his inventory, knowing resources are the ultimate currency. Even though his star coins have hit rock bottom, he figures these high-tier supplies are worth the investment. With his preparations finally complete, he stands before the swirling blue vortex leading to the depths. The system flags the Crystal Mole Cave as a level 12 dungeon meant for a full tactical party. He ignores the extreme danger warning for solo players, confident that his developer knowledge outweighs any level gap. Stepping through the portal, he's greeted by the cold air and shimmering walls of the subterranean labyrinth. This is the true face of the underground city, and it's every bit as impressive as he hoped. The cavern is practically breathing with light, filled with rare minerals that most players would die to find. He snaps off a glowing crystal, ready to turn this high-level death trap into his personal treasure vault. Song An admires the raw materials, already calculating the stats of the high-tier gear Hellforge later, but he isn't alone in the dark, as a massive shadow with glowing red eyes creeps up behind him. His developer instincts flare up with a sharp warning just a split second before the beast strikes. He barely manages to throw himself aside as a blur of claws whistles past his head at incredible speed. The culprit is a level 11 crystal mole, a subterranean tank protected by reinforced mineral hide. If he wants to strip this cave of its riches, he realizes he'll have to bypass this oversized rodent first. Instead of reaching for a weapon, he smirks and dips into his inventory with a clever exploit in mind. He pulls out a shimmering gold bracelet, playfully asking the creature if it has a taste for luxury. The mole's aggression instantly vanishes, its eyes turning into literal stars at the sight of the shiny treasure. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tosses the gold away, watching the greedy monster scramble after it. The creature is completely smitten, hugging the gold as if it is the most precious thing in existence. Song An looms over the distracted beast, noting that its insatiable greed is the perfect fatal flaw to exploit. With a swift, cold strike, he carves through the monster while its guard is completely down. He barely registers the meager experience points, deciding that shiny bribes are his best path forward to save time. But the darkness begins to chatter, revealing dozens of glowing eyes hungry for more than just a single trinket. A cold sweat breaks out as he realizes he might have just rung the dinner bell for the entire cave. He curses his luck, watching the shadows move in a way that suggests he is now vastly outnumbered. The ground trembles as a literal tide of crystal-clawed predators surges toward him in a frantic, squeaking frenzy. Desperate to avoid a brawl, he frantically swipes at his system interface to access his inventory before getting trampled. He dumps a massive pile of treasure onto the floor, praying this golden distraction buys him enough time to escape. Song An scrambles back as the tide of fur and crystal claws proves far more overwhelming than he initially anticipated. The plan works like a charm as the greedy pests immediately abandon the hunt to dive headfirst into the scattered gold. They are practically swooning over the shiny trinkets, completely forgetting about the human they were just about to shred. He begins shouting into the dark depths, certain that such a loud and glittering ruckus will eventually draw out the real prize. Right on cue, the cavern begins to groan and tremble under the weight of something far heavier than a few common scavengers. While the smaller moles are busy playing with their new toys, the atmosphere shifts from simple greed to pure, heavy oppression. A massive, crystal-encrusted limb slams into the earth, with enough force to make the entire dungeon floor shatter and spray dust. This is no mindless drone, as the sheer size of those jagged red crystal claws signals a much higher threat level than before. Emerging from the shadows is the Crystal Mole King himself, looking surprisingly regal with a crown and his own golden prize. Song An just gives a sharp, knowing smirk, ready to finally put his real plan into motion now that the king has joined the party. The king greedily eyes the red crystals, his tiny subjects waiting for his royal approval. It's a literal gold rush, as the moles start piling up every shiny trinket they can find. The king is practically in a trance, cuddling his hoard with a look of pure, blissful obsession. Song An breaks the moment by dangling even more gold bars and a heavy sack of loot. Seeing the extra sparkle, the king's with a piercing squeal, raising its massive crystal claws for a counterattack. A devastating blow connects with a heavy thud, forcing Song An to brace for an impact he clearly underestimated. Hes sent flying across the cavern, his body slamming into the jagged stone wall as the air leaves his lungs. Gritting his teeth, he realizes his ego got the better of him, thinking this would be an easy hunt. The king looms over him like a mountain of shadow, a beast that doesn't trigger his blades, demon-slaying bonuses. To make matters worse, the ground begins to churn as dozens of smaller moles burrow out from the dirt. His heart sinks as he realizes he didn't just find a boss. He walked right into the heart of a nest. Now, completely surrounded by glowing red eyes and razor-sharp crystals, the hunter has officially become the cornered prey. Trapped and bleeding, Song An desperately scans the cave, realizing his shortcut to easy experience just became a death trap. The swarm closes in from every side, their high-pitched squeaks filling the cavern as they lunge with crystal-encrusted claws. Song An lashes out in a desperate arc, demanding these pests back off before they can tear him to shreds. Hes breaking a sweat, realizing that every ounce of energy spent on these fodder mobs is energy he won't have for the real threat. The king just sits there like a dark mountain, watching with glowing red eyes and waiting for the hunter to exhaust himself. Even as he earns a measly bit of experience from another kill, he knows his stamina is hitting a critical limit. His eyes dart upward, spotting a high rock ledge that might just be his only chance at a breather. The plan is simple. Jump, wedge the bone blade into the stone wall, and pray the jagged rock holds his weight. He narrowly avoids a jagged swipe, his boots barely clearing the dirt as he prepares to launch himself upward. The moles pause for a split second, their tiny heads tilting in unison as they try to track their prey's sudden movement. But just as he's about to make his move, a sudden realization hits him that brings his entire plan to a screeching halt. He launches himself into the air, but the sheer height of the leap catches him completely off guard. He hits the ground with a light tap, his body feeling more responsive than it ever has before. It finally clicks that his massive agility boost isn't just a number, it's physically transforming his every movement. There's no time to marvel at the system's logic though, as the swarm continues to press its advantage. He realizes that carving through these small fries is a waste of time, and he needs the king. He racks his brain for a way to lure the boss out without relying solely on his gold. A quick scan of the junk he looted from the abandoned mall suddenly sparks a devious new plan. The king lets out a deafening screech, its hunger for the shiny metal reaching a frantic boiling point. To his surprise, the massive beast does the me, thudding onto the floor with a heavy impact. Flashing a gold bar like bait, he smirks, knowing the monster's obsession just saved him a lot of trouble. Song-an decides to play on the monster's primal greed, opening his inventory to offer a tempting deal. The king's eyes light up with pure avarice as a mountain of shimmering gold finally appears before him. Standing by the hoard, Song-an promises the beast that every single coin is its for the taking. He mocks the creature's hesitation, wondering if the ruler of this cave is actually too cowardly to move. A deafening screech confirms the king has taken the bait, its tiny mind consumed by the shimmering light. The massive beast lunges forward, its heavy body soaring through the air in a desperate, greedy leap. Using his boosted agility, he easily sidesteps the attack, letting the monster's massive momentum carry it past him. He flashes a devious smirk, deciding to be generous and let the beast have exactly what it wants. The king dives headfirst into the pile of treasure, completely blinded to everything but the glint of gold. A thunderous impact shakes the cavern as the greedy monster crashes right into the heart of the trap. The king pauses in the middle of its hoard, its tiny brain finally registering that something about this treasure feels off. It realizes far too late that the gold isn't just shiny, it's soaked in a very familiar, pungent, and highly flammable liquid. Song-an flicks his lighter with a devious grin, revealing that his homemade Molotov cocktail was the real centerpiece of this trap. He mocks the beast for its lack of foresight, explaining how he banked on its mindless greed to ensure it would be covered in fuel. With a cold reminder that greed always comes with a heavy price, he winds up to deliver the final, fiery blow. The bottle shatters against the monster's oil-slicked fur, instantly turning the cavern's ruler into a massive, squealing bonfire. The king's agonizing screams echo through the tunnels as the inferno consumes its massive body, leaving absolutely no room for escape. Watching the light fade from the monster's eyes, Song-an feels a surge of satisfaction as his high-stakes gamble finally pays off. As the flames die down, a rare, pulsating red icon emerges from the ashes, signaling the arrival of a high-tier loot drop. He reaches out to claim his prize, his heart racing at the realization that he just scored a legendary Rank S skill reward. Song-an stands at the center of a swirling vortex of blue energy as he officially absorbs the Black Haze skill. This intricate ability system serves as the heartbeat of the new realm, dictating how players grow in power. Skill slots are a rare commodity, only unlocking at major level milestones like 10, 30, and 60. To fill these slots, players must hunt down specific monsters, as each creature holds a unique essence. The power of these drops is strictly tiered, scaling from common rank B all the way up to legendary rank S. While normal mobs provide basic utility, only the terrifying Conqueror-class bosses drop the world-shaking skills everyone craves. Song-an's excitement turns to pure horror when he sees that a single upgrade costs a staggering million star coins. He quickly recovers his composure, realizing that his massive new workforce is the key to solving his financial woes. He begins assigning numbers to the survivors, organizing the moles into specialized teams to strip the tunnels of every crystal. With his new army of fluffy laborers squeaking in loyal submission, he prepares to turn this dungeon into a massive profit. Song-an rallies his new workforce, commanding the moles to strip the cavern bare of every valuable crystal. He watches them scatter with a smug grin, confident that his plan for massive profit is finally in motion. However, a tiny squeak at his feet breaks his concentration, revealing one last creature that hasn't joined the fray. This pint-sized mole stares up with massive, hopeful eyes, desperate to know how it can contribute to the cause. Song-an can't help but laugh at the sight of the miniature laborer, finding the little guy surprisingly adorable. Since it's far too small for heavy lifting, he gently tells the creature to just go off and enjoy itself. But the rejection hits hard, and as the tiny mole begins to tear up, Song-an frantically searches for a solution. Thinking fast, he appoints the little guy as his official manager, tasked with sniffing out any lazy slackers in the tunnels. He hands over a bag of the Mole King's gold, instructing his new foreman to reward the hardest workers with a coin. Dubbing his new partner, Molio Lee, Song-an watches with pride as the tiny supervisor gives a sharp, loyal salute. Song-an watches with a satisfied smirk as his new workforce dives into the cave walls with renewed vigor. Molio Lee proves to be a natural-born leader, waving his gold coin as the crystals start piling up fast. Seeing the retrieval speed skyrocket, Song-an realizes that appointing a tiny foreman was his best tactical move yet. With a mountain of raw materials now at his disposal, he decides it is finally time to test out his crafting skills. The system interface reveals that 20 crystals can forge random gear, though the odds for anything high tier are abysmal. A few metallic clangs echo through the chamber as he successfully crafts a basic set of rank D bracers and a helmet. He tries on the new stone headpiece but immediately scoffs at the pathetic 1% magic reduction it offers. Compared to the legendary items he's seen, these common drops feel like absolute garbage only fit for a low-level novice. Still, he isn't discouraged since he has discovered a hidden loophole that allows him to farm these crystals indefinitely. As long as the colony stays healthy, the resources will regenerate, but he knows he cannot afford to fall behind on leveling. The efficiency of his new labor force is staggering, with each mole harvesting a fresh crystal every 10 minutes. Song-an starts crunching the numbers, realizing 2 of these creatures match the productivity of a professional merchant. After some quick mental math, he determines that a mere 14 days is all he needs to reach his goal. With his plan set, he prepares to take the first major step toward claiming his spot at the top. Time flies when you are building an empire, and soon enough, the 14th day finally arrives in the cavern. However, the peace is shattered when the little foreman comes charging in, absolutely losing his mind over some urgent news. The frantic squealing rouses Song-an from his rest, forcing him to zip open his tent to investigate the commotion. He steps out casually slurping on some instant noodles, wondering what could possibly have the tiny manager so worked up. It turns out 2 workers are currently brawling over which one of them gets to gift him a massive crystal. Song-an can't help but feel smug, finding it almost touching that his minions are literally fighting for his favor. Song-an settles the dispute like a true boss, handing out gold nuggets to stop the petty bickering. He even tosses a bonus to his loyal foreman, who treats the coin like a holy relic. With morale at an all-time high, he rallies the crew to crush the final stretch of labor. Surveying the scene, he reflects on just how much wealth has managed to squeeze out of this cave. He stands tall over his domain, watching his tiny empire function with clockwork precision. Behind him sits a literal mountain of equipment, the glittering fruit of 10 days of relentless grinding. With over 11,000 pieces crafted, his near-perfect success rate has yielded a hoard fit for a king. While the bulk is common gear, he's cherry-picked the best rank C items to bolster his own stats. Fully decked out in glowing high-tier loot, he prepares to flip the surplus for a massive profit. But to summon the merchant he needs, he realizes his loyal workers have finally outlived their usefulness. Looking down at his tiny foreman, Song-an hesitates, realizing he's actually grown quite fond of the little guy. He tries to harden his heart, knowing that reaching the top usually requires making the most cold-blooded sacrifices. Molio Lee just looks up with those massive, trusting eyes, clutching his gold coin while waiting for his next order. Instead of a death sentence, Song-an activates his rank C armband, hoping the spirit-taming skill can bypass the system. A surge of blue energy seals the deal, officially transforming the dungeon mob into his permanent, loyal pet. Feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, he gives his new companion the simplest order possible. Just be a friend. The peace doesn't last long, as a shocked voice suddenly screams out, demanding an explanation for the massive pile of loot. Raphael, the winged merchant cat, practically falls out of the sky, her eyes nearly popping at the sheer volume of equipment. She's already suspecting foul play, warning him that if he's found cheating, his journey is going to end very painfully. Raphael watches in total disbelief as a literal army of monsters works like a well-oiled machine. Behind them sits a mountain of high-tier equipment that no sane player should possess this early. Furious, the merchant demands to know if he has found some game-breaking exploit to cheat the system. Song-an breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if his knowledge of hidden mechanics finally backfired on him. He quickly realizes she doesn't actually know about the Easter eggs, giving him a narrow window to escape. Putting on his best innocent face, he claims his rare armband simply lets him manage the local workforce. Raphael isn't buying the act, and aggressively demands to inspect the item for any illegal system modifications. To her surprise, the system confirms the item is legitimate, explaining why the moles are so obedient. She tosses the crystal back, satisfied for a moment, while Song-an breathes a massive sigh of relief. But her suspicion returns instantly as she points right back at the impossible pile of loot behind him. Raphael points out the impossible math, noting that this dungeon should only yield enough resources for 10 items. Song-an feels the heat as he scrambles for a lie that won't get him banned or worse. He decides to play the fool, offering a cheeky shrug and claiming he has absolutely no idea how it happened. He spins a tale about the crystals simply never depleting, forcing him to stay and mine out of pure curiosity. Confident that the system hasn't flagged him, he silently dares her to find a single shred of evidence of his cheating. He even offers up his mole workforce as witnesses, though the merchant is clearly disgusted by his choice of company. The mood shifts when she reveals his little camping trip actually blocked other players from entering the entire zone. Sensing her growing anger, he raises his hands and swears on his life that he is being completely honest. Right as he finishes his oath, a loud chime echoes through the cave as a hidden Easter egg triggers. The system exposes his secret mechanic for all to see, leaving him sweating while the merchant realizes he's found a loophole. Realizing the jig is up, Song-an tries to make a pathetic run for it by claiming he suddenly remembered an urgent appointment. But the merchant isn't letting him off that easily, lunging forward while screaming about his blatant and disgusting game exploits. She immediately triggers a high-level system repair command, determined to wipe out every single loophole this cheeky player has been abusing. Watching the blue light gather, he panics, terrified that his golden ticket to infinite loot is about to be deleted forever. A massive wave of system energy washes over the entire cavern as the game attempts to fix the perceived errors in the zone. To everyone's absolute shock, the repair fails instantly because the system doesn't actually recognize his behavior as a bug at all. He can't help but smirk as the realization hits that his clever use of hidden mechanics is perfectly legal in the eyes of the code. Even when she desperately tries to flag his mass-produced gear, the system just shrugs it off as legitimate player-crafted items. Poor Raphael is left spiraling in a complete mental breakdown, unable to comprehend how a mere human could break the game so thoroughly. Sensing his total victory, he cheekily tells her to give it a rest since the system itself has officially cleared him of all charges. Raphael finally snaps, deciding that if she can't find a bug to fix, she'll just delete the problem herself. A ruthless system command sweeps through the cavern, instantly vaporizing his hard-working mole crew into clouds of digital dust. Song-an watches in absolute horror as his mining empire vanishes, his screen flooded with experience points he never wanted. Fearing for his last remaining friend, he frantically orders his little foreman to retreat into the safety of his armband. The cat-eared merchant mocks his desperation, claiming she's doing him a favor by slaughtering his illegal labor force. Fueled by a cocktail of grief and rage, he draws his blade and lunges toward the sky to stop the massacre. Raphael is genuinely stunned that a mere player would dare strike an NPC. Even as the massive experience gain forces him to level up, she sneers that it's far too late for heroics, especially now that his special coexistence bonus has been permanently deactivated. He stares her down with cold, murderous eyes, disgusted that she would dare call this mindless slaughter a form of justice. But as the last mole falls, a hidden title triggers, transforming him into a dangerous player with stats that even a merchant should fear. Raphael is absolutely losing it, her face flushing as she realizes her attempt to fix the game just created another massive loophole. Song-an basks in the glow of his new status, mocking her supposed justice, while the system crowns him a dangerous player. He stares her down with a chilling grin, daring the arrogant merchant to try that same deletion command on a human player. As the final notification of the mole massacre flashes by, Raphael can only scream in frustration, calling him a dirty cheater. It was a massive gamble, but had noticed the system's target count conveniently excluded the 3 of them from the purge. Watching her fume, he confirms his theory that her admin powers are completely useless against anyone with a player tag. The heavy silence of the cave is suddenly broken by the distinct sound of a footfall echoing against the stone. Both of them snap their heads toward the entrance, their lethal confrontation interrupted by an unexpected presence. A portly merchant named Win Tor waddles into the clearing, looking like he just walked into the worst possible neighborhood. Sensing the murderous tension in the air, the newcomer awkwardly offers to turn around and come back at a better time. Song-an quickly stops the merchant from retreating, insisting that he's actually been waiting for a buyer just like him. He tells the confused man to ignore the fuming cat girl, laughing off the fact that her powers are completely useless. Refusing to accept her limitations, Raphael tries to use her repair command on the newcomer, only for the system to block her again. She begins spamming the command in a desperate tantrum, while Song-an mocks her for having more pride than actual common sense. Her face turns beet red as she screams his name, absolutely losing her mind over being treated like a minor inconvenience. Song-an completely tunes out her screaming, turning his back to start negotiating over the massive mountain of loot he's collected. Just as she's about to explode, an urgent system notification pings her HUD regarding other players experiencing actual emergencies. Realizing she has more important duties to attend to, she begrudgingly decides to let him off the hook for today. With one final promise of future judgment, the frustrated merchant vanishes into a shimmering blue portal and leaves the cave. Song-an watches the space where she stood, feeling strangely hollow despite the legendary achievement her outburst just handed him. Song-an takes a brief, dramatic moment to mourn his fallen mole workers, imagining them in a fuzzy, winged afterlife. His peaceful daydream is shattered by the merchant, who tries to lowball him with a measly 6,000 gold per piece. Feeling insulted, Song-an fires back that his production costs alone make that offer a total joke for a professional. He gestures to the mountain of 10,000 items, schooling the trader on the massive market demand for rank D gear. When he demands 12,000, the portly merchant nearly has a heart attack, realizing he is the one being hustled. The cave fills with the sounds of aggressive haggling as the two trade numbers back and forth over the loot. Reaching his absolute limit, the sweating trader screams that 9,000 is the most his wallet can possibly handle. Song-an doesn't waste a second, sealing the deal with a firm handshake before the man has a chance to retreat. With a smug grin, he admires his updated status window, reveling in his dual-class perks and the dangerous player title. As the merchant vacuums up the massive haul, he can't shake the feeling that he just got absolutely played. Wintour frantically stuffs the haul into his bag, terrified that the market will crash before he can flip the inventory. Seeing the man's panic, Song-an casually tosses in 50 high-value blue gears as a sweetener for their new partnership. He then schools the merchant on the art of the gacha, suggesting a low-drop lottery to keep the low-rank gear relevant. The merchant is absolutely floored by the predatory brilliance, his respect for Song, and skyrocketing as he pledges his loyalty. While Wintour counts out the payment, Song-an silently thanks the devious minds who invented loot boxes for his inspiration. He hasn't forgotten his secret weapon either, activating his crown of greed to squeeze an extra 10% out of the deal. Wintour hands over a mountain of cash along with a golden VIP card, promising top-tier treatment in the future. As the massive payment clears, a system alert crowns him a millionaire, instantly boosting his standing with every NPC in existence. Staring at the 9-figure balance, Song-an can't help but smirk at how easily he's conquered the dungeon's economy. He gives the portly trader a friendly pat, already planning how to bleed the market dry with their next big shipment. Wintour is so moved by the deal that his affection for Song-an hits the absolute maximum. To show his gratitude, the merchant pulls out 3 rare bottles of holy water capable of fully restoring health and mana. He admits these are his last 3. But for a friend as sincere as this, he's willing to let them go. Song-an accepts the gift with a smirk, knowing these high-tier consumables are perfect for his next dangerous journey. The portly trader prepares to haul his massive new inventory away, but he's stopped before he can take a single step. With a devious look, Song-an asks if the merchant happens to be carrying any of that special white powder. With the final deal struck, a shimmering blue portal tears through the air to mark the exit. A system notification rings out, officially declaring that the Crystal Mole Cavern has been completely conquered. Stepping into the light, Song-an finally lets out a sigh of relief as the grueling 2-week exploit comes to an end. The dungeon begins its 3-day cooldown, giving the world just enough time to recover from his predatory economic sweep. Song-an watches the dungeon entrance seal shut, noting that the 3-day cooldown has officially begun. Hez satisfied with the haul of legendary skills and mountain of coins, but his mind is already on his next goal. Since his current gear won't last forever, he decides that securing a high-tier weapon upgrade is his immediate priority. He makes his way back toward the Grand Mall, but the sight of the crumbling city ruins stops him in his tracks. The sheer level of decay is jarring, leaving him wondering if the world outside changed this much in just 2 weeks. Suddenly, a swarm of desperate locals surrounds him, practically begging for the chance to drive him anywhere for a few coins. He tries to wave them off, feeling more than a little overwhelmed by how much the social order has collapsed. The sound of a roaring engine cuts through the chatter, signaling the arrival of someone much louder than these street touts. The crowd scatters in a panic as a cloud of dust kicks up, leaving him to face whatever is barreling toward him. A rugged red Jeep screeches to a halt right at his feet, effectively ending the amateur bidding war for his patronage. The man behind the wheel flashes a confident grin, guaranteeing a ride that is as stable as it is fast. Song-an is caught off guard when the driver ups the ante, promising to throw in some valuable local intel for free. This immediately triggers the surrounding mob, who start screaming at the newcomer, Noah Lin, for poaching their potential payday, even as one local desperately offers a 20% discount to win him back. Song-an decides the guy with the engine power looks far more reliable. He offers a quick apology to the disgruntled crowd before turning his back on their frantic protests and the crumbling street. Vaulting into the back of the jeep, he gives the order to set a course for Mount Mutian over in Zone G. Noah simply tells him to sit tight, clearly enjoying the fact that he just won the most lucrative client on the block. The jeep surges forward with a heavy roar, leaving the rest of the drivers to choke on a thick cloud of dust and regret. They speed away from the chaos, weaving through the skeletal remains of a city that has clearly seen better days during his absence. Watching the ruins go by, Song-an wonders aloud why so many desperate souls are camping right at the entrance to the underground city. Noah explains that the desperate crowd at the city gates are just like him, scraping by on star coins by ferrying players between zones. Song-an finds the idea of manual labor bizarre, wondering why anyone would choose driving over the massive profits of monster hunting. Catching his passenger's confused expression in the mirror, Noah realizes he is talking to someone who actually has the talent to play the game. The comment catches Song-an off guard, making him realize just how out of touch he is with the average survivor's struggle. Noah points out that having gaming instincts is a massive luxury in a world where most people are still reeling from the sudden shift in reality. He offers a cigarette to break the tension, but Song-an politely declines, preferring to keep his senses sharp for the journey ahead. Lighting up, the driver admits that simply surviving this long is a miracle, let alone trying to master the ever-changing rules of this new world. He clarifies that the men back at the gate aren't lazy. They simply lack the strength to face the horrors lurking in the shadows. Song-an argues that with monsters constantly respawning in the wild, there should be plenty of targets for everyone to level up. Noah just scoffs at the naivety, explaining that the major guilds have already locked down every spawn point, leaving only crumbs for the weak. Song-an admits that spending 2 weeks straight in a dungeon has left him completely clueless about the current guild system. Noah flashes a cocky grin, more than happy to school his passenger on the new power players running the show. He explains that the world is currently dominated by 3 major guilds, each with its own specialized grip on reality. The Raiders lead the pack with high-level elites, while the Starcoin and Advent guilds control the economy and territory. Hearing the name of the Raiders' leader, Zachary Lee, triggers a strange sense of familiarity deep within Song-an's memories. Noah's tone turns bitter as he describes the Advent Guild as nothing more than a pack of opportunistic thugs and thieves. By monopolizing every low-level monster spawn, these greedy organizations have effectively choked the life out of any independent players. It is a harsh wake-up call for Song, and realizing how much the social landscape has rotted in just 10 short days. Staring out at the passing ruins, he realizes the era of peace is dead, and he needs to get much stronger to survive. The truck finally rolls into the lush wilderness of Zone G, approaching the dangerous heights of Mount Mutian. Arriving at the edge of the wilderness, Song-an hands over a hefty payment of 3,500 star coins for the ride. Noah can't help but look at him with a mix of pity and skepticism, warning that these level 10 monsters are no joke for a solo player. But Song-an just offers a calm smile, his mind already focused on the hidden underground city rather than the surface-level threats. Seeing that the kid isn't backing down, Noah softens his tone, reminding him that staying alive is far more important than any loot. He even goes as far as to say there's absolutely no shame in tucking tail and running if the monsters prove to be too much. It's a rare moment of genuine human concern in this cutthroat world, and Song-an makes sure to thank him for the sincere advice. With a final wave and an offer to be there if things go south, Noah kicks the truck into gear and disappears into a cloud of dust. Watching the vehicle fade away, Song-an finds himself struck by a sudden wave of nostalgia, wondering when the last time was that someone actually gave a damn about his safety. He pulls up his interface to find the friend system active, seeing Noah's name registered as his very first connection in this new era. As he ventures deeper into the lush greenery, his thoughts drift to Sophie, regretting that he didn't have the presence of mind to add her before they were separated. Song-an wonders if Sophie will be alright, trusting the high-tier gear he gave her is enough protection. His train of thought is broken by a rowdy group of players shouting for entry at a cave. Staying low, he realizes Hez stumbled upon a crowd already trying to force their way inside. A muscular brawler leads the pack, arrogantly claiming their numbers are more than enough to win. His ego takes a hit when a guard spear stops him, reminding the group they're under-leveled. These level 30 NPCs are no joke, though their system description hints at some exploitable flaws. The portal to the Tranquil Pond pulses with energy, strictly forbidding anyone under level 20 from entering. It's a standoff as the guards hold the line against the desperate crowd of low-level players. But Felix Rex isn't one for rules, grabbing the sharp spear tip with a cocky grin. As the Raiders Guild vice leader, he's convinced his reputation alone should open any door he chooses. The guard doesn't flinch, shouting that level requirements are absolute regardless of the brawler's arrogance. Felix just sneers, convinced that rules are merely suggestions for those with enough power and status. The guards respond by leveling their weapons, making it clear they won't hesitate to strike first. Watching from the sidelines, Song-an finds it amusing to see a guild vice leader acting so reckless. Felix's focus shifts as he senses someone watching, his irritation growing at the sudden, calm interruption. Stepping out of the brush, Song-an casually asks if Felix is prepared for the system's retaliation. When the brawler dismisses the threat, Song-an simply suggests he ask the guards, since NPCs cannot lie. The guards confirm the warning, explaining that a ban would lock them out of every city for weeks. The crowd instantly pales, realizing a moment of pride would have cost them their entire progression. Felix stares in silence, wondering if this well-informed stranger is actually one of the game's original developers. Felix is visibly irritated by this mysterious newcomer and orders his subordinate, Martha, to dig up some dirt. Activating her investigator cloak, Martha focuses her gaze to peel back the layers of the stranger's hidden stats. Meanwhile, Song-an casually approaches the gate, politely asking the guards for permission to enter the city. The guard immediately shuts him down, bluntly stating that he hasn't even reached the required level 20 yet. Unfazed by the rejection, Song-an tells him not to be so hasty while pulling up his massive inventory. Realizing they have too many prying eyes, he suggests a private chat and suddenly triggers a massive summoning. A giant tent materializes out of thin air, leaving the surrounding players and a stunned Felix completely speechless. Seeing an opportunity for a secret deal, the guard captain quickly follows him inside to talk business in private. Martha reports that he is just a level 14 warrior with no guild, making Felix wonder why a weakling is so bold. Despite the pathetic level report, Felix isn't convinced and decides his guild will wait right here until the stranger reappears. Felix watches from the sidelines, curious to see if this mysterious level 14 can actually back up his claims. Inside the tent, the guard captain remains on high alert, demanding to know what Song-an is really planning. Song-an just flashes a disarming smile, claiming he simply wants to make a few powerful new friends. To prove his sincerity, he drops a bag containing 50,000 star coins as a small gift for the men. The captain puts on a show of being offended, though his eyes never actually leave the shimmering pile of gold. Realizing he lowballed the man, Song-an casually dumps an additional 200,000 coins onto the floor. The sheer volume of the bribe finally shatters the captain's resolve, his professional dignity evaporating in an instant. He immediately declares them best friends, shamelessly hugging the loot while admitting that everyone has a price. Song-an smirks as a system notification confirms has unlocked a bribery mechanic that feels like total cheating. With the captain now bought and paid for, Song-an circles back to his true objective, the underground city. Song-an continues his generous donation, knowing that even the stiffest professional morals have a price tag. The captain folds instantly, presenting a rare green pass as a token of their newfound and very expensive friendship. Outside the tent, the rank-and-file guards can only gossip about what kind of business is taking so long. Felix Rex isn't laughing though, his eyes fixed on the tent as he waits for the mystery player to emerge. The captain leads Song-an out, shamelessly rebranding the bribe as a symbol of honor for a legendary hero's valor. But Song-an's smugness vanishes the moment he reads the fine print. Realizing he's been slightly played by the system, the anti-alone entry pass is a solo player's nightmare, strictly requiring a party to even step foot inside the city. Before he can even process the headache, Felix and his crew swoop in like vultures, sensing a fresh kill. Felix drops the act and leans into a blatant threat, demanding Song-an share whatever he just bought. Song-an's gaze sharpens as he realizes these idiots really want to do this the hard way. Song-an flashes the pass, telling the vultures they'll have to play by his rules to get inside. Felix narrows his eyes, wondering just what kind of ridiculous price this low-level brat is about to name. With a smug grin, Song-an demands a 50% cut of all the loot and the boss's drops. The raiders lose their minds at the audacity, but Song-an just shrugs, happy to walk away. Felix tries a different tactic, offering to carry him through the instance if he joins their guild. He flexes his special class status, confident that his dual heart ability makes him an irresistible benefactor. Song-an isn't impressed, thinking that a guild would just be a leash on his own massive profits. While his lackey screams about missed opportunities, Felix realizes his prestige isn't worth a cent to this guy. Song-an mocks their desperation, noting that even their leader is willing to pivot for the sake of items. Pushed to his limit, Felix charges forward, determined to take the pass from Song-an's cold, dead hands. Song-an senses a sudden spike in killing intent, his instincts screaming just before the air itself begins to fracture. Felix unleashes his devastating avalanche skill, a massive shockwave intended to bury the arrogant merchant under sheer force. The impact is catastrophic, shattering the earth and sending debris flying as the surrounding ground gives way to the pressure. While the guards rush forward to stop the unauthorized duel, The raiders watch with predatory grins, expecting a corpse, but the dust settles to reveal Felix's face twisted in pure, unadulterated shock as he realizes his ultimate move was stopped cold. Song-an catches the vice leader's arm with casual ease, mockingly suggesting that if had known Felix was this upset, he would have asked for a bigger cut. While Song-an silently thanks his newly crafted gear for the effortless defense, Felix desperately tries to rationalize how a level 14 player could possess such monstrous strength. The raiders stand frozen in disbelief, desperately hoping their leader was just holding back rather than being completely outclassed. Even the most observant scouts are left speechless, realizing that the power dynamic in this zone has just been flipped on its head. Forced to swallow his pride, Felix finally caves and agrees to the 50% split, sealing the deal with a handshake that feels more like a surrender. Song-an isn't just settling for a split, he's now shamelessly demanding extra compensation for his supposed emotional trauma. Felix looks like he's about to pop a vein, unable to believe this level 14 brat is actually shaking him down. Snapping under the pressure, the vice leader tosses over a handful of items just to get the transaction over with. Song-an inspects the rank C demon flower seeds. Disappointed that these high-level raiders are actually this broke, Felix watches with murderous intent, silently promising that once they're inside the underground city, the power balance will shift. At the entrance, the gatekeeper confirms their party count, completely unaware of the lethal tension brewing behind Song-an's smile. With the formalities finally out of the way, the swirling blue portal to the underground city hums to life. Song-an gives a casual wave to his new guard friend, promising to return despite the death glares from his teammates. As the raiders step toward the threshold, the sheer scale of the upcoming raid begins to truly set in. Song-an lets out a weary sigh, already sensing that babysitting these arrogant thugs is going to be a massive headache. Song-an steps through the shimmering portal, officially entering the zone known as the Tranquil Pond. Thanks to his hidden dual heart class and a specialized entry pass, he bypasses the usual restrictions with ease. The atmosphere inside is bone-chilling, with massive icicles hanging from the ceiling like the teeth of a giant. They emerge into a sprawling, hollowed-out cavern where the scale of the environment dwarfs the entire party. Felix immediately notices the shift in terrain, realizing this open landscape is nothing like the linear dungeons they usually raid. While the others struggle to find their bearings, Song-an wears a look of absolute, smug familiarity. He vividly recalls the soul-crushing overtime he spent in his past life, patching the endless bugs in this specific map. The vice leader suddenly tenses up, spotting a massive, looming presence off to their left side. The raiders freeze in their tracks, terrified that they've stumbled directly into the boss's lair the moment they arrived. They let out a shaky breath of relief, seeing the beast remains motionless, likely waiting for them to cross into its aggro range. Felix decides to play it smart for once, ordering the group to bypass the boss and prioritize the mining zone. He barks at the two trembling porters to stay put, clearly not wanting any dead weight slowing them down. Song-an watches with a smirk, realizing he isn't the only last-minute merchant being dragged into this mess. Suddenly, a low, rhythmic buzzing begins to vibrate through the cavern, echoing off the jagged ice walls. The vice leader's eyes widen as a surge of mana ripples through the air, signaling an immediate ambush. From the dark recesses of the ceiling, a swarm of winged nightmares descends rapidly upon the startled party. These giant-bladed mosquitoes are nasty level 18 pests with mouthparts sharp enough to pierce heavy plate armor. Felix doesn't miss a beat, roaring for his team to engage as the swarm closes in for blood. He unleashes a heavy mountain breaker strike, pulverizing the first insect into a satisfying mess of chitin and gore. His subordinates dive into the fray, playfully mocking their captain for letting a few stragglers slip past his guard. The raiders' frontline moves with practiced precision, their blades flashing as they intercept the first wave of the swarm. One mosquito dives with lethal intent, its bladed snout aimed straight for the woman in the red hood. She doesn't even flinch, effortlessly cleaving the pest in half before it can even think about tasting her blood. From the rear, an archer lets fly a glowing arrow, while grumbling about how annoying these buzzing pests are. Song-an watches from the sidelines, genuinely impressed by how well this ragtag group has bonded in just 10 days. Even the healers are positioned perfectly, staying right in the thick of it to patch up any stray scratches. A young mage steps forward next, focusing his mana as he prepares to call upon the blessing of the flame. He unleashes a massive fire tongue spell, incinerating the buzzing swarm and turning them into a rain of charred husks. Seeing such a balanced team with a dedicated mage makes Song-an realize these guys are surprisingly well organized. It's a clear reminder that with the right gear and stat distribution, any player can be molded into a specialized killing machine. Song-an narrows his eyes, finally seeing the undeniable value of a well-oiled machine like the raiders. However, the rhythmic sound of battle is suddenly shattered by a desperate cry for help from the rear. A lone mosquito has slipped through the cracks, targeting the weakest links in the entire expedition. These two are clearly out of their depth, trembling as they try to fend off a high-level monster with basic daggers. With the jagged blade inches from his face, the porter braces for impact, paralyzed by the massive gap in their levels. Before the killing blow can land, a searing arc of energy tears through the monster, ending the threat instantly. Song-an stands over the carcass with total composure, asking the shaken survivors if they manage to keep their limbs intact. He gives them a quick tip on targeting the stomach, while privately lamenting the abysmal combat potential of the merchant class. The pair introduces themselves as Chen Dong and Feng, low-level crafters brought along just to patch up equipment. Recognizing Song-an's overwhelming strength, Chen Dong can't help but ask what a high-tier player is doing in a place like this. Song-an isn't just playing hero for the fun of it, he's already calculating the potential profit margins. His sharp eyes scan the dirt until he spots Song-an accepts the junk item, figuring even a few measly star coins shouldn't be wasted. The boy flashes a look of pure, harmless gratitude that would fool almost any seasoned veteran. But the moment their skin touches, a hidden skill triggers, silently reaching into Song-an's private inventory. The mask of the victim finally slips, revealing a greedy predator hoping to snag a high-ranked treasure. Across the clearing, the raiders finish their slaughter, with the vice leader turning a suspicious gaze toward the group. Song-an leads the group into the heart of the mining area, noting the unusual lack of monsters. Sensing an opportunity, Chen Dong urges his companion to move quickly, before the chance slips away. He sneaks a glance at a mysterious vial of white powder, completely clueless about its true purpose. The cavern ahead glows with the soft, inviting light of untapped magic crystals ripe for the taking. Felix marvels at their luck, noting that normally a boss fight is required to access such riches. The promise of 200,000 star coins for high-rank gear sends the porters into a frenzy. As Song-an wanders off, Chen Dong watches him with a gaze dripping with hidden, malicious intent. Song-an studies the map, realizing it is the perfect time to use that powder to lure the boss. His focus is shattered when a voice calls his name, sparking an immediate, wary sense of alarm. Felix steps forward, his curiosity piqued by the stranger who effortlessly neutralized his most powerful signature move. Felix isn't even trying to hide his greed anymore, openly lusting after the high-tier gear Song-an is hiding. Song-an plays the humble card to buy time, though he knows their masks have finally slipped for good. The raiders aren't interested in excuses about luck, as they draw their steel and begin to encircle him. Seeing the trap close in, Song-an decides it is the perfect moment to field test his latest inventory acquisition. Felix barks out orders for his team to swarm, desperate to stop the merchant from activating any powerful items. But Song-an's heart sinks when he realizes his mysterious white powder has been lifted right out of his bag. He barely has a second to process the theft before a cold blade whistles dangerously close to his throat. Weaving through a flurry of lethal strikes, he realizes he's been played by a thief within his own ranks. A massive wall of fire erupts across the cavern, forcing him to abandon his search and focus on survival. Song-an triggers his acceleration skill, diving through the heat to settle the score with the bastards right in front of him. Song-an charges head-on, weaving through the fire and steel raining down from every side. The raiders can't believe their luck, mocking him for what looks like a desperate, suicidal play. Their archer draws back with a sneer, certain Hez about to put an arrow through the merchant's skull. But Song-an isn't panicking. He's simply waiting for the entire squad to step into his trap. He suddenly unleashes his level 3 Black Mist, a skill he's been itching to test on live targets. Felix's cocky grin vanishes instantly, as he screams for his team to retreat from the encroaching darkness. It's far too late for that, as the suffocating shadows swallow the entire squad in a heartbeat. Blinded and terrified, the archer's vision goes white as the debuff takes a violent hold of his senses. Arrows whistle harmlessly past Song-an's head, rendered useless by the massive accuracy penalty he's just inflicted. Seeing the chaos, he smirks, knowing every coin spent on upgrading this skill was worth its weight in gold. Felix desperately orders his team to huddle close, hoping to survive the blinding darkness through sheer numbers. Their mage attempts to dispel the suffocating fog with a low-level spell, certain he can simply wash the technique away. Gritting his teeth, the healer convinces himself that the merchant's success was nothing more than a lucky fluke. He doesn't even see the flash of steel as Song and lunges through the shadows with lethal, silent precision. With cold efficiency, Song-an cripples the man, noting that a healer without hands is just a useless mouth to feed. Looking down at the pathetic, screaming mess, he decides these thugs are all the same and deserve absolutely no mercy. The rest of the squad cries out in horror, though the smarter ones realize they are trapped in a literal slaughterhouse. Felix tries to maintain a tight defensive perimeter, but the sweat on his brow proves he has lost all control. Song-an and pauses to calculate the risk of a counterattack, wishing he had brought some specialized powder to end this quickly. Just as he prepares his next move, a strange sound echoing from the depths of the cavern catches his sharp attention. Song-an turns his cold gaze toward the two low-level merchants who are currently shaking like leaves in a hurricane. He dryly assures them he isn't some bloodthirsty monster, though he wonders if they're harboring their own treacherous intentions. His sharp eyes narrow as he calculates exactly which items he needs to handle the echoing sound from the depths. Turning his focus to the freckled blonde, Song-an demands a moment of honesty to settle a nagging suspicion. He bluntly asks to inspect the man's inventory and skills, sensing that something vital is being hidden from him. The pressure finally breaks Feng's composure as he abandons his heavy gear and bolts into the darkness of the cave. Song-an almost appreciates the honesty of a runner, and casually triggers his acceleration skill to end the pathetic chase. In a blur of lethal motion, he slams the thief into the dirt before the coward can even take 10 steps. The merchant's facade evaporates into desperate wails as he begs for his life while pinned firmly to the ground. Coldly, Song-an demands the location of the powder, ignoring the man's frantic excuses about being unable to reach his pockets. Song-an doesn't bother waiting for permission, reaching into the merchant's clothes to find the hidden goods himself. Chen Dong let out a high-pitched shriek of pure embarrassment, begging the warrior to stop touching him so familiarly. The search is a success as Song-an pulls out the vial, completely unfazed by the frantic demands to get off. Once released, the merchant huffs and fixes his jacket, throwing out insults while Song-an just stares back blankly. He wonders if the kid is actually delusional, then realizes his intimidating black mist has finally finished its duration. Nearby, Feng tries to deflect the growing tension, desperately claiming he has nothing to do with his partner's shady dealings. But the conversation is cut short as a blade suddenly pierces through one of the raiders in a spray of red. Song-an watches the chaos unfold with a detached curiosity, his bone blade ready for the next inevitable shift in power. The blue-haired survivor erupts in a vengeful rage, swearing to tear everyone into pieces for the sake of his fallen brother. Felix sneers with a newfound sense of superiority, convinced he's finally calculated the exact range limit of Song-an's deadly skills. Song-an is officially done playing around and decides it's finally time to end this little farce. The raiders immediately respond with a desperate barrage of fire and arrows, hoping to force a single opening. Effortlessly deflecting the projectiles, Song-an tells a panicked Chen Dong to get lost and find a place to hide. Felix bellows for his squad to keep up the pressure, terrified of giving his opponent even a second to breathe. Unfazed by the surrounding chaos, Song-an pulls out a small vial, with a smirk that spells certain disaster. He tosses the glass container directly into the path of the oncoming flames, timing the collision perfectly. The impact triggers a violent chemical reaction, turning the raider's own magic into a massive, blinding explosion of soot. With the stage finally set, Song-an watches the confusion unfold, knowing the real show is just starting. Felix stumbles back through the thick, putrid smoke, cursing the merchant's seemingly bottomless bag of dirty tricks. Gagging on the unbearable stench, the blue-haired survivor's rage only grows as he realizes they are being toyed with. The raiders realize something is horribly wrong as a familiar, high-pitched buzzing begins to echo through the cavern. A swarm of bladed mosquitoes descends upon them, driven into a frenzy by the monster-luring powder Song-an planted. Chaos erupts as the squad struggles to fend off the insects, while desperately searching for the merchant who set them up. Suddenly, a massive, spiked tongue lashes out from the darkness, ensnaring the blue-haired swordsman before he can even blink. He screams for a salvation that isn't coming, as he's hoisted into the air, leaving his comrades frozen in terror. Before the squad can even process the horror, their teammate is dragged straight into the gaping maw of a colossal predator. The system confirms their death sentence, identifying the beast as a level 24 poison bone frog. Felix finally realizes they've been played for fools, trapped in a boss room while Song-an has completely vanished. The massive frog turns its cold, hungry gaze toward the archer, who can only stare back in paralyzed realization. With a sickening, wet thud, the boss tongue slams down, instantly crushing the archer into the cavern floor. Song-an exploits a familiar game bug to trigger a hidden Easter egg, slipping into a space invisible to the world. He isn't exactly thrilled to have company, immediately barking at the intruder to get out of his secret hideout. A trembling Chen Dong begs for a spot in the shadows, promising to keep his hands visible and stay out of the way. Song-an looms over him with a cold warning to behave, while the merchant panics at just how lethal his savior feels. Deciding not to be as heartless as the raiders, Song-an wonders if this guy is made of water to fit in such a gap. From their safe vantage point, they watch the absolute carnage as the raiders scream for teammates who are already dead. It's all going exactly to plan, especially since Song-an's bug-stimulating powder is doing all the heavy lifting for him. Outside the crystal, Guoji becomes a literal juice box for the mosquitoes, his life being drained away in agonizing seconds. Masha's desperate cries are cut short as the boss' massive tongue slams down, turning her into a permanent part of the floor. Felix desperately fights off the swarm, unable to comprehend how his elite squad's flawless teamwork collapsed in a single heartbeat. Felix is absolutely losing his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs that this entire nightmare is Song An's fault. Meanwhile, the massive boss lets out a ribbit that sounds almost lonely as it prepares to finish off the remaining intruders. Refusing to accept his end, the Vice Leader's eyes glow with a murderous light as his body begins to surge with power. He triggers his body expansion skill, his physical frame swelling with a violent burst of energy that shreds his remaining gear. Now a towering wall of muscle, Felix stands ready to prove that a cornered beast is the most dangerous thing in the dungeon. From the safety of the shadows, Chen Dong is shaking in his boots while Song An calmly identifies the transformation. It's a 30% stat boost for 10 minutes, and though it's visually hideous, Song An knows the math is quite impressive. By stacking that growth with his signature Mountain Breaker, Felix is effectively turning himself into a human siege engine. He slams a massive, glowing fist into the boss, unleashing a great Mountain Breaker that rocks the cavern with a deafening blast. As the experience points roll in and Song An hits level 15, he coolly reminds his companion that a boss this big won't die that easily. Song An realizes he needs to step in soon. Otherwise all the damage Felix dealt will be for nothing once the man falls. While across the cavern, the boss prepares its next move, unhinging its jaw to reveal a tongue lined with lethal, jagged spikes. Felix catches the incoming strike with his bare hands, his expanded muscles bulging as he tries to overpower the beast, even finding the breath to mock the creature, convinced that its best shot wasn't nearly enough to take him down. But that confidence vanishes the moment his vision blurs and a system alert flashes red, informing him that the poison has already entered his system. His health begins to tick away, and his movements grow heavy. The Vice Leader realizing too late that physical strength can't stop a neurotoxin, as he watches with growing dread as the green infection crawls up his arm, spreading from the very spot he touched the frog's tongue. The massive toad stares him down with an eerie silence, seemingly bored by the warrior's desperate struggle for life, before delivering a sudden, violent thrust that slams into Felix's chest and forces a spray of blood from his lungs. The impact sends him crashing back, the Vice Leader's grand final stand ending in a pathetic heap on the cold stone floor. The impact is bone-shattering, leaving the Vice Leader broken and gasping against the jagged cavern wall. The massive toad lets out a satisfied croak, clearly thinking the human pests have finally been cleared out. But the silence is broken when Song An mocks the creature's intelligence, finally drawing its attention. Stepping into the light, he warns the beast that the fight is far from over. He explains he is only here for the boss reward, and tells the creature not to disappoint him. Enraged, the toad lashes out with its spiked tongue, a lethal blur of orange muscle and toxin, Song, and dances away with ease, taunting the monster to keep up as he leads it on a chase. From the sidelines, Chen Dong screams a warning, terrified that the merchant is heading straight for the mosquitoes. It looks like a suicide mission as Song, and dives headfirst into the swarm of bladed insects. Yet he moves with a predator's grace, weaving through the chaos while the boss tongue follows close behind. As the system detects a crowd of enemies, Song An's dangerous player status triggers a massive surge in power. He looks at the buzzing swarm with a smirk, telling the little pests hell be counting on them. Their bladed stingers are useless, bouncing off his skin as his passive protection renders their weak attacks irrelevant. Suddenly, the air cracks as the boss's tongue slams into the swarm, exactly where Song An predicted. The massive toad begins vacuuming up the mosquitoes, its predatory instincts completely overriding its focus on the merchant. It's a hidden Easter egg called snack time, a mechanic that forces the boss to prioritize easy food. Song An doesn't waste a second, sprinting through the cave while the insects provide the perfect cover. He realizes that as long as he stays within the swarm, the boss won't even try to target him. The toad is left looking confused and lonely, too busy stuffing its face to realize it's being played. Song An disappears into the shadows, leaving the gluttonous beast to enjoy its pathetic, bug-filled buffet. Song An triggers his accelerate skill, blurring past the massive tongue as it snaps up the remaining insects. He doesn't just dodge, he pivots instantly, burying his blade into the toad's flank with a devastating critical strike. The beast is too preoccupied with its bug-filled buffet to even register the merchant's lethal presence. But the merchant isn't finished yet, his eyes gleaming with the cold calculation of a man who knows every exploit. He unleashes his black fog, a thick shroud of darkness that swallows the boss vision whole. Even though the monster's high resistances slash the debuff duration, the system confirms it is officially blinded. 10 seconds might seem short to a normal player, but for him, it is more than enough time to finish this. He enters a flow state, His combo slashes, stacking the blindness duration with every rhythmic, lightning-fast strike. From the sidelines, Chen Dong can only watch in stunned silence, his mind struggling to process the sheer speed. It is a complete one-sided massacre as the high-level dominator is reduced to a helpless punching bag for the merchant. Noah realizes the merchant is far too powerful and fears he'll be left with absolutely nothing once the dungeon is cleared. Driven by pure greed, he decides to abandon the main fight and scurry off to scavenge whatever items the fallen raiders left behind. But in the cold shadows of the cave, a single twitching hand suggests that the massacre wasn't as final as it seemed. Back at the front lines, the merchant continues his relentless assault, stacking the blindness duration until the boss is completely incapacitated. Pushed to its absolute limit, the massive beast lets out an ear-piercing roar, trying to blast its tormentor away with raw sound. The merchant barely flinches, noting that the creature's health has finally dipped into the danger zone where things usually get messy. Desperate to survive, the frog activates its blessing of poison, coating its entire body in a thick, shimmering layer of lethal toxins. It lashes out with a massive, sticky tongue, but the merchant remains unfazed as long as his bug distraction keeps the beast occupied. The tongue whips through the air in a frantic, chaotic circle, obliterating the swarm of insects that have been driving it mad. He easily weaves through the carnage, realizing the boss has officially lost its mind and is now just lashing out at shadows. The frog's toxic secretions hit the floor with a hiss, glowing with a vibrant and sickly green hue. Song. And watches in grim realization as the liquid begins to eat right through the solid cavern rock. Without his insect swarm to distract it, the merchant is forced into a desperate dodge against a massive tongue lash. Even a near miss proves dangerous, as a stray droplet of the corrosive slime lands directly onto his blade. A sudden system alert flashes across his vision, confirming his worst fear that he has officially been poisoned. His mind flashes back to the core principles of game design, where every poisonous environment requires a natural counter. He recalls Zai Hui's cheerful insistence that adding antidote plants would make the world feel more balanced and interactive. As his health starts ticking down and his movements grow heavy, he thanks his past self for actually listening. But the boss isn't giving him a second to recover, launching its massive tongue like a high-speed organic projectile. He grunts in pain as the sheer force of the blow connects, threatening to end his perfect run right here. The merchant narrowly avoids the strike, but the boss' relentless speed is quickly becoming a major problem. A single scratch is all it takes for the poison to tank his agility, making his movements feel sluggish. He stumbles back, his foot nearly crushing a common-looking plant growing right at the edge of the water. It's a cattail, a simple environmental item he designed to act as a natural blood cleanser for this poison. This is where his merchant class truly shines, allowing him to turn raw materials into salvation right mid-combat. With a nearly perfect success rate, he triggers his crafting ability to synthesize a small antidote on the spot. The frog lets out a frustrated croak as its blindness finally wears off, only to find its prey standing. Song-an doesn't stop there, continuing to exploit the environment while the boss tries to regain its bearings. Realizing its tongue isn't enough, the massive beast tenses its powerful legs, preparing for a crushing body slam. The merchant barely has time to react as the massive beast launches into the air for a final leap. Song-an grits his teeth as his health bar bleeds out, the massive shadow of the beast looming over him. The poison bone frog descends like a falling mountain, pulverizing the spot where he stood just seconds ago. He dives through the dirt, narrowly escaping a fate of becoming nothing more than a flattened red smear. Yet, instead of a second strike, the boss freezes with a look of genuine monster-tier confusion. The beast is completely stuck, its massive legs flailing uselessly as it struggles to pull itself out of the earth. A system warning blares, confirming the creature has accidentally triggered a restricted movement zone glitch. Song-an smirks, realizing that one of the bugs he failed to patch during development is now his greatest ally. The once terrifying predator is now just a pathetic pile of code wedged into the map geometry. He takes a moment to down his homemade antidote, feeling a refreshing surge as the toxin finally leaves his system. With his strength restored and his target immobilized, he lunges forward to turn this rare opportunity into a kill. Song, and blurs into a streak of light, closing the distance before the beast can even blink, as he sneers at the pathetic creature, relishing the moment he finally gets to put this dumb frog out of its misery. A flurry of blades erupts in a devastating combo slash, carving through the boss's thick hide with surgical precision, until the monster dissolves into pixels, triggering a cascade of level-up notifications that fully restore his battered body. He takes a deep breath, realizing that his growth is far outstripping the challenges of this low-level zone, but now comes the best part, the loot, and he begins scavenging the remains for those precious crafting materials. He eyes the boss's powerful debuff skill with envy, frustrated that his limited skill slots are already occupied, only for a system prompt to interrupt his thoughts. asking if he wants to learn the poison blessing skill. His jaw drops as he sees a second row of skill slots, realizing he's bypassed the standard character limitations, because his dual-class status as a merchant and warrior has effectively doubled his available skill slots. Song-an realizes his dual-class Easter egg accidentally glitched the system, granting him 4 extra skill slots for free. But his celebration is cut short, as a panicked Noah Lin is hauled up by a massive, unforgiving hand. Chi-Hu, the brute from the Raiders, has somehow survived and is now using the scavenger as leverage. Song-an is genuinely impressed. The big guy is still breathing, though he keeps his expression perfectly unreadable. The thug demands Song-an's high-tier equipment in exchange for the life of his supposed partner. With a cold and disinterested stare, Song-an asks what gave him the ridiculous idea that they were friends. Noah desperately echoes the sentiment, begging to be let go since they have absolutely no connection to one another. Realizing the hostage is worthless as a bargaining chip, Chi-Hu's expression turns from greedy to murderous. A heavy blow connects with Noah's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air as his lungs seize. With a brutal follow-up, the brute discards the boy like trash, punching him across the cavern floor with a spiked knuckle. Noah hits the dirt hard, coughing up a fresh spray of blood as he realizes just how little his life is worth in this negotiation. Song-an doesn't even flinch at the sight, his gaze remaining as icy and detached as the cavern walls surrounding them. Chi-Hu actually finds the indifference amusing, mocking the merchant for being just as heartless and cold-blooded as a seasoned killer. The brute decides it's time to stop talking and settle things with raw strength, but his threat now unavoidable. Song-an draws his blade, intending to wrap this up before the big guy can even finish his sentence. A system notification flashes as he claims the spoils from the fallen boss, providing the perfect opportunity to test out a fresh toy. Chi-Hu's confidence begins to waver as he wonders how a supposed merchant could possibly have another high-level skill slot available. Without a second thought, Song-an burns through his resources to instantly max out the S-rank poison blessing to its peak level. The sheer financial cost of such a move leaves the brute sweating, realizing he's facing a monster with bottomless pockets and zero hesitation. Terrified by the widening gap in their power, the thug roars in a fit of desperation, hoping a sudden explosive strike can end the threat. Song-an moves like a blur, burying his blade deep into the brute's side. System warnings confirm the worst as the thug's skills are cancelled and debuffs take hold. To the merchant, this isn't a struggle, it's just a routine cleanup of an annoyance. His maxed out S-rank skills reveal a player who has completely broken the game's balance. The brute hits the ground hard, the weight of his failure crushing his remaining pride. A twisted, bloody laugh escapes his lips as poison veins map across his skin. The merchant watches with cold indifference, wondering what's so funny about a slow death. The thug finally connects the dots, accusing his opponent of being a developer of this world. He doesn't even hide it, admitting his past with a chillingly casual shrug. Clutching his gushing wound, the fallen raider realizes he was never more than a lab rat. Song-an plays dumb, acting as if he has no clue what the dying man is rambling about. Chi-Hu isn't going out with a whimper, offering one final bitter curse to the man who outplayed him. The system doesn't care about his defiance, triggering a final poison tick that ends the raider's life. With the immediate threat silenced, Song-an ponders the terrifying idea of someone actually merging a game with reality. A name finally surfaces from the depths of his memory, connecting the dots to a familiar face. Lee Zerui was the office golden boy, a genius developer who always seemed to be playing a different game. He once bragged about making their virtual world more than just code, a dream that now feels like a warning. Song-an realizes that if his former colleague is behind this, the scale of power involved is beyond comprehension. His grim realization is interrupted by a weak, pained groan echoing through the damp cave. It seems the discarded scavenger is still clinging to life, though he's looking more like a corpse than a player. The scavenger's cap slips away in the struggle, revealing a shock of pink hair that changes the entire dynamic. Song-an freezes as the realization hits him like a physical blow, his eyes widening in pure shock. It turns out the little rat he has been chasing isn't a boy at all, but a girl desperately coughing up blood. He suddenly remembers their earlier scuffle, his face heating up as he recalls exactly where he grabbed her to hold her down. Desperate for any hope, she offers a high price for recovery potions, but he knows standard medicine won't fix internal ruptures. He plays the cold merchant, reminding her of her earlier theft while dangling a more effective cure for the right price. The girl falls into a pained silence, the weight of his demand clashing with her dwindling will to survive. She weighs the cost of her hard-earned savings against the life of someone named Xiao Yu who is still waiting for her. She offers up 600,000 star coins, a massive sum that even makes our greedy developer take notice. With tears in her eyes, she begs for her life, driven by a promise to return to the one person she can't leave behind. Song-an realizes this girl isn't just a common thief, Her eyes tell a story of genuine desperation. He decides she isn't worth his rarest medicine, but he sees a way to handle the local pests. Noah glares through her pain, terrified that this cold-blooded merchant is just playing with her life. He warns her that his method requires patience, leaving her confused when he refuses to rely on potions. Pointing toward the nearby pond, he mentions a local plant with pollen that can stabilize her internal bleeding. With a cocky smirk, he tells her to stop asking questions and just enjoy the free experience. High above, a swarm of giant mosquitoes begins to descend, drawn by the scent of blood. Turning back to the massive carcass of the frog, he finally has a moment to claim his spoils. The loot is impressive, featuring a segmented tongue bone, risky stat-altering oil, and a hefty bag of coins. He decides to use the bone to sharpen his blade, while stashing the volatile oil for later. Song-an realizes that pushing a B-grade weapon to the next level requires more than just basic scraps. He remembers the special mole crystal sitting in his inventory and decides it's the perfect catalyst for this upgrade. With a surge of crafting energy, he triggers the enhancement, forcing the rare materials to fuse into the steel. As the blinding light of the forge fades, he stands back to admire his handiwork, with a satisfied smirk. The result is the Bone Blade Slash, a B+ tier terror that deals massive bonus damage to the demon race. He weighs the weapon in his hand, noting that its raw stats are now dangerously close to A-grade territory. Right on cue, the swarm of giant mosquitoes arrives, offering themselves up as the perfect target practice. Calculating the distance, he figures 10 meters is the sweet spot to test out his new long-range capabilities. The blade segments and extends like a lethal whip, crackling with energy as it lashes across the cavern. With one effortless swing, he shreds the entire swarm into a mist of green gore, clearing the air instantly. The mosquitoes are shredded into a green mist, their wings and bodies falling like useless scrap in the wake of the strike. With a sharp metallic click, the segmented blade retracts, returning to its solid form after the successful range test. Song-an wears a cocky grin, satisfied that his arsenal now includes a devastating long-range option for any occasion. His ambition doesn't stop there, as he calculates that reaching level 30 will unlock the next tier of his glitched power. Standing amidst the carnage, he finds himself wondering how Zai Hui is doing, and if she'd be shocked by his progress. He delivers one last strike to the cavern floor, resolved to grow stronger before he finally tracks her down. The scene shifts to a desolate underground parking garage, a place where a very different kind of predator gathers. A group of desperate-looking players stands in the gloom, waiting for orders from the man running this operation. Their leader briefs the massive crowd on their next objective, projecting a holographic image of their intended prey. It's Zai Hui, and her high-tier equipment has unfortunately made her the prime target for this greedy mob. The self-proclaimed demon dragon makes a chilling promise, offering to grant any wish to whoever brings him Zai Hui's weapon. Meanwhile, Song-an finishes his latest massacre, feeling the rush of power as the system confirms his most recent level up. He notices the system language is glitching into a strange hybrid, a clear sign that the world's logic is starting to unravel. Standing amidst a sea of shredded insects, he takes a moment to appreciate the absolute efficiency of his new combat style. His solitude is interrupted by Felix, the merchant who seems far too happy to see his favorite supplier in the middle of a dungeon. Song-an remembers the batch of equipment he offloaded earlier, curious to see if the market actually bit on his leftovers. Felix excitedly reports that business is better than expected, having already moved a massive chunk of the inventory in record time. The merchant brags about his predatory pricing, having squeezed 3 million per piece out of the desperate players in the Dongshan Union. Song-an finds the man's lack of ethics hilarious, especially since it means the local bandit groups are the ones getting scammed. But as Felix describes the system punishing his attackers, Song-an realizes his glitched presence is affecting more than just his own stats. Song-an offers up the shredded remains of the mosquitoes, wondering if the merchant even wants such low-level monster scrap. Felix doesn't hesitate for a second, proudly declaring that as a junk merchant, he'll buy anything that isn't nailed down. Seeing another chance for profit, Song-an tells him to hang tight while he goes to strip the nearby magic stones. Their business talk is interrupted by a familiar face approaching with a heavy, bulging sack of loot. Now fully recovered, and having hit level 15, Noah hands over the 60 million worth of items she promised for her life. Song-an opens his inventory to settle the debt, but he can't help but feel a sudden prick of suspicion. When Noah immediately asks to sell even more gear to Felix, Song-an wonders if the girl actually held out on him. He watches her move toward the fallen raiders, realizing she has a very specific method for gathering her stock. With a flash of her specialized scavenging skill, she begins to systematically strip the corpses of every hidden bit of value. Song-an realizes she wasn't lying about the bag being everything she had. She's just planning to restock her entire inventory right here. Noah explains that her specialized steal skill allows her to pull random items from a player's inventory through touch. She asks if she can pick the corpses clean, and Song-an casually agrees, since it's extra profit. He reflects on how this world's reality has changed the rules, making corpses and the loot they hold permanent. Noah's luck seems to be running thin as she pulls out nothing but useless trash and snacks. Just as she's about to give up, she pulls a mysterious blue orb from the remains. She wonders if the strange device is worth anything, but Song-an tells her to just open it. He recognizes it as a video ball, hoping it contains some juicy intel on his target, Lee Jarui. With a quick press, the device whirs to life and projects a flickering holographic image into the air. A masked figure appears, demanding to know if his contact has finished considering a previous offer. While Song-an is disappointed it's not his target, Felix recognizes the man as a high-spending client, Song, and listens in silence as the masked figure plots a coup to seize every resource in the new world. The villain offers a top-tier weapon as a bribe, unknowingly dangling a massive clue right in front of Song-an. A cold, murderous rage flares in Song-an's eyes as he realizes exactly who he's dealing with. Meanwhile, across the city, the sun begins to set over the jagged skyline of the ruins. A group of weary players finally emerges from a dungeon portal, their silhouettes framed by the fading light. One teammate is stunned when Zaihui hands over a rare C-rank boss drop without a second thought. She insists he earned it for his hard work, proving she's the rare kind of leader who values her crew. While he happily accepts the prize, the blonde girl in the back doesn't look nearly as impressed by the gesture. Zaihui calls for an equal split of the remaining loot just as the dungeon entrance goes on cooldown. But the blonde teammate isn't convinced, already eyeing her meager share with a look of bitter, growing suspicion. Sun Yue snaps at Xiao Mei, blaming their pathetic crystal haul on her refusal to mine near those rotting wolf carcasses. He reminds her that as their only crafter, her work determines their survival, forcing Zaihui to finally step in. Showing her usual saint-like patience, Zaihui offers up her own rewards just to keep the team from imploding. While Zaihui checks the map for a safe place to rest, the rest of the crew finally settles down. But Xiao Mei remains bitter, secretly wishing Zaihui's precious high-rank weapon would just vanish so the spotlight would shift. Little does she know, a predatory smile is watching from the shadows, delighted by this perfect timing. Out steps Guilong, the guildmaster of the Dongshan Union, looking every bit like the trouble they weren't prepared for. The team freezes in pure shock as the realization hits that they've just walked into a total hornet's nest. Rustling leaves betray the movement of hidden players closing in from every side of the dense forest. Before they can even draw their weapons, the group realizes they are completely boxed in by the Union's forces. Zaihui tries to play the diplomat, desperately hoping this is all just one big misunderstanding. But Guilong isn't here for a chat. He just wants to borrow her high-tier gear. She stands her ground, refusing to hand over a treasure entrusted to her by a friend. A sniveling lackey whispers that her necklace is actually a transforming weapon, piquing the guildmaster's greed. Her teammate Cheng Yong finally snaps, calling out the Union for their cowardly, lopsided numbers. Guilong simply scoffs, ordering his subordinate Wu Ji to give them a lesson in reality. In a blur of motion, a lethal strike cuts through the air before anyone can react. The group can only watch in horror as the sheer speed of the assault leaves them defenseless. Cheng Yong takes the full brunt of the blow, collapsing as Zaihui screams in despair. Towering over them, Guilong orders his men to secure the survivors for a much slower end. Zaihui isn't going down without a fight, screaming for her team to huddle up as she prepares her trump card. She calls upon the Eye of the Demon, a Grade A artifact that pulses with a sinister, protective light. In an instant, a massive barrier of fire erupts, violently pushing back the encroaching thugs with a wave of pure energy. Gritting her teeth, she knows this desperate play is the only thing keeping them from being slaughtered. The shimmering dome creates a temporary sanctuary, leaving the Union goons scratching their heads outside the perimeter. These low-level lackeys are momentarily stunned, unable to fathom where such a powerful defense came from. But Guilong isn't impressed, barking at his men to stop being cowards and shatter the glass house. His subordinates quickly snap back to reality, nodding like obedient dogs as they prepare for a second charge. Sun Yue watches the mob regroup, frantically asking if they should stand and fight or keep hiding. With her mana completely drained, Zaihui can only pray the shield holds long enough for them to escape. A desperate attempt at salvation backfires horribly as a standard healing spell is twisted into a burst of agonizing damage. A cocky attacker flaunts his A-rank Shadow Spear, laughing as he explains how his weapon maliciously turns recovery into pure pain. Inside the shimmering dome, the survivors scan the chaos in a panic, realizing one of their friends is still missing. Their hearts sink when they see the Union goons dragging a captured ally forward, using her as a helpless bargaining chip. From behind his red demon mask, the leader coldly orders the prisoner brought to him while the siege continues unabated. Internal friction flares up within the sanctuary as the group's morale crumbles, with accusations flying faster than the enemy's blows. The barrier groans under the weight of heavy iron, sparks flying as the thugs outside try to crack the magical shell. One muscle-bound lackey curses his luck, finding the shield even more stubborn than a high-tier dungeon boss. Seeing the struggle, the defenders find a moment of cocky satisfaction, knowing their top-tier equipment is the only thing keeping death at bay. That confidence is quickly tested when a massive powerhouse steps out of the crowd, ready to settle the score with brute force. Man puts every ounce of his monstrous strength into a single, earth-shattering strike to end this stalemate. The impact is deafening, but the purple barrier holds firm, turning his massive momentum into a useless vibration. Instead of a breach, the brute is left howling in pain, while Sun Yue laughs at his pathetic attempt. Nursing his bruised ego and shattered knuckles, the powerhouse can only bark empty threats about their inevitable demise. Losing patience with the frontal assault, the Union leader presses his spiked club against the captive girl's neck. He demands the secret to cracking the dome, knowing that even the most loyal heart wavers under cold steel. From within the sanctuary, her supposed friends scream for her to stay silent, caring more for the shield than her life. The masked man threatens her with a slow, agonizing end if she continues to babble about the shield's absolute defense. Sensing a shift in the air, the girl's fear turns into a desperate calculation as she mentions a hidden weakness. She reveals that if the core artifact is pushed past its limit, the entire defensive system will suffer a total collapse. The masked leader cackles at the chaos, ordering his men to pour on the heat while Sun Yue screams about betrayal from within the safety of the dome. Watching from the sidelines, Noah remains cold and calculating, convinced that surrendering the flashy weapon is the only logical way to end this nightmare. A relentless barrage of arrows and heavy strikes hammers against the purple energy, each impact sending tremors through the magical foundation. Panic begins to set in for the survivors as the first spiderweb cracks appear, signaling that their absolute defense is finally reaching its breaking point. Sensing the end is near, the Union leader dangles a reward of high-grade weapons to whoever can shatter the remaining glass first. Xiaomei grits her teeth in a desperate panic, her only thought being the promise she made to return Song'an's precious gear in perfect condition. Just as her resolve starts to crumble, a massive, blood-red eye pulses on her wrist, and a terrifying demonic entity manifests from the artifact itself. This is the demon Ramel, a predatory spirit who can smell the girl's suffocating desire for more power from a mile away. Xiaomei can only stare in pure shock, realizing the monster residing within her equipment has awakened on its own without a single command. As the barrier begins to fail, the demon whispers that time is a luxury the survivors no longer possess. Ramel offers to unleash a power that could save them all, provided the girl is willing to pay a small price. The spirit mocks her noble intentions, knowing she is desperate to protect her friends and the trust her leader placed in her. With a chilling touch, the entity promises that a simple contract will solve every single one of her problems. Xiaomei doesn't hesitate to accept the deal, though she tentatively asks what the spirit expects in return for this miracle. The price is steeper than she ever imagined, as the demon demands ownership of her entire present and her future. Before she can even process the weight of the trade, a surge of dark energy knits the shattering shield back together. Sun Yue watches in total confusion as the cracks vanish, leaving the perimeter more impenetrable than it was at full strength. A massive boost to her physical stats confirms the deal is done, turning Xiaomei into a vessel for something far more dangerous. System notifications flood her vision, as every ounce of her potential is forcibly converted into raw, overwhelming strength. The agony of her stats being drained is unbearable, yet she welcomes the chains that bind her future. Despite the permanent loss of her growth, she offers a weak smile, relieved that her friends are finally safe. The reinforced barrier stands as a glowing testament to her sacrifice, holding back the entire Union mob. Guilong can't believe his eyes, fuming as his mana runs dry just when victory seemed certain. Even Noah is left speechless, desperately trying to convince the masked leader that she has no idea how this happened. Refusing to back down, the frustrated leader calls for every available man to seize the artifact at any cost. Little do they know, the real monster is already on his way, tearing through the forest in a stolen ride. Song'an floors it, leaving a trail of dust as he races to reclaim what belongs to him. Song'an is losing his mind, screaming at Ah-Man to push their stolen ride past its absolute breaking point. He slams his fist in pure agony, knowing that every second lost brings his friends closer to a gruesome end. Since the complex requirements for a teleportation glitch are currently out of reach, he has to settle for a long-distance message. His only hope is that they can survive the onslaught long enough for him to finally bridge the gap. But as the sky bleeds into twilight, the clock finally hits zero for the desperate group of survivors. The reinforced barrier finally gives way, shattering into useless fragments under the weight of a heavy Union boot. Despite the overwhelming odds, the remaining boys stand their ground, refusing to let the thugs reach their fallen comrade. Xiaomei's heart sinks as a system notification confirms her demon necklace has officially entered a long hibernation. Guilong mocks their final stand, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiaomei's soul-binding contract has turned her into a permanent level 1 powerhouse. Guilong looms over the cornered survivors, mocking the fact that their desperate bag of tricks has finally run dry. Xiaomei clutches her necklace, silently thanking the artifact for absorbing enough punishment to keep them breathing this long. The Union leader's excitement is palpable as he imagines the power Hell wield once that treasure is finally his. He wastes no time and orders Amon and Wuji to slaughter the 2 boys blocking his path. The thugs actually show a rare spark of conscience, reminding their boss that they only signed up for theft, not murder. Guilong's patience snaps instantly, his voice booming with a demonic authority that leaves no room for further argument. A sinister, pulsing wave of energy erupts from the leader, washing over his subordinates and drowning their lingering hesitation. Their minds fracture under the pressure, replaced by a hollow, manic laughter that signals the end of their humanity. With eyes burning a predatory red, Ah-Man grins as he succumbs to a sudden, overwhelming urge to spill blood. The survivors realize the atmosphere has turned lethal, and any hope for a peaceful negotiation has completely vanished. Noah feels the crushing weight of her decision, convinced that betrayal is the only way to save her friends. Suddenly, a distorted audio signal pulses through the air, carrying a voice that stops everyone in their tracks. Guilong and his thugs snap their heads toward the sound, the leader's mask hiding his growing irritation. It's a recorded message from Song An, who curses his distance while urging the survivors to hold their ground. Noah's eyes widen as a flicker of hope returns, hearing the one man who might actually turn this around. The recording demands they hold the line for 15 minutes, a tall order that leaves the survivors sweating in fear. Guilong just laughs at the pathetic attempt to buy time, mockingly inviting them to try and survive. Man leads the charge, his massive fist crashing into a shield with enough force to shatter bone. Wuji follows up with a lethal thrust of his shadow spear, relishing the chaos as the defense crumbles. Seeing the inevitable, Noah pleads with Sun Yue to just surrender the weapon before the Union kills them. Noah clings to the leader's arm with a forced smile, desperately playing the part of a submissive traitor to stay alive. Sun Wei watches the display with pure disgust, his patience finally snapping as he prepares to take matters into his own hands. He lunges forward with a sudden shield bash, catching the Union's heavy hitter off guard and sending him stumbling back. Man snarls in fury, his eyes glowing a predatory red as he stabilizes his massive frame for a counterattack. Knowing he can't win with brute force alone, Sun Yue pulls a mysterious iron rod from his inventory, hoping it's enough for 10 minutes. He admits the weapon brings back memories he'd rather forget, but it's still far more reliable than the trash standing in his way. Guilong mocks the pathetic-looking stick while Noah watches in shock, wondering why he's been hiding such a strange item until now. Xiaomei tries to step in, but Sun Yue sternly tells her to stay back, knowing her drained attributes make her a liability in this fight. With a sharp scrape against the pavement, he begins drawing a circle on the ground to activate the rod's hidden defensive properties. A pillar of light erupts to shield his friend, leaving Sun Yue to charge into the enemy ranks alone, to buy every second he can. Noah stares in disbelief as a system notification confirms the activation of Sun Wukong's protective circle, granting absolute immunity. A tiny monkey spirit perched atop Sun Yu's head lets out a triumphant trumpet blast to signal the start of the gamble. An unexpected Easter egg triggers, warping Sun Yu's appearance into a legendary Monkey King with a forced 10-minute area taunt. Guilong can't help but howl with laughter, mocking the ridiculous costume and asking if the plan is to make them die of mirth. Ignoring the insults, Sun Yue lets out a primal roar, fully embracing the chaotic energy and power of his new avatar. The spirit monkey blows its horn once more, fueling the bizarre magic that begins to sweep across the entire battlefield. A massive shockwave of pure aggression erupts from the center of the circle, instantly drawing the eyes of every Union soldier. The thugs suddenly feel an irrational, burning rage, their minds clouded by a desperate, system-forced need to slaughter the monkey. Sun Yue leans into the role with a cocky grin, arrogantly demanding his new grandsons come forward to receive their punishment. A hail of blades and arrows rains down on him, but the immunity holds firm, leaving the frustrated attackers hitting a literal brick wall. Sun Yue leads the furious mob on a wild goose chase, relishing the absolute chaos he's ignited. Guilong desperately tries to reel his men back in, realizing they're falling for a blatant stalling tactic. To add insult to injury, the tiny spirit monkey begins hurling high-pitched gibberish that mocks the leader's intelligence. The system confirms the taunt has landed perfectly, sending Guilong into a blind, murderous frenzy. Sun Yue leaps through the air with impossible grace, leaving the clumsy thugs to stumble over their own feet. He tucks into a tight roll as a hail of steel whistles past, mocking their pathetic aim with every dodge. The Union soldiers are left completely bewildered, unable to comprehend how someone with his build can be so nimble. What they don't realize is that he's dumped every single attribute point into pure stamina and lightning-fast agility. With his specialized leg armor triggering a massive speed boost, he becomes an untouchable blur on the battlefield. 8 minutes have already ticked by, and he knows he just needs to survive a little longer for the plan to succeed. Sun Yu's luck finally runs out as a massive fist hurtles toward his face. Ah Man connects with a devastating gigantic punch that sends the agile fighter reeling. The impact is catastrophic, shattering the ground and kicking up a suffocating cloud of debris. As the dust settles, the brute mocks Sun Yue for finally running out of room to hide. To make matters worse, the spirit monkey begins to fade, signaling the end of his divine protection. Sun Yue coughs up a spray of crimson, realizing his 10 minutes of invincibility have officially expired. The golden barrier shatters into useless shards, leaving the survivors completely exposed to the Union's cruelty. Noah Lin desperately tries to bargain for their lives, even as a spear tip grazes her throat. But Guilong just laughs, admiring his stolen prize while dismissing the very idea of mercy. He sneers at their lingering hope, certain that not even Song-an can stop an entire guild. Guilong leans in with a predatory grin, mockingly offering Noah a chance to survive as his personal prize. But Noah isn't interested in his twisted mercy, spitting back that she'd rather die than join his scum. Infuriated by the resistance, Guilong lashes out, striking the weakened Xiaomei to reassert his absolute dominance. He sneers at their useless defiance, realizing these survivors simply don't know what's good for them. Bored with the games, he orders Wu Ji to execute Noah, while he focuses on his stolen loot. The spearman grins with sadistic glee, relishing the chance to see if he can kill her in one strike. Just as the killing blow descends, a streak of lethal energy tears through the air like a lightning bolt. Song-an finally arrives in a blur of motion, his blade carving through the thug's chest with clinical precision. Guilong freezes in pure shock, his arrogant mask failing to hide the sudden terror in his eyes. Looking down at his battered friend, Song-an softly apologizes to Zaihui for making her wait so long. Looking down at the battered and unconscious Xiaomei, Song-an feels a crushing weight of guilt for failing to shield her from this brutality. His fury boils over into a cold, murderous promise to dismantle the entire Dongshan Guild, triggering a rare system achievement that broadcasts his threat for miles. As the sun dips below the horizon of the ruined city, the atmosphere grows heavy with the scent of impending slaughter. Guilong struggles to process the scene, his mind racing as he realizes his elite spearman was erased in a literal heartbeat by this newcomer. The surrounding survivors watch with bated breath, terrified that Song-an has just committed suicide by challenging an entire army alone. They whisper in frantic disbelief, unable to comprehend why anyone would jump into a death trap for the sake of a few wounded friends. Ignoring the screams and posturing of the Union leader, Song-an focuses entirely on making sure his friend is safe before the real work begins. He turns back with eyes devoid of any warmth, inviting the entire mob to step forward if they are truly so eager to meet their end. With a flick of his wrist, he activates his spirit-taming skill, summoning the small but deceptively dangerous Moli Olai to his side. The thugs can't help but sneer at the sight of a tiny pet, completely oblivious to the fact that they've just laughed at their own executioner, Song, and bites deep into his thumb, drawing the blood necessary to trigger a hidden mechanic only a developer would know. He offers the crimson droplet to his tiny companion, calmly telling the spirit it is time to feast and grow. The moment the blood touches its tongue, the mole's cute exterior shatters as it begins a violent, bone-chilling transformation. From the swirling vortex of energy emerges a towering nightmare, a beast of pure malice that completely dominates the battlefield. The surrounding thugs suddenly find the air turning into lead, their lungs burning as they struggle to breathe under a crushing aura. They tremble in their boots, convinced they are staring down a high-rank boss that could erase their entire squad in seconds. Song-an watches with a smirk, knowing this massive form is just a high-level bluff designed to keep the fodder paralyzed with fear. With a silent telepathic command, he orders his pet to guard the wounded while he prepares to finish the main event. Guilong desperately screams for his men to snap out of it, banking on the hope that their numbers can still overwhelm one man. But Song-an simply readies his blade with a cold stare, inviting the entire mob to step forward and test their luck. Song-an ignites his blade with a toxic glow, activating a poison blessing that turns his steel into a death sentence. He digs his heel into the dirt, preparing to launch himself forward with enough force to shatter the pavement. A single, fluid rotation of his blade creates a lethal green arc, sending the surrounding mob flying like autumn leaves. The survivors don't even have time to scream before the poison triggers, eating away at their health bars instantly. Watching the pathetic display with a cold gaze, he decides it is finally time to end this farce quickly. He triggers his speed skill, transforming into a flickering shadow that moves far too fast for the thugs to track. Guilong completely loses his composure, desperately screaming for his men to surround the monster before they all die. Ignoring the small fry, the young warrior charges straight through the chaos toward the biggest target left standing. The massive Ah-man steps into his path with a roar, convinced his sheer bulk can stop the protagonist's momentum. Song-an lets out a sharp, focused breath, already calculating the exact moment Hell cut the giant down to size. Song, and carves through the remaining mob, his blade a blur of green energy that leaves no room for escape. The Union leader can only scream in frustration as a blinding flash of light strips away his vision, leaving him completely vulnerable. With his target finally exposed, the young warrior tightens his grip on his weapon, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He stares down the masked coward with absolute confidence, coldly declaring that the game is officially over for the Union. While the chaos unfolds, Noah rests safely atop the massive beast's fur, blissfully unaware of the carnage nearby. Sun Yue, however, is having a much worse time, frantically pleading with the giant mole not to turn him into a snack. From his perspective, the creature looks like a literal demon from hell, and his desperate plan to play dead has clearly backfired. But the beast isn't looking for a meal, instead carefully presenting a glowing blue vial filled with high-grade recovery liquid. Realizing this must be another one of his friend's calculated moves, the mole ignores the tanks, protests, and forces the medicine down. Sun Yue decides to stop complaining and swallows the brew, figuring that a mystery potion is still better than being eaten alive. Sun Yue feels a sudden surge of warmth as the system confirms his broken body is completely restored. He stands up in total shock, realizing Song-an somehow used a legendary full recovery potion on a mere tank. But there is no time for gratitude, as the giant mole holds up a sign demanding his immediate help. The big guy can barely process the request, wondering what a support player like him could possibly offer now. Meanwhile, Song-an is busy carving a path through the fodder, telling the weaklings to get out of his way. Suddenly, a crazed thug with glowing red eyes lunges forward, latching onto his leg with terrifying, inhuman strength. The warrior snarls in frustration as he finds himself swarmed by a mob that has completely lost its fear. He quickly realizes the masked coward must be using a disgusting mind control skill as a desperate last resort. Since these puppets have lost their senses, his tactical black mist is useless against their mindless, suicidal charge. With his vision finally returning, a terrified Guilong orders his men to die for him while he prepares to flee. The realization finally hits the remaining thugs that they are nothing more than disposable meat shields to their leader. Panic spreads like wildfire as the men drop their weapons and scramble to escape the impending slaughter. But the masked coward isn't about to let his tools walk away while his life is still on the line. With a sinister command, he triggers a puppet control skill that forcibly overrides their fear and free will. Song-an watches in growing disgust as the number of controlled puppets begins to defy the game's internal logic. He leaps into the fray with his bone blade, sensing that the very fabric of this reality is starting to warp. The desperate leader screams for his new slaves to throw their lives away just to buy him a few more seconds. Suddenly, the warrior finds himself buried under a mountain of mindless bodies that no longer care for their own survival. A surge of frustration hits him as a pair of hands lock onto his leg with a grip like cold iron. He grits his teeth in the chaos, realizing that being pinned down by this suicidal mob is a recipe for disaster. Realizing the tide has completely turned, the masked coward decides to cut his losses and ditch his own men to save his skin. He can't believe a single monster like Song-an forced him to burn through his entire guild just to buy a few seconds of life. As he sprints into the brush, he swears that hell remember this humiliation, mourning the years of hard work he just threw away. He tries to console himself with the high-rank weapon still in his grip, convinced his unique roll skill will let him rise again. His delusions of a grand comeback are cut short when a massive, shimmering shield suddenly materializes out of thin air. A brutal shield bash connects squarely with his jaw, shattering his momentum and sending his head spinning. The impact sends him sprawling into the dirt, the precious artifact he worked so hard to steal slipping right out of his fingers. He stares up in absolute horror, unable to comprehend how the man he thought was a corpse is standing over him. Sun Yue just sneers at the pathetic sight, mocking the fact that even the best equipment can't make up for being a total noob. But as the dust settles, it turns out another mysterious group has been lurking in the shadows, watching the entire struggle unfold. While the battlefield remains a chaotic mess, a mysterious figure casually cracks open a cold can of herbal tea. He takes a long, refreshing gulp, seemingly more interested in his drink than the life or death struggle happening nearby. This is Bai Mu, a high-level shapeshifter and former senior programmer, who clearly enjoys his breaks a little too much. His peaceful moment is violently interrupted by a heavy fist to the skull, reminding him that he's still on the clock. Gucci Nana, the group's director and healer, isn't in the mood for his slacking and demands an immediate status report. Nursing a fresh bump on his head, Baimu quickly produces a video ball containing all the intel they've gathered so far. The holographic display reveals the dark secrets of the Union leader, identifying Guilong's unique role as the betrayer. It's a specialized class that allows him to sacrifice his own allies, turning them into mindless puppets with zero resource cost. Nana is visibly repulsed by the discovery, wondering what kind of twisted person would ever design such a cruel mechanic. She immediately regrets her choice of words when Baimu reminds her that their own leader was the architect behind it all. Li Zhirui clarifies that he wasn't the one who coded this twisted betrayer role into the game's original design. As the heir to the game company and a top-tier fighter, he's determined to find out why reality is warping so far beyond his scripts. His investigation is cut short when a massive bolt of crimson lightning tears through the sky with a deafening roar. The sudden surge of raw energy catches the entire group off guard, leaving them staring at the horizon in pure disbelief. The strike lands directly on the Dongshan Guild's territory, signaling that a catastrophic event is already unfolding in the distance. Realizing their reinforcements are still miles away, Li Zhirui decides they can't afford to wait and must move out immediately. Meanwhile, just 5 minutes earlier, Bao Luo was busy handling some local trash with nothing but his bare fists. He delivers a brutal, bone-shattering blow that sends a masked raider spiraling into the dirt while coughing up a mouthful of blood. The pathetic coward immediately starts begging for his life, offering to give up his stolen loot if it means he can walk away. But Bao Luo isn't in a forgiving mood, reminding the thug that mercy wasn't an option when he was the one doing the attacking. Bao Luo finishes the job with a sickening crunch, slamming his fist into the thug's skull with overwhelming force. The mercenary drops like a sack of bricks, his body hitting the dirt with a heavy, final thud. Suddenly, the adrenaline fades, leaving Bao Luo staring at the motionless body in a cold, regretful sweat. He starts spiraling, terrified that killing a guild leader will bring an entire army of vengeful lackeys to his door. But a familiar voice cuts through his panic, assuring him that the Dongshan Guild is already a thing of the past. Song-an strolls into the clearing, looking completely unbothered by the carnage left in his wake. He casually notes that the cleanup is done, though he admits he secretly expected things to be a bit messier. Feeling insulted, Bao Luo holds up his prize, reminding his savior that he's the one who actually did the heavy lifting. He tries to act tough, claiming he's only returning the favor for being saved earlier, while the broken thug remains forgotten. Little do they know, a dark presence is already whispering to the fallen man, offering the failed apostle one last chance. Song-an and Bao Luo suddenly freeze as the air around them begins to vibrate with a sickening, heavy pressure. A dark voice from the void commands the fallen man to show his true strength, tearing the sky open with red lightning. A massive pillar of crimson energy slams into the earth, nearly knocking the two warriors off their feet as the ground shatters. Song-an demands to know what is happening, unable to comprehend why lightning would suddenly strike a man who was already defeated. Bao Luo can only stammer out a frantic guess, wondering if the heavens are finally punishing the thug for his many sins. Even the nearby surviving raiders and the little mole spirit can feel the shift, trembling as the very atmosphere turns toxic. From the heart of the blast, a spindly, pitch-black silhouette rises, looking far more like a nightmare than a human being. The creature wears a jagged, mocking grin, clearly relishing the chance to settle the score in this new, twisted form. Bao Luo's voice cracks with pure terror as he asks if that monster could possibly still be the same man. Song-an's instincts scream of a lethal new danger, though he still finds the breath to mock his foe for becoming a devil. Guilong sneers at being called lowly, claiming this demonic power was a gift from the world's master. He looms over them like a living shadow, promising to make them wish they had died earlier. Realizing they are completely outmatched, the two warriors don't waste a second and pivot to make a break for it. Song-an racks his brain while sprinting, wondering if this mysterious master could be the final boss he never programmed. The devil mocks their sudden cowardice, gathering a swirl of crimson energy in his palm to end the chase. With a malicious grin, he unleashes a concentrated beam of destruction directly at their retreating backs. Song-an barely manages to throw himself aside as the searing heat of the blast grazes his shoulder. The forest erupts in a blinding flash of light as the energy beam vaporizes everything in its path. Both men can only stare back in pure horror, realizing that a single direct hit would have been certain death. As the smoke clears from the scorched earth, it is clear the rules of this game have changed forever. The demon casually brushes off his missed shot, almost disappointed that his prey hasn't died yet. With a twisted, jagged grin, he admits that a quick death is far too merciful for the hatred he's nursing. Song-an grits his teeth, his mind racing as he tries to process the sheer scale of the power that nearly erased him. Beside him, Bao Luo is completely losing his cool, convinced that the Reaper is already breathing down his neck. The big man bites back his terror, knowing that one wrong step means an immediate trip to the afterlife. Song, and tries to buy them some distance, lashing out with a golden strike to keep the demon at bay while they retreat. But the creature just tilts his head, mocking their pathetic attempts at resistance, as if they are moving in slow motion. He dances through the air with effortless grace, his glowing eyes tracking every desperate movement they make. Gathering a dense sphere of crimson malice, the apostle prepares a second strike, promising that this time he won't miss. Song An's heart sinks as he realizes the next blast is coming much faster than his body can possibly move. The demon's crimson strike pierces the air, catching Song An completely off guard. He grits his teeth in agony, realizing his reaction speed is failing him. Guilong looms with a predatory grin, relishing the chance to instill true terror. A massive explosion erupts, sending Song An reeling while Bao Luo watches in horror. A segmented, bone-like tail slams into the earth, narrowly missing his leg. The apostle stalks through the trees, mockingly asking if he's already getting tired. He laughs at the struggle, promising to turn them all into ash and despair. Song An pushes himself up, desperately screaming for his friend to run. He knows the monster is uncontrollable, and orders Bao Luo to save the survivors. But the big man remains frozen, paralyzed even as Song An bellows for him to move. Bao Luo finally snaps out of his trance, sprinting into the tree line while praying his friend somehow survives the coming slaughter. The demonic apostle isn't about to let his prey escape so easily, his twisted form radiating a lethal, predatory malice. Song An quickly accesses his inventory to patch his wounds, knowing he can't afford to lose a single drop of health. He realizes that Guilong's demonic transformation is actually a weakness he can exploit with his specialized bone dagger. As crimson beams tear through the air, his passive demon hunter effect flares to life, signaling a desperate fighting chance. He deduces that the apostle is relying on distance because his spindly, transformed body likely can't handle a close-quarters brawl. Activating his speed skill, he becomes a blur of motion, weaving through a deadly hail of energy and explosive impacts. The monster's smug grin finally falters as he realizes the human he was just mocking is suddenly right in his face. A massive shockwave ripples through the forest, the sheer force of their collision lighting up the midnight sky like a sun. From the safety of the shadows, Bao Luo can only watch in pure terror as the very earth trembles beneath them. Bao Luo continues his frantic retreat, desperately trying to justify leaving his ally behind to face the monster alone. He tells himself he'd only be a burden, choosing the safety of the shadows over a suicide mission. His cowardice is interrupted by a sudden, powerful gust of wind as something massive streaks through the trees. It's Nana, perched atop Bai Mu, who has fully committed to his ferocious gray wolf shapeshifter form. They don't even spare a glance for the fleeing man, dismissing him as nothing more than a terrified refugee. Bao Luo stands frozen, unable to process the sight of a talking beast charging headfirst into the nightmare he just escaped. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle fade into a grim silence as Song An's bone daggers clatter uselessly onto the dirt. The young warrior gasps for breath, his body reeling from a blow that would have liquidated any normal player. Guilong hoists him into the air by his throat, completely unaware that Song An's hidden healing ability is the only thing preventing a total game over. The demon's patience has finally evaporated, his glowing eyes narrowing as he prepares to snuff out the merchant's life for good. Song An's vision begins to blur as he realizes his desperate attacks didn't leave a single scratch on the demon. Guilong finds a quick death too merciful, deciding instead to slowly scramble the merchant's brain with his dark energy. Just as the end seems certain, Li Zerui arrives on the scene, calling forth a surge of celestial power. A massive pillar of divine light erupts from the heavens, acting as an absolute shield against the demon's lethal intent. The golden rank captain steps onto the scorched earth with the calm, unshakable confidence of a man who owns the world. Song and collapses to the ground, gasping for air, while the system warns that his temporary invincibility has already expired. Li Zerui looks over the battered warrior, seemingly impressed that a mere merchant managed to survive this long against such a monster. Song An can hardly process the situation, wondering how the most powerful man in the game even knows who he is. Even the transformed Guilong is forced to pause, his spindly form twitching as he senses a truly dangerous presence. The demon's jagged grin widens with sadistic glee, relishing the chance to test his new godlike power against a legendary guildmaster. Li Zerui doesn't waste time on pleasantries, demanding to know exactly what kind of demonic abilities he's about to dismantle. Song An quickly warns him about the monster's explosive ranged attacks and that frustratingly high self-healing factor. Just as Nana and Bai Mu skid into the clearing, Song An wonders if the legendary captain is here for a rescue or just a challenge. Li Zerui summons a radiant divine sword, declaring that such a chaotic plague must be purged the very moment it's born. Guilong just sneers, bragging that his borrowed power from the master of the world puts him on a level far above any mere player. The guildmaster isn't one for long-winded debates, simply inviting the demon to step forward and test that theory. With a surge of celestial energy, he triggers his god's awakening, calling forth a massive golden avatar that towers over the scorched earth. The sheer intensity of the divine light starts to burn away Guilong's confidence, leaving the demon visibly rattled. From the sidelines, Nana is practically cheering, completely mesmerized by the overwhelming display of her captain's signature move. Song-an watches in awe, realizing that even at the prestigious golden rank, there are heights of power he hasn't even begun to fathom. Lee Zerui locks in with a cold intensity, committing every ounce of his golden rank power to ending this fight right now. The demon just finds the gesture hilarious, mocking the idea that a human's full strength could ever be enough to bridge the gap. To settle the debate, Guilong sheds the last of his humanity, revealing a monstrous final form granted by his mysterious master. The transformation triggers a violent surge of pressure that nearly blows Nana and the others right off their feet. Song-an grits his teeth in disbelief, realizing the demon's stats have spiked to a level that defies all standard game logic. Standing tall in his new crimson skin, Guilong is practically begging the captain to try and see how many hits it takes to kill him. Realizing the battlefield is about to become a death zone, Lee Zerui barks out orders for Nana and Bai Mu to get the injured to safety. He doesn't wait for a reply, igniting the legendary speed of Odin's might to transform himself into a blur of golden lightning. Before the demon can even finish his taunt, the captain follows up with a heavy-handed strike fueled by pure, divine strength. Guilong lets out a snarl of genuine pain, but his unnatural regeneration kicks in instantly, knitting his mangled flesh back together. Lee Zerui doesn't give the monster a second to breathe, channeling the raw, crushing power of Odin's might. The resulting impact is absolute, shattering the earth and burying the demon under a mountain of jagged debris. As Song-an watches the chaos unfold, a glowing green butterfly suddenly flutters toward his face, catching him off guard. Nana quickly explains that her special role allows her to manifest these spirits to automatically mend his broken body. It is a rare support class that relies on these creatures sacrificing their own life force to save a player. Seeing the captain dominate the struggle, Nana and Bai Mu start to relax, convinced the nightmare is finally over. But Song-an isn't buying the easy victory, knowing firsthand that a demon with this much backing never stays down. While everyone's eyes are glued to the main event, he spots a discarded blade and prepares to make his move. Standing over the fallen beast, Lee Zerui demands to know if it is a demon or a human pulling the strings. Guilong just laughs through his teeth, mocking their ignorance of a master whose power is beyond their imagination. Lee Zerui realizes too late that he underestimated the monster's recovery speed as a tail lashes out with lethal intent. Guilong laughs through the rubble, his demonic body practically vibrating with the thrill of the hunt. Before the captain can even reset his stance, a heavy kick catches him midair and sends him reeling. Even with Odin's might absorbing the brunt of the impact, the sheer force leaves the guildmaster spitting blood. Nana and Bai Mu watch in absolute horror, realizing their invincible protector is finally starting to crack. He digs his divine blade into the scorched earth, barely managing to stabilize himself as the pressure mounts. The demon mocks his pathetic resilience, conjuring spheres of dark fire that pulse with a sickening, corrupt energy. Beams of destruction rain down from above, forcing Lee Zerui to prioritize shielding the others over his own safety. He stacks every physical buff in his arsenal, yet the relentless barrage leaves him with absolutely no opening to strike back. Seeing the backline exposed, Bai Mu finally steps up, shifting into a massive armadillo form to tank the explosions meant for Nana. Guilong gloats about his newfound invincibility, certain that no mortal can stand against a ruler of the new world. His ego is immediately shattered when a blade erupts through his chest, proving that even gods can bleed. The demon spins around in a panic, wondering how anyone could have bypassed his senses so easily. Song-an sheds his concealing cape, revealing he's been lurking in the shadows just waiting for this one opening. He triggers his Demon Hunter title for a massive damage multiplier, while Lee Zerui prepares his Divine Awakening. Guilong screams as the holy energy begins to burn away his corrupt essence, leaving him completely vulnerable. It's a gruesome sight as his body desperately tries to regenerate, while the damage continues to rip him apart. Song-an realizes they're in a race against time, as the demon's recovery speed is nearly matching his output. Lee Zerui sees the opening he's been praying for and prepares to put everything into one final strike. With Odin's might fueling his blade, the guildmaster lunges forward to finish what Song-an started. Guilong finally snaps, roaring that he's had more than enough of these persistent flies buzzing around him. A violent shockwave of demonic energy erupts from his core, throwing both attackers back with sheer, explosive force. Lee Zerui grits his teeth in disbelief, wondering how on earth the monster can still find the strength to retaliate. The demon mocks them while his flesh knits back together, claiming his god cursed his kind with a twisted immortality. He raises a clawed hand to the sky, condensing his dark fire into a massive, pulsating orb of pure destruction. The sky turns a hellish red as the sphere shatters into a lethal rain of energy needles targeting everyone below. Song An and the Guildmaster are forced into a frantic dance, desperately parrying the endless stream of projectiles. Baimu stays firm in his defensive armadillo form to shield Nana, while she frantically channels her healing light. Ignoring the chaos of his own attack, Guilong dives through the barrage like a bloodthirsty predator on the hunt. Song An realizes with a jolt that the demon has completely abandoned defense just to close the distance and kill them. Song An thinks he's finally found a gap in the monster's guard, but he's severely underestimated the demon's reach. Guilong just flashes a wicked, jagged grin, clearly enjoying the look of desperation on the puny human's face. Panicked, the merchant tries to summon his black mist, praying the concealment will give him a second to breathe. It's a futile effort, as the demon's strike connects with bone-shattering force before the skill can even fully manifest. Song An is sent flying, coughing up a spray of crimson as the reality of his situation starts to sink in. The surrounding area is reduced to a crater of fire and debris while the Guildmaster and his allies watch in horror. Gasping for air on the scorched earth, Song An realizes that even with healing support, he's at his absolute limit. If he wants to win, he has to stop playing by the rules and start exploiting the world's broken mechanics. He lands a series of debuffs, but the system warns him that the massive level gap makes his poison almost useless. The demon proves it by literally tearing off his own contaminated skin, laughing as he purges the poison from his system. Song An and the Guildmaster regroup, their breathing heavy as the scorched forest smolders around them. Lee Zerui checks if the merchant is still fit for combat, receiving a determined confirmation despite the visible exhaustion. The Guildmaster realizes that while the demon's healing is flawless, it still requires a window of time to activate. With Baimu critically injured and Nana occupied with emergency first aid, the two are officially on their own. Lee Zerui plans to burn his remaining divine energy to pin the monster down, leaving the finishing blow to Song An. The merchant stops him mid-sentence, knowing that a standard suicide charge won't be enough to bridge the level gap. He asks the Guildmaster a cryptic question about the hidden potential of using his own divine light as a self-buff. Before they can refine the plan, a massive sphere of concentrated dark fire begins to warp the air above them. Guilong laughs as his vision finally clears, mocking their little chat while preparing to erase them from existence. Song An doesn't wait for an answer and charges into the heat, telling the stunned Guildmaster to just follow his lead. Guilong welcomes the reckless charge with a sadistic grin, eager to hand out a lethal parting gift. Song An ignores the heat, focusing entirely on the frame-perfect timing required to trigger a hidden game mechanic. He knows that mistiming this exploit by even a fraction of a second means certain, agonizing death. The merchant dives straight into the heart of the dark fire, intentionally seeking the point of maximum damage. With his eyes locked on the swirling vortex, he waits for the exact millisecond to activate his final gamble. A violent explosion erupts across the clearing, completely swallowing the merchant in a pillar of concentrated destruction. Lee Zerui watches the carnage in disbelief, terrified that his ally just threw his life away on a whim. As the flames roar and the ground trembles, the sheer intensity of the blast forces everyone else to retreat. From the safety of the trees, the remaining survivors can only watch in stunned silence as the smoke clears. Guilong cackles at the scorched earth, convinced he has finally squashed the annoying bug once and for all. Song and stands amidst the roaring flames, mockingly asking the demon why he looks so satisfied, before stepping out unscathed to reveal he just survived his third fatal blow in a row. Guilong loses his mind, screaming in confusion at the glitchy status panels hovering in the air, as the merchant coolly informs him that his pathetic attacks are now completely useless. Refusing to believe in invincibility, the demon roars in denial and prepares to unleash total carnage, raining down a relentless barrage of energy beams that turn the battlefield into a sea of fire. Song An just stands there, letting the explosions wash over him as error messages flood his vision, knowing this time to relax bug only lasts 10 seconds, but that's all he needs. Desperate to end the charade, Guilong gathers every ounce of dark fire into one final sphere that swallows everything in a massive explosion, exactly as the merchant planned to trigger his reflection. The dust begins to settle over the scorched earth as the echoes of the massive explosion fade into a haunting silence. Wisps of dark flame flicker across the battlefield, leaving behind nothing but charred ruins and the smell of ozone. Guilong sneers through the haze, fully convinced that no amount of merchant trickery could have survived that direct hit. His arrogance quickly turns to pure confusion when he sees a familiar silhouette standing perfectly still within the clearing smoke. Song An coolly checks his status as his temporary invincibility expires, perfectly timing the transition to his next game-breaking exploit. By triggering a hidden Easter egg in the world's code, he absorbs every ounce of the demon's fire to forge a colossal blade of red energy. Watching the impossible unfold, Lee Zirui finally realizes that the merchant wasn't being suicidal, he was just baiting the demon into charging his battery. The demon trembles in terror, recognizing the overwhelming pressure of his own stolen power now being pointed directly at his throat. With a casual swing, Song-an releases the stored kinetic energy in a vertical pillar of light that threatens to split the very atmosphere. He looks on with a bored expression, wondering if the pathetic demon can actually handle the weight of such a massive upgrade. Song-an channels the stolen energy into a final blow while the demon stands paralyzed by the pressure, and feeling the heat, Guilong loses his bravado, desperately looking for an exit. But Lee Zirui isn't letting him slip away, cutting off the demon's path with a sneer. Song-an admires the warrior's timing, realizing they're finally on the same page, as the two collide in a flurry of steel with the demon trying to break the deadlock. Guilong mocks the human's power, completely blind to the trap he's walked into, until a surge of Odin's might allows Lee Zirui to slam the monster into the earth. He screams for the merchant to end it, shielding himself with divine light. Song-an doesn't miss a beat, bringing the massive energy blade down with absolute killing intent, leaving the demon to scream in terror as he realizes there is no way out. The strike lands with the weight of a mountain, a blinding flash of red energy obliterating everything in its path. A system notification confirms the overkill, showing the damage was multiplied tenfold to ensure the demon's absolute destruction. As the dust settles over the shattered landscape, a heavy silence falls, leaving the merchant to frantically search the ruins. Song-an calls out into the haze, his heart sinking as he wonders if the blast was too much for his ally to handle. But the blonde warrior emerges from the debris, the divine protection of Odin fading as he grumbles about the massive explosion. The merchant offers a sheepish apology for the overkill, while the elite warrior seems more concerned about his ruined designer suit. Turning to the man who literally wrote the game's story, Song-an demands to know why a high-level devil appeared so early. The creator explains that while devils are the ultimate endgame threat, their arrival now suggests the world's progression has been hijacked. They realize the hidden hand behind this reality is playing a rigged game, forcing them into a war they aren't ready for. Hidden beneath the rocks, a tiny fragment of the demon's essence slithers away, swearing vengeance for the humiliation he just suffered. Even after the dust settles, the merchant and the creator find it suspicious that no victory notification has appeared. Little do they know, a tiny fragment of the devil's soul is currently slithering through the rocks, plotting its eventual return. But those dreams of vengeance are cut short when a heavy boot accidentally crushes the demon like a common housefly. Their clumsy companion comes charging back into the ruins, shouting that he's already secured their allies and delivered the weapon. He insists he only returned to check the perimeter. Just as the system finally registers the demon's total extermination, the massive experience dump from the kill triggers an immediate level up for both the merchant and the elite warrior. The merchant is thrilled to see his stats climbing, though the blonde creator seems more annoyed by the chaotic turn of events. Even their round friend gets a share of the spoils, though he's baffled by the strange achievement notification popping up. To his horror, the reward for accidentally landing the final blow is a permanent curse that makes him the primary target for every boss. Realizing he's now a walking magnet for every high-level threat in existence, the poor guy's soul practically leaves his body. Noah clings to the Mole King's back as they desperately outrun a mob of overzealous hunters who are so relentless that one idiot even tries to score a date during the high-speed chase. Leading the pack is a meathead named Bao Luo, absolutely convinced he's tracked down a hidden boss. Noah panics, shouting that it's all a misunderstanding, but the hunters are far too focused on their prey. Nearby, Song-an and the blonde creator stop in their tracks, recognizing the distinct, angry squeaks of their pet. Before they can intervene, Bao Luo lunges forward and manages to catch the mole in a headlock. He challenges the beast to show its true power, completely oblivious to the mole's growing, murderous indignation. The merchant and Lee Zirui finally arrive on the scene, looking completely done with the day's nonsense. Realizing his blunder, the big guy laughs it off, blaming the mole's terrifying aura for his confusion. Song-an awkwardly tries to smooth things over, even as his pet throws a tantrum in the background. Song-an plays it cool, waving off the hunter's concerns as if he hadn't just survived a localized apocalypse. He keeps the act up for his worried companions, downplaying the damage because he's got bigger things on his mind. Behind that calm mask, he's already obsessing over his stats, knowing he needs to purge Zaihui attribute limitation immediately. While he plots his growth, Lee Jiru's subordinates confirm they've stockpiled the rare materials needed for a massive level 30 breakthrough. The blonde creator then drops a bombshell, personally inviting our favorite merchant to join the prestigious raiders group. It's a tempting offer, But Song-an knows that guild ties usually come with a side of drama he'd rather avoid. Lee Zarui takes the rejection in stride, making it clear that the door is always open for someone with his talents. He warns that even the most broken players eventually hit a wall they simply cannot solo. As the creator suggests he try putting his faith in others, Song-an finds himself actually looking at the people around him. Trust is a dangerous game in this world, but for the first time, he's actually considering it. High above the clouds, tucked away from the prying eyes of players, sits a hidden sanctuary. This floating tropical paradise serves as the ultimate observation deck for the world's true architect. La Pierre is currently throwing a tantrum, demanding a ban for the shameless way Song-an exploits the system. Her master remains unfazed, casually pointing out that a few glitches only make the experience more thrilling. From his beach chair, he watches the screens with the smug satisfaction of a developer playing God. Hes practically salivating at the thought of watching these mortals grow strong enough to face his challenges. There's a cruel twist coming, as he prepares to teach them that their hard-earned reality is built on despair. A massive system update triggers, beginning a 29-day countdown until a demonic invasion resets the board. Down below, Lee Zarui maintains his polite facade, reminding the group that he's always available for information. He officially declares them rivals, hoping Song-an can actually keep up before the clock runs out. Song-an pouts, clearly annoyed that he isn't the only one getting to act like a cool protagonist. The remaining survivors quickly chicken out, preferring the safety of the camp over certain death in the wild. With only Noah by his side, he pushes forward toward the underground city to find their next objective. Noah is practically vibrating with anxiety, knowing the living forest ahead is filled with high-level, lethal threats. He just flashes a smug grin, insisting that his 80% success rate is basically a guaranteed win. His voice drops to a nostalgic tone, asking if she still remembers the day their lives first intertwined. He confesses that he was a broken man back then, and her appearance was his only saving grace. She watches the memory of him being tormented by bullies, her face flushing as the past comes rushing back. He explains how her kindness sparked his passion for coding, eventually leading him to master the game's architecture. But instead of being touched, Noah loses it, horrified that he's remembering her looking so much heavier back then. Noah's spike in blood pressure leads to a sudden shove that catches him completely off guard. The force is staggering, sending him flying through a chain-link fence like he was shot from a cannon. She stares at her palms in disbelief, finally realizing her strength stat has reached terrifying new heights. Song-an picks himself up, mentally noting that weight is the one topic no amount of logic can bypass. He decides to get serious for once, looking at her with a sincerity he rarely shows anyone else. He thanks her for being his light during his darkest days, vowing to protect her through every coming trial. The heavy, emotional moment is immediately ruined by the sound of someone nearby sobbing like a baby. They turn to find Sun Yue has been eavesdropping the whole time, completely swept up in their soap opera. He tries to shoo the interloper away, arguing that his own merchant class makes her totally redundant. Noah eventually convinces him to let her join, as long as she sticks to the manual labor of mining. Song-an finally relents, deciding they will tackle the next zone as a tactical trio. They approach a shimmering portal at the base of a ruined skyscraper, preparing for the unknown. As they step through the rift, the system confirms their arrival in the dangerous living forest. This underground ecosystem is a beautiful death trap where every plant is fueled by predatory intent. Right on cue, a level 27 wooden centaur charges from the foliage with surprising, murderous speed. The creature's massive limb whistles through the air, but Song-an's reflexes are already miles ahead. He waits for the perfect opening, tracking the monster's clumsy momentum with cold, calculated precision. With a single, explosive strike, he hammers his fist directly into the center of the centaur's face. The guardian shatters into a cloud of splinters, proving that high-level monsters are just kindling for him. He smirks at his handiwork, knowing that exploiting their facial weakness makes this entire floor a cakewalk. Noah and Sun Yue scramble for cover under their cloaks, frantically shouting for their leader to watch the skies. High above the canopy, a swarm of wooden predators dives through the branches with murderous intent. These level 28 mischievous birds are built for speed, but they've clearly underestimated their target. Song-an finds the flying pests more of a nuisance than a threat, looking almost bored by their arrival. He casually mentions that he's already made preparations, feeling the ground begin to tremble beneath his feet. In a violent explosion of soil and splinters, a C-grade demon flower erupts to turn the hunters into its lunch. The forest's dense mana acts like a natural fertilizer, rapidly boosting the plant's health and lethality to terrifying levels. Coating his blade in a lethal level 3 poison, Song-an prepares to turn this skirmish into a total massacre. He carves through the chaos with surgical precision, letting his botanical summon handle the heavy lifting in the background. But the forest isn't finished yet. as a fresh wave of wooden centaurs gallops toward the sound of the slaughter. The wooden centaurs close in with terrifying speed, their heightened awareness making a stealthy escape impossible for the group. Zai Hui refuses to back down, drawing her massive devil's scythe with a look of absolute confidence. She commands Feng to stay hidden under the safety of the cloak, while she steps into the line of fire. Analyzing the battlefield, she realizes her weapon's superior reach gives her a lethal edge over the centaur's limited range. With one violent, sweeping motion, she carves through the wooden monsters as if they were nothing but dry kindling. Feng can only watch from the sidelines, completely starstruck by the sheer efficiency of the slaughter. Song An keeps his own rhythm nearby, checking in to ensure his partner isn't being overwhelmed by the forest's numbers. The experience points flood in, granting Zai Hui a well-deserved level up as she prepares for the next wave. Song An is satisfied with the grind, noting that their clearing speed is even better than he initially projected. Even the birds that managed to dodge the initial strike find themselves succumbing to the inevitable crawl of the poison. A new mechanic triggers as a glowing tether links the monsters, signaling the start of a much harder phase. This Fates connection shares damage across the entire group, effectively turning a mob into one massive health pool. Before they can even process the shift, a booming voice echoes through the trees, demanding to know who's trespassing. Song An barely has time to react as a gargantuan plant lunges from the foliage, nearly snapping him in two. Watching from the safety of the cloak, Feng is paralyzed by the realization that they're facing a boss capable of speech. The earth itself groans as Lexi, the level 30 ruler of the living wood, rises to its full, intimidating height. Its eyes burn with a vengeful green light, radiating a singular, murderous intent toward the small party of intruders. The massive treant declares that it won't allow any filthy beings to exist within its sacred, ancient borders. Sensing the immediate danger, Song An screams for his companions to get back before they're flattened by the beast. A devastating blow strikes the ground, sending a shockwave that threatens to end their farming session for good. Zai Hui and Feng watch in horror, praying their leader survived that massive, bone-crushing impact. The game mechanics are stacked against him, limiting his poison and capping his total damage output. Song An isn't done yet, leaping through the air to deliver a glowing, poison-laced strike. Hes determined to pay back every ounce of that pain with interest. He follows up the blade with a heavy-duty punch that rattles the Titan's massive arm. The forest ruler laughs it off, claiming the strike didn't even tickle its ancient hide. The system confirms the boss is sharing the damage, making it nearly impossible to leave a dent. Song An realizes the HP bar won't budge, but the physical force is still moving the beast. Suddenly, a swarm of screeching forest minions dives from the canopy to protect their master. His teammates scream a warning as the battlefield turns into a chaotic, multi-front nightmare. Song An unleashes his black mist, a thick shroud of darkness that engulfs the massive treant and the surrounding area. The mist's blinding effects turn the battlefield into a chaotic mess, causing the confused minions to fly straight into lethal forest hazards. Song An doesn't waste the opening, driving his blade forward with a strike that hums with concentrated power. He knows he has to keep the pressure on, his eyes locked on the target with a grin that says, he's just getting started. He slams another strike into the boss's chest, but the system continues to mock him by sharing the damage across the entire forest. Lexi finally loses its patience, swinging a massive, bark-covered fist down, with enough force to squash a normal player into the dirt. But instead of a satisfying crunch, the giant's hand passes right through Song An as he begins to flicker like a corrupted file. It's the return of the missing target bug, a glitch. Song An knows exactly how to trigger to become a literal ghost in the machine. The forest ruler is losing its mind, screaming in total frustration, as every attempt to crush the boy ends in a pathetic whiff. Song An just winds up a heavy fist, ready to show this boss what happens when you fight someone who knows the programmer's secrets. Song An drives his blade deep into the giant's chest, mocking the beast for being unable to comprehend his high-level exploits. He uses the massive wooden arm as a literal stepping stone, leaping into the air with a grin that screams pure confidence. Landing firmly on the boss's back, he begins carving a path upward, thanking the treant for providing such a convenient foothold. From the safety of the sidelines, Feng suggests a simple fix, wondering if they should just burn the whole forest down. Zai Hui immediately shoots the idea down, knowing that fire only enrages these spirits and triggers a massive power boost. Realizing it can't win alone, Lexi lets out a piercing shriek that echoes through the canopy, calling for its children. A swarm of flying wooden pests erupts from the trees, their glowing eyes locked onto the intruders threatening their ruler. The minions dive-bomb the area in a frantic cloud of bark and wings, desperate to peel the merchant off their master. Zai Hui steps into the fray, her scythe becoming a lethal blur as she makes sure no one interrupts the main event. While she holds the line, Feng completely loses his nerve, sprinting away as the birds decide he's the weakest link in the chain. Zaihui shouts for her leader to stay focused, promising that she'll keep the swarm off his back. Lexi responds by erupting massive wooden spikes from its body in a desperate, jagged attempt at a counterattack. But the merchant just dances through the splinters, the missing target bug making him a ghost in the machine. The boss screams in pure agony as Song-An's poison triggers repeatedly, melting through its shared damage defenses. Hess clearly losing his patience, wondering why this overgrown garden ornament can't just be quiet and act like normal wood. With a cold glare, he drives his blade deep into the treant's chest, signaling that the boss's time has run out. He carves through the thick, ancient bark like it's wet paper, ignoring the ruler's frantic and dying thrashing. Deep within the hollowed trunk, the pure wood crystal pulses with a vibrant, life-giving green light that marks the end. Lexi realizes the end is finally here, shrieking in terror as its very life force is exposed to the intruder. Song-An remains unmoved by the monster's pleas. Knowing this crystal is the only thing that can save his precious friend, Song-An doesn't hesitate for a second, ripping the glowing green core right out of the monster's chest. The massive treant lets out one final, pathetic shriek before its entire wooden body shatters into a million splinters. But the boss damage-sharing mechanic backfires spectacularly, turning its final death throes into a lethal, unintended shockwave. Every minion linked to the ruler is instantly vaporized, turning the entire battlefield into a literal fountain of experience. Zaihui and Feng can only watch in stunned silence as the forest's army simply deletes itself before them. Song-An stands amidst the chaos, watching his level skyrocket while marveling at how a defensive skill became so lethal. As the dust settles, the ground is littered with rare materials that would make any high-level merchant drool. He explains that this crystal isn't just common loot, but the key to rewriting Zaihui's very class. By inputting a hidden developer command, he can transform the core into a tool to unlock her true potential. Even though the transformation takes a full day, Zaihui smiles, placing her complete and total trust in him. Song-An can't help but tease his companion, jokingly wondering if he's actually forgotten the precise developer command. He finally drops the act and triggers the sequence, causing a surge of emerald energy to bridge the gap between them. As the forest's ancient power begins to coil around her, he reminds her that they won't see each other for a full day. Song-An watches with a rare, solemn intensity, knowing he's just initiated a miracle that shouldn't exist in this world. A massive wooden cocoon seals shut, locking the girl away so the system can begin rewriting her very soul. The heavy, dramatic atmosphere is immediately shattered when Song-An's stomach lets out a roar of its own. Nearby, Feng is in a state of pure, capitalist bliss, frantically hoarding every scrap of high-grade wood she can find. When Song-An tries to check on her, the girl nearly jumps out of her skin, terrified she's been caught red-handed. She panics, desperately insisting that she isn't trying to embezzle the loot but is merely acting as his loyal porter. To prove her innocence, she dumps the entire haul at his feet before scurrying off to find even more crystals. Song-An is left blinking in confusion, wondering how a simple invitation to dinner turned into such a dramatic misunderstanding. Deciding to eat alone, he turns his focus to the spoils of war, which include rare materials, a unique necklace, and a massive stack of currency. He examines the pulsating remains of the boss, noting that this quivering mass is the perfect base for crafting several potent recovery potions. Beyond just healing, its ability to regenerate lost limbs makes it an invaluable asset for the brutal battles he knows are coming. Feng can't help but feel the heat of her own greed, sweating under the weight of her suspicious behavior as she watches him work. However, the crown jewel of the drop is a purple-grade necklace, a high-tier item that shouldn't even be appearing at this level. Remembering the warnings of a coming apocalypse, he realizes that hoarding anti-demon equipment is the only way to survive the coming storm. His resolve hardens at the mention of the Demon King Lucifer, a name that carries the weight of an ultimate, inevitable confrontation. There's a strange sense of familiarity to that name, a flicker of memory from his past life that suggests he knows exactly what he's up against. With his goals set and his pockets full, he prepares to vanish into the shadows, ready to face whatever nightmare the system throws at him next. Just as the loot is settled, the world around Song-An begins to dissolve into a blinding, glitchy white void. He frantically calls out for his teammates, wondering who exactly is speaking to him through the static of the collapsing reality. The scenery shifts in an instant, dropping him into a lush, spiritual meadow where a voice claims they are now completely alone. Towering over him is a massive, ethereal figure known as the First Lexi, a spirit body far more majestic than the boss he just killed. She introduces herself as the forest's original guardian god, though he immediately wonders if she's just here to settle a score. The spirit quickly dismisses his fears, explaining that they actually share a common enemy that threatens the entire world. She begins spinning a tale of the Demon King's ancient disasters, noting that while he was once defeated, his stain was never truly erased. With the demon army regaining its strength, she laments being trapped in this small sanctuary by a curse she can't break. Seeing his unique exploits, she hails him as the hero she's been waiting for, though he secretly mocks her for confusing system mechanics with demonic magic. When she asks if his goal is to wipe out the Demon King, he gives her a confident, cocky smile and naturally agrees to the quest. Song-an plays along with the request, knowing that taking down the Demon King was already on his to-do list. Pleased with his answer, the spirit prepares to bestow a gift from the very heart of the forest. A pillar of emerald light descends from the heavens, bathing him in the ancient power of the forest's blessing. He stands there glowing like a neon sign, initially skeptical that anything besides his brightness has actually changed. The guardian god simply smiles at his confusion, instructing him to take a closer look at the palms of his hands. There, etched into his gloves, is a glowing floral sigil that hums with a strange, leafy resonance. Following her lead, he presses his hand against the soil to see what this new toy can actually do. In an instant, massive wooden spires erupt from the earth, twisting and turning at his silent command. The realization hits him that he's basically become a master of the wild, capable of bending nature to his will. Best of all, this plant manipulation costs him 0 mana, leaving him eager to see just how far he can push it. The forest spirit offers a final warning, explaining that the blessing's range is tied directly to his mental energy and current level. The drain hits him like a freight train, leaving him sweating and gasping as his stamina bottoms out in seconds. He barely manages a weak complaint about the lack of a heads-up before his legs give out, and he collapses into the dirt. As the guardian fades into a shimmering mist, she leaves the heavy burden of the future resting on his unconscious shoulders. He eventually groggily opens his eyes to find Zai Hui and Noah hovering over him, looking like they've seen a ghost. Still half-dazed, he immediately questions Zai Hui on why she's out of her evolution state. Worried that the process might have failed, she quickly sets him straight, revealing that he's actually been dead to the world for an entire day while she finished her transition. It's a harsh reality check for him, realizing that even the most broken abilities can be a death sentence if used recklessly. Deciding to move past his embarrassing nap, he asks to see her new role, eager to see if the wait was actually worth it. She responds with a look of pure, smug confidence, warning him that he's probably going to be pretty jealous of her new power. Zai Hui beams with pride as she explains her new pure role, a class that seems perfectly tailored to her aggressive combat style. It's a specialized build where every single attribute scales off her highest stat, granting her a massive boost to lifesteal. Even though the transition wiped her old skills clean, Song-an notices she's already absorbed the Fates connection link. He jokes that since she can now both deal damage and heal, hell never let her go, leaving her completely flustered. The lighthearted mood shifts instantly when a heavy bag of shimmering green magic crystals is presented as a peace offering. Feng insists he hasn't touched a single piece of the loot, a level of honesty that immediately makes Song-an suspicious. Before anyone can question him, Feng drops to the dirt in a desperate plea, begging for the living wood spirit body. He admits he's broke and has no right to ask for such a rarity, but it's the only hope left for his friend. Clenching his fist against the earth, he promises to become Song-an's personal tool if it means saving a life. Song, and stares down at the broken man, silently weighing the value of a rare item against the absolute loyalty of a debtor. While the world outside continues to rot, the overgrown ruins of the city have become a playground for new nightmares, where behind crumbling walls and jagged wooden spikes, the tension in the air is thick enough to choke on. A swarm of level 15 pixies suddenly bursts onto the scene, their twisted faces hungry for a fresh kill, leaving one panicked survivor to tremble in fear that this latest wave of monsters is far beyond their strength. Kong Yue remains completely unimpressed, however, casually reminding his clients that he expects a hefty reward for his services. With a roar of confidence, he prepares his shield, eager to show off the supposed might of a professional demon slayer. The empty streets fall silent for a fleeting heartbeat as the winged pests circle their arrogant new target. Before they move like streaks of blue lightning, their incredible speed leaving nothing but blurred afterimages in the air. Kong Yue just smirks at their agility, relishing the moment the system confirms his hostility has finally been triggered. Kong Yue steps forward as a human wall, boldly declaring that no monster will lay a finger on his clients. The system immediately reacts to his presence, forcing the pixies into an unreasonable, murderous rage directed solely at him. Screeching with fury, the winged pests dive-bomb their target, desperate to tear through the warrior's defenses. He holds his ground as the swarm clatters against his shield, absorbing the impact of their frantic, high-speed strikes. Kong Yue just laughs at their pathetic attempts to hurt him, mocking their lack of power as his passive healing kicks in. Even as they try to pierce his guard with their tiny blades, The pixies find themselves completely unable to outpace his regeneration. Seeing the perfect opening, he barks at the survivors to stop trembling and finally put their weapons to good use. Hez feeling incredibly smug, realizing his taunt achievement is a game-changer that would make even Song and jealous of his growth. However, his newfound magnetism works a little too well, drawing in a stampede of level 11 tusked boars to join the party. Sun Yu's smug confidence evaporates the second he realizes Hez actually surrounded by a fresh wave of bloodthirsty monsters. Realizing he's in over his head, the mercenary shamelessly turns tail and flees, leaving the terrified survivors to their fate. The beasts lunge forward for the kill, sensing that the defenseless humans left behind are nothing more than easy experience points. But their feast is cut short by a lethal flash of steel as Song-an arrives, annihilating the entire swarm instantly. He looks completely unimpressed, openly mocking the supposed professional for struggling against such pathetic, low-level trash. Flustered and desperate to save his reputation, the mercenary tries to claim he was just holding back his true power. Meanwhile, Noah and Zai Hui finally reach the ruins of the abandoned school, relieved to see a familiar face among the chaos. Her friends are quick to welcome her back, immediately gushing over the incredible strength of the mysterious warrior who saved them. Noah tries to play it cool by calling him a scheming villain, but Song-an's smug grin right behind her makes the insult backfire. Song-an decides to lean into his villainous reputation, offering Noah a choice between a decade of labor or a few deadly adventures. While the treasure isn't exactly one of a kind, he's determined to test her sincerity before handing it over for a discount. The tense negotiation is suddenly interrupted by a snot-nosed kid charging toward them, screaming for his big brother Wang Di. The entire group freezes in confusion as the boy, Gigi, arrives with enough chaotic energy to startle even the veterans. Ignorant of the fact that the danger has passed, Gigi conjures a massive water ball, desperate to defend his home. But his heroic moment is cut short by a stray rock, sending the pint-sized mage tumbling face-first into the dirt. The rare spell loses containment instantly, exploding into a tidal wave that sends everyone scrambling for cover. Song-an effortlessly dodges the splash, noting the kid's raw talent while watching poor Sun Yue take the full brunt of the blast. Drenched and defeated, the survivor can only sit in stunned silence as the group realizes their newest ally is a walking disaster. Sun Yue sits there like a literal drowned rat, wondering why he was the only one who failed to dodge the splash. Wang Di immediately starts tearing into Gigi, reminding the kid that his help usually just makes a bad situation 10 times worse. But Gigi isn't having it, indignantly claiming he's a grown man more than capable of defending their home with his own power. Noah steps in to play peacemaker, gently suggesting that Wang Di go easy on the kid since his heart was in the right place. The mood shifts as Gigi reveals that a friend named Xiao Yu has been so worried about Noah that he's refused to eat. As the group gathers among the ruins, Gigi points toward the distance, announcing that the hungry friend is already charging their way. Out of the dust rolls a tiny white dog, barking its head off while navigating the rubble in a makeshift wheelchair. Noah's face lights up as she welcomes the pup back with open arms, calling out to it by name. Song-an can only stare in disbelief, realizing the Xiaoan everyone was so worried about is actually just a handicapped dog. Wang Di explains the grim reality behind the pup's condition, revealing that a monster attack forced him to perform a desperate amputation just to save the dog's life. For Noah, this little guy is more than just a pet. He's the last connection she has to a world before the game took her parents away. Song-an finally connects the dots, realizing that the rare item Noah was begging for earlier wasn't for her own power, but for a companion's survival. Without a second thought, he offers up the living wood spirit body, sending Noah into a frantic, joyful state as she promises the dog a full recovery. Even the little pup seems to sense the shift in the air, letting out a series of spirited barks as if he knows his life is about to change forever. Song-an examines the strange, pulsating material in his hands, silently questioning the bizarre logic of how this high-tier item actually functions. He explains that the wood will naturally graft itself to the host, though Gigi can't help but comment on how much the wriggling mass looks like a giant caterpillar. The moment the wood touches the dog's wounds, it begins to shift and mold, instantly forming a perfect set of magical prosthetic limbs. With the attachment complete, a breathless Noah watches with bated breath, encouraging her best friend to take his very first steps on his brand new legs. The little pup tentatively tests his weight, realizing the wooden grafts feel just as natural as his old paws. Before anyone can even process the miracle, he's already darting across the floor with a newfound burst of energy. He starts doing victory laps in frantic circles, his joyful barks echoing through the ruins of the old school. Noah scoops him up in a tearful embrace while Gigi cheers for the magical caterpillar wood that saved the day. While Wang Di marvels at the logic-defying item, Song-an immediately ruins the emotional moment by demanding his payment. The bickering is cut short by a wet, pathetic sneeze that reminds everyone they still have one more problem. Poor Sun Yue stands there looking like a drowned rat, finally grateful that someone remembered he was still soaking wet. Wang Di offers to lead the way to a dry spot, inviting the duo to stay for a well-earned rest. The mere mention of hot water and cooked food is all it takes to turn our elite warriors into starving kids. Wang Di plays the proud tour guide, leading the group through the halls of what used to be a bustling college. Even our cynical protagonist is genuinely caught off guard when he learns they've kept the power running with solar panels. It's a rare, functional sanctuary in this mess, and Wang Di is clearly ready to die defending it. The highlight of the tour is the bathhouse, boasting the ultimate luxury of the apocalypse: actual hot water. While the girls are thrilled, Gigi wastes no time dragging a shivering Sun Yue inside to finally get him cleaned up. Wang Di invites the hero to join the fun, but Song An stays behind, his internal alarm bells starting to ring. On paper, this place is a paradise with food and electricity, yet he can't shake a sudden, crushing sense of dread. It's a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, a warning that something far more dangerous is lurking in the shadows. His instincts prove fatal as a pale, haunting figure looms right behind him, chillingly announcing that he's finally been located. Song An doesn't hesitate, swinging a desperate fist at the spectral figure that dared to sneak up on him. The entity seems more heartbroken than hurt, sobbing about unrequited love before phasing through the solid wall. Left breathless and sweating, our hero wonders if he's finally lost his mind or actually seen a real ghost. When Wang Di wanders over to check on the commotion, Song An asks if hauntings are a local feature. The news sends a visible chill down the man's spine, as he's never encountered anything supernatural in the base. He tries to laugh it off as a misunderstanding, admitting he's a total coward when it comes to spooky stuff. His bravado dies instantly when Song An deadpans that the lady in question is currently breathing down his neck. The spirit gently caresses his cheek, searching for a spark of affection that definitely isn't there. It's far too much for the poor guy's heart to handle, and he hits the floor in a dead faint. Disappointed by yet another rejection, the ghost sighs, realizing this terrified man isn't the one she's looking for. Bangzi laments her eternal loneliness, but a system notification reveals she's actually a rare, randomly appearing NPC. Song An instantly shifts gears, realizing he isn't being haunted by a vengeful spirit but a scripted game event. His eyes sharpen with greed as he identifies her as a walking Easter egg overflowing with potential experience points. When the dejected spirit prepares to vanish, our hero panics, knowing he can't let this massive payout just walk away. He calls out to stop her mid-retreat, making the confused woman pause to wonder what this human wants now. Without a second thought, Song An closes the distance and pins her against the wall with a sudden, aggressive kabedon. He turns on the charm with a cocky smirk, claiming she's caught his eye and is unlike anyone he's ever met. The poor ghost is completely flustered by the proximity, her heart racing as she wonders if he's about to strike again. Dismissing his earlier hostility as a mere misunderstanding, he leans in close to shamelessly pivot the conversation toward romance. He promises to become exactly her type, willing to say anything cringeworthy just to trigger that sweet experience bonus. The heartbroken spirit is actually moved to tears, weeping blood as she processes the shock of finally being wanted. Song An doesn't let the moment go to waste, suggesting that since he confessed, it's only fair she returns the favor. He seizes her hand with zero hesitation, demanding she take him to wherever this hidden quest leads. The air shimmers as a teleportation trigger kicks in, leaving him just enough time to brag about speedrunning a legendary Easter egg. While he's off chasing experience points, the rest of the survivors are enjoying the rare luxury of a hot shower. Noah Lin freezes as the water hits her skin, sensing a strange disturbance echoing through the base. She peers through the steam, feeling an uneasy premonition that something ridiculous is happening just outside these walls. She's not wrong, as Song An is currently being dragged through a dimensional tunnel at dizzying speeds. The pair bursts through a rift and tumbles into a dark, abandoned room filled with old crates and dust. Striking a confident pose, he casually notes their arrival while his ghostly companion struggles to catch her breath. Bangzi leaves him with a strict warning not to touch a single thing, leaving Song An feeling let down that this legendary quest looks more like a dusty storage unit than a high-level dungeon. He scans the cluttered warehouse, realizing his plan to max out her affection meter might have been a bit overambitious if this is all the treasure she has to offer. Left to his own devices, his gamer instincts take over as he begins poking through the piles of junk, hoping to find a hidden item or a secret trigger. He stumbles upon a collection of bizarre literature, including a literal guide on how ghosts can find true love, and wonders why she's still studying this stuff. Flipping through the pages, his smugness vanishes as he reads tips ranging from appearing behind your lover to the much more concerning suggestion of removing their limbs so they can never leave. Cold sweat pours down his face as he remembers promising her head do anything to change for her, realizing he might have accidentally signed his own death warrant. Right on cue, the ghost manifests behind him with a pair of massive, soul-chilling scissors, sending the usually composed warrior into a full-blown, undignified panic. He desperately tries to negotiate for his life, begging her to put the giant blades away so they can talk this out like civilized beings. With blood-red tears streaming down her face, she seems genuinely hurt, asking why he's resisting since he promised to change and she only wants to start with a simple haircut. The sudden shift from a perceived murder attempt to a forced makeover leaves him completely baffled, wondering if he just nearly had a heart attack over a trim. The sharp snap of cold steel echoing through the room signals the start of a very high-stakes makeover. She hacks away with a manic intensity, her massive blades blurring around his head in a terrifying display of precision. Song-an feels like a fish on a chopping block, but his gamer pride won't let him abandon a rare quest. When the blades finally stop, he offers a silent prayer of thanks, just for having his head still attached. He cautiously checks his reflection in a cracked mirror, fully expecting to see a mangled disaster staring back. To his absolute shock, the style is actually decent, leaving him wondering if she missed her calling as a barber. It turns out she was following a legendary guide, making him feel a sudden, deep gratitude toward a man named Tony. She isn't finished yet, presenting him with a choice of new outfits to complete his transition from survivor to protagonist. He politely asks for a moment of privacy to change, and she bashfully nods while pretending to respect his boundaries. He knew it was too good to be true, catching the spectral voyeur peeking the second his shirt comes off. He tosses his old, tattered yellow jacket aside, finally shedding the look of a struggling survivor. Stepping into his new gear, he looks like a true protagonist, leaving his spectral companion absolutely breathless. She is practically melting into a puddle of blushing goo, completely overwhelmed by his sudden glow-up. He leans into the charm, smugly asking if his new personal stylist is satisfied with her handiwork. The system confirms her heart is won, rewarding his accidental riz with the location of a secret dungeon. He can't help but beam, thrilled that his gamble on this hidden Easter egg actually paid off. He offers a sincere thanks, but the poor girl is so flustered, she begs him to keep his distance. With the quest wrapped up, he pulls up his holographic map to scout out the double experience zone. It is located right in the cafeteria, making him worry that other survivors might have stumbled upon it already. But as the map fully loads, his excitement turns to dread at the sheer number of monsters lurking nearby. Song and stares in pure disbelief as he realizes the monsters that were supposed to be trapped underground have somehow breached the surface. A stray green demon creeps through the shadows, its jagged blade still dripping with fresh blood as it hunts for more prey. Under normal circumstances, these double experience zones are rare treasures triggered only by specific quests or hidden NPCs. They are designed to be the ultimate gauntlet, housing a massive boss and a small army of elite monsters to guard the loot. The game mechanics are supposed to keep these threats locked tight behind a portal that only players can cross. But the laws of this world are breaking, and the dungeon barrier shatters into a million pieces to let the nightmare out. One of the small demons lunges with a murderous shriek, targeting what it thinks is a defenseless survivor. Its confidence is cut short by a blinding flash of pink energy that cleaves the monster in two before it can even land. Noah Lin stands tall in the steam of the showers, her massive scythe already out as she shields a startled Zai Hui. Glancing at the massive experience notification, she realizes the terrifying truth that the double experience dungeon is now overlapping with reality. Noah knows they can't linger in the steam, warning Zai Hui that these green pests always hunt in packs. A sudden crash from the hallway confirms her fears, signaling that the breach is spreading through the base. Feng steps up as the group's primary shield, catching a lunging demon mid-air with a heavy metallic thud. Behind the front line, young Gigi screams for Wang Di to wake up before they all get slaughtered. Feng finds himself face to face with the beast, more offended by its necrotic breath than its jagged claws. He doesn't just block the attack, he counters with a brutal shield bash that pins the demon to the floor. Catching his breath, Feng realizes how close they came to losing the still recovering Wang Di during the chaos. A confused Wang Di tries to explain his sudden nap, claiming a spectral woman scared him right out of his skin. Feng scoffs at the idea of ghosts but grows visibly uneasy when he realizes Song An is nowhere to be found. Noah and Zai Hui emerge fully dressed and ready for combat, confirming the entire floor has become a war zone. Feng can't help but pat himself on the back, feeling like an absolute hero for clearing the immediate area with such ease. Noah isn't sharing his enthusiasm, however, as she realizes the dungeon breach is far more extensive than they initially feared. With the cafeteria full of survivors and the dinner hour approaching, the group realizes they need to move fast, though Noah's mind is still on the missing Song An. Wang Di tries to explain that a spectral lady might be responsible for their leader's disappearance, but Feng is convinced the guy has just lost his marbles from the stress. Noah wonders if the veteran player stumbled onto a hidden quest, knowing his uncanny knack for finding game secrets in the middle of a crisis. The debate is silenced when the mangled demon at their feet suddenly snaps its eyes open, radiating a fresh wave of malice. It lets out a blood-curdling shriek that rings through the corridor, acting as a beacon for every monster lurking in the vicinity. The realization hits the group like a physical blow, as they stare at the creature they foolishly thought was already dead and gone. Noah's heart sinks when she realizes the scream was a call for backup, and the sound of approaching footsteps confirms their nightmare is just beginning. Losing his patience with the noisy snitch, Feng delivers a final, heavy-handed stomp that ensures this particular demon won't be calling anyone ever again. Noah leads the frantic group through the corridors, warning them not to get bogged down in fights, since the base is already crawling with green demons. As they sprint, she pulls up her friends list, her heart sinking when she sees that her messages to the group's strongest fighter are still sitting on unread. She can only hope the veteran player sees the notification soon, fearing that even someone as skilled as him might be overwhelmed by the sudden breach. Her frantic pings detail the chaos, explaining that the dungeon has spilled open and everyone is regrouping at the cafeteria to make a final stand. Miles away, Song-an finally sees the alerts, instantly calculating the massive experience points he's missing out on, while wondering how the hell a dungeon breach even happened. But the greed for levels is quickly replaced by pure desperation as he realizes he's effectively been kidnapped by a clingy, spectral stalker. A system notification confirms his nightmare, informing him that the ghost, Gen Z, has placed a hard restriction on the room, cutting off his exit and his communications. The spectral lady looks almost hurt by his struggle, insisting with a blush that she's only keeping him locked away for his own safety against the monsters outside. He tries to bargain, arguing that his friends need him and, more importantly, he needs that sweet monster experience, but the ghost refuses to be left alone again. She sets a ridiculous condition for his release, demanding a replacement companion, leaving our hero wondering how he's supposed to find a volunteer for a haunted roommate. Gen Z decides she's done talking and drifts away, ignoring Song-an's desperate pleas for her to just wait a second, before she dissolves into spectral mist, leaving our hero completely stranded in a room he can't leave without a replacement. Song-an gnaws on his thumb as his mind races, knowing he needs to exploit a mechanic or find a loophole before the real action passes him by. Elsewhere, the school has become a literal death trap, as monsters tear through the halls, chasing down anyone still breathing. A small group of survivors pushes through the panic, banking everything on reaching the cafeteria for a final stand, until one of the girls points ahead in pure horror, her voice trembling as she spots something that stops the group in their tracks. The path to their supposed sanctuary is a gruesome scene of carnage, littered with the bodies of those who didn't run fast enough. The lead survivor rushes toward the fallen, frantically checking for any signs of life among his slaughtered friends, and finds Changzi still clinging to consciousness, though the poor guy is so traumatized he can only shiver and mutter about the monsters. Looking completely broken, the dying man whispers a final, grim prophecy that everyone in the building is already marked for death. Wang Di clutches his friend tightly, his heart sinking as the dying man's final breath is a desperate plea to escape. The reality of the massacre finally hits him, and he struggles to comprehend how their sanctuary became a literal hunting ground. Driven by a reckless surge of adrenaline, he ignores the shouts of his companions and sprints toward the epicenter of the carnage. Zai Huai and the other survivors watch in horror, realizing that staying put is no longer an option if they want to live. The blonde spear wielder peers into the ominous, dark corridor, sensing that the time for debate has passed and the time for action is now. The group charges through the entrance with a desperate cry, hoping to find their friend but fearing the absolute worst. Their hope vanishes instantly when they spot Wang Di crumpled in a pool of blood beside a massive, bone-chilling crater. Barely clinging to life, the fallen student gasps out a final warning for the group to look at the shadow looming over them. A colossal green ogre towers over the terrified students, its massive club casting a shadow of certain death across the room. With a deafening roar, the beast swings its weapon downward, intending to crush the life out of anyone left standing. The shockwave from the massive club sends the students flying like rag dolls, the sheer force of the impact shattering the floor beneath them. Their attacker reveals himself as Berg, a level 33 elite troll who mockingly scratches his head as if the survivors aren't even worth his full attention. The blonde spear wielder frantically checks on her fallen comrades, relieved to find they're only unconscious but terrified by the power gap. Zaihui stands frozen before the behemoth, his mind screaming that a single direct hit from that club would be an instant death sentence. Before they can even attempt a counterattack, another massive, mud-caked hand slams into the stone, crushing any hope of a quick escape. Now trapped between two elite trolls, Zaihui realizes with growing dread that they can't possibly defend their wounded friends in this crossfire. The blonde girl looks back with wide, trembling eyes, sensing the weight of the monster's overwhelming strength. Nearby, the blonde spear wielder lunges forward, desperately trying to draw the beast's attention away from her friends. She knows she can't win, but she refuses to let these monsters reach the defenseless wounded behind her. Watching the struggle with a twisted grin, Krampus finds their pathetic resistance surprisingly entertaining for such weaklings. He mocks the previous victims who died too quickly, lamenting that they didn't last long enough to be fun. When the demon suggests playing a game, Zaihui spits back a refusal, even as he's being crushed. Unfazed by the defiance, the sorcerer casually conjures a massive fireball that illuminates the entire cafeteria in a hellish glow. He directs the searing heat toward the bound survivors, forcing the students to witness their impending doom up close. The demon proudly presents his collection of broken playthings, kept just barely alive by his sadistic minions for this very moment. The sight of their battered comrades sends a wave of fury and recognition through the remaining students as they realize the stakes. Krampus casually lays out the rules of his twisted game, where the only prize is surviving the slow, agonizing descent of fire. The heat becomes unbearable, reaching 1,000 degrees as the molten core of the spell begins to liquefy and drip. A single bead of liquid hell hangs in the air, a literal death sentence poised over the head of a defenseless victim. The cafeteria's silence is shattered by a guttural scream as the fire sears through flesh, a sound the sorcerer finds absolutely divine. Pinning his remaining hopes on a spiteful afterlife, Wang Di claws at the ground while swearing to haunt the monster forever. But the blonde warrior isn't ready to let anyone else die today, her voice remaining steady even as the world burns around them. She taps into a rare S-rank power called Connection of Fate, prepared to link her soul and shoulder the burden of her friend's pain. Radiant beams of light erupt across the room, tethering the survivors together in a final, desperate gamble to defy their destined end. Zaihui stares in disbelief as a system prompt confirms he's only taking a fraction of the damage he should be feeling. Before he can solve the mystery, the massive Trollberg looms over the blonde warrior like a mountain of muscle and malice. She doesn't flinch, vaulting into the air while thinking that these hideous things really should have stayed on a computer screen. Her scythe carves a glowing purple arc through the air, biting deep into the ogre's flesh with practiced, lethal precision. The strike triggers a powerful lifesteal effect, and thanks to her soul link, the stolen vitality surges directly into the broken Wang Di. Radiant crosses of light erupt throughout the cafeteria, stitching together the shredded skin and broken bones of every captive student. Landing gracefully, the warrior notes that the lifesteal mechanic is even more effective than she anticipated in this desperate situation. She knows her mana is bottoming out from the strain of healing so many people, but she's determined to buy them an exit. Seeing her reach her limit, Zaihui finds his courage and begins screaming insults to force the monsters to focus on him instead. The taunt hits home perfectly, sending the ogre and his pack of demonic runts into a mindless, bloodthirsty frenzy. The taunt works perfectly, drawing the massive ogre's attention while the blonde warrior prepares her finishing blow. Her blade slices through the beast, triggering a massive surge of stolen life force for her fallen allies. As the monster collapses, she feels a rush of power, reaching level 23 amidst the cafeteria's carnage. She takes a brief moment to appreciate her teammates' reliability, thinking Zaihui finally found his backbone. That sentiment dies instantly as she watches him sprint away in total terror, begging the monsters for mercy. From the shadows, Krampus watches with sadistic glee, bored by their survival and craving a real bloodbath. Deciding the games have gone on long enough, the demon sorcerer prepares to unleash his true trump card. A rift tears open as a massive, single-horned beast erupts into the room with a deafening, guttural roar. This is Ho-Ho, a level 34 elite mount that lives for nothing but the scent of fresh blood. Mounting his pet, Krampus charges forward, intent on crushing the survivors under a mountain of demonic muscle. The cafeteria turns into a total mosh pit of death as the ogre and his minions swarm the students. Ho-Ho leads the charge, acting as a literal freight train of demonic muscle aimed at the blonde warrior. Panic sets in as Zaihui realizes they're outmatched, his earlier bravado vanishing faster than his common sense. Krampus doesn't give them a second to breathe, channeling a massive surge of destructive energy through his staff. He unleashes a thundering flame, a localized sun that threatens to incinerate everything in its path. Knowing her soul link might kill the others if she takes the hit, the spearwoman desperately tries to disconnect. She screams a warning to Zaihui, but the guy is too busy vibrating with fear to actually react. Before she can even reset her stance, the massive ogre looms over her like a mountain of impending doom. The ground trembles as his heavy wooden club comes crashing down with enough force to shatter bone. She barely survives the impact, only to realize the floor itself is giving way beneath her feet. Zai Hui loses his footing as the cafeteria floor finally gives way under the weight of the absolute chaos. It's a total freefall into the dark abyss below, dragging the students and monsters alike into the unknown depths. Krampus watches the descent from the edge, perched atop his massive rhino mount like a bored spectator at a circus. Hess clearly unimpressed with the mess, muttering about how trolls are too stupid to even keep a floor together. Despite his annoyance, he knows the Demon King won't tolerate survivors and he's not keen on returning to the void. Just as he prepares to have his mount jump down, something catches his senses, making him pause in his tracks. A wicked glint returns to his eyes as he realizes there's still one little fish caught in his net upstairs. Nearby, Wang Di is desperately sawing through thick ropes, struggling against the supernatural durability of the demon's bindings. He knows this distraction is their only window to escape, before the monsters realize they missed a few captives. While the other students have already surrendered to despair, he refuses to sit still and wait for the slaughter. Krampus sneers with sadistic delight, reminding the boy that escape was never an option in his twisted domain. Before the student can even process the threat, a lurking minion lunges forward to sink its jagged blade into his shoulder. Looming over his prey from atop his massive rhino, the demon sorcerer explains that the ropes were a magical trap all along. He puts on a mask of false mercy, offering the terrified boy a single, blood-soaked chance to walk away alive. The condition is simple but soul-crushing. If he wants to live, he must personally slaughter every one of his friends. Despite the overwhelming pain, the young warrior refuses to break, shouting that he would rather die than become a traitor. This spark of heroism only amuses the demon, who decides that a quick death is far too merciful for someone so stubborn. He orders his minions to carve a hole in the boy's chest so he can watch his own life slowly drain away. Cackling with pure malice, the sorcerer reminds him that the weak have no right to choose how they leave this world. Even as his strength fades, the boy spits out a final curse, promising that divine retribution will eventually find them all. Just as the demon prepares to send his victim to the afterlife, a swirling rift of celestial energy tears through the darkness. A massive pillar of light descends like a divine judgment, shattering the sorcerer's sense of absolute control. The demon's smug arrogance vanishes instantly, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated shock as the ceiling caves in. His massive rhino mount doesn't even have a chance to grunt before the surging power begins to disintegrate its physical form. Terrified by the sudden shift in momentum, the sorcerer teleports away, leaving his prized beast to be erased from existence. Song An watches the system notifications flood his vision, satisfied that his demon-slaying passive just netted him a massive double experience bonus. To the battered young warrior, this isn't just a timely rescue, it's as if a literal god has descended to answer his final prayer. Stepping through the settling dust with his blade drawn, Song An coldly warns the demon that his time for running is officially over. The hero stands as a wall between the cowering survivors and the monster that was just moments away from slaughtering them all. Song An admits he put in way too much effort tracking this target down to let anyone else claim the kill. The demon tries to maintain his bravado, but internally, has sweating bullets after seeing his elite mount get vaporized in a single hit. Meanwhile, Wang Di is absolutely losing it, convinced that heaven itself sent a literal angel to pull them back from the brink of death. Song An can't help but cringe at the over-the-top worship, wondering why these guys think a real angel would even bother showing up here. The realization finally hits the young warrior as he looks past the cool exterior and recognizes the familiar face of his savior. He screams out the hero's name in a mix of total disbelief and pure, unadulterated fanboy energy that echoes through the chamber. While the kid gushes about being rescued, Song An bluntly admits he's mostly just here to farm the demon for some easy experience points. He tries to explain that his miraculous appearance wasn't divine intervention, but rather a clever exploit of a ghost's teleportation mechanic. To secure that ride, he had to resort to some unconventional bribery, pulling out a digital collection of the world's highest-tier heartthrobs. The ghost girl was instantly sold on the deal, her spectral heart fluttering at the sight of such peak physical specimens in the photo album. Even when she complains about the pictures being too quiet, Song An smoothly promises to introduce her to the lead hottie just to keep her cooperative. Song An seals the deal by promising the ghost girl a communication bug so she can stalk her new crush whenever she wants. Gen Z doesn't hesitate for a single second, snatching the phone away with a spectral grip that says the bargain is officially struck. He can't help but chuckle, imagining the massive headache his friend Lee Zerui is going to have once a literal ghost fangirl starts haunting him. But the lighthearted moment is cut short as Song An senses Spike, feeling a sudden surge of murderous intent radiating from the shadows. Krampus is absolutely livid, insulted that these puny mortals are treating a life-or-death battle like a casual coffee break. Wang Di starts panicking as the demon prepares to strike, but Song An simply turns his back, his focus shifting toward the other prisoners. Being ignored by a mere mortal is the ultimate insult for Krampus, who watches in disbelief as his prey treats him like background noise. Song-an ignores the demon's posturing and approaches the captives, his voice steady as he asks if they still have enough strength to move. The lead prisoner reveals the grim reality, admitting their legs were crushed specifically to ensure they remained here as helpless, living bait. He urges the hero to take Wang Di and escape while he still can, convinced that saving the rest of them is a lost cause. Krampus isn't about to let his prey walk away, summoning a massive, molten stone of fire to incinerate the entire area. The demon shrieks with sadistic glee, boasting that his blazing sphere will swallow them whole and leave nothing but ash. Wang Di and the others scream for their savior to dodge, terrified that his hesitation will cost him his life. But Song-an doesn't even flinch, sensing that despite their desperate pleas to leave them behind, these men still want to live. Krampus cackles as the flames engulf his target, convinced that such a point-blank blast is an absolute death sentence. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the Demon Slayer passive triggers, allowing Song-an to slice through the inferno with ease. A system notification confirms a massive reduction in damage, leaving the demon's ultimate move to sputter out into harmless embers. He turns back to the captives with a bored expression, casually mentioning that their only real obstacle is a lack of courage. Krampus can only stare in mute horror as the prisoner with the red hair watches his worldview get shattered in an instant. Without missing a beat, Song-an swings his blade to effortlessly sever the ropes and finally set the survivors free. Song-an casually dumps a pile of C-grade gear at their feet, leaving the red-haired man speechless at the sudden windfall. He pulls out a vial of holy water, explaining that while it can mend broken bones, they'll have to share the limited supply. Wang Di fumbles as the precious bottle is tossed his way, barely believing he's being trusted with their only hope for recovery. Looking at the scarred fighter, Song-an reflects on the man's old advice that survival is the only thing that matters. He admits that while running might keep you breathing for another day, it never actually fixes the source of the nightmare. The red-haired prisoner freezes, the weight of those words hitting him harder than any physical blow he's ever taken. Song-an stares him down, insisting that destiny only starts favoring those who have the spine to stand their ground and fight back. The survivors can only watch in silence as he challenges them to stop living in regret and finally seize control of their own fates. A new light flickers in the injured man's eyes, a spark of defiance finally replacing the hollow gaze of a broken captive. Sensing a lapse in focus, Krampus screeches for his minions to slaughter the weaklings, hoping to exploit this moment of sentimentality. Song-an prepares to clear the path one last time, warning the survivors that his charity has its limits. He unleashes a devastating surge of energy, a blinding flash that tears through the demonic ranks with ease. The lesser demons don't even have time to scream before they're reduced to ash by the overwhelming power. With a cold smirk, he reminds them that their future depends entirely on the choices they make right now. Inspired by the display, the red-haired fighter demands the healing water, his warrior spirit finally reignited. He grips his blade with white-knuckled intensity, swearing to personally reclaim every bit of dignity he's lost. The rest of the captives follow suit, choosing a glorious death over the slow rot of a cage. As the divine potion mends their broken bones, the survivors arm themselves with whatever steel they can find. Wang Di watches in absolute reverence, convinced that their savior is nothing short of a literal angel. No longer acting like helpless prey, the humans roar a challenge and charge headfirst into the remaining swarm. The survivors charge forward, their roars echoing as they finally take their destiny into their own hands. Krampus watches in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend how these broken cattle found the strength to resist. A cold sweat breaks across the demon's face as he realizes the entire battlefield has slipped from his control. Before he can even process the shift, a blinding flash of light signals a lethal displacement in space. He snarls at what he considers a dirty trick, his pride wounded by the sudden nature of the ambush. But Song-an just stares back with icy indifference, reminding the beast that his death was the only objective. Desperate to reclaim his dominance, the demon conjures a massive pillar of flame to incinerate everything in sight. It's a futile effort, as the hero triggers his acceleration skill to cut through the heat like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, the cold edge of a blade is pressed firmly against the demon's throat. Even with his life hanging by a thread, the monster scoffs, calling his executioner a fool for being so bold. Song-an doesn't hesitate, swinging his blade with the precision of a man who has already calculated the ending. The demon tries to reposition, but the hero moves like a blur, slipping right through those desperate, fiery defenses. The monster actually has the nerve to laugh, convinced his teleportation makes him untouchable and ready to turn the tide. That arrogance is cut short by a sickening spray of blood as the beast realizes he's been caught mid-shift. Before he can even process the pain, a lethal strike pierces his chest, pinning his wretched soul to the floor. With a cold gaze, The programmer explains that the demon's movements were always limited to predictable, basic cardinal axes. The system chimes in to finalize the execution, triggering a massive 10 times damage multiplier against the dying creature. As the boss shatters into a million fading pixels, the hero stands tall, calmly declaring the main threat officially neutralized. But the chaos isn't quite over yet, as the remaining trash mobs try to swarm the survivors in a frenzy. They don't get far, as the red-haired warrior steps up to crush them, proving he has finally reclaimed his pride. Feng dives into the chaos, shouting for Nan to hold on while she moves to cover his flank. Nan isn't interested in being rescued though, refusing to let a few low-level pests be his downfall. He throws himself forward with reckless abandon, slamming his forehead into a goblin's face to clear the way. The monster collapses instantly, completely overwhelmed by the sheer physical pressure of a man who has stopped feeling fear. With a wild grin, the warrior prepares a massive swing, embracing the pain as his ultimate source of power. A pillar of light erupts as he cleaves through the remaining resistance, finishing the fight in one glorious burst. The battlefield finally goes quiet, littered with the dissolving remains of the demons and their tattered, useless banners. Sometime, the air fills with the chime of level-up alerts, confirming their hard-fought victory to the stunned survivors. Wang Di beams with pride over his massive growth, even if the system has capped his progress for now. From the periphery, Song An watches silently as the rest of the group finally wakes up from their nightmare. Song, and demands to know how these monsters manage to bypass the dungeon's fundamental restrictions. Krampus sneers at the interrogation, unaware that the poison from the blade is already melting his resistance. A sickening crack echoes as his horn shatters, triggering a massive bonus damage notification from the system. Even as he nears his end, the demon laughs, claiming they are nothing compared to the Demon King's power. Song An's heart sinks as the dying sorcerer reveals they were merely a scout force for a larger invasion. With a final, crazed look, he whispers of an impending alien threat that makes this battle look like child's play. Suddenly, the ground ruptures behind Song An, spewing a violent torrent of fire and dark energy into the air. Wang Di and Gigi scramble for safety, as the dungeon itself begins to vomit lava and destruction upon them. Refusing to die alone, Krampus ignites his remaining life force to drag everyone into the abyss with him. The demon vanishes in a blinding flash of self-immolation, leaving the survivors to face the true nightmare beginning. Song An reels from the demon's parting words, wondering if a full-scale invasion has already begun. As the system confirms the sorcerer's annihilation, the last traces of the monster dissolve into a roaring inferno. Despite the chaos, the massive experience gain pushes him to level 36, unlocking a potential game-breaking solution. Around him, the survivors are losing their minds as the exit vanishes behind a wall of suffocating heat. Visibility drops to 0, leaving the group trapped in a literal furnace with no clear way out. Wang Di grows desperate, realizing her water magic is completely useless against the overwhelming power of the dungeon's collapse. Just as hope begins to flicker out, Song An steps forward with the calm confidence of a man who found a cheat code. He admits his plan sounds ridiculous, but he needs everyone to stomp the ground in perfect, rapid synchronization. The survivors stare at him like he's finally snapped, questioning why they should play follow the leader in the middle of a firestorm. But with no other choice, the first heavy thud echoes against the cracked earth, beginning their rhythmic gamble for survival. The man with the eye patch is the first to fold, swearing his absolute loyalty to whatever crazy plan comes next. Even the most eccentric hunters start calling Song An their savior, desperate to believe he can actually lead them out. The momentum spreads through the group like wildfire, as even the youngest survivors put everything into their rhythmic stomps. Wang Di and the remaining skeptics finally realize that following a madman is better than waiting to be roasted alive. They throw their entire weight into the ground, praying this bizarre ritual is enough to summon some kind of miracle. Song An acts as the conductor of this chaotic orchestra, demanding a steady beat to trigger the game's hidden mechanics. As their movements finally sync up, the cracked earth begins to hum with a strange, artificial resonance. A white shockwave ripples outward from their feet, proving that his knowledge of the world's glitches is their only hope. But the dungeon's collapse intensifies, sending a massive wall of incinerating heat to swallow the group whole. Song An keeps them focused through the roar of the flames, knowing they are just a few perfect beats away from safety. The inferno screams as it swallows the group, but their panicked cries are quickly replaced by a strange, digital silence. A massive frequency error flashes across the sky, proving Song An's insane plan to eject them from reality actually worked. Wang Di stares at her hands in pure shock, realizing the flames dancing around her skin don't carry any heat. Song An explains that by desyncing from the game's frequency, they've become untouchable ghosts within the simulation. It's a classic developer exploit, turning the system's own error handling against itself to grant them a temporary window of invulnerability. He warns the group that this glitch will only last a minute, demanding they find an exit before reality catches up. Raising his voice above the crackling heat, he calls out to see if anyone else managed to survive the collapse. From a stable platform below, Zaihui and her companion shout back, guiding the group toward a hidden exit. Song-an's tension finally breaks into a grin as he orders the survivors to follow the sound of Zaihui's voice. The scouts prepare to receive the refugees, stunned that Song-an is already leading a rescue mission from inside the fire. Song-an points toward the roaring inferno, telling the group they need to dive straight through to reach the lower levels. Emboldened by their temporary invulnerability, Wang Di and the others prepare to leap into the heart of the flames. Down at the landing zone, the scout with the shield shouts for them to hurry, bracing himself for the impact. Wang Di leads the charge with a scream, while the scout wonders why the men are letting the girls jump first. The girls land with a heavy thud on the soft, bloated belly of a dead troll, serving as a perfect makeshift cushion. When a survivor asks if He's coming, Song-an just waves them off, telling the group to go on without him. He isn't being a hero, he simply refuses to leave Krampus loot behind, even with only 5 seconds of glitch time left. Massive slabs of stone begin to rain down as the dungeon's structural integrity finally reaches its breaking point. Zaihui and the scout look back at the crumbling ceiling in a panic, realizing their leader still hasn't made the jump. As the flames roar back to life and the ceiling gives way, the survivors realize they might be the only ones getting out alive. The scout grabs Zaihu's arm, yelling that they have to move now or they'll be buried under the falling stone. She hesitates for a split second, her eyes trembling as she desperately tells herself to trust in his legendary luck. They make a frantic dash for the exit portal, the heat of the collapsing dungeon licking at their heels. A violent explosion rocks the surface, signaling the final death throes of the dungeon as it completely caves in. The survivors collapse onto the grass, trembling with the realization that they were seconds away from being crushed. But the relief turns to dread when they scan the crowd and realize their savior hasn't emerged from the wreckage. Zaihui stares at the smoldering ruins with a sinking heart, fearing that even his genius wasn't enough this time. Suddenly, a survivor points toward the peak of the nearby cliff, where a familiar silhouette stands against the sun. Her breath hitches as she looks up, her despair instantly vanishing at the sight of that cocky, unbothered posture. Standing tall at level 36, Song-an casually checks his new teleportation skill, wondering if he kept everyone waiting. The survivors finally let out a collective sigh of relief, their cheers echoing through the mountain air. But amidst the celebration, Zaihui finds herself completely lost when a stylish stranger approaches her in private. Even the veteran shield guy is left scratching his head, unable to recognize the man standing before them. Song-an can only sweat nervous. Zaihui looks at Song-an with understanding, realizing why he kept this terrifying news from the main group. He confirms that the others would lose all hope, relying on his inner circle to craft a plan. As they weigh their options, they remain blissfully unaware of the 2 survivors lurking behind the rubble. One scout frantically warns his partner to retreat before their mysterious angel discovers their little spying mission. But Feng is paralyzed, her mind reeling from the realization that a level 90 apocalypse is fast approaching. Trying to stay grounded, Zaihui proposes they stop hiding and start recruiting the strongest fighters in the city. Song-an nods in agreement, already planning to consult the powerful Li Zerui for their next move. Just as the tension peaks, Song-an receives a sudden ping from a familiar face on his friend list. It is Li Zerui, warning him that the demons are mobilizing for the impending alien invasion at Moor Creek. Song-an doesn't hesitate, immediately pulling up his interface to lock onto the provided coordinates. Zaihui and the shield wielder are stunned, questioning how he intends to travel hundreds of kilometers in an instant. With a smirk, he reveals his new S-rank teleport skill, which evolves into a long-distance jump when paired with his map. He tells them to sit tight, deciding to head out alone to scout the situation before the others can even blink. His companions can only watch in silent disbelief, realizing that Song-an truly doesn't play by the world's established rules. He transforms into a streak of blue light, burning through his mana reserves as he tears across the sky like a comet. The landscape blurs beneath him until a massive, building-sized turtle comes into view amidst the grassy plains. Below, Li Zeru's group is catching their breath, wondering when they should move out, unaware that help is already arriving. Li Zerui remains unfazed by the looming war, assuring his restless team that their mysterious contact will arrive shortly. His subordinates aren't so sure, pointing out the desolate, empty moor and wondering if they're just being pranked. But Zerui just smiles, knowing that in this world, some people have a habit of defying expectations. Right on cue, the air shatters as Song-an slams into the ground, his teleportation skill leaving a trail of light. He greets the group leader with a casualness that suggests he's exactly where he's supposed to be. The rest of the squad is left gaping, wondering how on earth he just dropped out of the sky like a meteor. Zerui immediately sizes him up, noting his impressive level and realizing he's finally met a player worth his respect. His followers can't wrap their heads around the mutual praise, convinced their leader is still in a league of his own. Not wanting to waste another second, Jirui invites his new guest to hop onto their massive landwalker turtle mount. Song An climbs up, though he can't shake the feeling that someone in the crowd is watching him a little too closely. Song An catches sight of a familiar figure in the distance, wondering if his past has finally come to collect. The man radiates a heavy, suffocating aura that marks him as a high-level threat even from a distance. Shaking off the unease, Song An boards the massive turtle while questioning how a stranger could possibly recognize his new face. They move toward the command tent, situated on the beast's back, where the atmosphere is significantly more professional. Inside, Jirui cuts straight to the chase, asking if Song An is aware of the massive alien invasion looming over them. Song An confirms the threat, noting his information came directly from a demon leader and that their window for preparation is closing. Jirui studies the holographic map, concluding that a demon army of this scale must consolidate at a single entry point. That point is the Zayn Hell portal, a jagged scar on the landscape of District K through which the strongest demons emerge. Recognizing the terrain as a tactical nightmare, Song An pivots the conversation to find the location furthest from the portal's influence. Jirui commands his specialist, Bai Mu, to get to work, and the boy begins typing furiously to find their next destination. The tactical map flickers to life, tracing a jagged path across the wasteland straight toward Hardimon City in District A. Lee, Jirui, and Song An exchange a heavy look, realizing that this city is their final line of defense against the coming tide. Looking at the impossible odds, Song An suggests that a tactical retreat isn't just cowardice, it's their only path to victory. Lee Jirui isn't convinced by the idea of running, prompting the crafter to explain the logic behind abandoning their current position. Song An points out that the city's twisted terrain makes it a nightmare for attackers and a perfect fortress for their forces. With the demon army still days away from completing their march, they have a rare opportunity to move before the trap shuts. It's a desperate gamble for time, allowing the survivors to level up and upgrade their gear before the real slaughter begins. Lee Jirui crunches the numbers, hoping 35 days of preparation will be enough to bridge the gap against high-level demons. But Song An's developer instincts are screaming. He knows the game rarely gives you the time it promises on paper. The tension in the room spikes as Bai Mu suddenly cuts through the silence, voicing his total disagreement with the entire plan. The room turns cold as the raiders' new deputy leader, Chi Shaki, steps forward to voice his blatant distrust. He drops a bombshell that freezes the air, revealing he's the brother of the man Song An previously killed. Song An can feel the weight of the room shifting as the ghost of his past finally comes to collect. Shaki sneers at the silence, mockingly asking if the great crafter is suddenly too terrified to admit to his crimes. While Bai Mu looks ready to snap, the rest of the team watches the confrontation with bated breath. What was meant to be a high-stakes strategy meeting has quickly devolved into a personal trial for blood. Song An internally fumes at the sheer inconvenience of being cornered in the lion's den at the worst possible time. He knows he only killed that scavenger in self-defense, but logic rarely matters when a brother is seeking revenge. With his glitch powers at the ready, he begins weighing the pros and cons of just teleporting out of this mess. But before the situation can boil over, Lee Jirui steps in, sternly reminding Shaki that this matter was settled long ago. Lee Jirui lays it out plainly, reminding everyone that the dead man brought his fate upon himself by breaking the code. Shaki doesn't even try to deny his brother's crimes, yet he still clings to the idea of blood for blood. The commander sees right through the act, questioning if there was ever any real brotherly love between them at all. As the tension peaks, Song An is stunned to realize his past actions are already common knowledge among the group. Shaki confesses his genuine hatred for his late brother, a man who only knew how to abuse his unnatural strength. He finally drops the mask entirely, admitting that revenge is nothing more than a convenient excuse to test his own mettle. Slamming his hand down in a show of force, he demands the commander's permission to handle this his own way. With a flash of steel, Shaki draws his blade and officially challenges the master crafter to a lethal duel. Song An's gaze sharpens as he prepares to show this vengeful deputy exactly why he's the one who survived. While the girl watches with clear disapproval, the rest of the room can't help but gear up for the spectacle. Shaki doubles down on his distrust, waving his blade while the commander looks for a logical reason behind this sudden outburst. To this deputy, strength is the only currency that matters on the battlefield, and he refuses to let a supposedly weak crafter take charge. Sensing an opportunity to settle this once and for all, Song An steps forward and calmly accepts the lethal invitation. He even agrees that a reality check is long overdue, mocking the deputy's obsession with raw, offensive power. With a confident smirk, the developer proposes a simple game of attack and defense to test their respective limits. The suggestion sends a wave of shock through the observers, while Shaki's gaze narrows at the sheer audacity of the proposal. The rules are simple. Shaki can throw everything he has at him, and a single scratch will mean Song-an's total defeat. To make things even more insulting, Song-an promises to remain completely unarmed, driving the deputy into a blind, vengeful rage. Fuming with indignation, Shaki storms toward the exit, demanding his opponent face him like a man instead of hiding behind words. As the stage is set, Song-an can't help but feel that everything is finally falling perfectly into place. The wind whistles through the tall grass of the clearing, signaling the start of a fight no one expected to see. News of the lopsided duel travels fast, drawing a crowd of spectators who are already placing bets on how fast the developer will fall. Seeing his guest standing there defenseless, Lee Zerua's heavy hitter offers to lend a shield, only for the commander to wave him off with a knowing look. The two combatants finally face off, creating a sharp contrast between the armed assassin and the man who looks like he's just out for a stroll. Shaki's ego takes a massive hit as he realizes his opponent truly intends to fight him without a single piece of defensive equipment. The developer doesn't offer an apology, instead wearing a mocking grin while inviting the deputy to stop talking and start swinging. Exploding with violet energy, Shaki calls upon his special role skill, manifesting two predatory shadow panthers from the darkness itself. These aren't just illusions. They are lethal extensions of the deputy's will, snarling with a very real desire to tear flesh from bone. Bai Mu and the rest of the crowd realize the situation just turned into a deadly 3-on-1, leaving the unarmed challenger in a precarious spot. Unfazed, Song-an identifies the Shadow Dancer class at a glance, casually welcoming the Panthers to try their luck against him. The deputy orders his pets forward, determined to put this arrogant newcomer in his place once and for all. Has already mapped out the kill, planning to use his shadow travel to flank the target from 3 sides simultaneously. Meanwhile, the developer is doing some quick mental math, hating the idea of wasting resources on such a mid-tier opponent. Since the beasts are closing in fast, he decides it's worth the small investment just to speed things along. In a flash of system prompts and spent currency, he triggers a building skill that sends massive wooden spikes erupting from the earth. The assassin suddenly doubles over, coughing up blood as he learns the hard way that his panthers reflect damage back to their master. The crowd is losing their minds, unable to comprehend how a supposed combatant is using high-level merchant crafting skills mid-fight. Even the commander is forced to admit that he's been severely underestimating the depth of his guest's hidden abilities. The once lethal shadow beasts are now nothing more than targets, pinned and broken by the sudden terrain manipulation. With a bored expression, the developer invites the deputy to actually try attacking himself instead of hiding behind his pets. Song-an towers over the battlefield, literally, having just burned through a small fortune in star coins to construct a massive defensive spire. Refusing to admit defeat even while coughing up blood, Shaki prepares a desperate blood sacrifice to evolve his broken shadow beasts. The ground-bound panthers dissolve into a swarm of shadow crows, gaining the flight they need to reach their smug target. The avian shadows surge upward, but our developer just watches with a bored gaze, already calculating his next exploit. He pulls out a discarded staff that the system deems unusable, but he isn't looking for a weapon, he's looking for parts. Since the fire crystal still holds its elemental data, he forces a manual enhancement, overriding the system's error messages with pure developer spite. The stone tower instantly upgrades into a high-flame battery, raining down a localized hellfire that turns the sky into a furnace. The shadow crows are vaporized before they can even get close, their dark forms scattering into nothingness against the overwhelming heat. The backlash hits the assassin like a physical truck, forcing more blood from his lungs as his connection to the shadows is violently severed. Trembling and drenched in sweat, the deputy realizes with horror that his entire arsenal has been dismantled by a man who isn't even trying. Song-an stands calmly as the sky burns, his eyes already tracking the next desperate move. A stray shadow crow screeches through the air, a pathetic remnant of a failed strategy. Shaki refuses to go down quietly, forcing his broken body into a high-speed shadow travel. He thinks has finally caught his prey, boasting that the outcome of this duel is now set in stone. Song-an simply agrees before blinking out of existence, leaving behind a command to dismantle the tower. The assassin's heart sinks as his connection to the shadows flickers, realizing he's been lured into a kill zone. Bai Mu and the rest of the onlookers scream out in terror as the structural integrity of the arena vanishes. The massive stone battery gives way, crushing the shadow dancer's pride along with his physical form. Where a formidable fortress once stood, there is now only a heap of broken rocks and rising dust. Staring at the wreckage, Bai Mu and the pink-haired girl are left completely speechless by Song-an's casual cruelty. Seeing the carnage, Lee Zeru immediately orders his subordinates to begin healing the broken assassin. The commander officially declares the duel finished, his eyes fixed on the absolute destruction before him. Silence falls over the clearing as the dust finally begins to settle around the jagged debris. Deep within the rubble, Shucky forces his body to move, lashing out with a desperate phantom slash. He emerges from the wreckage gasping for air, his stamina and spirit completely depleted. The shadow dancer finally admits to himself that he was outclassed and outmaneuvered at every turn. Suddenly, a hand reaches into his field of vision, offering a surprising gesture of sportsmanship. Song-an offers genuine praise, acknowledging that the younger brother's skill far surpassed the elder's. Shucky snaps back with wounded pride, refusing to accept what he perceives as mocking pity. As the assassin seethes in pain, Song-an wonders if his attempt at sincerity was somehow misunderstood. As healing butterflies mend his broken body, the commander tells the brooding Shucky to finally let the matter rest. Lee Zerui steps forward with a knowing look, asking if that entire performance was just a demonstration of battlefield strategy. Song-an plays it cool, explaining that survival is the priority, and merchants are essential for securing defensive positions. The commander agrees with the sentiment but notes that ordinary merchants definitely don't possess his level of combat utility. A sudden wave of panic hits our hero as he realizes his carefully guarded secrets might have just been laid bare. Zerui pieces it all together, deducing that Song-an must be a legendary golden merchant capable of holding dual roles. The revelation sends shockwaves through the onlookers, leaving Bai Mu looking like his entire worldview just shattered. Even the pink-haired girl and a stunned Shucky can't believe they're standing in the presence of such a rare player. Song-an can only offer a nervous laugh, silently cursing the fact that his colleagues are far too observant for his own good. Under the intense, glowing stares of the entire squad, the commander officially invites him to join the elite raiders group. The crowd goes absolutely feral, treating Song-an like a legendary hero, while he desperately wonders why everyone is suddenly so eager. Hess instantly bombarded with requests to teach everything from high-level crafting to his secret combat predictions, leaving him completely suffocated. Zerui just offers a smug smile, officially welcoming him to the raiders, while our hero internally screams that he never actually agreed. Even a grumpy Shucky can't hide his bitterness at the warm welcome, though a familiar glowing butterfly suggests the chaos is just beginning. Song-an tries to maintain his composure under the pressure, but his mind is frantically scanning the area for any possible exit strategy. Suddenly, the commander's system goes haywire as a literal mountain of notification windows floods his screen from a very persistent source. It's the ghost girl, Gen Z, looking absolutely terrifying as she screams through the interface about why her messages are being ignored. Zerui is losing his cool, realizing this troublesome NPC somehow bypassed his blocks to declare her eternal and very much undying love. Seeing the commander getting haunted is the perfect distraction, and Song-an wastes no time pointing out the supernatural emergency to the group. He urges the starstruck squad to go rescue their leader immediately, hoping this digital stalking is finally his golden ticket to freedom. Song-an realizes this is his ultimate window of opportunity, and prepares to ditch the scene entirely. He triggers his teleportation, leaving the raiders with a sarcastic blessing and a promise to meet again at Hardimon. The commander is left fuming, wondering which idiot developer decided to tether this nightmare NPC to his account. Poor Gen Z is left wailing for her darling, her digital tears doing nothing to soften the commander's growing rage. Miles away, a violent surge of energy marks the end of a very expensive and very illegal cross-map jump. Our hero collapses as his mana hits rock bottom, feeling the physical toll of tearing through the game's void. Despite the exhaustion, he can't help but grin, knowing he successfully turned the commander's life into a horror movie. That satisfaction vanishes instantly when he scans his surroundings and finds himself in a place he doesn't recognize. His blood runs cold as he stares at a fresh gravestone bearing the name of one of his allies. The horror only grows as he realizes Hez standing in a field of monuments dedicated to his fallen friends. Song-an's heart hammers against his ribs until he notices something strange. Every single one of these graves is empty. Before he can process the mystery, a familiar face suddenly pops out from a hidden tunnel right beneath his feet. He isn't relieved just yet, convinced that some twisted enemy is playing a sick, psychological prank on him. Fuming, he lets his aura flare with lethal intent, demanding that whatever monster is hiding show its face immediately. The tension snaps instantly when Zaihui skips out from behind the rocks, genuinely thrilled to see him back in one piece. It turns out the Fallen are very much alive and currently busy prepping a massive, well-deserved victory feast. Our hero stands there looking like a complete idiot, his dramatic entrance totally ruined by the domestic smell of stew. While he was out playing World Saver, his friends were busy keeping the campfire burning and the pot bubbling. He finally sits down to eat, realizing they actually dug those graves in advance, just in case the invasion turned south. The group simply shrugs it off, figuring it was better to be prepared for the funeral than caught off guard. Song-an is still completely baffled, questioning why a group of survivors would go through the effort of digging their own graves. Zaihui just offers a knowing smile, gesturing for him to stay quiet and actually listen to what the group has to say. A heavy, meaningful silence falls over the clearing as the survivors exchange a look, signaling that their mindset has shifted. The red-haired leader steps forward, gripping his new gear and hesitantly asking if they can keep the weapons for the coming battle. Our hero feels a sudden wave of awkwardness, wondering if he really looks like the kind of guy who would take back a gift. The man explains that if it hadn't been for his timely arrival, they would have given up on life long ago. It turns out those graves weren't meant for their bodies, but served as a symbolic burial for the cowards they used to be. Having already lost everything to the monsters, they realize they have nothing left to fear and no reason to keep running. With fire in his eyes, the leader vows to stand his ground and fight any calamity that dares to cross their path. One by one, the rest of the group joins the chorus, their voices rising in a collective promise to finally fight back. Zaihui drops a total bombshell, declaring that since they desperately need a leader, Song-an is the only choice. The sudden weight of their expectations hits him like a truck, leaving him momentarily stunned and sweating under the pressure. In an instant, his mind drifts back to his miserable past life, where the only feedback he ever received was failure. He vividly remembers the stinging insults of a toxic boss who treated him like garbage, constantly belittling his every mistake. While his colleagues laughed and headed out for drinks, he was always the pathetic insect left behind to rot in overtime. Back then, he convinced himself he didn't need friends or approval, choosing to bury his isolation in endless lines of code. But the sound of his name being chanted by people who actually believe in him snaps him back to reality. Zaihui notices his distant gaze and gently nudges him, wondering if he spaced out while the entire group waits. Looking at their eager, hopeful faces, he realizes these people aren't mocking him, they are genuinely looking for a hero. A small, genuine smile finally breaks across his face as he realizes that being needed feels better than he ever imagined. Song-an knows that sentiment alone won't win a war, so he immediately demands a trial of strength. He agrees to lead them, but only if they can prove they can handle elite-level monsters without help. Coldly, he warns the crowd that he won't be a shield for their incompetence, or save them from sacrifice. The weight of his words hits home, making the survivors realize that their survival depends entirely on their own growth. He understands that while the invasion requires numbers, sending weaklings to the front is just a death sentence. Zaihui tries to soften his edge, wondering if Hez being a bit too difficult on people who just found hope. But he remains firm, believing it's better for them to give up now than to die pointlessly in the field. Instead of shrinking back, the survivors find a new spark of defiance, demanding a chance to prove their worth. Satisfied with their burning resolve, he opens his inventory to pull out the tools for their first real test. He begins handing out ribbons for them to wear, ready to transform this ragtag group into a functional unit. Song-an instructs the survivors to tie the ribbons together, creating a physical link between every member of the group, while one survivor recognizes the technique as a scrapped game mechanic called bind to group, wondering how it's even active. Zaihui realizes that even when his old boss ordered the code scrapped, the developer must have secretly preserved the original program. He casually explains that a programmer's true skill lies in making the impossible possible, even when using failed or forbidden assets. With his mana finally beginning to stabilize, he looks over the ragtag group and decides they are finally ready, as the system triggers the bind to group skill, recalculating the entire mob into a single, massive entity. Reaching out to the man at the front, he promises the group that today, they are finally going to fly. He offers his other hand to Zaihui, who can't help but turn bright red at the sudden physical contact, but panic sets in for one straggler who realizes he's been left out of the chain with no hands left to grab. Desperate not to be abandoned, the man sprints forward, shouting that he's being forced to use his special move. The desperate straggler lunges forward at the last second, tackling Song-an's leg to ensure he isn't left behind in the dust. Song-an looks down in confusion, but the man is dead set on hitching a ride, screaming that he should have been included from the start. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, the developer simply tells his new passenger to hold on tight and hope for the best. The system triggers a teleportation extension, allowing him to drag along anyone in physical contact as long as he pays the steep mana price. They vanish in a blinding flash of blue energy, hurtling across the map like a literal shooting star. Unfortunately for the passengers, a lingering wind bug means they aren't protected from the G-forces, leaving them screaming in absolute terror. The energy beam finally makes impact miles away, delivering the group to their destination with all the grace of a falling piano. As they materialize in the forest, the survivors collapse in a heap, their heads spinning and their legs feeling like absolute jelly. While the straggler loses his lunch, a nauseous Zaihui demands to know why he never bothered to fix such a violent travel glitch. Song-an just gives a sheepish smile, noting that when you're dealing with thousands of bugs, a few minor ones are bound to stay. The survivors pick themselves up only to find they've landed in a damp, slime-covered corner of the woods. As the group shakes off the nausea, one of the men spots something massive looming through the thick foliage. He stands frozen in pure disbelief, his eyes widening as he realizes they aren't just in some random forest. Emerging from the tree line, they're met with the breathtaking sight of a colossal white fortress piercing the clouds. It's a scene straight out of a high-budget fantasy epic, leaving the exhausted refugees feeling like tiny insects. The veteran player in the group immediately recognizes the landmark, realizing they've reached the legendary Hardiman city, Song, and steps forward with a confident stride, confirming that he's brought them to the largest metropolitan hub in the game. He explains that if they actually plan on surviving the coming war, they're going to need a proper base of operations. Pointing toward the massive stone sentinels known as the Gate of War, he details the strategic importance of the pass. With the mountain range at its back, this city is a natural death trap for invaders, giving them the perfect fortress to prepare for the Demon King's arrival. Song-an maps out the surrounding terrain, noting that the nearby dungeons make this the ultimate strategic goldmine for their new base. He flashes a knowing smirk, warning the group that while the location is perfect, it comes with one very immediate and very hungry problem. The earth begins to groan and buckle as a violent tremor ripples through the clearing, sending debris flying into the air. The survivors instantly lose their cool, stumbling back in terror as the heavy, rhythmic thuds of a massive predator draw closer. A towering level 36 elite boggart crashes through the tree line, its glowing green eyes locking onto the group of trembling snacks. Panic sets in as the refugees scream for their leader to save them, realizing this beast is far beyond anything they've ever faced. Instead of drawing his blade, Song-an uses a quick construction skill to manifest a high stone pillar, casually perching himself out of reach. He ignores their pleas and explains to a skeptical Zaihui that if these people can't handle a simple test, they'll never survive the real war. Left to fend for themselves, the ragtag group tries to muster a defense, though they're too busy arguing over who should take the lead. The high-stakes tension takes a turn for the disgusting when the boggart lets out a massive, slime-drenched sneeze that coats the entire battlefield. The wave of toxic mucus crashes over the front line, instantly pinning the panicked survivors to the grass. Trapped within the viscous green film, the man with the eye patch gasps for air as the slime thickens. Watching from his perch, Song-an remains cold, silently urging his new recruits not to disappoint him so easily. The rest of the group flails helplessly, their limbs heavy and useless against the boggart's disgusting biological trap. He stares down with a look of pure disappointment, searching for even a spark of competence among the chaos. From the safety of the tree line, the chubby man watches in horror, stunned by the sheer power of monster snot. A terrified young boy falls back as a bubbling mass of slime reaches out like a hungry hand. He scrambles away from the rising tide of sludge, which has already swallowed his companions whole. Realizing they're completely outmatched by a low-tier beast, Song-an sighs and prepares to step in before they're digested. Seeing the group on the verge of being digested, Zaihui screams for the young boy, Gigi, to finally use his skill. She quickly explains that boggarts are filthy creatures whose sticky mucus loses all its power the moment it encounters water. From atop their stone pillar, she desperately tries to boost the boy's confidence while Song-an watches with clinical detachment. Gigi trembles as the massive beast looms over him, its foul breath and glowing green eyes paralyzing him with fear. With his back against the wall and his friends' lives on the line, he lets out a guttural, desperate scream. He finally triggers his ability, launching a massive, high-pressure water ball directly into the center of the viscous green trap. The boggart howls in frustration as its precious, sticky film is instantly diluted and washed away by the sudden deluge. Gasping and hacking, the survivors are spat out of the dissolving sludge, finally able to fill their lungs with air. Gigi can hardly believe he actually pulled it off, while the exhausted group offers their frantic thanks for the save. Zaihui offers a sheepish apology for her earlier outburst, worried that her constant chatter might have annoyed the stoic leader. Song-an brushes the concern aside with a rare, calm smile, though he privately wishes the trial had lasted just a bit longer. He explains that the trauma of the encounter will serve as a permanent reminder of this world's cruelty, leaving Zaihui flustered by his sudden insight. Shifting back into his role as a cold instructor, he calls for the group's undivided attention to begin the post-battle breakdown. He demands they analyze their tactical failures, stressing that mindless solo fighting is a one-way ticket to an early grave. Even as the massive boggart looms over them, he insists that identifying their unique advantages is the only way to topple a superior foe. The survivors exchange uncertain glances, finally beginning to grasp the weight of the tactical demands being placed upon them. Since he won't be holding their hands forever, He warns them to start viewing every single element of their environment as a tool for survival. To drive the point home, he coldly identifies the terrified man hiding behind a nearby rock as nothing more than another expendable resource. The coward hiding in the brush is absolutely losing it, cursing Song-an for blowing his cover so recklessly. But his loud mouth does exactly what the master strategist intended, instantly triggering the boggart's hate and locking its focus. As the massive beast lunges, the terrified bait realizes has been served up as a human lure to create a single, desperate opening. Seeing the monster's back finally exposed, the one-eyed veteran realizes this is the golden opportunity they need to turn the tide. He quickly barks orders to his fastest companions, commanding them to harass the beast while its attention is fixed elsewhere. Without a second of hesitation, the survivors charge forward, finally acting like a coordinated unit instead of a panicked mob. They land a series of precise, stinging strikes on the boggart's flank, proving that even weak players can draw blood when they strike together. The monster lets out a deafening roar of agony, its primal focus completely shattered by the sudden and unexpected counterattack. However, as the system alerts them that the aggro has shifted, the realization hits that they've now become the beast's primary targets. The boggart lets out a thunderous roar, forcing the veterans to scream for the rookies to clear the path of destruction. Instead of fleeing, the group digs in their heels, unleashing a barrage of basic attacks that tear into the monster's hide. The elite beast shrieks in genuine agony, clutching its mangled leg as it realizes the prey has finally learned how to hunt. Seizing the moment of chaos, the pink-haired girl dives into her inventory to deploy a low-level but tactical trap. She floods the ground with tripping marbles, turning the terrain into a frictionless nightmare for the heavy-footed monster. The massive creature loses its balance, flailing its arms in a panicked scramble, as its own weight becomes its greatest liability. Watching from the safety of the trees, the chubby survivor is absolutely floored that these nobodies are actually stalling an elite. Zaihui can't contain her excitement as she points out their progress, receiving a rare, calm confirmation from her stoic leader. As he watches his makeshift army find their rhythm, Song-an feels a flicker of hope that their future might be bright. Song-an begins categorizing his new pawns, identifying Brother Nan as a frontline leader, while assigning the more agile survivors to scouting. The battlefield quickly turns messy as the boggart retaliates, launching a massive wave of toxic mucus at the advancing warriors. Before the slime can coat the group, Gigi reacts with instinctual precision, proving he has the rare, innate talent of a high-level mage. While the offense is coming together, Song-an's gaze remains cold and analytical as he realizes they're still missing a vital healer. His search is interrupted by a new face charging into the thick of it, desperate to prove that she can contribute to the slaughter. She winds up for a flashy maneuver, calling out a rapid spin triple attack that sounds far more impressive than it actually looks. The hype dies instantly when her weapon clangs harmlessly against the monster's thick hide, leaving her spinning in a dizzy, pathetic heap. Song-an is left genuinely speechless, struggling to process how such a weak, bottom-tier strike could even be considered a skill. His frustration turns to urgency as the enraged beast towers over the defenseless girl, preparing to crush her into the dirt. The survivors scream out in absolute terror as they realize the beast is about to finish what it started. A massive, slime-covered foot descends with bone-crushing force, aimed directly at the defenseless fallen girl. Suddenly, the chubby survivor leaps into the fray, taking the hit to stop the monster from bullying his comrade. Covered in disgusting mucus, he shoots a confident wink, convinced this heroic moment is his golden ticket to a date. His dreams are shattered instantly when she thanks him with the dreaded good person label, leaving him soul-crushed. Seeing the opening, the one-eyed veteran rallies the rest of the group to seize their chance and strike together. They swarm the elite monster like a pack of starving wolves, pouring every ounce of their frustration into the killing blow. Song-an watches from the sidelines with a satisfied smirk as the system confirms the kill and their massive growth. Gasping for air, but wearing triumphant smiles, the group finally tastes the sweet, addictive reward of their first real victory. The survivors celebrate as level-up notifications flood their vision, finally feeling the rush of hard-earned power. Zaihui rushes over with a beaming smile, eager to know if their performance met the boss's standards. Even the younger ones, like Gigi, look on hopefully, waiting for a scrap of praise from their leader. Song-an offers a rare, chillingly calm smile, welcoming them to the team while promising even more training. The mood sours instantly when he announces their next stop is a dungeon, leaving the group in disbelief. The chubby survivor practically wails in protest, convinced that Song-an must be a literal devil in disguise. Desperate for backup, he turns to Brother Nan, hoping the veteran will demand at least an hour of rest. But the big man is busy vibrating with a strange, sickly green aura that definitely wasn't there before. It turns out he accidentally swiped a useless, panicked skill from the snot monster. Much to his horror, Brother Nan stands at the center of the clearing, radiating a neon green glow that feels more like a curse than a blessing. Having finally hit level 19, he's unlocked his very first skill, though the sheer panic in his eyes suggests he already regrets it. The younger survivors watch in morbid fascination, wondering if their heavy hitter is about to start projectile vomiting mucus at their enemies. Zaihui chimes in with a bit of expert monster lore, noting that the boggart's true strength lies in its disgusting but effective healing factor. For a fleeting moment, the veteran warrior feels a spark of hope, thinking he's finally stumbled into a high-tier recovery ability. That hope is unceremoniously crushed when she explains that the healing only works if the user reabsorbs the slime they've already discharged. The mental image of their leader snacking on floor snot has the rest of the group thanking their lucky stars they didn't get the killing blow. Song-an just watches the drama unfold with a devious smirk, casually suggesting that a true warrior shouldn't be afraid to test their new toys. Realization hits Brother Nan like a freight train as he stares into the abyss of his own dignity, knowing there's no way out of this training. Before he can even voice a protest, he's buried under a concentrated heap of glowing sludge, learning the hard way that some buffs come with a heavy price. Song and coaches Brother Nan through the process, urging him to project his newly acquired energy into the space around him. The survivors can only watch in silence as a vibrant green pulse begins to ripple through the air. Within seconds, a massive translucent dome settles over the clearing, pulling every single person into its protective embrace. The refugees are caught off guard by the soothing sensation, realizing this light feels far more welcoming than the monster it came from. Song-an calmly explains that they're feeling a restorative force, though he warns them not to expect a miracle cure just yet. It turns out the system adjusted the boggart's biology from the start, allowing its essence to be repurposed for human survival. Zaihui beams with pride as she identifies the technique, thrilled to see their ragtag group finally gaining some real utility. Brother Nan stares at his status window in disbelief, realizing he's just unlocked an A-rank passive skill called Healing Aura. The catch is that the recovery is a slow burn, a detail Song-an is quick to highlight while assessing their new strategic advantage. He's already calculating how to maximize the effect through stacking, proving that even a weak buff can become broken in the right hands. The chubby survivor isn't exactly sold on the new buff, worrying he'll still end up as the group's primary punching bag. He tries to voice his concerns to the group, but the conversation is quickly hijacked by a surprising revelation. Spear Girl sheepishly admits that her own talent actually includes a healing component, offering to pitch in when things get messy. The news catches everyone off guard, making them wonder if her previous combat style was just a cover for her true class. Song-an doesn't seem surprised at all, confidently declaring that healing is the one thing they'll never have to worry about again. This cryptic promise leaves the chubby survivor scrambling for answers, wondering if there's a hidden army of clerics waiting in the wings. Ignoring the frantic questions, Song-an simply tells them they'll see soon enough before turning his attention back to the environment. He steps into the center of the clearing, his presence alone causing the very trees to shudder under the weight of his intent. With a sudden burst of speed, the surrounding timber is carved away as if by an invisible blade, clearing the path for his next exploit. A shimmering blue light erupts from the fresh cuts, signaling the activation of yet another glitched mechanic that defies the world's logic. The portal's activation summons high-tier threats, including level 39 boggart elites and level 37 wakame. These aren't just mindless mobs, they're aggressive predators radiating a level of bloodlust that freezes the air. The survivors feel a crushing sense of oppression, realizing they've been dropped into a literal nightmare. Song-an remains unfazed, coolly informing his terrified students that they now have 3 mandatory goals to achieve. The first task is a brutal level-up marathon, requiring every person to hit level 30 within a single week. For the second requirement, he demands that every single member of the squad must acquire a healing aura. The group looks on in utter disbelief, wondering how they're supposed to find such rare skills on command. He explains that stacking 3 specific auras triggers an explosive healing multiplier, essentially making the team unkillable. Spear Girl's jaw drops as she realizes her leader is once again exploiting a broken game mechanic. Song-an simply offers a playful hush, keeping his latest world-breaking secret strictly between them for now. Song-an keeps the secret of his broken mechanics between them, knowing the truth is far too much for the others. Meanwhile, Sunyu is a blur of motion, her blade singing as she marks her 11th kill with a cheerful smile. But not everyone is having such a good time, especially when a giant foot threatens to end a certain coward's career. Brother Nan scrambles for his life, desperately threatening to quit the team if he doesn't get some immediate backup. Song-an just offers a cool, effortless grin, telling his frantic student to relax while he plays the puppet master. He starts barking orders, sending the squad straight into the meat grinder to learn how to dodge for their lives. Sunyue takes the next group under her wing, focusing on finding the lethal pressure points of their monstrous foes. Spear Girl and her companions are left wondering what kind of hellish special tactics their leader has in store for them. Nan's ego takes a hit when he realizes his team is a total dudefest, leading to a loud and pathetic protest. Song-an shuts him up instantly with the promise of top-tier armor, proving that every man truly has his price. Brother Nan's cowardice evaporates the second high-tier loot is on the table, suddenly acting like a fearless commander for his peers. His newfound bravery lasts all of 5 seconds before a massive, weeping beast looms over him like a hairy mountain. This is the Trirat boss, a level 40 ruler that looks more like a tragic nightmare than a simple training dummy. The beast isn't alone, calling forth its pack as the atmosphere grows heavy with the scent of impending slaughter. Sun Yue recognizes the danger immediately, screaming for the group to retreat before the boss sacrifices its own health for a lethal power boost. But Song-an remains unmoved, calmly telling her to stand down, because he has already seen how this script ends. He steps into the spotlight, announcing his final requirement for the trainees, while staring down the towering monstrosity without a hint of fear. As the beast ignites its fist for a crushing blow, Song-an reflects on their past weakness while coating his blade in lethal poison. The massive strike descends with enough force to shatter the ground, but the master crafter doesn't even flinch as the impact nears. In a blur of glitched steel, he unleashes a flurry of instant slashes that turn the level 40 ruler into a pile of scrap. The level 40 Trirat boss lets out a final, agonizing shriek as Song-an's lethal strikes tear through its hide, ending its reign of terror. Standing triumphantly atop the beast's corpse, Song-an commands his team to fight for their lives, swearing he won't let a single one of them die. Inspired by his overwhelming strength, the survivors find their courage and roar back at the remaining monsters, refusing to be seen as weaklings any longer. A blinding explosion of energy marks the turning point of the battle, as the trainees finally begin to overwhelm the pack with sheer determination. While the survivors celebrate their growth, the scene shifts to the cold, crystalline depths of a magic cave hidden away in Region B. Here, the local laborers toil under the dim purple glow, unaware that their peaceful mining operation is about to be interrupted by corporate greed. Vice President Shu of the Starcoin Alliance arrives with an air of cold impatience, demanding to be shown the special mine he intends to exploit. As the fawning manager leads him through the tunnels, the miners can only watch in silence, sensing the arrival of a new and ruthless master. They whisper in fear about Su's reputation for squeezing every penny out of his workers, realizing the Alliance is here to seize total control. With the corporate vulture circling their discovery, the workers lament that their days of easy work and slacking off have officially come to a miserable end. Vice President Shufai's eyes gleam with pure avarice at the prospect of a mine that can never be squeezed dry. His fawning manager, Old Bai, promises that the reward for this discovery will be well worth the corporate vulture's time. The executive pauses, removing his glasses in sheer disbelief as the impossible reality of the cavern finally sinks in. Before them lies a chaotic mess of system errors and reloading resources, a massive bug that keeps the crystals respawning infinitely. With a golden-toothed grin, Shu realizes they've struck it rich, provided they can keep this glitched gold mine a total secret. Fast forward 10 days, and the quiet of the wilderness is shattered by the arrival of a level 43 Earth Dragon. The massive ruler finds itself cornered, its stone armor cracking as the once terrified survivors now strike with lethal precision. Splitting into 2 tactical teams, the trainees flank the beast, proving they've finally learned how to fight as a unit. Desperate, the dragon gathers a blinding surge of energy in its throat, preparing to wipe out the pests with a charged blast. Yet Brother Nan stands his ground with a cocky smirk, taunting the monster to give him its best shot behind his reinforced shield. The dragon unleashes its devastating breath, but the beam slams uselessly against a wall of pure defiance. Brother Nan just laughs, mocking the beast as his salamander armor prepares a nasty status effect surprise. Suddenly, the ruler is engulfed in a searing backfire, its stone hide cracking under a massive burn debuff. Seizing the opening, the trainees charge in, their strikes landing with the weight of seasoned warriors. They dismantle the monster piece by piece, proving that even a dragon can be bled by coordinated effort. From the shadows, a predatory smile emerges, as the ultimate hunter finally decides to end the show. Dropping from the sky with upgraded invisibility, Song-an prepares to deliver a blow the system won't forget. A pillar of golden light cleaves through the cavern, splitting the level 43 boss right down the middle. The logistics team can only watch in awe, realizing their leader is playing a completely different game. With the dragon dead and his gear evolving, Song-an stands as the undisputed king of this glitched world. Song-an checks in on the squad, but with his broken support skills active, not a single soul has a scratch. It turns out a decimal point error in the system's healing data is granting them 10 times the intended recovery. Justin can barely contain his greed, practically vibrating as he begs for the signal to start stripping the cave bare. With the boss out of the picture, the trainees dive into the manual labor, eager to prove their loyalty. They know that under a leader who exploits the world itself, hard work translates directly into god-tier equipment. Meanwhile, Brother Nan acts all high and mighty about his noble aspirations, despite being the biggest beneficiary of the carry. Song-an ignores the background noise, his eyes locking onto the rare earth dragon bone that just dropped. It is the final ingredient needed to push his bone blade past its limits and into a demonic grade A rank. The trainees watch with bated breath, realizing they are about to witness a craft that shouldn't even be possible yet. With a cold, confident smirk, Song-an initiates the synthesis to bring his new instrument of destruction to life. The crafting process erupts in a blinding pillar of light as the dragon bone and materials fuse with glitch-like precision. Out of the chaos emerges the demonic bone blade, a grade A masterpiece, designed to shred defense and annihilate non-demon foes. The trainees can hardly believe their eyes, staring in absolute awe at the legendary weapon born right before them. Even the loudmouth tank is left speechless for once, his usual arrogance momentarily replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. Song-an admires his new toy, satisfied that he finally has a weapon worthy of his status as a master crafter. Of course, the tank can't help but feel a bit salty, trying to convince himself that his defense still reigns supreme. Song-an catches the jealous look and playfully offers to test the blade's sharpness on the armor, sending the coward into a panic. With the joke over, he decides it is time to wrap things up and check on the progress of the other teams. But just as they prepare to leave, a strange green glow emanating from the cave wall catches his sharp eyes. It is a hidden dungeon passage, a rare shortcut that could lead them straight into the heart of the next challenge. Song-an casually steps through the rift, checking in to see if the other group has finished their hunt yet. Sunyue is right in the thick of it, shouting back that they aren't quite done with their assignment. A massive level 41 Tauren ruler looms over the battlefield, making it clear the new recruits are still struggling. She estimates they will need at least another 20 minutes to safely dismantle the beast's remaining health bar. When Song-an offers to lend a hand, she firmly declines, determined to prove she can handle the pressure. The Tauren roars in fury, winding up a devastating punch that threatens to shatter the very ground they stand on. Sunyue triggers her life force attack, sacrificing her own health to ensure she doesn't let her leader down. Seeing her fiery resolve, Song-an realizes he was just being a show-off and decides to back off. He leads the rest of the group back through the portal, content to let his vanguard finish the job. Over the next 10 days, their numbers swell to 21 members, forcing the team to officially become a guild. And just like that, the Zero Guild is officially born, turning a ragtag group of survivors into a legitimate force. Brother Nan thinks the name is a bit too plain, suggesting they go with something flashier like the Super Alliance. But Song-an knows better, viewing 0 as the ultimate digit that can eliminate any other number in its path. As they step back into the light of the camp, the survivors erupt into a deafening chorus of praise. The title of guild leader echoes through the air, cementing his status as the man they all finally trust. It is a bit much for him, and he awkwardly waves them off, telling everyone to just act natural. Deep down, he realizes that carrying the hopes of 21 people is a weight he isn't quite used to yet. However, looking at how far they have come, he can't help but smile at how different this life feels. His quiet reflection is interrupted when a member calls out to him, sounding both exhausted and incredibly excited. They have managed to get their hands on a strange, crystalline firearm that looks like it was ripped from a high-level zone. Feng presents her masterpiece with a triumphant grin, barely catching her breath after the final hammer strike. While the merchant system usually spits out basic swords, this crystalline pistol is a complete statistical anomaly. It is the legendary magic gun, an item so rare it only appears once in every 100,000 attempts. Song-an is genuinely impressed, realizing his guild members are starting to craft items that defy the game's logic. She beams with pride, boasting about the 9 grueling days she spent gambling against the system's impossible odds. Brother Nan and the trainees are left reeling, wondering how such a legendary weapon could have stayed hidden. To the rest of the group, it feels like a total cheat code that makes traditional combat look completely obsolete. Song-an realizes the secret isn't just her skill, but the 4-leaf clover hairpin perched in her hair. This unique accessory provides a massive luck attribute bonus, essentially bending the laws of probability in her favor. Feng proudly admits that she went through her own share of hell just to secure that lucky little charm. The girl begins rambling about a legendary rainbow rabbit, desperate to share the epic saga behind her lucky charm. But Song-an isn't exactly in the mood for a bedtime story, casually walking off to finally field test their new hardware. He's far more interested in the raw, destructive potential of the magic gun than a story about a colorful bunny. Left completely in the dust, the poor crafter can only sulk as her moment of glory is heartlessly overshadowed. A simple wooden target stands waiting in the distance, blissfully unaware of the absolute erasure headed its way. Song-an prepares to channel a mere 10 points of mana, curious to see what the weapon's baseline output looks like. The barrel hums to life instantly, its crystalline structure glowing with a concentrated and highly unstable blue light. Even the trainees watching from the sidelines notice the shift in atmosphere as the energy begins to warp and intensify. With a cold and calculated gaze, he pulls the trigger, letting the converted mana scream through the air. The result is a devastating pillar of light that doesn't just hit the target, it completely erases the very ground beneath it. The sheer scale of the destruction leaves the entire group speechless, their faces drenched in a cold sweat of pure disbelief. Song-an can't help but grin, realizing that if a measly 10 mana points did this, a full charge would be absolutely game-breaking. He knows high-level demons love to spam silence, but with this weapon in hand, the playing field has officially been leveled. Turning to Feng, he immediately asks if she can mass-produce these beauties to give the rest of the guild some real teeth. The young crafter hesitates, noting that even with her lucky hairpin, the success rate is abysmal, and they are bone-dry on materials. That is when Brother Nan steps in with his usual bravado, promising to personally secure whatever rare loot the forge requires. The rest of the trainees are just as fired up, feeling like they have rested long enough and are ready for a real hunt. Seeing his team finally find their rhythm and drive brings a rare, genuine smile to the master crafter's face. Meanwhile, high above the surrounding cliffs, the local sentinels keep a watchful eye over the winding mountain passes. One guard suddenly freezes, spotting a mysterious group approaching the gates and wondering who could possibly be wandering this far out. A familiar face leads the returning party, sporting a cocky grin and a brand new eye patch. High up on the watchtower, the sentinel bellows the news that the scouting team has finally arrived. Song-an smirks, satisfied that their timing is perfect for the next stage of his master plan. The lead scout waves enthusiastically, clearly proud of the experts he managed to track down and recruit. However, the guild leader is met with the sight of two elderly civilians instead of seasoned warriors. Brother Nan immediately scoffs, loudly wondering if this old-timer can even hear, let alone provide useful intel. The elder's eyes narrow with a sharp, dangerous glint that the arrogant tank completely fails to notice. A lightning-fast strike lands square on the tank's head, leaving him clutching his skull in absolute, throbbing agony. The scout frantically clarifies that this cranky martial artist isn't even the informant they were actually looking for. It's too late to apologize now, as the old man reveals his nunchucks and prepares to teach respect. Song-an realizes the old man is a total monster since he bypassed the heavy armor with such effortless precision. The immediate threat is neutralized as the old man's wife drags him away by the ear for showing off. Song-an can only offer a strained smile, while the scout points out the real informant hiding nearby. Crouched deep in the bushes is a small boy with massive glasses, hoping his camouflage is enough to stay hidden. The scout hauls the kid out by his hood, completely ruining his attempt at a stealthy, professional entrance. The boy quickly brushes the leaves off his clothes, trying to salvage what is left of his dignity. Known as the news source, Xiao Bao is the kind of broker who hears every whisper in the city. Song-an skips the pleasantries, assuming the boy already knows exactly why the Zero Guild needs his expertise. Xiao Bao flashes a confident grin, holding up two fingers to represent the vital secrets he is currently carrying. The guild leader's gaze sharpens as he weighs his options, curious to see which lead is worth following first. The young broker offers a choice between intel on rising demons or game-breaking bugs, immediately piquing the leader's interest. The rest of the guild reacts with a mix of dread and confusion, their faces showing just how high the stakes are. Prioritizing the most immediate threat to their survival, Song-an demands to hear the report on the demons first. The informant reveals that an abnormal phenomenon in K District is causing demons to grow stronger and slaughter players. His investigation points to a literal entrance to hell, a jagged rift pulsing with an ominous, malevolent red glow. The guild leader stares into the distance, wondering if the demon army is finally moving their apocalyptic plans forward. While the others worry about the end of the world, the tank is still stuck, wondering what bugs even are. The broker flashes a greedy smile, reminding his client that even the best news comes with a steep price tag. A heavy pouch of coins is tossed over, landing firmly in the boy's hands as payment for the next secret. Growing tired of the theatrics, Song-an tells the informant to stop stalling and spill everything he knows. The broker reveals that the Starcoin Alliance has hit the jackpot with an unlimited mine spawned from a game bug. Song-an isn't easily impressed, demanding to know just how much effort went into uncovering this hidden treasure. It took 10 days of persistence to peel back the layers of secrecy the Alliance tried so hard to maintain. This isn't just about wealth. If the crystals are linked to symbiosis, the local demons might be evolving into something far worse. He knows that while a surplus of resources should help everyone, those greedy merchants will likely hoard it all for themselves. A heavy weight settles in his gut as he begins to walk away, certain that this discovery is a harbinger of chaos. He instructs the informant to keep his eyes glued to K District and report any new developments immediately. Leaving the guild's defense to Zai Hui, he ignores the tank's confusion about his sudden and dangerous departure. The Master Crafter intends to settle this personally, choosing to walk straight into the lion's den of the Alliance alone. Far from the surface, the bugged mine glows with an eerie purple light, waiting to be exploited by whoever gets there first. Deep in the heart of the Alliance's territory, the rhythmic sound of heavy machinery masks the growing tension surrounding their prized crystal mine. Vice President Shu isn't one for excuses, coldly questioning if his manager has lost his edge as the mining yields continue to plummet. Little does he know, a group of desperate adventurers is watching from the ridgeline, their eyes burning with resentment over the Alliance's suffocating monopoly. Their scarred leader can barely contain his rage, disgusted by how these merchants have inflated prices until common players can't even afford a decent blade. Refusing to be exploited any longer, he rallies his brothers for a reckless gamble, hoping to break the Alliance's stranglehold through sheer force. They descend like starving wolves, screaming for the wealthy merchant to pay back every cent he's bled from the community. But Shu doesn't even flinch, merely adjusting his glasses while dismissing the entire group as nothing more than impudent fools playing at Revolution. In a blur of lethal efficiency, his personal security detail intercepts the charge. Moving so fast they appear as nothing but dark streaks against the sky. The elite guards relish the chance to finally draw blood, effortlessly carving through the disorganized mob as if they were clearing away common trash. As the first of the rebels hits the dirt, the harsh reality of the power gap becomes clear. Righteous anger is no match for the Alliance's cold, calculated steel. The bandaged rebel realizes too late that they haven't just stumbled into a merchant caravan, but a death trap. Screaming insults at the intruders, the Hualeishi mercenary squad lunges forward to protect their employer's interests. The scarred leader barely manages to parry a lethal strike, his muscles straining against the mercenary's superior level. Hes forced back by the sheer momentum of the clash, his boots carving deep furrows into the dirt. The mercenaries realize their target isn't just a mindless thug, as he's already positioned himself for a quick getaway. Thinking has found a window of opportunity, the leader detonates a smoke bomb and commands his brothers to retreat. The elite guards are left coughing in the thick haze, frustrated that their easy prey is slipping through their fingers. But Song-an watches the chaos with a cold detachment, calmly ordering a volley of arrows to seal the perimeter. Glowing green projectiles streak through the smoke, expanding into magical energy nets that snag the rebels mid-flight. As the fog lifts, the once furious revolutionaries are left face down in the dirt, completely immobilized and utterly defeated. High above the clearing, Sun Tianxing looks down with a detached gaze, his bow of freedom having already ended the struggle. The captured rebels can only glare back in pure vitriol at the man they consider a meddling busybody. Tianxing remains hilariously oblivious to their hatred, mistaking their screams of rage for a heartfelt thank you. It's a humiliating realization for the scarred leader, knowing this high-level archer makes his entire squad look like amateurs. Vice President Shu finally steps into the light, applauding the efficiency of the expensive mercenaries he keeps on his payroll. From the dirt, the rebel leader spits out curses, threatening to broadcast the Alliance's corruption to the entire world. Shu doesn't even blink at the threat, instead reaching for his pouch with a sickeningly sweet reminder that harmony brings wealth. He casually dumps a pile of gold onto the ground, a calculated bribe meant to bury their principles under cold, hard currency. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he offers to settle their little misunderstanding with the only language he thinks they understand. Seeing his work is done, Shu gives the order for the magical restraints to be deactivated with a simple snap of the fingers. The green energy of the restraints finally dissolves into nothing, leaving the rebels free but far from safe. For a tense moment, the group just stares at the shimmering pile of gold, their principles warring with their desperate greed. Principles lose the fight instantly as the scarred leader lunges forward, frantically claiming every single coin for himself. Hes practically drooling as he scoops up the loot, mockingly thinking the old man should have been this generous from the start. But the vice president's smile turns predatory, noting that since they've accepted his gift, it's time to discuss the return on his investment. He triggers his special merchant ability, a rigged system mechanic where accepting his currency is legally binding as a forced contract. Panic sets in as a golden aura locks their joints, turning the once fierce rebels into nothing more than living, breathing statues. With a theatrical flourish, the investor gives his first order, commanding his new employees to strip the entire mine bare for him. Their bodies move entirely against their will, fingers tightening around pickaxes in a terrifying display of economic puppetry. Forced into back-breaking labor, they can only scream useless curses while their own limbs betray them for a few pieces of gold. Even the Alliance's own men can't help but tremble as the vice president walks away, realizing just how ruthless their leader truly is. Shu casually promises to settle their hard-earned fees later, his smug expression hiding the fact that he's already planned their next exploitation. Nearby, Sun Tianxing checks his dwindling stock of magic crystals, realizing he desperately needs this deal to go through to maintain his power. The atmosphere shifts instantly as a massive pillar of blue energy descends from the sky, threatening to flatten everything in its path. The Alliance members freeze in shock as the dust settles, sensing an overwhelming presence that definitely wasn't part of the day's schedule. Song-an makes a grand, effortless entrance, calmly asking if Hez finally found the infamous headquarters of the Starcoin Alliance. But the greedy investor is currently preoccupied with his latest haul, obsessively inspecting a high-grade purple crystal for any imperfections. He notes with growing frustration that the crystals are becoming murky, a clear sign that his aggressive overmining is finally ruining the resource. It's a massive headache for a man of his status, leaving him rubbing his temples while calculating how many more miners hell need to sacrifice. He offers the current workers a pathetic 100 coins for their back-breaking labor, sparking immediate outrage as they realize they've been completely scammed. The vice president doubles down on his greed, threatening that anyone who complains can join the slaves in the mines. Sun Tianxing cuts through the tension, making it clear he has no use for coins and only wants magic crystals. This immediately piques the investor's interest, as he realizes he's finally found a mercenary with real power and ambition. Their negotiations are cut short when the air suddenly grows heavy, forcing the archer to look toward the cave entrance. He can feel an overwhelming pressure radiating from the outside, a sensation that sets his survival instincts on high alert. Gripping his weapon, he warns the Alliance that a truly monstrous presence has just arrived to crash their party. A massive pillar of blue energy slams into the valley floor, announcing the arrival of the world's most dangerous developer. Song-an steps out from the light, recognizing the mine as the supposedly infinite resource Xiao Bao had described earlier. He suddenly feels a wave of second-hand embarrassment as he recalls the specific feature he coded into this location. It turns out the mine isn't actually bottomless, but contains a hidden punishment mechanism for anyone greedy enough to overexploit it. The system itself issues a cryptic warning, reminding any would-be miners that greed is a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Song-an watches with a grimace, realizing the profit-hungry Starcoin Alliance is already exploiting a bug he never patched. He steps into the open with a casual wave, calling out to confirm if he's finally found the infamous alliance. Vice President Shu looks up in a mix of shock and annoyance, wondering who would dare interrupt his private business. Song-an cuts straight to the point, informing the greedy merchants that their little operation is actually a ticking time bomb. The executive and his lackey just sneer in response, convinced this stranger is just another scavenger desperate for a cut. He explains that overmining will eventually activate an S-rank dungeon, unleashing a shadow army to purge every living soul nearby. The nearby laborers turn pale with fright, the mere mention of an S-rank threat sending a wave of panic through the camp. Despite his manager's growing hesitation over the murky crystals, Shu stubbornly dismisses the warning as a pathetic scare tactic. With a weary sigh, Song-an realizes that if they won't listen to reason, he'll have to stop them by force. The manager loses his cool completely, screaming for the workers to swarm the intruder with desperate promises of a massive payday. Song-an doesn't even flinch, his hand igniting with a lethal glow as he accepts that peaceful words were never going to be enough. Even the Alliance's top archer, Sun Tianxing, pauses in curiosity, wondering what kind of background could produce a weapon that feels this oppressive. Before the mob can even close the distance, Song-an slams his power into the earth, unleashing a suffocating wave of black fog. Panic instantly replaces greed as the mercenaries find themselves swallowed by a magical darkness that strips away their sight entirely. Moving like a ghost through the gloom, Song-an carves through the blinded ranks with a series of precise and devastating energy strikes. Vice President Shu watches his expensive security detail crumble in seconds, his arrogant smirk finally twisting into a mask of pure shock. Desperate to regain control, the executive doubles down on his bribes, screaming that whoever captures the boy can have every crystal they desire. Sensing a worthy challenge, Tianxing takes a deep breath and draws the bow of freedom, deciding he'll beat the answers out of his new opponent. A golden arrow suddenly pierces the unnatural gloom, catching Song-an off guard, as he realizes someone can actually aim through his perfect smokescreen. Song-an attempts a desperate quickstep, but the golden streak twists midair to track his every move. The arrow finds its mark with surgical precision, tearing through his defense and drawing first blood. Dropping to one knee, he watches his health bar plummet as the reality of the injury sets in. He quickly deduces that the Bow of Freedom utilizes a relentless homing mechanism that refuses to miss. Realizing distance is his greatest enemy, he ignores the pain and charges to force a melee confrontation. Sun Tianxing remains unfazed, casually slotting a fire element crystal to trigger a sudden tactical transformation. A roaring flame shield manifests instantly, creating a searing barrier between the archer and his prey. Song An's momentum is completely halted as his blade slams uselessly against the wall of intense heat. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his opponent has a perfect counter for every single approach. Calmly drawing his final magic crystal, Tianxing prepares to end the duel with one last enchanted shot. Before the final blow can land, massive green vines erupt from the earth to ensnare the master crafter. Song An finds himself completely immobilized, the constriction of the magical plants making every breath a struggle. As the blinding black mist finally dissipates, the surrounding mercenaries regain their sight and zero in on their prey. Sensing a golden opportunity to end the threat, Vice President Shu hysterically orders his men to slaughter the captive. The scarred leader of the laborers looms over the bound warrior, eager to settle the score with cold steel. However, Sun Tianxing steps in to halt the execution, his own curiosity outweighing the alliance's desperate bloodlust. Song An remains remarkably composed, questioning why a warrior of this caliber would ever serve such a greedy organization. The archer simply shakes his head, clarifying that he's a solo player who only works for the highest bidder. Smirking despite his predicament, Song An reflects on his own days as a lone wolf before mentioning his new guild. This casual banter drives Zhu into a frantic, toothy rage as he screams for them to stop talking and kill him. Sun Tianxing pauses as the gravity of the situation sinks in, realizing that overmining this vein could trigger a catastrophic S-rank dungeon. Song An merely flashes a confident smirk, reminding the elite mercenary that he wasn't the one who actually lost this encounter. In a sudden surge of green energy, the forest's blessing skill erupts, violently turning the surrounding flora into a deadly weapon. The Alliance mercenaries are snatched right out of the air, screaming in confusion as they wonder if their own hired gun has betrayed them. Even the elite archer finds himself hopelessly entangled, having made the amateur mistake of using wood element crystals against a man who controls nature itself. Now standing tall and free of his restraints, Song An immediately takes charge, ordering the immediate evacuation of every worker in the mine. But Vice President Shu just laughs through his bindings, mockingly explaining that his parasitic investment skill is a permanent contract even he can't break. The villainous merchant cackles with wide-eyed glee, revealing that the workers are doomed to stay trapped until the mine is empty, or they drop dead. Disgusted by such a vile and exploitative ability, Song An tosses the lunatic aside, while desperately trying to calculate a way to save the innocent laborers. Zeus' hysterical laughter echoes through the clearing as he boasts about his status, clearly more proud of his cruelty than he is afraid of his captor. A pulsing purple light radiates from the mine's depths, signaling that something far more sinister is finally waking up. Song An dives headfirst into the chaotic energy, determined to find the source of this sudden and violent magical surge. He squints against the blinding glare, wondering what kind of nightmare could be unfolding within the dark shadows of the cave. Inside, the workers are living a waking nightmare as shadowy spirits manifest from the very walls to hunt them down. A massive, hollow-eyed specter towers over the fleeing men, instantly turning the mining site into a literal graveyard. Even the laborers still bound by the restrictive vines can't help but shake in pure, unadulterated terror at the sight. They don't even wait for their legs to be freed, desperately hopping and sliding away to avoid being consumed by the mist. One of the captives realizes with a sinking heart that the warnings about the mine's deadly curse were actually true. The once arrogant Vice President Shu is now reduced to a trembling mess, his composure completely shattered by the supernatural horror. His subordinate desperately tries to drag him to safety, but the villain's legs have completely given out from sheer fright. Song An catches them in the act, his voice dripping with cold amusement as he asks if they really thought they could just walk away. A sudden, explosive shockwave slams into the earth right at their feet, sending the two cowards into a panicked frenzy. Standing tall amidst the chaos, Song An makes it clear that the blood on the Alliance's hands won't be washed away so easily. His gaze narrows with lethal intent, questioning how they could possibly believe there's an exit left for people like them. The once mighty Vice President Shu drops to his knees, pathetically wailing for mercy and reminding everyone of his supposedly untouchable status. He desperately clings to Song An's clothes, offering high-ranking positions and a massive cut of the profits just to save his own skin. But Song An has heard enough of his corporate filth, silencing the greedy rat with a bone-shattering punch straight to the jaw. The force of the blow sends the corrupt official soaring through the air like a discarded piece of trash. Song An's expression is one of pure disgust, knowing that no amount of gold can ever compensate for the lives these monsters have discarded. Shu crashes into the jagged rocks with a sickening thud, his screams echoing as his world of wealth and power finally crumbles around him. The remaining Alliance lackeys drop to their knees, pathetically swearing they've learned their lesson while begging for mercy. Song An dismisses the trembling rats with a cold command to vanish, not wanting to stain his hands further. His focus shifts to the swirling blue vortex of the dungeon, knowing he must enter before the portal collapses. A sudden shout reminds him that the mercenary archer is still tangled in the remains of his vine trap. With a casual flick of his wrist, Song-an dispels the binding and tells the man to escape immediately. The archer is stunned, questioning if Song-an is actually suicidal enough to attempt a rescue mission inside that hellhole. Song-an's gaze turns icy, as he bluntly admits that those left inside are likely already beyond any hope. He isn't playing the hero. He's hunting for S-rank loot and the perfect fourth skill to complete his build. To protect the guild and the people he actually cares about, he needs the overwhelming power found within. Left in the dust, the archer can only stare in silence at the man who prioritizes growth over sentiment. Sun Tianxing is genuinely impressed, finding Song-an's blend of courage and insight to be a rare sight. The thrill of the gamble is contagious, and even the veteran archer feels a sudden spark of excitement. He extends a hand, proposing a temporary alliance since an extra set of eyes could be a lifesaver. Song-an is caught off guard, wondering why a high-level solo player would suddenly want to play nice. Tianxing admits he's always been a lone wolf who only respected raw power and solitary grinding, but that lifestyle came with a price, earning him the notorious and exhausting title of the Liver Emperor. He spent 9 grueling days slaughtering nearly 10,000 monsters just for a minor boost in resistances. While the archer laughs off the sheer insanity of the grind, Song-an is left questioning the man's sanity. Yet, looking at that obsessive drive, Song-an sees a reflection of the developer he used to be. With a final look of determination, the archer asks if his dedication makes him worthy of standing alongside him. With a firm handshake, the deal is officially struck, and Tianxing is more than ready to put his life on the line. Song-an doesn't bother sugarcoating the danger, reminding the archer that a level 60 dungeon offers absolutely no safety guarantees. But the Liver Emperor just smirks, making it clear he wouldn't have proposed this if he wasn't prepared for the worst. To him, life is just one massive adventure game where the only way to win is to seize every single opportunity. Song-an isn't interested in a philosophy lesson, telling his new partner to save the talk and start showing some results. They step through the threshold of the Abyss of the Dead, a place where the atmosphere practically reeks of ancient decay. A level 58 undead warrior immediately lunges out of the gloom, its rusted scythe swinging with enough force to cleave a man. Before the creature can even finish its war cry, a golden flash separates its skull from its shoulders in a single, effortless motion. As the head bounces away like a discarded toy, a system warning blares that they're already being surrounded by dozens of reinforcements. This is exactly what Song-an wanted, triggering his dangerous player buff as he prepares to turn this dungeon into a literal graveyard. Song-an just smirks at the growing crowd, knowing that trying to overwhelm him with numbers is a rookie mistake. He unleashes his black fog, a suffocating veil of darkness that leaves the level 58 warriors completely blind and helpless. With the battlefield neutralized, he raises his demonic bone blade high, channeling a massive surge of energy that crackles with lethal intent. His gaze remains cold and detached as he prepares to execute his demon slash, showing absolutely no mercy to these mindless husks. Red arcs of pure destruction tear through the gloom, shredding the undead horde into piles of useless bone in a matter of seconds. He casually turns his back on the carnage, while the system notifications go wild, confirming a total wipeout and a hefty experience gain. Among the scattered remains, a rare blue magic crystal glimmers, a small but welcome reward for such a low-effort cleanup. Song-an pauses for a moment, wondering if his new partner is actually holding his own against these high-level threats. Deep in another section of the dungeon, a perfectly aimed arrow whistles through the air, piercing an undead guard right through its neck. The creature barely has time to register the impact before the Liver Emperor's precision fire begins to thin the herd on his end. Sun Tianxing ignites the battlefield, his bow of freedom triggering a massive fire crit that incinerates everything in its path. He casually keeps count of the carnage, noting that he's already reached 36 kills without even breaking a sweat. The undead warriors can only howl in vain as they shatter, dropping precious elemental crystals onto the cold dungeon floor. Even when surrounded by skeletal blades, he remains a blur of motion, effortlessly dodging while lining up his next shot. He snatches a falling crystal with practiced ease, fully aware that his efficiency is the only thing keeping them ahead. Drawing his bow once more, the Liver Emperor demonstrates the kind of precision that only comes from years of endless grinding. A sudden shift in elements sends a freezing wave of magic crashing through the room, wiping out the remaining skeletal horde. Song-an watches the display with a smirk, acknowledging that this archer is a true master of elemental combat manipulation. However, the weight of the coming demon invasion looms over them, with only 14 days left to prepare for the end. Seeing such undeniable skill, Song-an decides that bringing this man into the Zero Guild is no longer a choice, but a necessity. Just as the dust settles, the dungeon ceiling begins to crumble under a sudden, crushing pressure. A massive shockwave tears through the chamber, signaling that the tomb's true master has finally arrived. Both Song-an and the archer freeze, sensing a murderous intent far greater than anything encountered so far. Emerging from the shadows is the unyielding Wraith, a level 65 ruler and the dungeon's deadly deputy lord. Sun Tianxing grips his bow with white knuckles, realizing their efficient clearing spree has just hit a wall. The creature's hollow eyes ignite with a malevolent green flame, locking onto the intruders with cold hatred. With a chilling command to raise the fallen, the Wraith summons a wave of spectral energy. 4 massive undead guards materialize, and the system confirms the worst. These monsters are completely indestructible. Song-an realizes this is going to be a headache, as that tag is every player's worst nightmare. The skeletal guards immediately launch a relentless assault, opening the engagement with a volley of cursed arrows. Sun Tianxing barely has time to blink before an undead guard closes the distance with lethal speed. A violent eruption of spectral energy nearly consumes the archer right where he stands. Song-an teleports in just in time, snatching his temporary ally away from the brink of certain death. Breathing hard, the archer thanks his savior while staring at the relentless monsters in total disbelief. Song-an confirms the grim reality that these guards are a product of the Wraith's indestructible skill. It is a hard counter to his usual tricks, rendering his poison and fog talents completely useless. Even worse, the Wraith can endlessly replenish her ranks every 30 seconds with even more guards. Facing such overwhelming odds, the archer desperately asks if there is any viable strategy to win this. Song-an decides to play bait, tasking the archer with landing a single, perfect killing blow. Sun Tianxing doubts his ability to one-shot a ruler, especially with one more hidden problem looming over them. Song-an flashes a confident smirk, preparing a little surprise while the Wraith screeches for his head, before teleporting directly into the fray and shattering a jar to force every monster's aggro onto himself. The plan works perfectly, as the skeletal guards turn their murderous focus entirely toward the lone intruder, prompting Song-an to roar at his partner to prepare the final, decisive blow. He dances through a storm of rusted blades, buying every precious second the archer needs, while Sun Tianxing can only sigh at how recklessly impulsive his new leader is being. Watching the chaos, he realizes he has no choice but to live up to those insane expectations, deciding that if Song-an is betting his life, it is finally time to stop holding back. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out his ultimate trump card for dealing with the dead, a grade A holy crystal that acts as a literal death sentence for anything already supposed to be buried. Sun Tianxing flashes back to the grueling raid against the level 40 temple bishop. That victory granted him a single, legendary reward he has been saving for a moment just like this. As the Wraith closes in, he realizes that if he does not use it now, he might not get another chance. He reveals the Holy Arrow, an artifact forged specifically to erase the existence of the walking dead. The Deputy Lord screams for his head, but the archer simply lets the golden light fly. A colossal cross of divine energy detonates, shredding the Wraith's physical form into nothingness. The damage numbers skyrocket as the inscription of light triggers repeatedly, doubling the destruction with every pulse. Song-an is still locked in a desperate struggle with the armored guards, feeling the weight of their numbers. The sheer force of the holy blast sends the skeletons flying, their indestructible forms finally meeting their match. Song-an can only blink in confusion, wondering when his partner became such a monster on the battlefield. Song-an can't believe his eyes, watching the archer actually pull off the impossible against such a high-level boss. Sun Tianxing strikes a smug pose, feeling pretty good about finishing the fight in a single, glorious shot. But the holy light doesn't finish the job, instead peeling away the Wraith's outer shell to reveal something far worse. The Deputy Lord lets out a blood-curdling shriek, her form twisting into a terrifying manifestation of pure, unadulterated spite. Song-an realizes the danger immediately, screaming for his partner to move before the counterattack lands. The archer freezes in sheer terror, realizing his ultimate trump card barely even scratched the monster's true form. Gathering every ounce of her remaining malice, the Wraith prepares a devastating death charge fueled by vengeful spirits. Song-an doesn't hesitate for a second, throwing himself into the line of fire to intercept the incoming blast. He realizes too late that the attack moves autonomously, with energy spikes tearing through his defenses and drawing blood. Sun Tianxing can only watch in horror as the ground erupts, fearing his arrogance just cost them everything. Song-an staggers back as the dust settles, the impact of the Wraith's counterattack leaving him breathless and clutching a jagged wound. Sun Tianxing panics at the sight of the spreading crimson, but Song-an plays it cool, dismissing the hole in his gut as a mere scratch. Internally, he's reeling, realizing that even at level 42 with a fresh health bar, A single hit just shaved off more than half his life. Before they can regroup, the Wraith shrieks a command to the void, calling forth a tide of skeletal warriors to bury them under a mountain of bone. Sun Tianxing grinds his teeth in frustration, his pride stung by the fact that his previous ultimate shot only seemed to make the monster angrier. Ignoring Song An's warning to hold his position, the archer charges back into the fray, desperate to prove that this ghost isn't as untouchable as she looks. He unleashes a barrage of elemental crystals, pouring every ounce of his remaining mana into a desperate, multicolored execution attempt. The arrows whistle through the air only to pass harmlessly through the Wraith's chest, met with the cold, mocking reality of total damage immunity. Sun Tianxing freezes in midair, his confidence shattering as he realizes his attacks are now about as useful as throwing pebbles at a hurricane. Song uncalmly explains that her unyielding will skill has finally triggered, turning her into an immortal phantom that mirrors the very undead she commands. The Wraith is now a literal god for the next 60 seconds, ignoring all damage while her skeletal army gets a massive power boost. Sun Tianxing is losing his mind, wondering how they're supposed to kill something that's basically cheating. But Song An has a simpler plan. He grabs the panicked archer, making it clear that they aren't here to be heroes right now, they're here to survive. A split second before the skeletons can turn them into pincushions, the duo vanishes into thin air, leaving the monsters hitting nothing but dirt. Enraged by their cowardice, the Wraith launches a devastating death charge, her ghostly form tearing through the air like a vengeful comet. They barely manage to flicker away again, the shockwave of her passing nearly knocking them out of their teleportation trail. They skid to a halt, but the situation is grim as Song An's teleport is officially on a 30-second cooldown, leaving them grounded. The skeletal horde doesn't give them a moment to breathe, swarming their position as the walls of the abyss seem to close in. Song An grits his teeth, calculating the terrifying math that they've only survived 20 seconds of the Wraith's minute-long invincibility. As blood begins to soak through his sleeve, he realizes that surviving the next 40 seconds is going to be a literal nightmare. Sun Tianxing finally grows a spine, stepping in front of the injured Song An to take charge of the situation. Hess determined to buy some time, refusing to let his debt to the Master Crafter go unpaid even if it costs him. With 41 seconds left on the Wraith's invincibility, he prepares his elemental crystals to stall the encroaching skeletal horde. But Song An's eyes widen as a crazy idea starts forming, demanding the archer repeat exactly what he just said. Sun Tianxing is baffled, wondering why the specific mention of wood and earth crystals caught his leader's attention so suddenly. Instead of a retreat, Song An gives a wild smirk and tells his teammate to aim his next attack at him. He needs that wood element energy to hit him directly, just like the exploitation trick they pulled off once before. The archer hesitates for a heartbeat, terrified that he might actually kill his only hope of getting out of here alive. Realizing Song An is dead serious, he draws his bow while cursing the developer for being such an unbelievable madman. As the energy gathers, Song An activates the Blessing of the Forest, ready to turn friendly fire into a game-breaking miracle. The ground begins to tremble and fracture as the Glitchmaster's plan finally takes root beneath the cold stone. With a sharp gesture, Song An triggers the wood energy, forcing a massive tree to erupt violently from the floor. They are vaulted high above the chaos, and though he is coughing from the strain, Song An knows they have bought precious time. Below them, the skeletal horde can only snarl in frustration, their path completely blocked by the sudden botanical fortress. Sun Tianxing can't help but stare, wondering if his leader is genuinely fearless or just completely insane for risking a friendly fire death. But Song An just flashes a confident thumbs up, making it clear that his life was always safe in his teammates' hands. The archer is stunned, having spent his entire career as a solo player who never knew the weight of someone else's total trust. Seeing that look, Song An admits that he wasn't always this way, once walking a path just as lonely and cynical. In his past life, he was a cold pragmatist who believed that raw power was the only currency that truly mattered. But looking at the faces of the friends he has made, he realizes that having people to watch his back is the ultimate cheat code. Song An warns that a much greater threat is looming on the horizon, the inevitable demon invasion. Seizing the moment, he extends a formal invitation to Sun Tianxing to join the ranks of Zero Guild. The archer is caught completely off guard, his mind racing at the sudden offer of genuine brotherhood. After a moment of reflection, he politely declines, admitting he isn't quite ready to give up his independence. Song and respects the choice but reminds him that the coming storm will be merciless to those standing alone. Suddenly, the Deputy Lord Wraith lets out a final, piercing shriek as her spectral form begins to unravel. Without their master's will to sustain them, the remaining skeletal warriors crumble into nothingness. Her power flickers out, the once terrifying spirit reduced to fading wisps of blue energy. In her final breaths, she weeps for her king, begging for a forgiveness that will never come. With the threat finally annihilated, A system notification confirms the kill and grants Song An a much-needed level up. The hard-fought victory pays off instantly, as both Song An and Sun Tianxing surge all the way to level 44. Among the spectral remains lies the Staff of the Wraith, a Grade A, unique item capable of summoning undead guards. However, the system presents an even rarer prize, the S-rank skill, Unyielding Will, which grants 30 seconds of total damage immunity. Song An stares at the prompt, his developer mind weighing the tactical value of such a broken defensive ability. He quickly realizes that while being an invincible ghost is great in a game, it is a useless consolation prize in reality. Deciding that any skill requiring him to actually die first is a trap, he confidently rejects the system's offer. He settles for the staff instead, satisfied that a high-tier Grade A weapon is a much more practical addition to his arsenal. Their brief moment of peace is shattered by desperate, echoing screams for help radiating from the darkness of a nearby cave. The duo immediately snaps back into a combat-ready stance, their senses sharpened by the sudden shift in the heavy atmosphere. Sun Tianxing suspects these are the missing miners who were dragged into the abyss, prompting them to move toward the source. Song An dismisses the notion that the miners are still alive, suspecting a far more dangerous entity, as a chilling wind rushes from the mouth of the dark tunnel, carrying a sinister weight. Rather than overthinking the mystery, he decides the only way to get answers is to head deeper, following the screams for help that grow louder and more desperate within the pitch-black abyss. They eventually find themselves standing before a set of massive, ancient doors sealing away the source, and while Sun Tianxing confirms the voice is coming from inside, his grip tightens on his weapon. Song An's developer instincts flare up, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger radiating from the threshold, as he realizes the dungeon boss is likely waiting, making his companion hesitate like a rookie. But the master crafter isn't one to back down, placing a firm hand on the cold surface, and reminding his partner that S-rank loot doesn't just fall into your lap before pushing them open. As the heavy doors groan open, blue spectral flames suddenly ignite along the walls, bathing the chamber in a cold, eerie light. Song An and Sun Tianxing step cautiously onto a ceremonial carpet, their shadows stretching long across the ancient stone floor. At the far end of the hall, a massive figure clad in heavy plate armor sits motionless upon a dark, imposing throne. A desperate, ghostly hand reaches out from the darkness, its owner silently pleading for someone to save them from this eternal nightmare. The armored giant rises to its feet, revealing itself as the level 68 Headless King, a ruler eternally searching for its missing head. Sun Tianxing's heart sinks as he realizes they've walked straight into a boss fight that vastly outlevels their current party. Not one to wait for an invitation, Song An lunges forward with a lightning-fast strike aimed directly at the creature's exposed chest. But his blade rings out with a hollow metallic clang, and he watches in horror as a mocking zero-damage indicator pops up. Frustration and disbelief boil over as he realizes his current power isn't even enough to scratch the surface of this monster's defense. Before he can even think of a backup plan, the king's massive gauntlet snaps shut around his throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Song and gasps for air as the king's grip tightens, his lungs burning while he desperately tries to break free. Just as the light begins to fade, a streak of fire whistles through the air, aimed straight for the monster. Sun Tianxing's crystal arrow strikes true, exploding against the king's chest and finally forcing the titan to loosen its hold. Song An hits the ground coughing, shocked that a simple arrow succeeded where his high-tier bone blade failed so miserably. He quickly deduces that the king's physical defense is nearly impenetrable, meaning only magic or elemental attacks can save them. The king doesn't seem bothered by the scratch, his gauntlet tightening around the hilt of his massive, soul-chilling blade. With a single, earth-shattering swing, the boss sends a shockwave through the hall, reminding them exactly who rules this abyss. But instead of finishing them off, the spectral flames atop his neck flicker as he asks if they've seen Felina. The sudden shift from a death match to a missing person inquiry leaves the duo completely baffled and utterly speechless. The king stomps forward, his voice echoing with a tragic obsession for the woman who decapitated him. Has been rotting in this chamber for 3 centuries, clinging to the memory of his beloved queen, Felina. Suddenly, the air ripples with a space warp, a high-level boss mechanic that catches the duo off guard. A powerful gravitational force drags Song An and Sun Tianxing toward the center, leaving them completely vulnerable. Looming over them like a mountain of steel, the king demands to know if they've seen his missing queen. Sun Tianxing freezes, realizing that even with his elemental arrows, he's just a bug to this level 68 monster. Song An isn't waiting for an answer, unleashing his energy blades to create a desperate opening. The king barely flinches as he steps through the attack, his sheer presence enough to send Song An reeling. Realizing they're hopelessly outmatched, Song An grabs his teammate, screaming that it's time to get the hell out of there. The Headless King isn't about to let them walk away, swinging his massive blade with the intent to end their journey right here. He towers over them like a god of death, promising to add their heads to his collection since they lack the answers he seeks. Song An reacts in a heartbeat, shoving Sun Tianxing out of the path of destruction just as the heavy steel comes crashing down. There's no time for him to dodge the follow-up, and the sheer force of the king's strike tears through his defenses like paper. Blood sprays as the impact rattles his internal organs, leaving him gasping for air against the overwhelming physical pressure. Sun Tianxing can only watch in horror, his voice cracking as he screams for the leader who just took a devastating blow for him. The undead monarch just laughs at the display, clearly enjoying the pathetic struggle of these insects who dared to enter his domain. But Song An refuses to go down, clamping his hand onto the razor-sharp edge even as his health bar begins to plummet. The king is almost impressed by the suicidal defiance, mocking the puny human for trying to resist the crushing weight of his power. Sun Tianxing's legs tremble as the sheer weight of the king's presence threatens to crush his very soul. Song An drags himself upright, his health bar bleeding out as he stubbornly defies the Reaper's call. Every breath is a struggle, and he coughs up more blood, feeling his internal organs scream in protest. He knows that if he keeps taking these hits head-on, he won't last another minute in this hellhole. Looking at the spectral flames where a head should be, he wonders if the monster relies on magical vision. It's a desperate play, but he throws out his black mist to see if he can shroud those ghostly eyes. The king lets out a confused cry as the thick, unnatural darkness suddenly robs him of his sight. Stumbling through the gloom, the monarch realizes this specific brand of misery feels far too familiar to be a coincidence. It finally clicks that this is the same trick used by that goddamned mole king he hates so much. Song An notices the immediate shift in the monster's aura, realizing the fog isn't just blinding him, it's actually terrifying him. The king stumbles back with heavy, uncertain steps, his mind fractured by old traumas as he frantically searches for his long-lost crown. But Song An doesn't have time to celebrate his psychological warfare as his own health bar hits a terminal, critical low. His vision blurs behind a wall of flashing system warnings, with his remaining life force trickling down to a measly 100 points. He grips his blade with trembling hands and a bloody grin, desperately searching for any opening in this seemingly hopeless death trap. Meanwhile, the king's confusion turns into a violent, spectral rage, his screams for his stolen property echoing through the hollow chamber. He launches himself into the air like a vengeful god, determined to crush the thieves he thinks have come to rob him again. Song An locks his gaze on the descending threat, his mind racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour to find a way out. As the massive blade falls, he prays there's one last hidden bug, or a developer's Easter egg he can exploit to survive. A memory of his past life surfaces, back when he was just a developer drowning in broken code. His coworker Zaihui points out a glitch that grants players access to an infinite crystal mine. He nearly has a breakdown, realizing a bug like that would destroy the entire game's economy. He can already picture his boss's furious reaction, imagining himself getting fired or worse for the mistake. Zaihui offers a devious alternative, suggesting they rebrand the game-breaking flaw as a secret Easter egg. She explains that if players get too greedy, they'll trigger a hidden dungeon that's impossible to escape. Hez instantly energized by the idea, praising her as his lady luck for saving his career. She bashfully mentions she has the perfect boss design ready to populate this new death trap. He begins typing with a manic energy, coding an S-rank hellscape specifically designed to be a graveyard. In the present, he closes his eyes as the realization hits him. He's currently trapped in his own masterpiece. The Headless King is absolutely losing it, screaming about rats and demanding the return of his stolen crown. Song An realizes with a sinking heart that because he designed this place to be flawless, there are no bugs left to exploit. A massive shockwave tears through the chamber as the king's spectral fury slams into the ground with crushing force. Song An is sent sprawling, coughing up blood as his system screams with a flashing, critical low-health warning. He grits his teeth in bitter irony, never imagining he would actually be undone by the very death trap he created. The undead monarch doesn't give them a second to breathe, lunging forward to deliver another devastating, soul-crushing strike. Song An desperately tries to reach for his blade, but his vision is swimming and his strength is completely spent. Seeing his leader on the brink, Sun Tianxing steps up and shouts for him to run while he buys some time. A sudden burst of green energy erupts between them, filling the area with a thick and obscuring cloud of smoke. Even the Headless King pauses in his tracks, momentarily baffled, as he tries to make sense of the unexpected interference. A massive wall of gnarled, glowing roots surges from the earth, momentarily checking the monarch's relentless advance. Sun Tianxing breathes a frantic sigh of relief, grateful for their past teamwork but fearing this might be their final stand. He realizes the boss is a total nightmare with physical resistance so high it makes his own stats look like a joke. The horror intensifies as the king prepares to unleash a strange type of attack that defies standard combat logic. The undead ruler mocks their pathetic attempt to put distance between them, seeing right through their desperate stalling tactics. He draws a shimmering, spectral blade, confident that no defense can withstand the sheer velocity of his rapid strike. With a blinding flash of blue energy, the king unleashes a massive horizontal slash that tears through the very air. A forced taunt effect suddenly takes hold, dragging them back into the fray while Song-an curses his helplessness. He grits his teeth in pure agony, his vision blurring as his body finally begins to buckle under the overwhelming pressure. Slumping to the cold stone floor, he realizes that even with his developer knowledge, some monsters are simply too broken to beat. The headless king towers over his prey, making it clear that no one escapes his domain alive. It turns out his rapid blade doesn't just cut flesh, it cleaves through the very fabric of space itself. With a final, cold command to perish, the monarch prepares to end the struggle once and for all. Song-an finds himself completely paralyzed, the crushing pressure preventing him from even gathering enough mana for a blink. He reflects on every trick he's already exhausted, feeling his very will to fight begin to crumble into total despair. But then, the abyss vanishes, and he jolts awake at a desk, gasping for air in a jarringly mundane setting. Sweat pours down his face as he tries to reconcile that life and death struggle with this sudden, quiet reality. He whips his head around in a panic, his mind racing to understand how he could possibly be back here. The sight of the cramped cubicles and glowing monitors confirms his worst nightmare. He's somehow back in the office. Before he can even process the shift, a familiar, aggressive shadow looms over him, ready to deliver a different kind of blow. Song-an recoils as a sharp pain spikes through his skull, the transition hitting him like a physical blow. His boss towers over him, screaming about laziness and threatening his job while brandishing a rolled-up document. Nearby, his colleagues can't help but snicker at the sight of his glitching screen and pathetic, confused state. He stammers out a weak apology about working overtime, but his mind is still stuck on the battlefield. A terrifying thought crosses his mind. What if the entire adventure was just a sleep-deprived hallucination? But as the boss continues his tirade, the dream starts clawing its way back into his consciousness with agonizing force. Amidst the office noise, a desperate, familiar voice begins to echo in his head, pleading for him to wake up. Suddenly, the cubicles fracture, replaced by the chilling reality of a spectral blade tearing through the air toward him. The headless king's massive weapon descends with enough force to shatter the very ground beneath their feet. As Sun Tianxing watches in horror, Song-an realizes that by all rights, he should already be dead. Song-an stands paralyzed in the center of his old office, desperately trying to make sense of his surroundings. A terrifying realization washes over him as he wonders if he has somehow been regressed back to the past. His boss breaks the silence with a furious outburst, demanding he focus on the game launch or face termination. But the memories of the abyss are too sharp to ignore, leading him to suspect a game-breaking glitch. He narrows his eyes, searching for any sign of the digital world hidden within this mundane cubicle. That is when he spots a mysterious triangle icon on his screen that definitely was not there before. A system notification flashes, congratulating him for unlocking the ultimate bug manipulation tool known as Stark's Triangle. The requirements are steep, but by dying in battle, he has earned a unique chance to rewrite his fate. It finally clicks that his death was real, and this office is just a temporary sanctuary before the restart. A dark smirk plays on his lips, infuriating his boss even further as Song-an prepares for his comeback. Song-an slams his hand against the desk, his patience finally reaching its breaking point. He looks up with a gaze sharpened by the abyss, making the office air feel heavy. Without a word, he delivers a thunderous slap that sends his boss reeling backward. The surrounding coworkers can only watch in absolute horror as their quietest developer finally snaps. He removes his glasses, deciding he's done playing the role of a submissive corporate slave. His boss collapses to the floor, stammering in terror at the sudden and violent rebellion. Song-an follows up with a brutal strike, relishing the chance to vent his pent-up rage. He hauls the man up by his collar, refusing to let a mere hallucination bully him. The office descends into pure panic as the staff frantically calls for security to intervene. Even as they restrain him, he continues to roar his defiance against the black-hearted management. A blonde coworker shrieks in pure indignation, pointing a trembling finger while threatening to involve the police for his sudden rebellion. She quickly rushes to the side of the battered boss, who can only let out a pathetic wail while nursing his bruised face. Song-an doesn't hold back, calling her a corporate bootlicker while she desperately tries to claim she is only upholding office justice. He scoffs at the word, demanding the entire room look into their hearts and realize this black-hearted company has never known justice. The frustration of years boils over as he reminds them of the endless unpaid overtime and the miserly bonuses they were forced to accept. A heavy silence falls over the office as his words hit home, forcing the other developers to lower their heads in collective shame. Despite the truth, the blonde woman remains delusional, insisting the man who exploits them is actually a benefactor for providing a salary. Realizing she is a lost cause, Song-an simply warns that their time is running out once the game finally launches. With a final, heavy slam against the door, he turns his back on the toxic environment and the people who enabled it. Zai-hui rushes toward him with wide eyes, her concern mixed with the morbid curiosity of the coworkers who heard the commotion. Song-an turns his attention to Zai-hui and Sun-yue, the only two people in this soul-crushing office he actually respects. Zai-hui immediately clutches his hands in a panic, terrified that his reckless defiance just flushed his entire career down the drain. Looking at them, he realizes that amidst all the corporate rot, these two were the only ones who ever truly had his back. He pulls them both into a firm embrace, silently vowing that hell be the one to protect them when the world turns upside down. While Zai-hui is left blushing, Sun-yue has a total meltdown, desperately trying to maintain his personal boundaries during the sudden bromance. But the illusion begins to fade, and Song-an accepts that it's finally time to leave this dreamscape and return to the real fight. He gives them one last confident wave, promising that they'll see each other again in the future he's currently rewriting. The Stark's Triangle effect finally concludes, snapping him back into his combat gear as he prepares to unleash hell on the abyss. Yet the transition doesn't lead him back to the battlefield, but to a mysterious floating island drifting aimlessly through the sky. A massive spatio-temporal disorder triggers, dumping a very relaxed Song-an and a startled Gen Z into a glitchy tropical vacation. Raphael clutches her head in a daze, feeling the very fabric of time ripple and reverse around her. She stares at the flickering system monitors, wondering if another game-breaking bug has just fractured their reality. Realization hits her like a truck, and she immediately blames that notorious cheater Song-an for the chaos. But the man in charge just kicks back in his chair, looking way too relaxed for someone watching the world glitch out. He recognizes the signature of Stark's Triangle, realizing Song-an has finally claimed the ultimate tool for rewriting the rules. Raphael fumes, demanding immediate punishment for the player who keeps making an absolute mockery of their system. The admin just watches the Demon Generation progress bar, dismissing her concerns as he prepares for a much deadlier game. With a sinister grin, he makes it clear that Song-an's little stunts are nothing compared to the upcoming trial. A chilling system notification appears, warning that the world has only 14 days left before a full-scale demon invasion. Far from the administrative chaos, deep in the woods, a massive level 43 anaconda emerges to test Noah Lin's strength. A brave tank dives headfirst into the fray, fully prepared to soak up the damage so his allies can strike from the shadows. It works like a charm, and the anaconda's eyes turn blood red as the system confirms it's fallen for the taunt. Seizing the golden opportunity, the rest of the guild charges forward with their weapons drawn and spirits high. They know they can't afford to hesitate for even a second, pushing their bodies to the limit to keep up with the raid's frantic pace. Noah Lin stands firm at the center of the storm, commanding her team to maintain their formation and keep the healers protected. One of the younger recruits lets out a battle cry, unleashing a spiraling torrent of energy that lights up the dim woods. The blast hits the serpent square in the face, a satisfying crunch echoing through the clearing as the monster's head snaps back. As they swarm the massive creature, the group's resolve hardens, fueled by the desire to finally stop being a burden to Song-an. Feng huffs about being treated like a tireless factory robot, yet she's already planning the next batch of magic guns for her comrades. Standing over the massive crater left by their victory, the guild celebrates their growth, having turned a terrifying boss into a punchline. Noah Lin reflects on how Song-an's presence is the only thing truly holding the Zero Guild together. She recalls his past life as a frazzled developer, constantly battling the very bugs he now exploits for survival. Even as she stares at the boss remains, she credits their growth to the man who gave them purpose. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns cold, as a digital pulse tears through the clearing like a corrupted data stream. Noah freezes in terror, her instincts screaming that something fundamental about their reality has just been rewritten. The serpent they just killed flickers back to life, its body surging with an unstable, glowing power. Feng frantically points out that this must be another glitch, immediately blaming Song-an for the chaos. Fear grips Noah's heart as she wonders if this system error means her leader is in serious trouble. Meanwhile, in the distant Pingxi wilderness, a massive transport turtle plods along, unaware of the shifting reality. One of the guild members clutches her head in confusion, feeling the mental strain of the world's sudden instability. The lead investigator sighs as he deduces that the recent temporal shift was likely just another one of Song-an's reckless, game-breaking stunts. Nana can't help but fume, absolutely livid that they're stuck investigating a demon invasion while their leader is off causing universal glitches. Taking a casual sip of his soda, the young scout mockingly suggests that maybe they should just assume his corpse is already cold. Ignoring the dark humor, The investigator pulls up his holographic interface to track the current position of the Vanguard team. His concern grows when he realizes it's been over 24 hours since Shaki last checked in from the designated coordinates. The scout quickly runs the numbers on his laptop, confirming that the deputies' party should have reached the volcanic district days ago. Far across the horizon, the investigation team finally arrives at the Dragon's Breath volcano, where lightning tears through a suffocating dark sky. They know that somewhere beneath that bubbling lake of fire lies the entrance to Zion's hell, where the world's logic truly begins to unravel. The atmosphere shifts to the oppressive stone of the palace dungeon, where blue flame torches cast long, flickering shadows against the walls. Suddenly, the Headless King unleashes a devastating spectral slash, forcing Song-an to realize that his clever bugs might not be enough to save him. Sun Tianxing screams out in a desperate panic as the crushing weight of the abyss begins to fracture his reality. The Headless King looms over the carnage, signaling with a cold finality that the boy's time has finally run out. Every nerve in Tianxing's body screams that this palace is a tomb for anyone foolish enough to step inside its walls. As the spectral blade swings, he finds himself drowning in the bitter memory of how he became such a hollow loner. It all traces back to the day his father walked out, leaving his mother to weep as she promised they only had each other. But even that bond was severed when the game began, burying his mother under rubble while demons circled the sky above. From that moment on, he became a ghost in the machine, obsessively leveling up through a sea of endless monster corpses. He earned the title of Liver Emperor through sheer, bloody-minded persistence, caring for nothing but the pursuit of absolute power. Yet, amidst the cold grind, he eventually encountered a man who radiated a purpose far beyond simple survival or high-level gear. It was the moment Song-an reached out, offering the isolated warrior a place within the Zero Guild and a reason to fight again. The haunting vision concludes with a final realization that there is a path leading away from his crushing isolation. Tianxing finally makes his choice, vowing to join the Zero Guild without a single shred of hesitation left. Back in the waking world, Song-an catches the Headless King's massive blade with a casual, mocking smirk. He playfully reminds his newest recruit that there is absolutely no backing out of that promise now. Tianxing can only stare in pure disbelief, as the man he thought was dead stands perfectly fine before him. The Headless King bellows in a fit of shock, unable to comprehend how his killing blow failed so miserably. The monster's rage boils over as it insists it definitely felt its spectral steel tear through the human's flesh. Song-an coolly explains that the version of him the monster sliced was merely a shadow of his past. Having exploited the system to revive with full health, he easily deflects the giant's desperate, heavy strikes. With a sudden, high-speed blink, he signals that the warm-up is over and the real hunt begins now. Song-an kicks things off by unleashing a thick, suffocating black fog to swallow the battlefield whole. Caught off guard, the Headless King flails blindly as the system confirms his vision has been completely neutralized. Song-an barks out the strategy, reminding the archer that only magic-infused arrows can bypass the monster's armor. Still struggling to process the impossible revival, Tianxing realizes that his role in this fight is actually crucial. He draws his bow with a shaky but determined hand, knowing this is their only real shot at survival. A barrage of light pierces the gloom, dealing massive magic damage that finally makes the armored giant flinch. The monster screams in pure agony as the holy energy eats away at his spectral form from within. Seeing the beast finally falter, Tianxing feels a rush of adrenaline, convinced they might actually win this. Song-an doesn't waste a second of the opening, leaping high into the air to deliver a crushing demon slash. While the physical impact does nothing, the Demon Slayer effect activates, marking the boss for his inevitable end. Song-an leaps into the fray with a smirk, claiming he's finally decoded the boss' predictable patterns. He reveals a Grade S magic gun, a masterpiece forged specifically for him by his merchant comrade. Without hesitation, he pumps half of his total mana into the weapon, for one devastating blast. A streak of pure energy tears through the air, aimed straight at the monster's spectral core. The Headless King reacts instantly, twisting his massive frame to avoid the lethal projectile. He unleashes a dimension slash, not to attack, but to warp the very space around himself. Tianxing gasps in disbelief as he realizes the boss is literally cutting through reality to escape. The mana-infused shot whistles through the void, missing its target as the king vanishes completely. Reappearing elsewhere, the boss arrogantly mocks the attempt, believing he's completely untouchable within his palace. Song-an just chuckles, looking like a hunter who's just lured his prey into a perfect trap. The massive streak of mana doesn't just fly past, it suddenly swerves mid-air with a mind of its own. Song-an watches with a cold smirk as his projectile locks onto the boss, even inside his spatial rift. The king is stunned to see the light homing in on the exact wound he received moments ago. It turns out the Boneblade's passive ability marks any target it touches, making escape a total impossibility. A massive burst of true damage erupts from the king's chest, finally forcing his health bar to plummet. The impact is so violent it shakes the entire palace, burying the armored giant in a thick cloud of debris. Despite the flashy display, Song-an realizes that draining only a third of that HP pool won't be enough. The king staggers back through the smoke, his armor charred but his presence still feeling heavy and suffocating. Just as the boss tries to recover, a glowing green arrow whistles through the air to land a precise strike. Sun Tianxing finally steps up, using his archery to bind the monster in place while it's still reeling. Song-an blurs across the throne room, closing the distance to his new ally in a literal heartbeat. Sun Tianxing can barely process how the man is still standing after witnessing his supposed death moments ago. Seeing a brief opening in the chaos, the archer suggests they cut their losses and escape while they can. But Song-an knows better, explaining that the king's spatial magic makes any attempt at fleeing a suicide mission. Realizing there is only one way forward, Sun Tianxing pledges his loyalty to the Zero Guild if they survive. Song-an accepts with a cocky smirk, promising his future recruit that they will walk out of here together. The headless king has heard enough, his spectral flames roaring as he prepares to crush the two pests. He swings his blade into a dimension slash, a reality-tearing strike meant to erase them both from existence. Song-an doesn't flinch, feeling his strength fully restored and ready to meet the boss head-on once more. He braces himself, his blade clashing against the overwhelming power as the final phase of the battle begins. The headless king erupts in a blinding blue inferno, his spectral energy reaching a terrifying new peak. From the depths of his cursed armor, a swarm of vengeful spirits surges forward like a tide of death. Song-an's eyes widen in horror as he realizes these aren't just physical attacks he can easily parry. This is a soul strike, a forbidden boss technique designed to bypass armor and tear the spirit apart. He grits his teeth, cursing the fact that this monster still had such a devastating ultimate move hidden. A ghost tears right through his chest, the cold touch of the grave sending a jolt through his system. His vision blurs as his soul begins to drift, his body suddenly refusing to obey his desperate commands. Seeing his new leader about to be finished off, Sun Tianxing screams a warning and lunges into action. A massive shockwave erupts as the archer barely manages to knock Song-an out of the immediate kill zone. They both skid across the stone floor, breathing hard after narrowly avoiding a permanent trip to the afterlife. Song-an shakes off the mental fog, realizing that while his body is intact, the boss nearly hijacked his mind. As the monarch looms through the smoke, Song-an knows a direct confrontation is suicide and desperately needs some breathing room. The spectral king rants about his queen's betrayal, his voice dripping with centuries of bitterness and a love that turned into a curse. His blade ignites with a cold, ghostly fire as he prepares to end the intruders who dared to step into his domain. With a roar of spectral flames, the king swings his massive sword, fueled by a vow to make the entire world pay for his heartbreak. The sheer force of the blow sends Song-an and Sun Tianxing flying backward, the air itself screaming under the pressure. Thankfully, Song-an's blink ability finally comes off cooldown, allowing him to warp to safety just before the follow-up strike connects. He frantically scrolls through his inventory, searching for any tool that can buy him enough time to set up his magic gun. His eyes lock onto a forgotten item at the bottom of his stash, a spark of hope finally cutting through the desperation. He pulls out the Grade A Staff of the Wraith, ready to summon a small army of undead to keep the king busy. Song-an slams the staff down, summoning a legion of skeletal warriors to flood the dark chamber, while the headless king freezes in place, the sight of the artifact triggering a paralyzing wave of recognition. He vividly remembers gifting that very staff to Felina, back when he was still a man with a heart, and though an arrow clatters against his chest, he barely notices the strike through the fog of memory. The undead horde surges forward, their hollow eyes fixed on the master of the abyss they once served, leaving the king to stare down at the mockery of his once great military might with pure disgust. Every step they take echoes the rhythm of the night his world was torn apart by treachery, recalling the betrayal of the Hademan kingdom, led by the very woman he trusted above all others. The image of Felina standing over him to claim his head burns as brightly as his spectral flames, and consumed by a fresh wave of agony, the king lets out a roar that shakes the dungeon's foundations. The king's hatred for Felina boils over into a blinding, spectral rage that consumes his very soul. Song-an and Sun Tianxing watch, in horror as system alerts confirm the boss has entered a berserk state. While his defense has plummeted, his raw power has tripled, and he screams that every betrayer must die. Sun Tianxing realizes they're in deep trouble, knowing one hit from this monster could end them both. The king unleashes a massive dimension slash, a spatial tear designed to erase everything in its path. But Song-an isn't one to wait around for death, using the chaos to blink behind the distracted giant. He realizes that the king's rage has stripped away his invulnerability, finally allowing a physical strike to connect. Seeing the opening he's been waiting for, he decides that now is the perfect moment to finish this. The king spins around instantly, summoning a soul strike that sends screaming spirits surging toward the intruder. Song-an grits his teeth as that familiar, soul-chilling pressure returns, forcing him to react before his spirit is torn apart. The king's blade whistles through the air, but Song-an's blink is just a hair faster than the steel. He counters immediately, shrouding the monster in a thick, suffocating black fog to blind its spectral senses. His eyes narrow with lethal intent, focusing every ounce of his mana into finding a decisive opening. But the king isn't just a mindless tank. He moves with a savage speed that defies his massive size. A brutal impact catches Song-an off guard, sending him reeling from the sheer physical force of the armor. A pillar of spectral energy erupts from the ground, nearly vaporizing everything in the immediate vicinity as the floor shatters. Song-an retaliates by summoning thick, enchanted vines to bind the king's limbs and stall his murderous momentum. Sun Tianxing shouts out in a panic, desperate to know if his new leader is still among the living. Song-an is left slumped against the cold stone wall, the king's terrifying presence filling his entire field of vision. Wiping the blood from his chin, he realizes he underestimated just how much the boss's speed would spike while enraged. The headless king shreds through the vines like wet paper, his spectral flames roaring with renewed fury. He lunges forward, each heavy footfall cracking the dungeon floor as he zeroes in on his target. Song-an stares down the charging titan, realizing he's finally been backed into a corner. With his blink skill still stuck on cooldown, he briefly wonders if his luck has finally run out. But a sudden realization flashes in his eyes as he remembers a secret power gained during the time reversal. He gambles everything on Stark's Triangle, a system for master bug exploiters, and forces the safe house to manifest. Suddenly, the world turns into a grid of blue data, leaving a bewildered Sun Tianxing questioning their new reality. Outside the glitch, the king's devastating strike connects with nothing but thin air and shattered stone. The massive boss stands over the crater in stunned silence, completely unable to process how his prey vanished. Within the safety of the code, Song-an reaches out to the interface, preparing to turn the tables. Sun Tianxing gapes at the digital void, realizing Song-an is playing a completely different game than everyone else. Song-an doesn't miss a beat, chugging a recovery potion that instantly restores his vitals to the absolute brim. He tosses the empty vial aside, eager to show the king exactly what a master bug exploiter can do. With a sharp command, he shuts down the digital sanctuary and forces them back into the real world. The headless king spins around in a spectral rage, cursing the persistent rats who refuse to stay dead. Song-an just smirks, triggering a ping delay bug to desync his physical position from the world's logic. The Titan responds with a devastating dimension/a spatial tear designed to erase everything in its path. But the massive blade passes right through them like ghosts, failing to connect thanks to the artificial lag. The boss lets out a deafening roar of pure frustration, unable to comprehend how his prey is still standing. His spectral energy carves a useless path through the stone as the battle shifts into Song-an's favor. The towering monarch suddenly freezes mid-swing, his massive blade hanging uselessly in the air. He struggles against the invisible shackles of the system, his gauntlets trembling with impotent rage. Song-an just leans in with a shark-like grin, mocking the king for having such suspiciously high ping. With the boss effectively lagged out, the duo begins a relentless, synchronized assault on his health bar. Smirking at the easy target, Song-an decides it's finally time for them to take their turn. He unleashes a flurry of energy slashes while Sun Tianxing peppers the Titan with a hail of arrows. Even under the weight of a glitch, the king begins spinning his blade in a desperate, whirlwind defense. Sun Tianxing grits his teeth in disbelief, realizing the boss' raw reaction speed is still terrifyingly high. The spectral flames of the king's head erupt as he screams that petty tricks cannot overcome absolute power. He slams his sword down, tearing reality apart with a massive wave of dimension turbulence to end the game. The duo is suddenly on the back foot as the king's power reaches a terrifying new peak. The boss roars with spectral fury, mocking their pathetic attempts to survive his absolute authority. Song-an realizes this massive area of effect skill is a death sentence, rapidly eating through their remaining health. Sun Tianxing desperately calls for the safe house bug, hoping for one more miracle to save them. But the Stark's Triangle is a cruel mistress, preventing Song-an from reusing the same exploit twice. With their defenses failing, the archer begins to falter, his body barely holding together under the strain. Song-an's mind goes into overdrive, frantically searching his mental database for any other game-breaking glitch. Out of the blue, his little spirit companion Molio appears, triumphantly holding up a mysterious golden crown. Despite the chaos, the mole squeaks with absolute confidence that this isn't just some fancy piece of jewelry. Song-an takes the crown, realizing this forgotten artifact might be the ultimate hard counter to the king's power. Moliolai insists that the crown is the key, promising that forcing it onto the king will restore his sanity. Song-an decides to gamble everything on his little friend's hunch. Knowing he is completely out of other options, he immediately triggers a high-speed blink, diving through a shroud of black mist to close the distance instantly. The headless king finds the attempt laughable, easily shrugging off the blindness effect while mocking the repetitive tactic. Fueled by pure rage, the boss enters an accelerated state, moving far too fast for a normal player to track. A thunderous impact rocks the chamber, sending massive shockwaves through the air as the king's spectral power erupts. Song-an is sent reeling, his health bar plummeting into the red with no elixirs left to patch the wounds. He realizes this is a true do-or-die moment, knowing that if the boss doesn't fall now, his journey ends here. Looming like a god of death, the king prepares a final judgment while the ghosts of his past watch on. The spectral blade descends with world-ending force, aiming to split the master crafter in two with one final strike. Song-an meets the world-ending strike head-on, his blade straining against the overwhelming pressure of the king's power. He pours every ounce of his remaining strength into a desperate, guttural roar of pure defiance. Against all odds, he deflects the massive spectral blade, forcing a momentary opening in the boss's ironclad defense. The king can't believe his eyes, his arrogant composure crumbling as his ultimate move fails to claim its prize. Song-an reaches into his inventory, pulling out a golden crown he's been saving for this exact opening. He knows this is his final gamble, betting everything on one last desperate play to end the raid. Blinding the monster once more, he ignores the king's mindless threats as the abyss begins to tremble. He leaps high into the air, hurling the artifact with the cold precision of a master crafter. The crown expands with a blinding light, slamming down onto the spectral skull like a divine shackle. The king's screams turn to pure agony as the item begins burrowing directly into his corrupted consciousness. As the king's consciousness is invaded, the abyss pulls us back 300 years to the fallen Hardimon kingdom. The heavy palace doors are thrown open with a violent bang, signaling a confrontation that was long overdue. Princess Felina storms in, her voice trembling with rage as she demands to know the meaning of the latest royal decree. She marches straight into the heart of the throne room, refusing to believe she's being sold off to their rivals. Her brother, the king, can't even meet her gaze as he coldly admits that the decision was his alone. Felina is absolutely baffled, reminding him that the Dronzer kingdom has been their sworn enemy for generations. The royal advisor tries to interject, explaining that the crown was backed into a corner with no other options left. The king finally snaps, revealing the horrific news that 30,000 of their elite soldiers were just wiped out. A heavy silence falls over the room as Felina finally understands the true depth of her brother's desperation. Tears well up in her eyes as she realizes she isn't a bride, but merely a trophy to appease a monster. The sound of a shattering goblet echoes her heartbreak as Felina finally breaks down in tears. But her brother has no room for sympathy, exploding in a fit of defensive royal rage. She fires back, accusing him of hiding behind his own sister to mask his military incompetence. The king's expression turns ice cold as he shuts her down, declaring the matter officially settled. Behind his eyes, he seethes with a silent promise to eventually burn his rival's kingdom down. A few days later, the grim exchange begins under the shadow of the Sunset Mountains. There he is, the legendary king of Dronzer, standing tall to personally claim his living prize. Felina stares at the man known as the demigod's son, her heart sinking in his presence. He lets out a boisterous laugh, clearly amused to be receiving such a high-quality gift. With a mockingly polite gesture, he offers his hand and tells her it is time to leave. Felina tentatively reaches out, her initial terror beginning to give way to a strange, flickering curiosity, as Dronzer pulls her in close, boldly declaring that from this moment on, she will reign as his queen. She's completely stunned, realizing the man she once feared as a bloodthirsty tyrant might be someone else entirely, and as they walk through the ranks of his men, she truly begins to see a wise, benevolent monarch. The boisterous cheers of his people only confirm it. He's a respected ruler who treats her with genuine tenderness. He even stops to admire the rhododendrons with her, charmingly comparing her beauty to the vibrant, blooming flowers. Their marriage serves as the foundation for a formal truce, a document written to finally end the cycle of bloodshed. The two kings eventually shake hands, sealing a peace treaty that supposedly reconciles their long-warring nations, but Felina watches her brother's back with dread, knowing his hypocritical heart is still fueled by grand, cruel ambitions. With his greatest rival neutralized by marriage, the Hardimon king begins a ruthless expansion that sets the world ablaze. Felina begs her husband to surrender, terrified that her brother's overwhelming power will lead to Dronzer's certain death. But the warrior king's pride is stung, refusing to bow to a man who so blatantly spat on their treaty. She weeps as she realizes the Hardimon kingdom has transformed into an unstoppable monster he can no longer match. Dronzer pulls her into a firm embrace, swearing to protect her and their castle even if it costs him everything. Even in the safety of his arms, Felina can't shake the chilling realization that her brother won't show any mercy. Driven by a desperate need to save her husband, she secretly crosses the border back into her former home. She stands before the throne with a heavy heart, begging her brother for the sake of their shared bloodline. The Hardiman king stares back with cold, vacant eyes, his expression unreadable as he listens to her desperate plea. Prostrating herself on the cold floor, she begs him to spare their lives and leave them a single path to survival. But her brother only erupts into a mocking laugh, sadistically praising her for playing her part as a pawn so perfectly. Felina is crushed as her brother mocks her, claiming her distraction allowed him to grow far too powerful to be stopped. He paces coldly, declaring that her husband's defeat is a mathematical certainty, and any further resistance is just a death sentence. Despite his arrogance, he admits the capital's defenses are a nuisance, watching his sister break down in agonizing tears. His eyes gleam with malice as he offers a devil's bargain, suggesting she use her status as queen to smuggle his killers inside. He doesn't want a corpse, but a captive, dangling the hope of her husband's survival right in front of her. Flashing a sickening, toothy grin, the king promises to consider mercy only if she agrees to play the traitor. Felina is trapped in a nightmare, convinced that this ultimate betrayal is the only way to keep her beloved from a shallow grave. With a final, agonizing sob, she agrees to the deal, desperately praying her brother still has a shred of humanity left. The trap is set as the Hardiman elite begin their silent, predatory march toward the heart of the unsuspecting kingdom. Donning her cloak, Felina leads the invaders home, her voice trembling as she tells her husband that the end has arrived. Dronzer stands frozen in his own halls as his queen reveals the depth of her betrayal, backed by the very shadows she let inside. Clinging to a desperate hope, Felina demands his crown and territory, convinced her brother will actually keep his word and spare him. The king's heart shatters as he stares at her, wondering if the last 5 years of their marriage were nothing more than a long con performance. His grief quickly turns into a blinding, red-eyed fury as he screams that she was the one person in this world not allowed to turn on him. In a moment of pure, unadulterated rage, Dronzer draws his blade and swings it down with enough force to split the floorboards. The heavy steel stops just inches from her neck, the air whistling as Felina stands her ground with a look of tearful resignation. Despite the kingdom crumbling around him, the warrior king finds himself paralyzed, realizing he simply doesn't have the heart to kill the woman he loves. Seeing the cracks in his resolve, Felina reaches out with a trembling hand, her voice cracking as she tries to bridge the gap between them. But the tragic reunion is cut short by the sound of whistling metal as a rogue blade is hurled through the air with lethal precision. Felina lets out a blood-curdling scream, reaching out in a panic as the scene descends into a chaotic, bloody nightmare that neither of them expected. The golden crown of Dronzer clatters against the floor, stained with the fresh blood of a fallen dynasty. Felina stands paralyzed as the weight of her choices finally settles into a cold, hollow realization of loss. She collapses over her husband's lifeless body while her brother watches from above like a satisfied predator. Through a mask of tears and blood, she demands to know why he lied about sparing the king. The king of Hardiman simply smirks, mockingly admitting that he changed his mind once the throne was secure. Crushed by the weight of her own stupidity, Felina decides she no longer has a reason to draw breath. But her story doesn't end in the grave, as a freezing, spectral fire begins to ignite within her. Her grief curdles into a legendary hatred, vowing to become a vengeful spirit that will haunt her brother's line forever. Back in the present, the phantom of the princess reaches out one last time in a silent, agonizing scream. Song-an feels the curse of the headless king burrowing into his skull, as the crown begins to claim his mind. Felina's phantom continues her heart-wrenching apology, desperate for her king to know she never intended to betray him. This tragic revelation hits the headless king like a physical strike, causing the massive boss to collapse in agony. Song-an observes the shifting spectral energy, realizing the crown is finally breaking through the king's mental defenses. He offers a silent thanks to his companion Mol-O, seeing that his gamble with the artifact actually worked. As the crushing spatial pressure of the dungeon finally dissipates, the party manages to find their footing again. Sun Tianxing exhales in relief, noting that the distorted reality of the abyss is finally returning to normal. King Dronzer is no longer a mindless monster, but a grieving husband realizing his wife's love was his undoing. A single spectral tear falls to the cold stone as the weight of centuries of misunderstanding finally breaks him. He curses his own past naivety, realizing his obsession with peace was the catalyst for his kingdom's destruction. While the king remains paralyzed by his own tragic history, Song-an finally takes a second to catch his breath. Song-an grits his teeth as his health hits rock bottom, triggering a final 10-second buffer window. With his elixirs exhausted, he realizes his only hope is to kill the boss and level up instantly. The fallen monarch slowly rises, noting that the young adventurer seems to be in quite the bind. Now wearing his crown, the king offers his sincere gratitude for finally being shown the bitter truth. Song-an can only blink in confusion, wondering what revelation could possibly pacify a dungeon boss. The spectral ruler has one last favor to ask as his blue flames burn with renewed intensity. He prepares his ultimate stance, inviting the warrior to face the full weight of his final attack. Song-an realizes the king wants a duel to the death to settle their fate in one blow. Igniting his own blade in a defiant blaze, he decides that a head-on clash suits him just fine. The two warriors stand poised in the heart of the abyss, ready to end this raid forever. The signal for the final act ignites as spectral blue flames roar to life. There is no more room for talk as both warriors kick off the ground with explosive force. Song-an pours every ounce of his remaining stamina into a desperate, high-speed charge. The king matches his intensity, roaring the name of his lost daughter as he lunges forward. Tightening his grip, Song-an realizes he is betting his entire life on this single, final strike. He pushes past his physical limits, screaming a defiant war cry that echoes through the hollow abyss. The two opposing forces collide in a blinding flash, light and shadow tearing at the very air. Song-an slides to a silent halt, his blade still humming from the sheer force of the impact. Behind him, the king stands motionless, a strange and peaceful smile playing on his spectral lips. Then, the killing blow erupts through the monarch's chest, ending his long nightmare in a blaze of glory. The mighty monarch finally buckles, his heavy armor clattering against the cold stone as his strength fails him. Song-an stares in utter disbelief, wondering why he remains completely unscathed after such a devastating exchange. But the king isn't looking for a kill. He offers a final, peaceful smile as a parting gift for the duel. Reaching into the void, the old warrior begs for forgiveness, desperate to cast aside 3 centuries of hollow rage. In a moment of pure transcendence, his spectral hand finally finds the warmth of the one he lost so long ago. The curse of the abyss shatters, reuniting the king with his beloved Felina within a brilliant, golden light. Tears of joy stream down his face as the crushing weight of his immortality finally begins to lift. With a final sigh of relief, his soul dissolves into the wind, finally free to leave this wretched dungeon behind. All that remains is a hollow crown, a silent testament to a ruler who found peace in his final moments. As the system confirms the boss's defeat, Song-an exhales, his health bar finally stabilizing after the narrowest of victories. The victory isn't just a relief, it's a massive power spike that pushes Song-an all the way to level 47. Sun Tianqing rushes over in absolute awe, though Song-an remains humble, suspecting the king might have shown mercy. Looking at the remains, he can't help but feel the weight of the tragic history hidden within that crown. Then the real jackpot appears, a system prompt offering a choice between 2 S-rank skills and legendary equipment. Song-an picks up the Eternal Crown, marveling at how a low-rank item evolved into this flaming masterpiece. The realization hits that this crown grants a literal second chance at life, making him nearly impossible to kill. In a surprising move, he offers the legendary artifact to Sun Tianqing to bolster their team's survival. But the archer refuses, insisting that the man who carried the raid deserves to keep the ultimate prize. Song-an doesn't argue, instead offering up the remaining S-rank skill orbs for his loyal friend to choose. Without a second thought, Sun Tianqing locks his sights on the devastating spatial power of Dimension Slash. Sun Tianqing is already geeking out, explaining how this spatial slash will turn his tracking arrows into unavoidable long-range death. Song-an agrees it's a perfect fit, deciding to take Soul Strike for himself since his blink skill already handles his mobility needs. As he absorbs the orb, the system confirms his 4th skill, adding a new layer of lethality to his growing arsenal. He quickly realizes he's hit the jackpot again, as Soul Strike is an exceptionally rare mental control ability. But before he can celebrate his new power, a sudden, chilling presence freezes him in his tracks. A massive golden entity looms over him, cryptically mocking his progress while hinting at a much deeper truth behind this world. The vision vanishes as quickly as it appeared, leaving Song-an clutching his head in a daze while his companion rushes over. Sun Tianqing is clearly worried, asking if the exhaustion of the raid is finally catching up to his leader. Song-an plays it cool, blaming the fatigue, though he knows this game is hiding a conspiracy far darker than he imagined. Sun Tianqing is just glad the nightmare is over, totally oblivious to the cosmic entity that just threatened his friend. With the abyss finally cleared, the heavy atmosphere of the mine begins to lift as the exit comes into view. Sun Tianqing formally offers his hand, wondering if he should show more respect by addressing his leader as president. Song-an meets the gesture with a firm grip, casually dismissing the formalities and insisting they stick to names. As they step out of the shadows, the bond between the two warriors feels more like a partnership than a hierarchy. The quiet moment doesn't last long, as Sun Tianqing grows anxious about the massive threat Song An mentioned earlier. Song An keeps his eyes on the horizon, revealing that an invasion is imminent while promising to explain the details later. The system clock is officially ticking with only 14 days left until the demons arrive, shifting the scene to the volcanic K district. Near the mouth of a rumbling volcano, a scouting party checks their maps, realizing they've reached the entrance to Yahello. Their vice president has no room for cowardice, reminding them that returning without results isn't an option regardless of their fear. The scouts can only swallow their dread, knowing that the nightmare waiting inside is far more dangerous than their leader's cold gaze. Vice President Purple makes it clear she has no room for cowards on her elite scouting team. Suddenly, the volcanic peaks of Yahello erupt in a violent, earth-shattering explosion of molten rock. The scouts scramble for cover, terrified that the predicted demon invasion is starting right under their feet. Their leader refuses to retreat, gritting her teeth while demanding they push through the heat for answers. But the mission takes a dark turn when a massive, blood-red eye opens within the bubbling lava. The scouts can barely breathe, realizing the nightmare they feared is staring them right in the face. Purple realizes they've been spotted, her confidence wavering as the entity's gaze locks onto their position. A colossal shadow stretches across the rock, signaling the arrival of something far more dangerous than fire. She looks up with a mixture of defiance and dread, sensing an overwhelming presence descending from above. A winged demon crashes down with a sadistic grin, ready to turn this scouting mission into a massacre. The demon licks her lips, already imagining the succulent taste of human flesh. Purple and her team are paralyzed, realizing the invasion timeline has been catastrophically moved forward. From the bubbling lava, a massive eye commands its apostle to ensure no one leaves alive. Morlock gleefully accepts the order, promising her master that their secrets will remain buried in ash. She dives into the fray with a sadistic cackle, her chains whistling through the sulphurous air. Purple screams a desperate warning, but the demonic assault is faster than any human reaction. The scouts gasp for air as cold iron wraps around their throats, pinning them in place. Pushed to the brink, Purple's eyes ignite with a surge of desperate violet power. She unleashes her spectral leopards, sending the glowing beasts lunging toward the winged predator. Instead of fear, Morlock's grin only widens as she prepares to test her first human prey. Purple lashes out with a phantom cut, desperate to find a chink in the monster's armor, but while the strike connects, she isn't met with a scream of pain, but a look of sadistic ecstasy. Morlock revels in the unfamiliar sting, finding the sensation of being hurt more intoxicating than any victory. Pushing past her trembling heart, Sax charges again, trying to convince herself that no enemy is truly invincible. The demon's laughter only grows louder, her twisted mind craving even more of the hunter's futile struggle. Realizing she's completely outmatched, Sax commands her scouts to retreat and warn the world of the demonic arrival. She grits her teeth and prepares to hold the line, ready to sacrifice herself just to buy them a few seconds. But escape is a pipe dream as Morlock's chains whistle through the air, snagging the fleeing men mid-stride. With her wounds knitting shut through a surge of demonic recovery, Morlock mocks their pathetic attempt at flight. Sax can only scream in despair, as Li Yue and Zhang Shu are cut down, the mission ending in a bloodbath. Morlock decides the playtime is over, her dark wings casting a suffocating shadow over the desperate vice president. The demon dives with predatory glee, promising to make the hunter a permanent part of her twisted, immortal existence. Sax's knuckles turn white as she grips her blade, her mind screaming that she won't go down without one last bite. She lashes out with a desperate, purple-hued strike, catching the apostle off guard with her stubborn, human refusal to die. But Morlock's chains are faster, snaking around the vice president's limb as the demon sneers at such an unworthy struggle. With a sadistic yank, the apostle exerts her overwhelming strength, treating the seasoned hunter like a fragile toy. A guttural scream rips through the air as the sickening sound of snapping bone echoes across the desolate battlefield. Collapsing to the dirt, Sax clutches her shattered arm, the crushing weight of her own helplessness finally sinking in. Morlock just smiles, mocking the fragile nature of humanity, and wondering why she didn't just swallow the girl whole from the start. Staring at the ground in bitter defeat, Sax admits she knew this was impossible, but her pride simply wouldn't let her be weak again. Bitter memories of her past flood back, reminding the vice president of the years she spent under her brother's thumb. Even after the world changed and she gained the powers of a shadow dancer, she remained his personal loot-farming slave. But the broken woman on the ground finally finds her footing, deciding that her human pride is worth more than her life. Morlock finds the sudden display of backbone hilarious, cackling as she promises to savor the taste of such a spirited human. Ignoring the demon's mockery, Sax ignites her mana, activating her black shadow skill to shroud the area in a lethal, violet haze. The apostle's chains whistle through the air, but they strike nothing but ghosts as the hunter begins her desperate, high-speed dance. Blinking through the darkness with a shadow shuttle, Sax attempts to catch the monster off guard, though the demon remains unimpressed. Every movement is a gamble against death, with the vice president twisting through a storm of steel to close the distance. With her resolve reaching a breaking point, she grips her blade with a feral intensity, her eyes glowing with a vengeful purple light. In one fluid, explosive motion, she executes a shadow cut that finally carves through the air and bites into the arrogant apostle. The impact of the shadow cut erupts in a violent burst of violet energy, consuming the battlefield in a blinding flash. Sax collapses into the dirt, her body smoking from the strain as she prays her final sacrifice wasn't in vain. High above the hellish landscape, her shadow bird takes flight, desperately carrying the vital intel away from the abyss. But a cruel, blood-red spear of demonic energy tears through the sky with a sickening whistle, seeking to silence the messenger. Morlock stands tall, her wounds stitching back together instantly as she mocks the pathetic futility of human pride. Behind her, the horizon chokes with the soot of 1,000 demons, an army ready to wash over the world. Miles away from the carnage, a streak of azure light cuts through the mountain air, carrying a very different kind of hope. Sun Tianxing presses for the truth, and Song-an grimly confirms that the nightmare he once fought is returning for them all. Realizing the stakes, Sun's expression hardens with the cold resolve to unite every top-tier player before the world burns. As they descend toward the Zero Guild's headquarters, Song-an knows this fortress is the only thing standing against the end. Their boots finally hit the familiar soil of the Zero Guild's perimeter, the long journey finally coming to an end. Song-an lets out a rare, relaxed breath, assuring Sun that they finally made it back to their sanctuary. High up on the watchtower, the sentries nearly drop their gear in shock when they recognize the man approaching. The lead guard bellows for the gates to be thrown open, his voice filled with a desperate kind of relief. With a heavy, rhythmic groan, the massive wooden barricades begin to part, revealing the heart of their operations. Stepping through the threshold, they are greeted by the bustling, organized energy of a guild that hasn't been idle. Song-an stops in his tracks, his sharp eyes scanning the grounds as he realizes his people have been busy. From dedicated medical bays to specialized equipment divisions, the camp has evolved into a full-scale military fortress. He takes in the sight of the reinforced facilities, feeling a surge of pride at how quickly they've adapted. It's only been a few days, but the transformation is so massive, it leaves even the legendary developer feeling impressed. The silence of the camp is shattered as the guild members rush forward to welcome their leader home. Zai Hui is the first to pipe up, her eyes darting curiously toward the stranger trailing behind him. Song-an just laughs it off, promising to explain the long, chaotic story once everyone has calmed down. But for Sun Yue, the sight of him is a shock that sends her heart into her throat. He offers a casual wave to his friends, trying to play it cool despite the mounting emotional tension. Before he can finish his greeting, she lunges forward and buries her face into his chest. The legendary developer is caught completely off guard, feeling a rare moment of genuine, sweaty-palmed awkwardness. She sobs against him, scolding him for being unreachable and leaving them to worry for so many days. Even the veteran guards can't help but joke that whenever space-time starts glitching, their boss is usually involved. Song-an looks down at her with a cocky smirk, assuring her that every little accident is finally resolved. Sun Yue finally pulls back, her eyes shimmering with tears as she makes him swear he'll never pull a vanishing act like that again. Of course, the rest of the guild isn't about to let this tender moment slide without getting some high-quality blackmail footage for the group chat. Realizing she's become the star of a public spectacle, Sun Yue practically short-circuits, her face turning a shade of red that would put a health potion to shame. She quickly tries to pivot the conversation, her eyes darting past him as she notices a stranger standing awkwardly in the background. Sun Tianxing just stands there, looking like he'd rather be facing a world boss than the intense, suspicious scrutiny of a jealous guildmate. Song-an introduces his new recruit as a high-level archer, hoping a little professional networking will distract everyone from his own awkwardness. But the mood shifts instantly as the leader gathers his troops, reminding them that their peaceful days of lounging around the guild hall are officially over. A grim system notification confirms their worst fears, ticking down the final 13 days before the demon army arrives to tear everything down. To survive the coming storm, the guild has been grinding non-stop, amassing a mountain of rare materials that would make any merchant drool with envy. While the younger members are quick to brag about their hard work, Song-an knows that every single scrap will be vital for the upgrades they desperately need. Song-an checks in on the crafting progress, eager to see if they've managed to produce a rare magic gun. Zai Hui lets out a weary sigh, admitting that the success rate for such high-tier weaponry is depressingly low. Even with the passive luck boost from her four-leaf clover blessing, the odds of a successful forge remain a pathetic 0.1%. She jokingly tells her leader he should be thanking her for not wasting their precious materials on such a hopeless gamble. Song and pauses to consider the math, realizing that throwing away their hard-earned resources on a 1 in 1,000 chance is a terrible strategy. Looking at the high-grade items they already possess, he decides it's far more efficient to sell their current stock for a massive profit. He suddenly recalls the VIP card gifted to him by an old contact, realizing it's his golden ticket into the elite trading circles. The guild leader sets his sights on the massive, domed headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce, located in the prestigious Zone A. Bypassing the common crowds, he heads straight for the exclusivity of the VIP lounge to conduct his high-stakes business. Inside, an elegant merchant swirls her wine, skeptically questioning if the young leader is truly ready for the deals he's proposing. While Song An plots his next move, Vice Leader Xu Fei frantically reports a total meltdown within the Starcoin Alliance. He reveals that their supposedly unlimited mining zone is actually a death trap containing a hidden S-rank dungeon. Setting down her glass with chilling precision, Lu Shu makes it clear she only cares about the final results. She stares him down, demanding an explanation for why their most profitable venture has turned into such a disaster. Desperate to save his own skin, Xu Fei pathetically blames the unexpected interference of a certain meddling kid. His excuses are cut short by a heavy fist, courtesy of Lu Su's silent and deadly personal bodyguard. The impact sends the vice leader sprawling, his glasses shattered as he realizes his status won't protect him here. The guard coldly enforces the 5-meter rule, reminding the failure that he's lost the right to stand close to the leader. The bodyguard snaps to attention, acknowledging her command to stand down with a shout that echoes through the room. A sharp smile plays on her lips as she reveals she never fully trusted the mind's sudden appearance anyway. Xu Fei pathetically grovels at his leader's feet, thanking her for the mercy of his life while swearing absolute, desperate loyalty. But Lu Shu isn't just being kind. She realizes his massive blunder actually hooked a much bigger fish than she ever expected. She's now certain that Song An's suspiciously deep knowledge of the crystal mine marks him as a potential mastermind behind the game. A predatory smile crosses her face as she realizes that capturing him might be the key to finally uncovering the ultimate truth. Shifting focus to the bustling streets of Zone A, the city stands as a beacon of prosperity and high-level commerce. It's a place where even street performers can find an audience, thriving in a sanctuary designed specifically for player interaction. Song An navigates the dense crowds with ease, explaining how this zone's free trade mechanics have made it the wealthiest hub in existence. Zai Hui can't help but feel a bit curious about why one of their usual companions turned down the invitation to join. Song An just laughs it off as the girls prepare to raid the local shops, fully expecting their leader to foot the bill. Song An watches his team run off, realizing his role has shifted from legendary leader to the guild's personal ATM. Even the new recruit joins the fun, with Sun Tianxing shamelessly charging his strawberry ice cream to the boss tab, Song, and wonders if they've forgotten they're in a high-stakes world, frustrated that everyone is treating this like a vacation. However, he quickly softens, acknowledging that after the hell they've endured, a moment of genuine relaxation is actually necessary. With a mischievous grin, he grabs the young archer, deciding it's time for the men to find their own entertainment. He leads the way to a massive, cathedral-like structure that hides a much more sinful interior behind its grand doors. They are greeted by an elegant hostess who clearly knows exactly how to make high rollers feel right at home. Stepping onto the plush carpets, Song An prepares to see if his luck with game mechanics translates to the floor. In this city of commerce, the real games are played with high stakes, piles of cash, and the roll of the dice. Sun Tiansheng is clearly out of his element, asking if his leader is actually a regular at these places. Song An just smirks and shakes his head, claiming his only gambling knowledge comes from old movies. They move past the main floor, where the air is thick with the scent of gold and desperation. Their path is blocked by 2 stone-faced guards who insist that only the elite are allowed upstairs. Song An doesn't even blink, casually flashing the black gold card he secured from his merchant connections. The bouncers' eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets as they recognize the 100 million credit certification. Their stern attitudes vanish instantly, replaced by the frantic bowing of men who know they almost messed up. Song An finds the sudden shift in respect hilarious, knowing exactly how to play the city's social mechanics. With the doors finally swinging wide, the two step into the true heart of the casino's power. The VIP floor is a den of anonymous greed where every player hides their true face behind a mask. A dealer quickly approaches the newcomers, offering them disguises to ensure they fit into this world of secrets. Donning a fox mask, Song An explains that they aren't just here to play, but to find elite partners. They're immediately intercepted by a loudmouthed gambler, who mocks them, warning that the minimum buy-in is $500,000. Song An isn't intimidated in the slightest, casually tossing his first chip to signal that the real fun is starting. The dealer's voice remains cold and robotic, as he announces a winning 21, sweeping the pot toward the house. Their opponent cackles with malicious glee, pointing out that the young master has already lost 10 million credits. Sun Tianxing leans in with a worried frown, sensing that this man is definitely using some kind of dirty trick. But Song An just wears a knowing smirk, dismissing the massive loss as if he's merely spending pocket change. The gambler cackles, demanding they raise the stakes, while Song An's system reveals the man is using a shady luck-borrowing skill. Sun Tianxing is convinced his leader has finally lost his mind, but Song An just leans in with a dangerous, mocking grin. The man's eyes widen behind his mask as he realizes he isn't dealing with some wealthy tourist, but a genuine player. Song An doesn't even blink, simply asking why that realization should change anything about the way they play. The gambler starts lecturing him on the nature of this world, claiming that money is just a cloud compared to absolute power. He finally admits his true greed, revealing that he doesn't want credits anymore, he wants the high-tier gear Song An is wearing. Song An reaches for his hilt, the air shimmering with heat as he asks if the man is truly prepared for his blade. The gambler practically leaps out of his seat, his eyes gleaming with the desperate hunger of a man who recognizes true quality. He identifies the demonic bone blade as a masterpiece, an A-grade weapon whose value transcends anything found in a common casino. The gambler throws down the gauntlet, practically salivating at the thought of winning that legendary blade. Song An isn't about to get played, demanding an ante that actually matches the weight of his weapon. Mr. Wu's grin only widens as he reaches into his coat, promising a material that can transcend limits. He reveals the Star Spirit Stone, a legendary artifact capable of evolving A-grade gear into S-grade masterpieces. Both Song An and Sun Tianxing are genuinely floored, wondering how a common gambler acquired such a rare treasure. With a predatory look, the man asks if this is finally enough to make the masked player bite. Song An slams his hand down in agreement, ready to risk it all for a chance at S-grade power. Suddenly, the doors swing open as a glamorous woman enters, mocking the timing of their little high-stakes meeting. The gambler's confidence vanishes in an instant, his face twisting in pure dread as he recognizes the newcomer. Sun Tianxing's heart skips a beat as he realizes they're staring down the infamous Star Coin Alliance. Beside the glamorous newcomer, Xu Fei nearly jumps out of his skin. The elegant leader glances back with mild annoyance, wondering why her subordinate is suddenly acting like he's seen a ghost. He shrieks in a panic, identifying them as the same brats who completely leveled their guild's unlimited mining operation. Sun Tianxing doesn't back down for a second, reminding them that their reckless greed cost the lives of many innocent miners. A dangerous spark ignites in the woman's eyes as she realizes her elusive prey has walked right into her lap. Song An rises with a menacing golden aura, making it clear he's more than ready to settle their old blood debts. Her personal guards immediately swarm forward, refusing to let anyone get within striking distance of their high-ranking leader. But the lady simply waves them off, clearing the floor for a confrontation that has been a long time coming. Her personal guard hesitates, clearly sweating bullets, as he tries to process why his boss is suddenly playing nice. She ignores him, turning her gaze toward the duo while praising their heroic survival of that deadly S-rank dungeon. In a move that stuns the entire room, the elegant leader actually bows, offering a formal apology for her guild's previous actions. Song An remains skeptical, whispering to his partner that they should avoid a direct clash in this den of vipers for now. She continues her performance, inviting the two of them to name any price as compensation for the trouble they've endured. The peace is shattered when Mr. Wu slams the table, fuming that these are his guests and they have a game to start. The woman's eyes light up at the sight of the glowing stone, curious about what could possibly warrant such a massive bet. Wu doesn't care for her curiosity, barking at her to mind her own business and get her alliance out of his sight. Unfazed by his temper, she produces a mysterious hourglass, deciding it's time she officially joined this high-stakes gamble. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, the doors fly open as two unexpected allies come charging into the room. Zai Hui is clearly frantic with worry for her leader, while Feng seems more concerned about the makeup she didn't finish. The sudden intrusion brings the entire high-stakes meeting to a grinding halt as everyone stares at the noisy newcomers. Song An doesn't miss a beat, welcoming his teammates with a confident smirk hidden behind his fox mask. This is the final straw for Mr. Wu, who slams the table in a rage over the constant interruptions by uninvited guests. Feng can only scratch her head in total confusion, having no idea what kind of dangerous bet she just walked into. Thinking on his feet, Song An introduces the pair as his lucky goddesses to justify their presence at the table. The leader of the Star Coin Alliance finds the escalating chaos hilarious, realizing this game is becoming far more entertaining. With all the players finally gathered, Wu slams his hands down to activate the glowing stone and begin the match. The stage is set for a brutal three-way clash, where only the most cunning gambler will walk away with the prize. Mr. Wu is finished with the pleasantries and demands they simplify the rules to a single, decisive game. It is a classic winner-take-all dice roll, where the highest score claims the entire mountain of treasure. The alliance leader finds his sudden burst of bravado entertaining and agrees to play along with his terms. Song-an doesn't mind the high stakes at all, but he raises a hand to request one small adjustment. Both of his rivals lean in with suspicion, wondering what kind of scheme the masked man is cooking up. To the room's collective disbelief, he pushes the clueless Feng forward to gamble in his place. Feng immediately hits the panic button, frantically waving her hands as she realizes the weight of the situation. His teammates are horrified, reminding him that his own legendary weapon is what's actually on the line. But Song-an remains unshakable, preaching about the importance of having absolute faith in one's companions. He gives her a gentle pat on the head, assuring the terrified girl that he won't be angry even if she fails. Feng is completely overwhelmed by this sudden show of trust, her eyes welling up with tears of pure gratitude. But Song-an isn't just relying on blind faith. He produces a bottle of Lucky Toad oil to tip the scales. Before the girl can even process the gift, he's already forcing the stat-altering liquid down her throat. The poor girl looks like her soul is escaping, but her leader is finally satisfied and ready to begin. The dealers invite everyone to inspect the table, maintaining the thin illusion that this game is actually fair. Mr. Wu can barely hide his smug grin, convinced his rigged dice have already secured a total victory. Xu Fei senses the foul play immediately and tries to warn his leader about their opponent's obvious lack of integrity. However, Lu Shu dismisses the concern with a confident wave, far too arrogant to care about petty tricks. While the rest of the team watches with bated breath, Feng can't shake the feeling that something is horribly wrong. With a heavy slam of the dice cup, the gamble officially begins, and there is absolutely no turning back now. The red-haired leader watches with a bored, half-lidded expression as the dice cups begin to rattle across the table. The frantic clatter of bone against wood fills the silent room, marking the start of a very lopsided gamble. Mr. Wu can barely contain his glee, mentally preparing to trigger his merchant skill and siphon the luck from the room. Hez already counting the profit in his head, imagining the mountain of gold and high-grade weapons Hez about to steal. With a sharp, practiced motion, he slams his cup onto the felt to lock in his rigged result. A sickly green light erupts from his hand as he activates his cheat, forcing the dice to obey his will. The table glows with an intense light as the first winning numbers are revealed, much to the delight of the cheaters. The alliance leader leans back with a dismissive sigh, signaling she's finished her turn without even trying. Meanwhile, poor Feng is on the verge of a total breakdown, realizing her cheap lucky oil is completely useless here. Just as her spirit begins to shatter, a firm hand lands on her shoulder, signaling that the real master has arrived. Song-an leans in with a confident smirk, reminding Feng that she has her own set of tricks to play. The realization hits her like a bolt of lightning as she finally understands the hidden meaning behind his words. Across the table, Mr. Wu prepares to lift the cup and finalize his rigged victory over the trembling girl. But before he can move, Feng launches herself through the air in a desperate, chaotic blur of motion. She clings to the dice cup with crocodile tears, begging the merchant to swear he didn't use any underhanded tactics. Mr. Wu explodes in a fit of manufactured rage, insulted that a low-level player would dare question his integrity. Seeing his anger, she immediately pivots to a playful apology, acting as if the whole scene was just a joke. The alliance leader watches the circus with a smirk, lifting her own cup to reveal a surprisingly mediocre roll. Song-an and the others watch in stunned silence, sensing that something has fundamentally shifted in the room's energy. With a graceful laugh, the red-haired beauty admits that the goddess of luck simply wasn't her friend this time. Xu Fei nearly jumps out of his skin, frantically questioning why the alliance leader would intentionally sabotage her own hand. Oblivious to the internal tension, Mr. Wu cackles with greed, convinced that the heavens are finally smiling on his crooked luck. He lifts his cup with a triumphant roar, ready to claim his prize and finally crush the spirits of his opponents. But the celebration dies instantly as the table reveals a pathetic pair of ones that leaves the merchant completely speechless. His face contorts in pure, unadulterated horror, his mind racing to figure out how his guaranteed victory turned into a total disaster. From across the table, Feng's mocking laughter cuts through the silence as she delights in watching the arrogant merchant squirm. She reveals a crushing high roll of 16, sending the man into a finger-pointing frenzy as he desperately screams about foul play. Feng simply whistles a carefree tune, mockingly asking the sore loser if he really thinks he can talk his way out of a loss. Refusing to admit defeat, the merchant explodes in a desperate tantrum, demanding that every single person in the room be searched. Song-an and his crew watch the pathetic display with cold eyes, knowing the trap has been sprung exactly as they intended. Song-an keeps his cool as he hides the evidence behind his back, preparing for the inevitable fallout of his victory. With a single, powerful squeeze, he crushes the rigged die into a fine powder, making sure no proof of his trickery remains. The alliance leader steps in with a chillingly calm demeanor, reminding the merchant that the rules were set in stone. Losing his last shred of dignity, the merchant points a trembling finger and accuses her of conspiring with the newcomers. She doesn't even flinch, coolly warning him that if he can't accept a loss, he'll find himself blacklisted from every casino. The merchant looks around in a cold sweat, realizing that the house guards are just waiting for a reason to throw him out. A final piece of the shattered magical dice is tossed onto the table, its glow fading as the evidence is completely neutralized. Fuming with a mix of rage and humiliation, the merchant storms out while swearing that he will have his revenge. Feng finally lets out a massive sigh of relief, her heart finally slowing down after their incredibly dangerous stunt. The red-haired leader turns to Song An with a sharp, knowing smile, officially declaring him the biggest winner of the night. Song An stands his ground as the alliance leader leans in, questioning if he rigged the game on purpose. Her gaze sharpens with a terrifying clarity as she drops a bombshell, revealing she knows his secret identity. She laughs at the audacity of the man who designed the world, mocking his day-one dual-class exploit. Zaihui is frozen in place, her mind racing as she wonders how this woman uncovered Song An's deepest secrets. With a smug grin, Lu Shu points out how easily he glitched his way to wealth and power. Song An can't help but feel a chill, as she crowns him the only real player in this world. Despite the exposure, she officially rewards him with the quicksand time, much to her associates' visible horror. As the guild makes their quiet exit, the Alliance's high-ranking members demand to know why they're being released. Sipping her wine with a dismissive air, she calls her subordinates short-sighted for not seeing the investment's value. Xu Fei nearly loses his mind, realizing they just handed over $1 billion treasure for absolutely nothing. Lu Shu remains unfazed by the internal panic, coolly explaining that a legendary prop only finds its true value in the hands of a master. She watches the group depart, certain that Song An is the only person capable of utilizing the quicksand time to its full potential. Once they're clear of the building, Zaihui's anxiety boils over as she warns that a woman who knows his secrets must be planning a trap. Song An just smirks, fully aware of the danger but seeing no reason to start a fight when they can simply walk away with the prize. He leads them straight to a local merchant, immediately offloading a massive mountain of mid-tier loot for a staggering 120 million. Thanks to his greedy crown, he pockets a massive 10% bonus on the deal, even if the system warns that excessive greed invites bad luck. He isn't finished yet, leaning in to whisper that he has even better treasures for sale if the merchant can handle the price. He begins pulling out genuine A-grade artifacts, including the Hat of Evil and the legendary Infinite Gloves, each worth a king's ransom. The merchant nearly has a heart attack on the spot, unable to comprehend why any player would ever part with such high-tier gear. For Song An, these items are just fuel, and he's more than happy to trade them for the coins needed to power up his entire guild. The merchant is practically losing his mind, gleefully accepting the deal as gold coins rain down around them. Sun Tianxing and Feng can't help but smirk, silently mocking how easy it is to fleece these wealthy, unsuspecting marks. Song An stands tall as his balance skyrockets to a staggering 560 million, the ultimate payday for a master manipulator. He watches the merchant dance away, deciding that the time saved was well worth the slightly higher price he paid for the convenience. A sudden system ping interrupts his victory lap, leaving him wondering who could possibly be reaching out at a time like this. It's an urgent summons from Li Zerui, providing specific coordinates for a crisis brewing deep within Hardimon City. Song An's expression hardens as he pieces it together, wondering if this is linked to the demon invasion in the K district. A cold sweat breaks out as a terrible intuition takes hold, sensing that something catastrophic is already unfolding. His companions notice the sudden shift in his aura, rushing over to ask what could possibly have him looking so shaken. There's no time for explanations as he grabs Zaihui, barking out orders for the group to move out toward the city immediately. Song An doesn't bother with a countdown, dragging his team into a high-speed long-distance teleportation that leaves them breathless. Their destination is the Hardimon Palace in Zone A, a majestic structure that hides the growing tension of the region. While waiting, Feng finds herself captivated by the ancient murals, detailing a tragic romance between a princess and an enemy king. Sun Tianxing couldn't care less about dusty history, wondering if there's been any word on the situation with Li Zerui. The mood turns somber as Feng explains that the deputy leader vanished a week ago while investigating the demon invasion. With zero contact and grim data points surfacing, the fear is that their high-ranking ally has already met a brutal end. Elsewhere, Li Zerui is pushing his limits, surrounding himself with crackling lightning to upgrade his divine sword for the coming war. Has already broadcasted the emergency to every powerhouse in the game, hoping to gather enough strength to repel the demons. The teleportation finally concludes with a heavy thud, though Song An is the only one who manages to look cool landing. Feng can barely keep her head straight, dizzy and complaining that his travel speed is enough to make anyone lose their lunch. Feng and Sun Tianxing snap their heads toward the entrance as they sense a powerful presence finally approaching. To their surprise, Song An is the first to arrive, strolling into the hall with Zai Hui following closely behind. Feng quickly explains that their leader is currently occupied with a holy sword ceremony, though she's clearly impressed by how much Song An has grown. Sun Tianxing doesn't miss a beat, completely ignoring the tension to shout a hyperactive greeting at his old friend Zai Hui. Song An cuts straight through the small talk, demanding immediate answers regarding the demon invasion and the status of District K. Feng plays it off with a tired sigh, acting like a stressed assistant, while insisting that all these preparations are for the leader's sake. Right on cue, Li Zerui emerges from the inner chambers, confirming that Song An's suspicions about the disaster in District K were correct. Song An's eyes narrow as he scans the man, immediately sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from his newly reforged weapon. It's an epic-grade divine sword, a unique A-rank blade that grants massive attribute boosts and is tied directly to the game's main storyline. But even a legendary weapon can't soften the blow, as Li Zerui reveals the grim news that Sakui and his entire team are likely dead. Song An is visibly shaken, struggling to process the devastating news that the deputy leader has already fallen in battle. Li Zerui reminds him that since they are the only ones who have faced the true devil, the implications are terrifyingly clear. Song An realizes that if even the strongest were slaughtered, they must have encountered the source of the corruption head-on. The gravity of the situation sinks in, as he warns that a full-scale demon army is likely already on their doorstep. Acknowledging Song An's foresight, Li Zerui shifts their strategy toward a desperate defense of Hardimon City, rallying every top-tier player available. He extends a formal invitation, urging Song An and Zai Hui to merge their strength with his Raiders Guild for the coming war. But Song An simply shakes his head with a confident smile, making it clear that his days of being a solo player are over. He reveals that while his friend was building an empire, he was busy forging his own path with the newly established Zero Guild. Feng is genuinely stunned, unable to believe he managed to organize a functional guild in such a ridiculously short amount of time. While Zai Hui proudly boasts about their growing family, Sun Tianxing can't help but comically weep over losing his favorite sister to a rival faction. Li Zerui can't help but marvel at how much Song An has evolved in just 3 short days, noting his friend's terrifying growth. Their reunion is interrupted by the arrival of Lu Shu, who makes a grand entrance flanked by her personal security detail. Song An is immediately on guard, wondering why the leader of the Starcoin Alliance is showing her face at a time like this. Li Zerui steps in to bridge the gap, officially introducing her as one of the elite powerhouses he's recruited for the upcoming defense. She offers a knowing smirk towards Song An, making it clear she's ready to put their past friction aside to deal with the demons. Feng isn't buying the professional act, mockingly questioning if a businesswoman plans to defeat a demon army with nothing but a checkbook. Lu Shu doesn't miss a beat, reminding the hot-headed girl that war is a costly business and brute force alone is never enough. As Feng explodes in a fit of censored rage, Zai Hui is forced to play peacemaker before a second war breaks out in the room. Lu Shu shifts her focus back to Song An, bringing up the legendary S-grade quicksand time artifact he won from her earlier. She warns him that since she sacrificed a billion-coin investment for his sake, had better not let her down when the fighting starts. Song An realizes the quicksand time isn't just a trophy, it's a high-tier sealing tool for the coming war. A cold sweat breaks as he realizes the Merchant Queen could have trapped him the moment they met. Dropping the pretenses, Song An asks why she really handed him such a dangerous and specific trump card. Lu Shu simply smirks, explaining that every professional merchant expects a massive return on their initial investments. She shocks the room by suggesting this entire demonic invasion is nothing more than a scripted developer test. Her gaze turns cold as she admits her only goal is surviving until the final credits roll. With a predatory grin, she makes it clear she doesn't just want to survive, she wants to win. Li Zerui cuts through the tension, reminding everyone that internal bickering is a luxury they can't afford. Song An agrees but demands to see the actual strategy behind this high-stakes gathering of elite powerhouses. Laying out the map, the Alliance leader admits they're flying blind against an enemy they barely understand. Li Zerui maps out the grim reality, calculating that the demon army is already moving far faster than any human force. Knowing a direct confrontation is suicide, he proposes turning the Gate of War into a desperate, trap-filled bottleneck. His vision is to forge the scattered elite players into a single, unbreakable shield to prevent a total human collapse. He makes a final, passionate plea for everyone to bury their personal greed before the coming tide swallows them whole. Zai Hui is the first to find her resolve, fully committing to the idea of a united front against the darkness. When the guild leader praises her potential, she gets hilariously flustered, stammering out her loyalty while her face turns bright red. Shifting his focus, Lee Zerui asks Song An if he has a more sophisticated strategy to offer the group. Song An plays his cards close to his chest, admitting he lacks a better plan while privately spotting the fatal flaws in this idealism. Just as the room begins to settle, a single gloved hand cuts through the air, signaling a sharp and sudden rejection. Lu Shu steps forward to shatter the consensus, leaving the leaders wondering what kind of ruthless alternative the Merchant Queen is hiding. Lu Shu breaks the silence with a chilling pragmatism, arguing that a static defense is a death sentence without fresh intel. Lee Zerui remains silent for a moment, his mind likely drifting to the loss of Shaki and the gaps in their current strength. With a cold smile, the Merchant Queen suggests that sacrificing a few civilians to scout District K is a bargain for their survival. Song An's expression hardens instantly as he realizes she is shamelessly proposing to use the weak as disposable cannon fodder. She dismisses his concern with a shrug, arrogantly claiming that in a world of monsters, only the players hold any real value. This heartless logic sends Feng into a blind rage, nearly lunging at the woman while Zai Hui desperately tries to hold her back. Sensing the room is about to implode, Li Zerui turns to Song An to see if the strategist has a more ethical alternative. Song An admits that while her methods are repulsive, hunkering down blindly will only lead to their eventual slaughter. The guild leader finally realizes that if a powerhouse like Shaki couldn't survive, sending civilians would be a pointless massacre. Stepping forward with a heavy resolve, Lee Zerui stuns the room by volunteering to lead the dangerous reconnaissance mission himself. The Raiders Guild members are practically begging their leader to reconsider, terrified of losing the one man capable of uniting the players. Lee Zerui remains unmoved, arguing that his superior level gives him the only real chance of surviving a face-to-face encounter with the demon army. His eyes burn with a martyr's resolve, fully prepared to throw his life away if it means saving the group from a slaughter. Song An watches the display with a heavy heart, realizing the entire alliance will collapse if their figurehead falls in battle. The guild leader firmly waves off his followers, refusing to let another person's blood stain his hands after the tragedy of Shaki's death. This display of selflessness strikes a chord in Song An, making him realize he can no longer prioritize his own survival over the greater good. Stepping forward with a newfound intensity, he stuns the room by volunteering to lead the reconnaissance mission himself. The room falls into a stunned silence as the raiders struggle to process why this calculating merchant would suddenly risk everything. His own companions are just as shocked, with Zai Hui desperately reminding him of his promise to never leave them behind again. Even the Merchant Queen looks visibly annoyed, reminding him that she didn't hand over a legendary artifact just for him to throw his life away. Song An clarifies that he isn't trying to play the hero, he just understands the cold reality of their situation. He challenges the gathered leaders, asking if any of them truly possess the long-range capabilities required to survive this. With a surge of confidence, he asserts that if anyone can navigate a demon-infested wasteland and return, it's him. The scene shifts far to the north, where the oppressive heat of the Dragon's Breath volcano chokes the air. Morlock drops to one knee before her master, reporting that the demonic legions have finally finished their dark assembly. The ancient entity pulses with power, noting that while the army is ready, a far more important ritual remains. Morlock's breath hitches, as she realizes her lord might be speaking about the long-awaited arrival of the other demon gods. The master explains that the 8 demon gods can only manifest their true forms once every spark of life is extinguished. This revelation fills the apostle with a sadistic glee, making her more than eager to begin the continental slaughter. She even mocks her future victims by flaunting a stolen shadow skill, eager to hunt humans with her new spectral leopards. The ancient master reminds Morlock that her power of gluttony allows her to become one with every creature she devours. However, the current phase of the plan requires a specialty focused less on consumption and more on pure mass destruction. Emerging from the swirling energy of the ritual, a new apostle manifests, claiming her greed is exactly what their lord requires. Morlock can barely mask her irritation as the slithering viper known as Buddhist makes her grand, arrogant entrance. The snake woman cackles with a predatory confidence, her every flick of the tongue signaling a thirst for the coming chaos. She mocks her fellow apostle by whispering that when a bird tries to hunt a snake, it usually ends up being swallowed whole. Morlock's patience snaps as she prepares to strike back, refusing to let this newcomer treat her like a common subordinate. Their master's booming voice instantly halts the infighting, demanding that they set aside their petty rivalries to focus on his orders. Buddhist is granted command over a 1,000-strong legion with the singular goal of ensuring no life remains in their path. While the Viper revels in her new authority, Morlock can only watch in silence, seething as her rival leads the march toward humanity. Song An narrows his eyes, focusing every ounce of his master crafter skill to initiate the final, volatile synthesis. The jagged demonic bone blade and the radiant star spirit stone collide, their energies screaming as the two artifacts begin to fuse. A violent vortex of raw, golden power swirls within the forge, threatening to tear the very room apart as the materials bond. Then, a blinding pillar of light erupts toward the heavens, announcing the birth of something truly monstrous to the entire world. Blocks away, Sun Tianqing and his companion nearly lose their footing, terrified that a massive earthquake is leveling the city. Jeru grips his own blade, his expression darkening as he realizes this isn't a tremor, but the birth cry of a legendary weapon. The realization hits the students like a physical blow as they wonder if that eccentric guy Song An actually pulled off the impossible. From her balcony, Lexi watches the golden glow with a knowing smile, satisfied to see the Star Spirit Stone finally being put to work. She silently hopes he will master the sand of time she entrusted to him, knowing the trials ahead will not be so forgiving. Floating in the center of the storm is the Bone Blade God, an S-tier masterpiece designed for one thing: absolute demonic extinction. Song and grips the hilt of his newly forged masterpiece, feeling the raw power of an S-tier weapon finally settle in his hand. He realizes every skill has leveled up, but it's the new perception ability that will make tracking the demon invasion trivial. His celebration is cut short when Sun Yu and the others come sprinting toward him, looking absolutely exhausted from the journey. He casually welcomes the group, eager to brag about how he successfully upgraded the Bone Blade into a legendary tool of destruction. The atmosphere shifts instantly as a heavily armored guild member steps forward, his expression dark with unspoken frustration. He looms over the young leader, his silence speaking volumes about the reckless stunt Song An was about to pull. The warrior snaps, demanding to know why he would even think about infiltrating the demon-infested Area K entirely on his own. The rest of the Zero Guild rallies behind him, refusing to let their leader treat his own life like it is expendable. They insist on sharing the burden, reminding him that a guild is built on mutual support rather than solo heroics. The armored man finishes with a furious shout, telling the bastard to finally start acting like a leader who values his people. Song An is actually touched, realizing for the first time just how much his people truly care. He offers a sincere thanks to the group, acknowledging the deep bonds they've forged through fire. However, his expression hardens as he explains that this mission is far deadlier than any previous quest. Zai Hui snaps back immediately, feeling deeply insulted that their leader views them as mere baggage to carry. Sun Yo looks devastated, wondering if all their shared struggles and hard work meant absolutely nothing to him. He quickly clarifies that they aren't burdens, but his priority is keeping them alive at any cost. His voice softens as he admits that his solo recklessness is actually a desperate attempt at protection. Despite their protests, his resolve remains absolute as he refuses to lead his friends into a slaughter. The girls can only watch in shock, unable to believe Hez actually pushing them away like this. He commands them to defend Fort Hadmond and train, walking away alone to face the demon invasion. Song An doubles down on his decision, making it clear that his solo mission is an absolute command they must follow. Zai Hui can't help but argue, reminding his leader that they only survived the last demon encounter because they fought together. But the man standing before him isn't the same player he used to be, possessing a level of power that dwarfs his past self. With a final wave and a confident smirk, he promises to return from the jaws of death once the dust settles. He soon arrives at Dragon's Breath Canyon, a desolate wasteland where the very air feels heavy with the scent of decay. Utilizing his high-speed teleportation, he drops directly into the heart of the canyon to begin his hunt. The sheer lifelessness of the terrain catches him off guard, making him wonder what kind of monster could drain a land so completely. His heightened senses pick up an unsettling clicking sound nearby, causing his focus to sharpen into a deadly edge. He immediately draws the Bone Blade God, demanding that whatever is lurking in the shadows step out and face him. Instead of a demon, he finds a group of survivors huddled on the ground, though their eerie behavior suggests something is horribly wrong. These aren't just survivors seeking refuge, they're hunched over in the dirt, mindlessly tearing into raw, bloody flesh. Song An pauses as he realizes his Bone Blade isn't reacting, meaning these creatures aren't technically classified as demons. When he calls out to them, the group slowly turns, revealing faces that are hollow, blood-stained, and completely devoid of reason. A man with an eye patch lets out a bone-chilling roar, his single eye ignited with a sickly, glowing green light. The realization sets in quickly as Song An notes that these people don't even look like they belong to the living. Before he can investigate further, the entire pack of ghouls lunges at him with a feral hunger that defies logic. Their humanity has been stripped away, replaced by a mindless rage that makes them more dangerous than any common mob. Seeing no other choice, Song An decides he'll have to suppress the horde before he can uncover the source of this corruption. He dives headfirst into the chaos, his cape fluttering as he closes the distance between himself and the snarling monsters. With a sharp, decisive movement, he unleashes a flurry of strikes to beat back the mob and regain control of the canyon. Song-an demands to know what happened here, but the vacant stares of the group tell him everything he needs to know. The man with the eye patch lets out a guttural roar, completely lost to whatever madness has taken hold of his mind. He swings wildly with a strength that shouldn't belong to a human, forcing the young leader to stay light on his feet. Looking into those hollow eyes, the realization hits him that these creatures can't even be considered human anymore. He weaves through the clumsy assault with practiced ease, his movements a blur of gold and shadow as he finds his opening. Taking to the air, he looks down at the feral pack and decides it's time to put them out of their misery. He readies the Bone Blade God, channeling his energy for a strike that will end this pathetic display of mindless violence. A massive explosion of golden energy erupts across the canyon floor, consuming the area in a blinding flash of light. As the dust begins to settle, Song-an walks through the wreckage with the cold indifference of a master who has seen it all. The corrupted husks lie broken and still, finally silenced by a power they never stood a chance of overcoming. Song-an takes a moment to breathe, realizing the scale of this mutation is far beyond his initial expectations. He stares up at the looming mountain peaks, his instincts screaming that something truly ancient and terrifying is nesting within. The grim reality sets in that the true demons haven't just arrived, they've already turned this place into their playground. Meanwhile, at the edge of Town Bluff, a lone survivor finds himself caught in a grip he can't escape. Buddhas, the apostle of greed, mocks the man's pathetic pleas, finding the fragility of human life almost entertaining. She whispers a dark promise into his ear, offering him a new kind of life as her loyal servant. Without a shred of hesitation, she sinks her fangs into his neck, beginning a process that can't be undone. The man's eyes go hollow as the apostle pulls back, satisfied with the progress of her growing, mindless army. He hits the ground like a discarded toy, his pulse slowing as the demonic corruption takes hold of his soul. But as his fingers claw at the dirt, it's clear that whatever is about to stand up isn't human anymore. The transformation is complete as the demonic energy surges through the man's veins, turning his eyes a sickly, glowing green. He looms over the bound survivors like a predator, his heavy breathing the only sound in the chilling silence of the ruins. There is nothing left of the man he used to be, only a bottomless hunger reflecting in those corrupted, slitted pupils. With a feral roar, he lunges at his former friends, their screams of terror serving as the perfect overture for his descent. Watching the carnage unfold, Buddhas can't help but let out a sadistic laugh, savoring the delicious scent of human despair. Her amusement is cut short by a sudden, sharp realization that someone is currently slaughtering her kin over at the canyon. Unaware of the eyes on him, Song-an moves through the rocky terrain, trusting his bone blade to alert him to any nearby threats. But some predators move faster than a warning system can track, slithering through the shadows with a lethal, silent grace. Before he can even process the shift in the air, the Apostle of Greed manifests right behind him with a predatory grin. As his blade finally vibrates with a frantic warning, Song-an realizes he isn't just facing a monster, but a true demon. Standing before him is Buddhas, the Apostle of Greed, a monster capable of enslaving entire populations into her service. Song-an grips his blade as the warning vibrations reach a fever pitch, signaling a truly lethal encounter. The aura she radiates is unmistakable, matching the same terrifying pressure of the demonic dragon he previously conquered. She finds it amusing that a mere human managed to slip past her detection net and walk into her jaws. Looking at the smoldering ruins behind her, it is clear her tribe has left nothing but death in their wake. Seeing the devastation, Song-an realizes these demons are the sole reason this land has become a lifeless graveyard. There is no point in talking to a parasite, so he levels his blade, ready to end her reign of gluttony. With a sudden burst of speed, he closes the distance, determined to cut through her arrogance before she can react. Buddhas just sneers at his solo charge, gathering a toxic surge of energy to teach him the meaning of despair. She unleashes a crushing wave of green fire, certain that this human's journey ends right here in the dirt. Song-an quickly realizes her attack pattern is identical to the demonic dragon, making the incoming laser easy to read. Instead of just retreating, he throws out a thick shroud of black mist to completely blind her vision. Buddhas panics as the world goes dark, but before she can even blink, he is already carved into her side. She shrieks in agony as the demonic hunter buff kicks in, making the piercing strike feel like liquid fire. Song-an just grins at her pain, reminding the monster that his blade was forged specifically to butcher her kind. Infuriated by the brat's arrogance, Buddhas lashes out, her serpentine body coiling with pure, unadulterated rage. He barely dances out of the way of her desperate counter, the ground shattering where he stood a second ago. Despite the clean hit, he realizes her regeneration is terrifying, making a finishing blow feel almost impossible for now. Buddhas surrounds herself with a dozen toxic flames, mockingly daring him to try and find an opening in her defense. As the barrage flies, Song-an admits to himself that this apostle is on a completely different level than the dragon. Song-an weaves through the toxic flames, realizing he could easily teleport away while her vision is obscured. But as he slides to a halt, he knows running away isn't an option after coming this far. He recalls Lu Shu's warnings about the demon army's overwhelming power and how impossible a future victory seems. Since he promised to return with vital intel, he decides the only way forward is through her corpse. Outside, Buddhist snarls in confusion as the brat's presence suddenly vanishes into thin air. Clutching her wound, she shrieks for her subordinates to tear the earth apart until they find him. Grotesque hands burst from the soil as her mutated thralls rise to begin the desperate hunt. Safe within his glitch-like sanctuary, Song-an confirms she's definitely one of the legendary 8 demons. Watching the mindless horde, he realizes these aren't just soldiers, but humans turned into literal zombies. Knowing she can convert the entire population into monsters, he prepares a potion, determined to end her reign. A spatial rift tears open right behind the unsuspecting demon, signaling that her time is finally up. Song-an lunges out of the void, unleashing a concentrated blast of mana essence he condensed from every potion in his inventory. The resulting beam of pure energy is blinding, a literal pillar of judgment descending from the heavens to erase her. Buddhist can only shriek in pure agony as the overwhelming power begins to disintegrate her serpentine form into nothingness. Landing with a cool, cocky composure, Song-an dismissively tells the monster to just stay still and finish turning into ashes. The dust settles to reveal a massive, smoldering crater where the Apostle of Greed was supposed to have perished. Hez certain that no matter how fast she can heal, a direct hit of that magnitude should have evaporated her entirely. But the earth itself seems to pulse with life as a massive, singular eye snaps open within the charred remains. Grotesque, fleshy fragments begin to wriggle and crawl toward one another, refusing to let death take a permanent hold. Song-an's blood runs cold as he realizes the sheer level of malice radiating from the regenerating nightmare before him. Buddhist sneers as her body knits back together, admitting that only the stolen life essence Shed stored kept her from being completely erased. Song-an can only stare in disbelief, his confidence wavering as he realizes even his ultimate strike wasn't enough to put her down. The demoness mocks his efforts, explaining that the 8 demons are essentially manifestations of the very life energy they've consumed. She gestures to the hollowed-out husks nearby, revealing the terrifying truth that as long as her thralls remain, her regeneration is limitless. Disgust washes over Song-an as he realizes the horrific cost of her immortality, fueled by the literal flesh and blood of the innocent. Not giving him a second to breathe, Buddhist unleashes a barrage of toxic green energy, determined to keep him pinned on the defensive. Gritting his teeth against the pressure, he begins to worry that this entire struggle is a waste of time against an immortal monster. He realizes he needs to retreat and find a new strategy before his own dwindling stamina and health finally hit zero. But Buddhist has no intention of letting her prey slip away, ordering her mutated swarm to surround and butcher the human. Suddenly, the air is filled with the groans of the undead as the mutated mob lunges forward to tear him limb from limb. Song-an finds himself in a nightmare scenario as his most reliable escape tools and weapons are stuck on cooldown. Buddhist doesn't care about collateral damage, launching a volley of toxic energy directly into the huddle of her own thralls. The resulting explosion is a chaotic mess of green fire that incinerates everything in its immediate path. Song-an narrowly avoids the blast, disgusted that the demoness would murder her own kin just to get a clean shot. He barely has time to register the heat before a massive, suffocating shadow looms over his head from behind. A hulking red brute slams a mountain of metal down, forcing him to catch the crushing weight with his blade. Watching from the sidelines, Buddhist prepares another strike, intent on dragging him into the swarm until his luck expires. She mocks his struggle, firing a lethal beam while declaring that these lives are easily replaced once he is dead. Another massive eruption of greed-fueled energy tears through the battlefield, leaving Song-an with nowhere left to run. Caught between a literal giant and a sadistic demoness, he struggles to maintain his footing amidst the relentless green tide. Song-an is pushed to the absolute brink as the searing green energy of greed threatens to swallow him whole. With a guttural roar, he forces a desperate teleport just as the skill finally clicks off its agonizing cooldown. He hits the dirt hard, realizing with a sinking heart that his health has plummeted to a critical state. Buddhist just sneers, mockingly reminding him that hell have to slaughter every innocent thrall before ever touching her. Watching the sea of monsters approach, he knows he is rapidly running out of both time and maneuverable space. He frantically searches his interface for any glitched mechanic or hidden bug that can salvage this total disaster. The mindless swarm doesn't hesitate for a second, closing the distance to ensure their master's prey has no escape. Buddhist shrieks for her puppets to keep charging, determined to crush his spirit before his body finally gives out. Pushed into a lethal corner, Song-an realizes he can no longer afford to hold back a single trick. Since the land is too dead for nature buffs, he taps into his merchant class to trigger a forbidden creation. Song-an slams his hand down, burning through his merchant resources to construct an immediate defense. Massive ice crystals erupt from the barren earth, draining his star coins in a desperate bid for safety. The sudden frozen fortress catches the mindless thralls off guard, launching them skyward like ragdolls. Buddhist snarls at the delay, ordering her remaining puppets to tear through the frost at any cost. Even with the wall up, winged horrors swarm from above, forcing him to stay on high alert. He doesn't wait for them to land, leaping into a spinning strike to thin the aerial herd. But just as he gains momentum, a sudden realization of a new threat drains the color from his face. He barely clears the blast zone as his temporary cover is obliterated by a concentrated mana strike. A searing laser bomb narrowly misses his head, reminding him that Buddhist isn't just watching from afar. The Demon Queen huffs in annoyance, finding his cockroach-like survival skills more irritating than impressive. Buddhist watches the smoke clear, realizing her opponent possesses a specific, deadly edge designed to slaughter her kind. She hesitates to close the gap, haunted by the memory of his previous traps and his terrifyingly calculated strikes. While she stalls, her mindless thralls continue their frantic, screeching assault in a desperate attempt to keep him pinned. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, forced to dip into his interface and burn even more of his precious resources. With a massive expenditure of 40,000 star coins, he instantly constructs a towering stone vantage point above the chaos. The sudden architecture leaves the mutated swarm staring up in total confusion as their target easily slips out of reach. Despite the breathing room, he knows his wallet can't sustain this level of high-tier merchant creation for much longer. He locks eyes with the Demon Queen from his new perch, searching for the one opening he needs to end this. Not one to stay defensive, he dives back into the fray while unleashing a thick, suffocating shroud of black mist. The dark energy robs the monsters of their sight, leaving the entire horde vulnerable and flailing in a world of shadows. Song-an leans into his arrogance, mocking the Demon Queen for being unable to hold her ground against a mere human. He carves through the front lines with ease, threatening to leave her without a single subordinate if she continues to hide. Booty seethes with a cold fury, fully aware that the brat is simply trying to bait her into another reckless mistake. Instead of charging in blindly, she retreats into the shadows to call upon her two most powerful elite enforcers. Arnold and Hina step into the light, possessing a level of raw power that dwarfs the mindless monsters currently flooding the field. The Queen begins to channel a unique, corruptive energy, intending to gift her generals with a strength far beyond normal demons. She demands they become her ultimate servants, granting them the absolute authority to command the entire legion in her name. A violent surge of blue mana erupts as the two are reborn, their eyes glowing with a newfound, terrifying bloodlust. Back in the fray, Song-an starts to feel the pressure of the infinite swarm, realizing his resources are being bled dry. A sudden, massive shockwave catches his attention, forcing him to realize that the real threat has finally arrived. Song-an barely has time to react as a massive fist tears through the air toward his head. The impact is heavy, vibrating through his bones as he barely manages to throw up a desperate guard. He grits his teeth in pain, realizing this brute possesses a level of raw strength he hadn't anticipated. Thinking he can just blink away, he's horrified when a massive hand clamps down on his leg mid-teleport. It should be impossible for a demon to track his movement, yet this monster is matching his speed. Before he can process the shock, he swung like a ragdoll and slammed violently into the cracked earth. The air leaves his lungs in a ragged gasp as he struggles to recover from the bone-shattering impact. Arnold doesn't give him a second to breathe, clasping his hands together for a final, crushing hammer down. The demon general brings his full weight down with a roar, intending to end this fight right here. But just as the strike lands, a sudden surge of energy forces the brute back, catching him off guard. Song-an gasps as the Eternal Crown's hidden passive triggers, miraculously absorbing the lethal impact for him. He realizes this is the perfect opening, and prepares to flip the script on this overconfident brute. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward while the demon general is still reeling from the shock. Arnold can only stare in disbelief as the human he just crushed suddenly regains his momentum. Song-an coldly decides that the fun is over and it is finally time for his counterattack. Jagged arcs of golden energy erupt around the demon's head, catching him before he can even react. The divine light sears into his massive chest, pinning the monster down with an overwhelming, paralyzing force. The energy spreads rapidly to his legs, locking his joints and stripping away his terrifying mobility. Song-an watches with a calm intensity as the brute is completely immobilized by the crown's retribution. Arnold's eyes burn with a primal, helpless fury, realizing he has been baited into a lethal trap. Arnold's mangled flesh knits back together with unnatural speed, forcing Song-an to lunge forward before the brute can recover. He pours his mana into a concentrated beam of light, hoping to vaporize the monster in one decisive blast. The effort leaves him coughing in the smoke, frustrated that his specialized demon-slaying effects aren't triggering as they should. Refusing to let up, Song-an carves through the air with a flurry of flaming crescent slashes to keep the giant at bay. Each strike lands with precision, yet the system flickers with warnings as his passive buffs lose their effectiveness mid-combat. A cold realization sinks in as the system fails to identify the target's element, proving this monster is a twisted, modified experiment. The ground erupts in a shower of stone and dust as Arnold smashes the earth, forcing the master crafter into a desperate retreat. Just as he prepares to counter, a high-pitched, mocking laugh echoes from the blind spot directly behind his shoulder. Panic flares in his chest as he wonders how his blade's detection sense could have been completely blinded by a new presence. Before he can even swing his sword, the winged assassin Hina dives in with a dagger aimed straight for his exposed throat. The lethal blue glow of Hina's dagger cuts through the air with a speed that bypasses every defensive instinct, song, and twists away at the last second, but the winged assassin's blade still finds its mark, grazing him with surgical precision. He skids across the cracked earth, gasping for air as he realizes that even a minor scratch from these monsters is a death sentence. His hand hits the ground with a heavy thud, trembling uncontrollably as a system notification flashes a grim warning that he's been poisoned. The master crafter feels his strength draining away, his limbs refusing to obey as a potent neurotoxin begins to hijack his nervous system. His vision starts to fracture into a hazy mess, leaving him nearly blind and defenseless in the middle of a literal war zone. Butta slithers into view with a mocking flick of her tongue, delighted that the venom of the moonberry is working exactly as intended. Seeing her prey finally brought to his knees, the Apostle of Greed decides she's seen enough and orders Arnold to end the boy's life. The massive demon looms over the weakened warrior like a mountain of muscle, relishing the moment he finally gets to crush his rival. With a roar of triumph, Arnold winds up a devastating punch, intent on turning Song-an into nothing more than a memory. Song-an is at his absolute limit, the poison burning through his veins as he struggles to even keep his eyes open. But as his hand scrapes against the dirt, a strange, flickering energy begins to surge through his fingertips. It's a sensation he hasn't felt in a long time, a familiar, jagged ripple in the world's very logic. His mind races back through lines of code and forgotten exploits, pinpointing the exact source of this anomaly. He realizes this isn't just a struggle for survival, it's a specific, exploitable window in the game's reality. Elsewhere, a confused demon general stares at her hands, wondering why her lethal strike felt like hitting thin air. Song-an ignores the chaos, lunging forward with a burst of speed to catch Sane before she hits the ground. He hands the unconscious girl over to his ally, confidently explaining that he's triggered a 10-minute invulnerability state. As Sane groans in pain, the guild member can only watch in shock as the girl remains untouched by the surrounding mana. With the glitch active and his confidence restored, Song-an looks back with a smirk that says he's finally back in his element. Song-an smirks, recalling a specific safety net he coded back during the New Realm's development. It was a bug meant to prevent high-level players from maliciously bullying those weaker than them. If a player is killed without retaliating, the system assumes they were trying to log off. This triggers an automatic full heal and 10 minutes of total immunity for the victim. The demon general learns this the hard way, as her own damage comes, screaming back. Even Arnold's massive strike fails to leave a scratch, his brute force completely negated by the glitch. Since Sane was immobilized and couldn't fight back, the system's protection triggered at the perfect moment. The demon general is absolutely livid, her pride wounded more than her physical body. She warns Buddhist that they have to cooperate, fearing their master's wrath if anyone escapes. Buddhist doesn't take the advice well, her fury manifesting in a surge of toxic green flames. The situation is looking grim for the Zero Guild, as the ally struggles to hold the unconscious Sen while his own power fades. Facing down two demon apostles in the heart of a massive crater, the odds seem impossible for any normal player. But Song-an isn't interested in a fair fight, casually telling his teammate to take the others and run for it. It's a bitter pill to swallow for the guild member, who knows he's currently far too weak to be anything but a burden. The battlefield is split, with the monstrous demons looming on one side and a desperate escape plan forming on the other. Song-an begins to surge with crackling energy, promising he has more than enough tricks to keep these monsters occupied. His ally is hesitant, snapping back that playing the lone hero is a suicidal move even for someone with his reputation. Ignoring the protest, Song-an blurs into a high-speed dash, giving them exactly 5 minutes to reach the mountain's base. With a frustrated growl, the ally realizes his only real option is to trust the man who makes a living out of breaking the rules. Song-an descends from the sky like a vengeful star, leaving the demons wondering if he's truly brave or just completely insane. Buddhist unleashes a frantic barrage of energy blasts, desperate to pin down the slippery human before he can do any more damage. Song-an weaves through the lethal light with practiced ease, his movements almost mocking the apostle's desperate attempts to hit him. Losing her cool entirely, the serpentine demon screeches for her mindless thralls to swarm him and stop his momentum at any cost. A trio of winged monstrosities dives from the sky, thinking they've finally cornered their prey as they close in from all sides. But Song-an's sharp smirk reveals the truth. He wasn't running away, he was simply herding them into the perfect kill zone. He unleashes a mythical slash, a blinding arc of golden power that turns the immediate air into a literal meat grinder. His demon killer passive triggers with a massive tenfold damage multiplier, turning the elite minions into nothing more than biological fireworks. The resulting explosion clears the battlefield in a single heartbeat, leaving Song-an standing calmly amidst the smoke and falling debris. Just as he prepares his next move, a sudden chill crawls up his spine, signaling a much deadlier presence lurking in the darkness. The demon general steps through a shimmering shadow portal, gloating about how useful human abilities are just before she tries to end him. Song-an whips around, his eyes burning with a mix of exhaustion and pure spite. But the demon general is already on him, diving through the air like a predator. A sickening thud echoes as her strike connects, forcing a ragged cough of blood from his lungs. He refuses to go down, meeting her next move with a crackling surge of lightning. Gritting his teeth, he triggers his soul attack, unleashing a swarm of wailing spirits. She scoffs at the trade, mocking his attempt to match a demon's raw strength. Even when he draws blood, her demonic regeneration kicks in to knit her flesh back together. Her triumph is short-lived as a high-pitched ringing begins to drill into her mind. Panic sets in as she realizes those spirits are now screaming inside her own head. Paralyzed and marked for death, she can only watch as Song-an prepares to finish her. The demon horde shifts their focus, realizing the real threat is dropping right onto their heads. Song-an sticks the landing, his blade humming with a lethal, golden hunger for demonic blood. The monsters swarm him from every side, foolishly believing that numbers can bridge the gap in power. Seeing the opening, his ally retreats with the unconscious Sen, apologizing for leaving him to fight alone. He can only grit his teeth and hope that his leader actually has a plan for this suicide mission. Little do they know, Song-an was just waiting for them to pack themselves into one convenient target. He spins into a mythical slash, transforming into a lethal hurricane of steel and mana. A massive pillar of light erupts, turning the ground into a crater and the demons into ash. The survivors can only howl in terror, as their ranks are deleted in a single, blinding heartbeat. The system itself begins to glitch out, unable to even calculate the sheer absurdity of his damage output. Buddhist watches the light show, her instincts screaming that the human is plotting something dangerous. Refusing to give him another second, she gathers a massive sphere of toxic green energy. With a sadistic grin, she launches her blast, certain that no mortal could survive the impact. The energy detonates in a blinding flash, seemingly swallowing the lone warrior whole. The demon general scoffs at the display, convinced that Song-an's mana will eventually run dry. But her arrogance turns to cold dread as a familiar, mocking voice whispers right behind her. In a blur of blue light, Song-an teleports directly into her blind spot, blade raised high. He casually reflects on his grueling days as a developer, mastering the very code he's now breaking. He explains that his blade's anti-demon properties create a feedback loop that the system can't handle. The general can only stare in horror, realizing she is no longer the predator in this game. Song-an flashes a predatory grin, noting that the total damage his blade has stacked likely exceeds 100 million. He begins funneling that absurd amount of data into a single strike, causing the system to lag under the pressure. Terrified by the rising mana, the demon general desperately tries to fly away before the localized storm detonates. Song-an casually mocks her retreat, explaining that his blade marks anyone it cuts, making escape a literal impossibility. The general snaps back in a fit of panicked rage, frustrated that he waited until now to mention that mechanic. He continues his lecture, adding that his soul-based attacks place additional marks that scale with the total damage dealt. As blue lightning crackles around him, he questions if her demonic body can regenerate when her very soul is shattered. The general gasps as the realization of her impending erasure hits her, her previous arrogance replaced by pure, cold dread. With a look of absolute confidence, Song-an declares that this single strike is enough to vanquish even a god. The energy vortex reaches its peak, leaving the demon to face a level of power that the world wasn't meant to handle. The demon general's desperate plea for mercy comes far too late as the reality of her situation finally sinks in. Song-an descends like a vengeful god, his blade trailing a massive arc of blue soulfire that splits the very air. She can only watch in paralyzed horror as the blinding light of the strike consumes her entire field of vision. System alerts flood the interface, confirming that his specialized demon-slaying passives are tearing her essence apart from the inside. She feels her physical form beginning to buckle, every cell in her demonic body screaming under the weight of the erasure. Spectral claws of energy lash out, shredding whatever remains of her spiritual defense as the soul strike takes full effect. A massive, flaming skull of mana looms over her, ready to swallow her existence into the void of the afterlife. Trapped within a cage of shimmering energy, she begs for a release that Song-an has no intention of granting. With a final, violent collapse of space, the demon is snuffed out completely, leaving nothing but a lingering echo. Song-an lands gracefully, glancing back at the empty space and wondering if any demon could ever return from total soul annihilation. And catches his breath, feeling the heavy toll of the high-level battle as his mana reserves hit rock bottom. Across the crater, Buddha stares in pure disbelief, unable to sense even a trace of her fallen general's essence. The Apostle of Greed erupts in a fit of hysterical rage, refusing to believe a mere human could slaughter a god. She screams into the void for her comrade to wake up, desperately clinging to the idea that their master is invincible. Anne watches her breakdown with cold indifference, noting that she finally understands the agony of losing someone close. He readies his blade one last time, the air around him crackling as he prepares to settle the score for good. Having gathered all the data he needs on her patterns, he decides it is time to wrap up this exhausting encounter. Buddhist snarls a final, desperate threat, promising to hunt him down and turn his very soul into a mindless thrall. Ignoring her petty tantrum, Song-an triggers his teleportation, leaving the demon alone with her failure and a promise of a final reckoning. The frantic rhythm of boots hitting the dirt marks a desperate retreat from the absolute carnage left behind. Lungs burning and muscles screaming, the survivors beg their leader to halt, unable to maintain this punishing pace any longer. They are completely spent, more terrified of their own physical limits than the demonic nightmare they just narrowly escaped. The guild leader finally comes to a stop, still holding the unconscious Sen, while his remaining men collapse in the dust. As the adrenaline fades, a crushing weight of guilt settles over him, making his stomach churn with bitter self-loathing. His men try to rationalize their flight, arguing that they had no choice since Song and insisted on staying behind alone. He carefully lowers Sen to the ground, his voice dripping with venom as he calls their retreat exactly what it was: cowardice. Gritting his teeth, the weight of his broken oath to protect every single life under his command begins to feel unbearable. Staring at his trembling hands, he decides he has lost the right to lead, feeling utterly unworthy of his title and his allies. The guild members suddenly find their courage, offering to stay behind so their leader can get the unconscious Sane to safety. But before anyone can play the hero, a familiar blur of light signals Song-an's sudden teleportation right into their midst. Looking remarkably casual for someone who just fought a demon army, Song-an tells Luda to take it easy on himself. Luda can only stare in stunned silence, his brain struggling to process how the man he thought was dead is standing right there. Song-an flashes a smirk, admitting that he probably wouldn't have made it out if they hadn't lent a hand earlier. The tension snaps as Luda lunges forward, grabbing Song-an's shoulders with enough force to rattle his teeth. He starts screaming questions at the top of his lungs, desperate to know how anyone could possibly survive that literal hellscape. Song-an is caught off guard by the whiplash, wondering how Luda went from suicidal depression to high-octane fanboying in seconds. Luda is practically vibrating with excitement, unable to wrap his head around Song and escaping 2 demon gods and a whole legion. Luda is practically begging for a play-by-play of the fight, his eyes sparkling with pure, unadulterated hero worship. Song-an just sighs, telling the hyperactive leader that story time will have to wait until they are out of this death trap. Luda does not even care about the brush-off, immediately agreeing to follow the man he now considers a literal god. One of the other survivors just laughs it off, explaining that their boss has a bit of a power-worshipping problem. Song-an's expression shifts to cold steel as he warns them about the Apostle of Greed's ability to turn humans into mindless thralls. He knows the only way to prevent a massacre is to get every living player to evacuate toward the safety of Zone A. But Luda quickly points out the massive flaw in that plan, since they have no way to broadcast a message to the entire server. A weary voice joins the conversation, noting that even with a message, most players are too stubborn to believe a warning from strangers. Song-an is relieved to see Sen finally back on her feet, though her grim outlook on the logistics of a mass evacuation is hard to argue with. Song-an knows the clock is ticking, realizing that every player left behind is just another potential soldier for the demon army. Sen grimly accepts the reality, suggesting they recruit anyone they find on the path to Zone A, and leave the rest to fate. He quickly consults a map to find a sanctuary, knowing they need a destination before the horde closes in. Luda points toward Mancha City as their only hope, even if the trek through Zone N is a literal suicide mission. But while the humans plan their escape, A massive, burning eye begins to pulse with a terrifying, ancient energy. The sight of it sends Buddhist into a fit of tremors, her usual arrogance replaced by a cold, paralyzing fear. As the ground shatters and her master rises, the sheer scale of his presence makes the apostle look like a mere insect. She can barely choke out a greeting, her eyes wide with the realization that her failure might carry a lethal price. When questioned why she didn't pursue the human, the once mighty Buddhist admits she was simply too terrified of being erased like Morak. The master's gaze burns with an ancient fury, labeling the apostle of greed a useless coward for her retreat. Trembling before the molten pool, Buddhist desperately tries to explain that the human's power defied all logic. Her excuses are met with a violent pillar of fire, a reminder of the absolute hierarchy within the demon realm. Pinned to the dirt, she's forced to listen as her creator mocks the idea of a mere human competing with his masterpieces. But the fear in her eyes is real, as she insists that Morak's erasure proves this man is a god-tier threat. The conversation shifts to a bubbling vat of essence where the master has been attempting the impossible. Floating within the heat is the physical vessel of the fallen general, Morak, looking like a hollow shell. Buddhist watches in shock, wondering if her master has actually managed to pull a soul back from total annihilation. However, even a god has limits. As he admits, Morak's soul remains sealed beyond the reach of his dark resurrection. Song-An's smug explanation of his soul-stacking damage plays back in Buddhist's mind like a recurring nightmare. She finally realizes the human wasn't just lucky. He was systematically dismantling their very existence with every strike. Looking down at the molten pool, she watches the hollow shell of the once mighty Morak float like useless debris. The master coldly notes that without a soul, this vessel is just a sinking memory waiting for a miracle. But the Demon King isn't interested in waiting, his massive, burning eye already focusing on a more efficient solution. Thanks to the life force Buddhist managed to scavenge, a new, far more terrifying masterpiece begins to take shape. While Buddhist is demoted to a mere battery collector, the task of the hunt falls to a fresh set of hands. With a single command to awaken, a pair of predatory crimson eyes snap open, radiating a cold, lethal intent. Baimon rises as the newest demon god, twin blades ready to prove that the human's luck has finally run out. Baimon accepts the hunt with a chillingly calm resolve, eager to deliver the human's head to his master. While across the map, the weary survivors finally arrive at the towering gates of Manchas City. They're greeted not by open arms, but by 3 local officials, who look like they've just smelled something rotten, leaving Song-An and his companions to wait for a welcome they clearly aren't going to get. The guild leader tries to break the ice with a friendly wave and a polite introduction, but the lead guard just clears his throat with enough condescension to fill the entire valley. The trio begins hurling insults about how barbaric and obscene the group is, leaving the heroes completely speechless, as Song-An wonders if these people even realize there's an actual apocalypse happening outside. The man in orange eventually doubles down, declaring that these lowly outsiders are strictly forbidden from entering his city. The standoff at the city gates reaches a boiling point as the locals make their hatred crystal clear. The companions are visibly shaking, realizing they might be more welcome in a monster den than here. The silver-haired warrior nudges his boss, desperately begging him to say something before things get even more awkward. Hearing the call to action, the man takes a confident step forward to finally bridge the gap. The guild leader figures this is his big moment to shine, convinced he can win them over with charm. He offers a cheerful wave and starts a friendly introduction, fully expecting the guards to lower their guard. Instead, the official in orange screams for them to leave, declaring that outsiders are strictly forbidden in Manchas City. The sheer intensity of the rejection sends a literal shock through his system, leaving him completely paralyzed by the disrespect. He immediately crumbles into a heap of pathetic depression, his dreams of being the charismatic hero utterly crushed. Seeing the clown show fail, Song-An finally intervenes, smoothly explaining that he is here to discuss a matter of life and death. The woman dismissively waves her hand, telling the group not to waste their breath on talk of demon invasions. Song-An and Sane are caught off guard, realizing the city officials are already well aware of the threat. He quickly deduces that Zachary Lee must have beaten them to the punch and informed the city first. Confused by their lack of urgency, Song-An asks why they haven't evacuated such a vulnerable area yet. The officials just laugh in his face, arrogant in their belief that Manchas City is an untouchable fortress. They boast about the strength of their Golden Cloak Knights, certain that no demon could ever break through. To these overconfident fools, the approaching army is nothing more than a minor distraction for their elite guards. The woman sneers, mocking the group as mere vagabonds who are clearly beneath the city's high standards. That final jab sends the guild leader into a blind fury, his eyes glowing with a dangerous red light. His team is forced to physically restrain him as he screams at the woman who just insulted his pride. Sane finally loses her patience with the bureaucrats, stepping forward to ask if they truly believe they have what it takes to stop a demon army. Her gaze turns icy as she prepares to give them a reality check, activating her space-veiled ability to manipulate the very air around them. Song-an senses the shift and warns the group not to be hasty, though even he knows these officials need to see a real display of power. The Knight Commander's bravado evaporates instantly as he screams for his men to look alive and protect Lady Diana from the sudden threat. The elite guards scramble into a defensive formation, their spears leveled as they desperately try to track a target that is already gone. The noblewoman's smug expression is replaced by a mask of pure horror as she realizes her life is no longer in her own hands. In a flash of displaced space, Sen appears directly behind the official, resting her cold blade against the woman's throat with effortless precision. The commander and his men can only stare in stunned silence, their pride shattering as they realize their entire defense was bypassed in a heartbeat. Looking out at the circle of useless guards, Sen mocks the idea of this being a mighty army when they are this easily dismantled. She stares them down with utter contempt, making it clear that their city's supposed strength is nothing more than a pathetic joke to a real warrior. Lady Diana's arrogance vanishes instantly as she begins to stammer, desperately trying to offer gold in exchange for her life. The Knight Commander draws his blade with a sharp ring of steel, threatening that no one leaves the desert alive if his lady is harmed. The guild leader and his companion aren't even flinching, practically daring the knights to make a move so they can finish what was started. Before the situation can turn into a bloodbath, Song-an teleports into the center of the fray, holding up a hand to force a ceasefire. He stares them down with cold intensity, warning the officials that their petty pride won't save them once the demon army arrives at their gates. Seeing the point has been made, Sen sheathes her blade with a click, muttering about how pathetic these so-called elites really are. The noblewoman gasps for air as she clutches her neck, the lingering chill of the blade leaving her shaken to her very core. The commander reluctantly lowers his guard, accepting the warning but insisting that his duty to the city means they won't be running away. Amidst the tension, the official in the orange headwrap freezes in shock, suddenly recognizing Song-an from a high-stakes gear trade in the past. A light bulb finally goes off for Song-an as he remembers the man, realizing his reputation as a master merchant is following him even here. The commander's jaw hits the floor when he realizes their legendary gear actually came from Song-an. Sashan confirms the truth, admitting that while he can help evacuate, there's a massive catch. Song-an's patience is at zero as he demands to know what's more valuable than human lives. A heavy silence falls, the elite's arrogance finally replaced by a visible, trembling hesitation. Sensing the urgency, the merchant sighs, deciding it's time to reveal the city's most lucrative secret. He explains that their immense wealth didn't come from trade, but from a celestial event. The group is stunned as they process the claim of a meteor being their entire foundation. It turns out a rainbow-colored stone fell from the heavens, landing right in their territory. These crystals were the primary reagents needed for every high-level equipment upgrade in existence. It's the ultimate monopoly, and they've spent years playing gatekeeper to protect their golden goose. Sashan explains that the Golden Cloak Knights were established for one purpose: keeping greedy outsiders away. Song-an finally realizes how these local bigshots could afford to buy out his entire high-tier inventory. The official calls the meteor a literal gift from heaven, the foundation of their city's immense power. His expression turns intense as he describes the even rarer treasures buried deep within those celestial crystals. He reveals the existence of cosmic spirit stones, the essential reagents needed to forge legendary S-rank gear. The sheer scale of their monopoly leaves Song-an momentarily stunned as the pieces fall into place. Sashan sighs, asking if the group finally understands why they would never willingly abandon this goldmine. Even Song-an has to admit that the temptation of unlimited wealth is enough to corrupt anyone. He stares the official down, wondering if this confession means they're finally ready to surrender their prize. The other elites look on in absolute shock, realizing their greatest secret is now out in the open. Song-an lays it out plainly, reminding the leaders that a city of gold is worthless if every citizen is dead. To prevent the enemy from gaining a massive advantage, he proposes the unthinkable: the total destruction of the mine. Lady Diana immediately loses her mind, screeching that she won't allow her family's livelihood to be turned to ash. Surprisingly, Xander steps in to silence her, finally accepting that the mine is a lost cause they can no longer protect. The guild leader's face pales as he realizes that without those crystals, legendary weapon upgrades will become a thing of the past. Even Sen hesitates at the cost, wondering if there is any other way to save their most precious resource from the fire. Song-an clenches his fist in frustration, disgusted that they're still prioritizing profit while the literal end of the world is knocking. He hammers home the reality that if the demons seize that mine, they'll use it to forge the very blades that execute them. The weight of his words finally sinks in, forcing the guild leader to choose a grim survival over a full bank account. Sane finally nods in solemn agreement, knowing that even the rarest crystals are just shiny rocks if there's no one left to hold them. The group finally arrives at the heart of the meteor site, where the Earth itself has been cracked open by celestial impact. Scattered across the crater are high-grade mana crystals, shimmering with a raw power that most adventurers only see in legends. Sashan leads them deeper into the site, finally revealing the hidden treasure that the city officials were so desperate to keep. Even Song-an is caught off guard, kneeling to inspect a shard and realizing the sheer scale of the wealth they are meant to destroy. The sight is too much for the silver-haired companion and the rest of the crew, who immediately descend into a fit of pure, unadulterated greed. The guild leader has to bark out a sharp command, forcing his men to stay back before their sticky fingers ruin the entire operation. Even the usually stoic Sen finds herself completely mesmerized, her eyes sparkling as she stares at the A-rank crafting materials. It becomes a total comedy of errors, as the guild leader literally drags her away. Frustrated that his elite team is acting like children, Sashan looks on with a pained expression, desperately asking if they can have just one more day to salvage the precious cargo. Song-an shuts him down with a confident smirk, reminding the official that land and gold mean nothing if everyone is dead. The evacuation shifts into high gear as the reality of the situation sinks in, forcing the citizens to abandon their precious crystals before the demon army arrives. High above the panicked crowds, the apostle of greed, Buddhis, descends like a vengeful god, her 6 wings casting a terrifying shadow over the crumbling city. But as the world falls into chaos, a single drop of water ripples through a dark void, echoing with a desperate plea for someone named Luna to wake up. Her eyes snap open, the deep crimson of her pupils reflecting a sudden, jarring return to consciousness as the fog of sleep finally begins to lift. Luna finds herself sitting on a pristine beach, her mind racing as she tries to grasp onto memories that feel like they're slipping through her fingers. A young boy with messy black hair leans into view, waving a hand and jokingly asking if she's finally done passing out in the middle of the day. Before she can even process her surroundings, he pulls her to her feet, insisting they go search for shells after her long, multi-day slumber. Luna can only stare in stunned silence, her heart sinking as she realizes that despite his familiarity, she has no idea who this boy actually is. The peaceful atmosphere is instantly shattered by a violent roar that tears through the sky, signaling that this paradise is under threat. A massive, high-tech shuttle screams across the horizon, its sleek metallic frame proving that even in this dreamlike world, there is no escaping the coming war. The young boy points excitedly toward the sky, announcing that his mother's airship has finally arrived to collect them both. He grabs her hand with a warmth that feels both foreign and deeply nostalgic, promising that they will be leaving this place together. As they stand on the shore, the massive vessel looms over the horizon, signaling the end of this peaceful, sun-drenched dream. Luna finds herself mesmerized by the boy's expression, wondering why this specific moment is etched so clearly into her fading mind. There's an infectious spark in his eyes that pulls at her heart, making her feel a strange, mirroring sense of excitement. But the vision shifts, replaced by the haunting image of the Apostle of Greed wreathed in flames as a dark power begins to stir. Reality finally snaps back into place as a voice calls out to Baimon, finding him staring blankly into the embers of a lonely campfire. A cold drink is thrust into his field of vision, breaking the heavy silence that had settled over the dark forest. The guild leader wonders what could possibly have him thinking so hard, his playful smirk cutting through the somber atmosphere. Song-an simply takes the can with a faint smile, dismissing the heavy weight of long-lost memories finally finding their way home. Baimon sips his drink in the quiet of the night, his mind heavy with the impossible logistics of moving an entire city on such short notice. Song-an remains practical, noting that while the window was small, it seems the people have managed to grab their essentials. The peaceful atmosphere is ruined when a greedy subordinate hoists a glowing crystal, thrilled to have found another piece of treasure. Baimon's composure snaps instantly as he crushes his can, barking at the idiot to keep his hands off the volatile materials. The scout just offers a smug grin, arguing that it would be a total waste to leave such valuable loot behind to be destroyed. Before Baimon can stop the bleeding, another subordinate rushes in to loudly report that he's finished gathering the high-rank materials. The poor scout's face turns a shade of guilty purple, as his secret looting operation is laid bare right in front of the guild leader. The awkward silence is broken by Captain Hassan, who arrives with the grim news that 4,000 citizens are still refusing to leave. Hassan sighs with a heavy heart, explaining that many simply refuse to believe in the demon threat if it means leaving their wealth behind. Song-an stands up with a cold determination, deciding it is time to personally persuade the holdouts before the choice is taken from them. Baimon catches Song-an by the shoulder, questioning if he's actually naive enough to try and save every single soul. Song-an shoots back a look of pure disbelief, unable to stomach the idea of abandoning 4,000 people to their deaths. Sashan cuts in with a cold dose of reality, bluntly telling the warrior that his idealism is useless in this city. She explains that if the local leaders can't convince their own people to move, a total stranger doesn't stand a chance. Baimon reminds him that in a war for human survival, they have to prioritize the big picture over individual lives. Sane finishes her work nearby, confirming that the preparations for their final, explosive move are finally complete. Hundreds of grenades are packed tightly around the volatile crystals, turning the treasure into a massive ticking time bomb. With the timer reaching its limit, Song-an barks out the final order for everyone to clear the blast zone. A massive wall of fire erupts as the crystals detonate, lighting up the horizon with a violent, cleansing heat. The group watches the destruction in a heavy silence, knowing they've just burned away any chance of turning back. Baimon watches the distant flames, silently judging his leader for being cold enough to vaporize a literal king's ransom. Across the city, a scarred guard barks orders at the refugees, trying to maintain order amidst the growing panic. He catches a glimpse of the explosion and sighs with relief, thinking the worst of the danger is finally over. A sudden, sharp whistle in the night air makes him pause, his veteran instincts sensing a shift in the wind. He peers into the dark sky, his confusion rapidly morphing into a hollow, sinking feeling in his gut. Terror grips him as his pupils dilate, realizing that the predator above has already locked onto its target. A violent streak of red energy lances through his chest, shredding his golden plate like it was made of paper. He gasps out a final, desperate question, his voice cracking as the life begins to drain from his eyes. As he collapses into the dust, a winged executioner floats down, her cold presence silencing the surrounding screams. The other guards can only watch in horror, realizing their routine evacuation has just turned into a one-sided massacre. The guard captain struggles to keep his footing, his body screaming in protest after that initial, devastating strike. He forces himself to stand, trembling as he coughs up blood while refusing to go down without a fight. But bravery means nothing against this level of speed as a second, blinding arc of light tears through the air. The winged assassin doesn't even break a sweat, delivering a lethal follow-up that carves right through his spine. He hits the pavement with a heavy thud, the weight of his golden armor now feeling like a heavy coffin. His vision blurs as the cold reality of his failure sets in, his life force leaking into the thirsty dirt. A pair of boots come to a rest beside his head, marking the final arrival of his cold-blooded executioner. Looking down with those piercing red eyes, she coldly announces that the true bloodbath is finally ready to commence. Suddenly, the sky is filled with the leathery wings of monsters, turning the orderly evacuation into a chaotic buffet. Panic turns to pure agony as the demons descend, snatching up helpless victims who never stood a single chance. The city's defenders break rank, their discipline shattering as they scramble for their lives in total disarray, while the winged assassin dances through the chaos, her lightning-charged blades carving a path of systematic destruction. But her bloody fun is interrupted as space itself begins to ripple and tear, signaling a sudden intervention, as Sane bursts through the spatial rift, catching the arrogant demon completely off guard with a counter-ambush. Baimon isn't far behind, launching himself into the air with a strike aimed right at the monster's throat. For the first time today, the predator feels the cold sting of genuine surprise as her momentum finally stalls, and realizing the tide has shifted, she takes to the sky to retreat before they can pin her down. Baimon quickly checks on his ally, though the grim sight of the smoldering city tells them everything they need. The captain lies still among the wreckage, his failure etched into the cold, unmoving lines of his face, leaving Sane to stare at the devastation and realize the demon army moved far faster than they anticipated. A terrified civilian pleads for mercy as a blue-skinned demon prepares to end his life. Seeing the slaughter, Baimon barks orders for the Tang Guild to focus entirely on protecting the survivors. His warriors charge into the fray with a roar, determined to hold the line against the encroaching darkness. The winged assassin merely scoffs at their bravery, looking down on the defenders like they are nothing but insects. Her gaze turns icy as she declares that their struggle is over and this city will be their grave. She unleashes a devastating cyclone of lightning, a massive wave of energy that threatens to vaporize everything. Baimon throws up a desperate shield, but the sheer weight of the attack sends a shockwave through his body. He grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing his physical enhancement is barely enough to withstand this level of power. Sane's heart drops as she spots a blur of movement, screaming for her ally to watch his back. But it is already too late, as the demon flickers behind him, catching the warrior in a deadly blind spot. A streak of azure light tears through the midnight sky, signaling a sudden and violent shift in the battlefield's momentum. Song-an descends like a vengeful shadow, unleashing his black haze to force a desperate gap between the predator and her prey. He lands with perfect precision, placing a steadying hand on Baimon's shoulder while signaling for the exhausted warrior to pull back. Standing tall amidst the dissipating dark energy, he offers a casual apology for his fashionably late arrival to the slaughter. The winged assassin recoils in genuine shock as a system notification flashes across her vision, informing her that she has been blinded. She stares into the void of her own senses, wondering what kind of special ability this supposed new demon god is wielding. While Sane rushes over to check on his condition, Baimon warns that the assassin's blade carries a power that ignores even divine defenses, song, and remains entirely unfazed, drawing his glowing blade with the smug confidence of a man who has already butchered gods before. Even without her sight, the demon can sense an overwhelming presence radiating from the man standing before her. To her refined senses, his soul feels like a single, heavy drop hitting a silent pool, frighteningly earnest and dangerously calm. Song-an doesn't waste a single heartbeat, lunging forward with a burst of speed that leaves the ground scorched in his wake. He flickers through the air using a high-level blink, appearing behind the demon while making it clear he has no interest in her posturing. The assassin barely has time to react before a massive wave of dark energy erupts directly at her blind spot. Metal screams against metal as they trade a series of lightning-fast blows, the sheer force of the collision vibrating through the air. Despite his overwhelming aura, the weight of the demon's counterattack is enough to send him skidding back across the stone tiles. He drops to one knee with a pained gasp, the strain on his unstable soul and depleted mana finally starting to take its toll. Sen and Baimon watch in absolute horror, realizing that even their strongest ally might be reaching his breaking point. Song and grits his teeth in frustration, reeling from a strike that felt like 1,000 simultaneous slashes tearing through his defenses. Seeing her opening, the winged assassin raises her blade high, summoning a terrifying surge of red lightning to end the struggle. She descends like a falling star, pouring every ounce of her divine power into a final, crushing blow meant to erase him from existence. The assassin's divine lightning descends like a judgment from the heavens, threatening to turn the entire area into ash. Song-an looks up with wide-eyed realization, his vision blurring as he finds himself too drained to dodge the incoming strike. Just as the killing blow is about to land, Baimon throws himself into the line of fire to protect his ally. He taps into his ultimate physical enhancement, gathering every scrap of energy he has to multiply his raw strength. With a roar that shakes the very ground, he meets the divine strike head-on with a desperate, empowered punch. Seni screams out in absolute terror, fearing that her comrade is about to be erased by the overwhelming power. Baimon refuses to buckle, forcing his body far past its natural limits as his power multiplier doubles into the thousands. He puts everything into a final push, his purple aura clashing violently against the searing red heat of the assassin's blade. The resulting collision triggers a massive shockwave, a blinding explosion of energy that levels the surrounding stone tiles. As the smoke clears, Baimon stands his ground, gasping for air but proving he's far more than just a greedy merchant. The weight of the battle finally takes its toll as Baimon's legs buckle, sending him crashing into the cold stone. He lies motionless among the rising dust while Song-an looks on, realizing just how much his ally sacrificed. The merchant has completely blacked out, his spirit exhausted after forcing his physical limits into a realm no human should touch. Song-an teleports instantly to the front line, drawing his blade to shield Sane and their fallen comrade from the coming storm. A rare bead of cold sweat rolls down his face as he admits that a direct hit from that last strike would have ended his journey right then and there. He stares at Baimon's pale face, questioning if this collapse is simple fatigue or the lingering effect of a much darker energy. High above, the winged assassin's vision clears as the black haze dissipates, her red eyes locking back onto her prey with renewed malice. It finally clicks for Song-an that every one of her elegant movements is designed to bypass armor and strike the soul directly. His grip falters as a tremor runs through his arm, the terrifying realization sinking in that his own soul-based advantages have been neutralized. He barely has a second to breathe before a crimson streak tears through the sky, signaling that the real slaughter is only just beginning. The winged assassin stares him down, finally seeing the man behind the glitches with terrifying clarity. Song-an tries to play it cool with a cocky smirk, asking if his charm is finally working. She isn't buying the act, shaking her head in disappointment because he isn't the legend she remembers. To her, he's just a cheap imitation carrying a familiar aura that doesn't belong to him. Her patience evaporates as she raises her hand, preparing to erase this disappointment from existence. The sky fractures under the weight of her divine power, a technique designed to end thousands in a flash. For the first time, Song-an's confidence shatters as he stares up at the literal god-tier threat above. With a single, cold command for him to perish, the world turns into a blinding streak of crimson. A pillar of pure destruction slams down with a deafening boom, forcing Song-an to admit defeat. As the light consumes him, The grim reality sets in that they might not leave this place alive. Song-an stands amidst the mental ruins of his defeat, wondering if the era of humanity is finally coming to a bitter end. The crushing weight of the god-tier pressure finally breaks him, and he collapses as his consciousness slips into the void. Darkness consumes everything until frantic, desperate voices pull him back from the brink, forcing his eyes to snap open. Hassan lets out a heavy breath of pure relief, thankful that their last hope hasn't flickered out in the dirt. Disoriented and aching in places he didn't know existed, Song-an finds himself staring at the sky, wondering how he's even breathing. Hassan breaks the silence to confirm they successfully fled the ruins of Manchus City, though his voice lacks any hint of victory. The surrounding camp is a grim sight of bandaged survivors and flickering fires, a testament to the staggering price they paid to escape. Shock washes over Song, and as he learns, he's been a total vegetable for 2 whole days while the world moved on without him. He realizes the Eternal Crown must have buffered the god's lethal strike, yet he remains haunted by how they actually managed to survive. Hassan looks away with a heavy gaze, revealing that their miraculous survival was all thanks to the sacrifice of Captain Hassan. The heavy price of their survival is written in the blood dripping onto the ruined pavement. Captain Hassan was a man pushed to his absolute limit, his body trembling under the weight of exhaustion. Surrounded by a literal army of nightmares, he stood as the final barrier protecting the fleeing survivors. A winged demon commander looked down with cold arrogance, certain that the human's light was finally flickering out. His grip faltered and his knees buckled, yet he refused to give them the satisfaction of falling. A bloody, defiant grin spread across his face as he realized Head already won the battle for time. The demon couldn't fathom why a mortal would endure such agony, instead of accepting a quick, mindless release. He roared with a fury that silenced the horde, vowing to hold the line until his last breath. As the proud leader of the Golden Cloak Knights, he prepared to unleash his final, sacrificial skill. By triggering a level-gap stalemate in his battle arena, he anchored the demon army until his life finally vanished. Captain Hassan smiles through the blood, finding a grim peace in the fact that his duty is finally done. Far from the carnage, the long line of survivors trudges through the desolate plains of the fallen eagle. The wounded can barely keep their feet, their groans of pain echoing across the silent, grassy expanse. Song-an exhales a heavy breath, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of demonic pursuit. Hassan admits that 3 days of non-stop movement has left the entire group on the verge of total collapse. Wiping the grime from her face, Sen asks if they can finally risk stopping for even a few minutes. But Song-an knows the enemy won't wait, insisting they push forward until they reach the safety of Cadmont City. He assures her that Zachary Lee is waiting just on the other side of the treacherous Dusk Mountains. Nestled within the peaks, the fortified spires of the city offer the only hope for a real sanctuary. Meanwhile, a blissfully unaware Zachary Lee crashes into a room, seemingly more worried about drinks than the approaching apocalypse. Deep within the city, a quiet tea party is shattered by a sudden, loud outburst of annoyance. Zachary Lee barges in with his usual lack of boundaries, wondering why the ladies didn't invite him. Sophie finds the whole thing hilarious, teasingly admitting that they were just busy sharing some juicy secrets. Hearing the word gossip, Zachary's eyes light up as he practically begs them to spill everything. But his excitement is cut short when he feels a heavy, ominous hand land on his shoulder. Nina is absolutely fuming, her patience finally snapping at the intruder's total lack of manners. Without a second thought, she sends the uninvited guest flying out the room with a powerful kick. Once the dust settles, Sophie goes right back to teasing Nina about her obvious feelings for the guy. Nina turns bright red, desperately claiming she only has a thing for white hair and nothing more. Sophie just sighs, offering the sage advice that keeping a crush hidden is the most useless form of love. Nina decides it is finally time to flip the script, putting her teasing friend on the hot seat. She calls out the obvious, watching Sophie's face turn a deep, guilty crimson at the mention of Xander. Nina can't help but laugh now that the tables have finally turned on the resident matchmaker. Sophie desperately tries to play it off as simple pity for a guy who is always alone. Nina isn't buying the excuse, knowing Sophie doesn't give this much special attention to just any loner. Their playful banter is shattered when Zachary bursts back in, screaming that there is some serious trouble. Nina is ready to kick him out again, assuming he is just making up excuses to eavesdrop. Zachary stands his ground, insisting that his news is far more important than their petty arguments. The second he mentions Xander's name, Sophie freezes, her heart sinking with a sudden sharp dread. It seems their loner friend didn't return alone, bringing a massive crowd of survivors to their gates. Xander demands the gates be opened immediately, revealing he's brought 30,000 refugees back with him. High atop the walls, a cold-eyed commander named Willow watches the massive crowd with pure disdain. She heartlessly orders the guards to keep the gates shut, indifferent to the lives at stake. Xander and Hassan exchange looks of disbelief, stunned that their own people would block their path. Willow mocks his sudden heroics, reminding him that his mission was to scout, not play savior. Desperate, Xander warns her that the demon army is right on their heels, but she remains unmoved. Power has clearly gone to her head as she claims total authority over the city's gates. Hearing his voice, Sophie sprints toward the battlements, her heart soaring with relief at his return. The girls arrive at the wall, their joy quickly turning to confusion at the tense standoff below. Willow instantly shuts them down, asserting that her word is the only one that matters now. Nina isn't about to let Willow's ego run wild, reminding her that Xander is a high-ranking ally they can't ignore. From the ground, Xander calls out for his teammates, wondering why Zachary is nowhere to be found. Nina explains that Zachary has been MIA, locking himself away for a ritual that should have ended days ago. This power vacuum is exactly what Willow needed, giving her the perfect excuse to seize total command. She offers Xander a twisted choice, allowing him entry only if he leaves the refugees to rot outside. The girls are absolutely floored by her cruelty, demanding to know how she could be so heartless. Willow's logic is purely clinical, viewing the war as a resource game where empathy is just a liability. To her, these broken and bleeding survivors are nothing more than useless mouths draining the city's limited supplies. She leaves her friends speechless, framing the survival of players as the only metric that truly matters. In her mind, the weak are just baggage, and she's determined to be the one standing when the dust settles. Sane is reaching her limit, her hand itching for her blade as she wonders how much longer they have to listen to this trash. Before she can make a move she'll regret, Song-an stops her. Knowing a head-on brawl isn't the play right now, he decides to take matters into his own hands, declaring that he'll be the one to settle this dispute personally. Willow barely has time to blink before the air shifts, a sudden surge of mana signaling a bold intrusion into her space. Song-an teleports directly onto the ramparts, mocking the idea that a mid-tier guild like hers could ever hope to restrain him. Her personal guards immediately scramble into position, desperate to put themselves between their boss and this sudden threat. With cold, piercing eyes, he reminds them that in this world, strength is the only currency that matters for leadership. He calls out to his allies, signaling for the girls to ditch this toxic environment and follow his lead instead. Willow stands there absolutely stunned, unable to process that someone would actually walk away from her generous offer. Song-an makes it clear he's done playing games, choosing to find a new path rather than side with a coward. Zachary is more than ready to back Song-an's play, eager to leave this toxic power struggle behind, while Willow finally snaps, her voice trembling as she realizes her city's only hope is walking out the door. Song-an doesn't even look back, coldly reminding her that she's the one who's actually out of options, until, swallowing her pride, she finally yields and orders the gates to be thrown open for the survivors. The crowd erupts in pure joy, the weight of their long, terrifying journey finally lifting from their shoulders, but behind the scenes, Willow is already spiraling, calculating the impossible cost of housing so many souls. She knows that with the current stockpile, the city will crumble under its own weight within a month, so Song-an cuts through her panic, demanding an immediate audience at the palace to reveal the demon's secrets. The massive doors to the command center groan open, marking the start of a new, desperate strategy, as his return is met with instant cheers from his own crew, relieved to see their leader back in one piece. Gigi and the crew are already buzzing, eager to know if the inspection went as planned. Stepping into the war room, Song-an finds his entire team gathered and waiting for his word. Before he can even speak, a blur of motion streaks across the floor toward him. Their youngest member practically tackles him, overwhelmed with relief that his boss is finally back. Gigi immediately yanks the kid back, scolding him for getting dirt on the leader's pristine gear. Sophia just laughs it off, her calm presence acting like a balm to the group's frayed nerves. Song-an gives a sheepish wave to Corey, wondering if the big guy is still holding a grudge. Sophia steps in to play peacemaker, reminding them that unity is their only real weapon now. Corey tries to act tough while blushing, clearly just relieved to see his captain made it out. Looking at their faces, Song-an feels a surge of resolve to end this invasion for good. Song-an slams his hands onto the table, demanding they get this emergency meeting started immediately. He looks directly at Nina, his voice sharp as he asks why Zachary's seat is still empty. The younger members exchange nervous glances, explaining that their comrade demanded absolute isolation for his training. Losing his patience, Song-an slams the table again, declaring they no longer have the luxury of waiting. He storms toward the grand main hall, where a solitary figure sits motionless upon the high throne. Bursting through the doors, he demands an explanation for why Zachary is still hiding in the dark. But the man who stands to meet him is radiating a terrifying golden aura that fills the room. In a flash of light, a blade stops just inches from Song-an's face, forcing him to freeze. Zachary casually strolls forward, mocking his leader's rude entrance while keeping the lethal edge perfectly still. Staring down the glowing steel, Song-an realizes that the man standing before him has changed completely. Zachary manifests his power with a casual flick of his wrist, the air humming with newfound authority. He admits he has no time for petty questions, focused on a goal far beyond the confines of this room. Song-an isn't having it, shouting that as their chosen leader, Zachary can't just abandon the front lines now. But Zachary's gaze is cold as he explains that under current conditions, humanity is merely walking toward its grave. The accusation of cowardice hits Song, and hard, his teeth gritted in frustration at this apparent betrayal of their efforts. Dispelling his blade into mist, Zachary clarifies that he isn't quitting, he's found the only path to actual victory. Song-an remains skeptical, wondering if this grand solution is just an excuse for months of hiding in the dark. Closing his eyes, Zachary asks for the one thing they've always struggled with: absolute, blind trust for one last mission. A chill runs down Song-an's spine as he realizes Zachary mentioned the demon gods before he even had the chance to. Extending a hand, Zachary offers a final pact, knowing he's the only one who truly understands the nightmare ahead. Song-an has zero patience for cryptic nonsense, violently slapping Zachary's hand away and refusing to follow a leader who hides behind secrets. Zachary accepts the rejection with a heavy silence, his eyes closing as he realizes the deep rift he's just created between them. Turning his back on his former friend, Song-an declares that his trust belongs to the comrades who actually stand by his side. He throws out one final, icy ultimatum, telling Zachary to decide once and for all if he's a brother in arms or just an obstacle. The heavy doors of the command center creak open as Song-an marches back to his waiting team, his face a mask of grim resolve. Nina and Xander immediately spring up, their hearts racing as they demand to know if their savior is finally returning to the front. But Song-an just shakes his head, delivering the soul-crushing news that they can no longer count on Zachary Lee for anything. The weight of the abandonment hits the younger recruits like a physical blow, leaving Xander staring into the void in pure, silent shock. Sophia's voice trembles with a mix of fear and confusion, unable to fathom how the man they looked up to could just walk away. The room explodes in anger as a high-ranking officer slams the table, cursing the cowardice of a leader who refuses to show his face. The room falls into a heavy silence as the blue-haired teammate voices the fear that without Zachary, they're a leaderless ship. Song-an steps forward, his voice cutting through the doubt as he reminds them their strength comes from unity. Jija's face lights up with renewed fire, clenching his fist as he rallies the others to believe in themselves. Even Nina and Sophia find their hope again, nodding along as the crushing weight of abandonment finally begins to lift. But Song-an has a surprise, turning toward Willow and acknowledging that despite their friction, she's meant to lead. Willow can only stare in disbelief, her previous anger vanishing as she tries to process his sudden public endorsement. With a confident smirk, Song-an points out she's clearly the most qualified captain left in the entire room. He doesn't give her a choice, officially crowning Willow as the new leader of the entire human rebellion. The shock on Willow's face is priceless as she realizes she's just been handed the keys to the resistance. With the leadership settled, Song-an leans over the table to finally reveal the vital intel he brought from the gates. Song-an drops the bombshell, his expression hardening as he warns the room that war is no longer a distant threat. Over 10,000 demons and 8 demon gods are marching on Cadmont City, a force meant to wipe humanity off the map. Under the cold glow of the full moon, the weight of the coming slaughter hangs heavy over the silent camp. But instead of trembling in fear, the resistance chooses to light a fire, letting the flames roar against the darkness. Song-an knows this might be their last night of peace, so he encourages everyone to drink and forget the coming storm. The atmosphere shifts as members of the Raiders Guild approach, their leader flashing a grin as they ask to join the festivities. Gigi looks over his shoulder, surprised to see their former rivals showing up with such casual, friendly energy. Nina and Sophia don't hesitate to welcome them, knowing that tonight, guild politics don't matter as much as shared warmth. The newcomers admit that after the chaos Song-an stirred up today, sleep is the last thing on anyone's mind. Song-an can only offer a sheepish laugh, feeling a bit guilty for being the reason the entire camp has turned into a bunch of insomniacs. The pink-haired raider reflects on her guild's fallen status, mourning their lost purpose as humanity's supposed shield, but her leader quickly kills the somber mood, demanding everyone drink until the fear of tomorrow completely vanishes. Bottles and cans collide in a messy toast, sealing a temporary peace between these weary, battle-hardened warriors. As roars of defiance and drunken laughter fill the air, a desperate attempt to ignore the literal demons at the door. Raising his own drink, Song-an realizes he isn't fighting a lonely war anymore and silently vows to protect them until the rhythmic thud of boots on the grass signals the arrival of someone who definitely wasn't invited to the party. Zachary steps into the firelight with a heavy request, leaving the resistance leader blinking in genuine, wide-eyed confusion. while the sight of the blonde man sends the raider leader into a coughing fit, spraying his drink everywhere. Overjoyed, the raiders scramble toward their long-lost boss, their faces lighting up with a hope they thought was gone, and Zachary lowers his head in a sincere bow, apologizing for leaving his people to navigate the storm without him. Zachary cuts through the celebration's noise by explaining he isn't here for a drink, but for Xander. Song An watches him closely, wondering what business the former leader has with the group's youngest member, though by the next morning, the remnants of their brief party lie forgotten across the dew-covered grass. Nina remains sprawled out in a deep sleep, until a frantic shout finally pierces through her slumber, and as she groggily rubs her eyes, she assumes it's just Sophia being her usual over-energetic self. She begs for just a few more minutes of rest while her head continues to spin, but her hangover vanishes the instant her gaze finally drifts toward the terrifying sight on the horizon. A massive swarm of winged demons blots out the sun, signaling that their peaceful reprieve is officially over. Up on the ramparts, Xander and Gigi stare in total disbelief as the sky fills with leathery wings, and pointing toward the approaching nightmare, Gigi screams for the guards to look up as the invasion begins. Gigi's heart hammers against his ribs as the sheer scale of the approaching threat finally sinks in. From the high walls, the view is a nightmare come to life as demons swarm the sky. Knowing they can't handle this alone, Gigi orders Xander to sprint back and warn the rest of the camp. His jaw tightens with the grim realization that the peace they just enjoyed was a total lie. A piercing alarm wails across the fortress, shattering the morning silence and ending any hope of further rest. Down in the courtyard, panic spreads like wildfire as the survivors scramble for cover from the incoming horde. Sophia grips her massive scythe, ready for blood, while a terrified Nina rushes over to find some direction. Meanwhile, the raiders are still in a total daze, yawning and wondering why everyone is making such a fuss. Nina loses her patience instantly, screaming at the lazy pair to get their heads in the game before it's too late. The gravity of the situation finally hits them, leaving the duo frantically searching for their leaders amidst the growing chaos. The red-haired officer steps up to the plate, screaming for the panicked survivors to shut up and man their defensive posts. Sophia scans the chaotic courtyard with a sinking feeling, realizing that their fastest scout is nowhere to be found. The officer's temper flares as she curses the boy's absence, wondering why Head vanished during their most desperate hour. Sophia can only offer a look of silent dread, fearing that the missing member might have already been caught in the crossfire. Far from the walls of the fortress, the oppressive heat of Dragon Breath Volcano begins to shimmer over the horizon. With a sudden ripple in space, Song An and Zachary teleport directly onto the scorched, dying earth of the volcanic wasteland. Song An explains that according to his latest intel, the primeval force that birthed the demons is nesting within these peaks. Zachary stares him down, questioning if the leader truly understands the gravity of why they've come to this hellhole alone. Song An's gaze hardens as he makes it clear he's betting everything on this alliance for one final, dangerous time. This entire gamble traces back to 6 hours ago, when Zachary cornered the leader to reveal a truth that changed everything. Song An demands to know what could be so important that it warrants such a secretive, high-stakes meeting. Zachary doesn't hold back, claiming he finally understands the truth behind the invasion and how to actually end it. The sheer weight of the claim hits the leader hard, leaving him with no choice but to listen. They retreat deep into the cover of the midnight woods to ensure no prying eyes or ears can interfere. Every step away from the camp feels like a heavy march toward a reality Song An isn't prepared for. Once they are isolated, Zachary double-checks their surroundings, needing absolute certainty that their conversation remains a total secret. He begins with a chilling question, asking if the leader ever wondered how the demons regenerate so effortlessly. Song An admits his ignorance, noting only that his intel suggests they are birthed from the land's own spiritual energy. Zachary's eyes sharpen as he connects the dots, realizing the entire game-turned reality was a calculated, evil setup from the start. The sheer scale of the conspiracy leaves the veteran leader completely speechless, his entire world tilting on its axis. Zachary drops the bombshell that the game was always a meat grinder, designed to turn every fallen player into a new demonic recruit. The revelation sends Song An into a spiral of frustration, wondering if their only option is to keep running like cowards. But Zachary shuts that down immediately, his expression darkening as he admits they missed their chance to hide long ago. The veteran leader can barely process the weight of the situation, demanding to know what kind of endgame they are actually facing. With cold determination, Zachary explains that an unknown force is pulling the strings, and the only way out is to burn it all down. As the sun sets on their world, the focus shifts far away to a landscape of fire and ash, where the real threats reside. High above the volcanic peaks, a pair of powerful entities find the current state of the world to be nothing more than a dull chore. Celios, the demon god of envy, mocks his companion for choosing such a repulsive, fleshy form while they wait for orders. The mass of eyes and teeth begins to churn and ripple, letting out a wet, sickening sound as it prepares to shift shape. From the gore emerges Sid, the demon god of lust, reminding her peer that beauty is entirely in the eye of the beholder. Celios is clearly over this assignment, his patience wearing thin as he complains about being stuck on guard duty. Sid just laughs it off, suggesting their presence here is actually a sign of the master's ultimate trust in their power. But Celios quickly humbles her, reminding her that they aren't the only heavy hitters among the 8 demon gods. The mention of Baimon catches Sid off guard, her 3 eyes narrowing as she considers the name of their mysterious peer. Celios explains that unlike them, Baimon is an ancestral being who existed long before the master even created their kind. Their history lesson is cut short by a massive explosion that rocks the very foundation of the volcanic peaks. The 2 demon gods snap into a defensive stance, stunned that anyone would have the audacity to breach their domain. Celios wastes no time summoning his spear, his boredom instantly replaced by a cold, murderous intent to kill the intruders. Through the settling dust, the silhouettes of Song-an and Zachary appear, confirming they've finally tracked the source of the rot. Sid's playful demeanor vanishes as she readies her shifting form, absolutely livid that these mortals dare disturb her master's peace. Song-an and Zachary waste no time, splitting up to force the 2 demon gods into separate, disadvantageous engagements. Song-an closes the gap in a heartbeat, his blade humming with lethal intent as he targets the arrogant Sid. The demon god of lust barely has time to react, her eyes widening at the human's impossible speed and precision. The strike connects with a sickening crackle, triggering specialized demon-slaying passives that send a searing, holy agony through her. Realizing she is in genuine danger, Sid shifts her form into a 3-eyed predator, desperate to put distance between them. Song-an remains unimpressed by the parlor trick, launching a tracking slash that locks onto her despite her newfound agility. Panicked by the relentless energy closing in, she abandons her beastly form and forces a messy, mid-air transformation to survive. The crescent of light shreds through her mass, forcing a guttural scream from the monster as her physical body fails. She is reduced to a cluster of pathetic, squirming blobs, cursing the fact that a mere mortal forced her survival tactics. With a surge of dark energy, she pulls her mangled pieces back together, her pride wounded far more than her flesh. Song-an clicks his tongue in annoyance, finding the demon's ability to shed its mass like a common worm absolutely revolting. Sid seethes with a humiliated rage, swearing to herself that her previous carelessness was a mistake she won't repeat. Song-an doesn't give her a second to breathe, charging forward while mocking the predictable final words of every demon god. Nearby, Celios watches the chaos with a twisted grin, bored of the easy slaughter and hungry for a real challenge. Zachary stares him down with icy indifference, telling the arrogant monster that his very existence has always been utterly pointless. He immediately backs up his talk by triggering a golden class awakening, manifesting the overwhelming, divine aura of Odin himself. The sight of such rare power only fuels the demon god's excitement, recognizing Zachary as a true chosen warrior. Celios lunges with predatory speed, deciding that the human has finally earned the honor of being slaughtered by his spear. As he strikes, he drops a chilling revelation, claiming that he was once a chosen hero, just like the man he's fighting. Far from the front lines, Hassan cheers in triumph as the master's final creation is finally completed and brought online. The master kicks back on the beach, watching with smug satisfaction as the installation of 30 million demons finally hits 100%. Hassan is absolutely thrilled by the milestone, already fantasizing about the screams of humans as they're ripped apart by their new army. A system prompt appears to finalize the project, but the mastermind behind this apocalypse isn't quite ready to call it a day. He flashes a sharp, predatory grin, knowing that the world's suffering is only in its very first opening act. He rejects the shutdown command, leaving a bewildered Hassan to wonder if her master is planning to flood the world with even more horrors. He cryptically notes that the most crucial role in this entire dark play hasn't even been assigned to a character yet. The realization suddenly dawns on Hassan, her confusion instantly turning into a mix of overwhelming awe and anticipation. His eyes flare with a cold blue light as he prepares to summon the ultimate representative of the demon race, Lucifer himself. Far from the beach, a massive human stronghold stands tall and proud, blissfully unaware of the shadow looming over its walls. Sid overlooks the city with a twisted sense of glee, feeling like she's just discovered a literal goldmine of helpless victims. A thunderous boom echoes through the air as the demon invasion finally begins, and from the settling debris, a massive stone turtle emerges as an unstoppable siege engine. Faust sits atop the beast with a smug grin, mockingly noting he beat everyone to the punch, though Sid is visibly annoyed that his reckless entrance might ruin her fun. He doesn't care about her games, driven only by a primal, violent need to destroy, as the giant beast tramples forward, turning the city's architecture into brittle rubble. Defenseless guards are tossed aside like ragdolls by the sheer force of the impact, while Faust basks in the chaos, demanding the humans accept their pathetic fate. Within the inner sanctum, Annie demands a report as her northwest wall crumbles, only for a terrified subordinate to confirm that the demons have breached their final defense. Annie is reeling, unable to comprehend how her thousands of soldiers and fortified walls failed so spectacularly. Her guard is paralyzed by fear, barely managing to explain that the onslaught moved faster than any human could react. Before she can issue a new command, a chilling presence manifests behind her, the air growing heavy with demonic malice. Sid wears a sadistic grin, figuring that since Faust stole the initial glory, she'll settle for the leader's head. She strikes with blinding speed, but a sudden flash of light intercepts her claws just inches from Annie's throat. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, effectively stalling the demon's lethal momentum and buying a desperate moment of time. Irritation flickers across Sid's face as she wonders which pathetic human reinforcement actually has the guts to stand against her. Her answer comes in the form of a focused warrior, his freedom bow drawn tight as he locks onto the winged threat. With a sharp release, a flaming projectile tears through the battlefield, forcing the demon to abandon her easy kill. Sid simply takes to the air with a mocking sneer, relishing the thought of how much fun it will be to break them all. The demon scoffs at the archer's effort, convinced that human abilities are nothing more than useless toys. But the archer isn't finished, roaring as he activates his spatial slash to manipulate the very fabric of reality. A portal tears open behind the winged threat, catching her completely off guard as the arrow returns for blood. She barely avoids a lethal strike, feeling a cold chill as the projectile grazes her forehead. Before she can retaliate, a spectral wolf lunges from the shadows, pinning her down for the killing blow. Sophia seizes the opening, descending from the sky like an angel of death with her scythe raised high. She slams the blade down with everything she has, determined to wipe that arrogant smirk off the demon's face. The impact shatters the earth, burying the creature under a massive cloud of debris and suffocating dust. A heavy silence falls over the battlefield as everyone waits to see if the monster finally stayed down. But the demon emerges with a snarl, her wounds knitting back together instantly as she mocks their pathetic struggle. The demon lashes out, her arm elongating with unnatural speed to catch Sophia completely off guard. The heavy blow connects squarely, sending the scythe wielder flying back with bone-shattering force. Sophia gasps for air, cursing her own carelessness for underestimating the monster's shifting reach. As she hits the dirt, her spectral companion rushes to her side to provide cover. Annie refuses to let her comrade fall, channeling a surge of restorative energy into the fray. Luminous butterflies flutter around Sophia, knitting her flesh back together and dulling the sharp pain. Gigi and the rest of the squad feel the rush, their spirits lifted by the shared healing. Sophia realizes that with the chain of fate active, they can endure any wound together. Gripping her scythe, she stands tall and prepares to dive back into the chaos. With a collective roar, the resistance charges forward, determined to keep the pressure on their demonic foe. The demonic commander seethes with rage, promising to personally fulfill the death wish of every human standing in her way. A massive shockwave erupts across the battlefield, sending the frontline soldiers flying as the ground beneath them shatters. Panic sets in among the ranks as the survivors realize the enemy's destructive power is far beyond anything they can handle. Faust basks in the chaos, cackling like a madman while ordering his subordinates to stomp the remaining resistance into the dirt. The celebration is cut short when a silent figure emerges from the smoke, radiating an aura of absolute confidence. The demon's laughter instantly dies in his throat as he feels a sudden, suffocating shift in the air around him. Zachary asks if the monster is enjoying the slaughter before launching himself into the air with predatory grace. He doesn't bother with a warm-up, instantly activating a terrifying strength multiplier that sets his entire arm ablaze with energy. The resulting collision is nothing short of a catastrophe for the demons, as a single punch creates a localized earthquake. Faust can barely process the reality of the situation as his supposedly perfect defense is pulverized by the overwhelming force. Zachary closes the distance in a heartbeat, catching the arrogant demon completely off guard from behind. Faust can only stare in pure terror as the realization of his impending doom finally sinks in. Without a moment's hesitation, Zachary channels his full power, activating a massive 2,000-fold strength multiplier. He coldly informs the monster that this next strike is the ultimate price for his senseless slaughter. The air screams as he lunges forward, his fist trailing a wake of white-hot, destructive energy. The impact is absolute, a bone-shattering blow that sends shockwaves rippling through the entire battlefield. Faust's face contorts in agony, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend such overwhelming human strength. As the dust settles, Zachary is genuinely annoyed that even his strongest attack didn't end the fight instantly. He curses the unnatural resilience of these monsters as a dark, menacing silhouette begins to rise from the wreckage. Wiping the blood from his chin, Faust finally drops his ego and acknowledges he's facing a truly dangerous opponent. Faust isn't just some low-level grunt, he's one of the 8 demon gods, and he's finally showing why. He kicks off the ground with explosive speed, leaving nothing but a trail of dust in his wake. With his arm encased in jagged, defensive crystals, the demon charges forward, desperate to reclaim his shattered pride. Zachary doesn't flinch, welcoming the challenge with a cold stare that says he's more than ready to finish this. The 2 powerhouses collide in the center of the crater, the sheer force of their impact warping the very air. It's a literal clash of titans as fist meets crystal, neither side willing to give an inch of ground. Realizing he needs more than just a light touch, Zachary pushes his limits even further, doubling his multiplier to over 4,000. Not to be outdone, Faust taps into the primal power of his wrath, his demonic aura flaring up in a desperate bid for dominance. The resulting explosion is blinding, a chaotic mess of energy as their conflicting powers try to tear each other apart. But as the shockwave settles, a look of genuine disbelief and concern washes over Zachary's face. Faust sneers, mocking the hero for being far too weak to pierce his reinforced defenses, while revealing that his power of wrath allows him to fortify anything he touches, himself included. With a violent slam, massive, jagged pillars of stone erupt from the ground with terrifying force, sending Zachary reeling, his balance completely shattered by the unexpected geological assault. Frustration boils over as Zachary wonders why these smaller structures are so much harder to break, but Faust explains that while his previous creations were massive, they lacked this level of density. By focusing his energy into a smaller form, he can create weapons harder than any diamond, gripping a slender, glowing spear designed for one thing: absolute, unstoppable penetration. Lunging forward with a murderous grin, the demon prepares to end this fight once and for all. As Zachary's eyes widen in genuine alarm, finally realizing the true lethality of the coming strike, the concentrated strike whistles through the air, catching Zachary off guard and slicing right through his defenses. He collapses to the turf, gasping as the sheer weight of the impact leaves him struggling to even draw breath. Faust towers over him with a sickeningly smug grin, savoring the moment he finally brought the powerhouse to his knees. Nearby, Sophia desperately tries to rally the remaining forces, screaming for them to surround the enemy before things get worse. But the demon commander isn't having it, unleashing a violent burst of energy that sends the approaching soldiers flying back. Crimson slashes tear through the air in a blur of lethal precision, leaving no room for the resistance to breathe. The front line is being shredded, with the rank-and-file warriors falling like wheat before a demonic scythe. Hassan rushes into the chaos, her hands glowing with a soft light as she desperately tries to patch up the wounded. One soldier grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing that the demon's speed is simply on another level compared to theirs. Stepping up to bridge the gap, a heavy armored vanguard slams his shield down, hoping to buy just a few seconds of hope. The demon commander narrows her eyes in pure irritation, wondering just who this persistent pest thinks he is. She doesn't realize the vanguard just secured a permanent achievement, forcing every elite demon to see him as their primary target. Driven by a sudden, unnatural hatred, she lunges forward and slams her claws against his massive shield with a deafening clang. The tank grinds his teeth against the impact, shouting for the others to move now that the boss is fully taunted. Sophia seizes the opening instantly, charging forward with her spear held low as she prepares to capitalize on the distraction. She leaps into a spinning strike, knowing her life-stealing attacks are the only thing that will keep the team fueled for this long haul. This only sends the demon commander into a deeper rage, her eyes literally flaming as she vows to squash these insolent humans. A flurry of lethal red slashes rains down on the vanguard, who struggles to keep his footing under the demonic onslaught. He wonders how much longer he can hold out, desperately hoping Zachary and the others finish their objective before his shield shatters. But the tide is turning, as Song-An suddenly drops from above, spinning his blade into a dark, crushing vortex aimed right at Faust. Zachary doesn't waste a second, invoking the strength of Odin to flood his muscles with divine, bone-crushing power. He lunges forward, meeting Faust's spear in a violent collision that sends shockwaves through the entire battlefield. Realizing power alone won't work, he instantly shifts his focus to speed, becoming a blur of golden energy. He moves like a flickering shadow, raining strikes from every direction to keep the demon god defensive. Faust is forced back, but his arrogant smirk remains as he effortlessly tracks Zachary's high-speed movements. With a mocking laugh, the demon calls upon his dark reserves, summoning a massive spectral blue steed. Zachary's eyes widen in alarm, realizing the sheer scale of the magical pressure now bearing down on him. The phantom beast slams into his divine light barrier, testing the absolute limits of his endurance and mana. Faust sneers at the display, taunting Zachary for being a golden-class fraud who showed his hand early. As the smoke clears, Zachary remains focused, deeply unsettled that a demon knows the secrets of human rankings. Faust drops a massive bombshell, smugly revealing that he wasn't always a monster and once stood as a chosen hero. Zachary can hardly believe his ears, wondering if this demon god was actually a former golden-class player like himself. The demon scoffs at the term player, claiming he existed long before these modern game-like titles ever cursed the world. His eyes ignite with a chilling blue flame as he declares himself the only true successor to the legacy of Odin. Spectral ravens swarm the battlefield, encircling Zachary in a suffocating whirlwind of dark, ancient magical pressure. Nearby, Song-an senses the shift in the atmosphere and glances back, worried that Zachary might be in over his head. But he has his own problems to deal with as a colossal, flaming cobra erupts from the earth to swallow him whole. Amidst the chaos, a distant memory flickers of a time when this monster was a celebrated champion in a grand arena. Thousands once screamed his name, Celios, treating him like a literal god among men in the heat of the Colosseum. He was the darling of the masses, an honorable warrior who basked in the unconditional love of those he fought to protect. He remembers stepping into the light of the arena, his spear an extension of his burning ambition. To him, the massive, chained beasts they threw his way were merely stepping stones to greatness. Head waved to the masses, soaking in the thunderous applause like it was his lifeblood. Back then, his weapon brought him every luxury imaginable, turning brutal battles into effortless displays. There was a chilling confidence in his gaze, a certainty that no mortal could ever match him. Every match ended the same way, a swift, clinical slaughter that left the sand stained red. He watched his rivals break, knowing wealth, status, and adoration were now his birthright. He truly believed he had conquered the world, standing tall as the undisputed king of the arena. Yet, after 20 years of hollow triumphs, he realized no warrior can outrun the flow of time. The cheers he once owned were eventually stolen by a new champion, leaving him kneeling and forgotten. The once great champion is told he's washed up and tossed a pathetic bag of coins. He wanders the streets alone, realizing that without his honor, he has nothing left. A mysterious witch interrupts his drunken stupor, asking if he's ready to hear his future. He smirks, pathetically grateful that someone out there still remembers his name. He scoffs at the woman, certain her fortune-telling is just another cheap gimmick. Then she drops the ultimate bait, offering to fulfill his desire for eternal life. The offer hits him hard, reigniting a desperate hunger he thought was dead. Blinded by the promise of immortality, he strikes a forbidden deal with darkness. Demonic power surges through his body, as he's chosen for a sinister sacrifice. Reborn and drunk on this strength, he clenches his fist, certain he's finally invincible. Celios brushes off the weight of his past sacrifices, treating his dark bargain like a triviality, while he stares down his prey with a chilling gaze, ready to show him true despair. The battlefield trembles as he invokes the legendary might of the God King, Odin, leaving the player's confidence shattered as he struggles to comprehend such godlike speed. A violent surge of energy follows the spear's path, threatening to tear the world apart, as the man retreats in a blind panic, cursing the impossible reality of reincarnation. Their powers collide in a shower of sparks, though the gap in strength is painfully obvious, and desperation takes over as he screams that these divine stories are just fabricated lies. Celios finds the denial hilarious, effortlessly parrying the strike while mocking the man's ignorance, before watching him cough up blood, coldly reminding him that he is nothing more than a pawn. Celios sneers that they are nothing more than performers in a cosmic arena for the gods' entertainment, punctuating his mockery with a spear strike that triggers a massive explosion, sending Zachary reeling. Coughing through the smoke, Zachary's mind flashes back to the day he finally reached the end of his main quest, recalling the moment he stood before the system's vortex, expecting a reward but finding something far more sinister. It was there he first encountered the true architect of this nightmare, the supreme master of all demonkind, and now, a digital window manifests to mock him once more with the hollow title of the Chosen One. He grits his teeth, demanding this intruder reveal their identity and their reason for appearing now, only to be met by a man lounging casually in a Hawaiian shirt, greeting the guild leader like an old friend. Zachary can't wrap his head around the casual disrespect, staring intensely at the screen in total disbelief, while the stranger just chuckles, noting that Zachary already knows the truth but is simply too stubborn to believe it. Zachary stares at the title Lucifer flashing on the screen, his knuckles whitening as the grim truth finally begins to sink in. The man on the screen just scoffs, dismissing the legendary title as a tacky design choice he should have polished. Zachary explodes in rage, finally connecting the dots that every demon and player was just a pawn in this man's twisted game. Lounging back, the architect admits the original script was far too dull, so he decided to spice things up with his own chaotic flair. Zachary lashes out, demanding to know what kind of monster possesses the power to rewrite reality on a whim. He waits with bated breath as the stranger prepares to reveal a motive that is supposedly far simpler than Zachary imagines. With a chilling grin, the creator explains his goal is nothing short of a global purge, wiping out nearly every unnecessary soul alive. The sheer scale of the madness leaves Zachary reeling, struggling to process a plan that involves the total annihilation of humanity. But the creator corrects him, viewing this not as destruction, but as a long-overdue eviction to welcome back the world's true masters. He mockingly welcomes Zachary to the elite circle of survivors, laughing at the thought of the guild leader becoming a rare, endangered specimen. The creator adjusts his shades with a smirk, his hidden eyes already calculating the guild leader's next move, while Zachary can barely breathe, reeling from the realization that he's being invited into the very circle he should be destroying. Lounging with infuriating ease, the mastermind explains that this entire bloodbath was always designed to crown just one lucky survivor, leaving Zachary to stare into the void of his own conscience, as the word betrayal echoes in his mind like a death knell. He grits his teeth in silent fury, knowing that accepting this offer means throwing every human life into the furnace, but the architect just chuckles at the hesitation, giving him a simple choice between a painful death or a divine promotion. A crackling holy sword is left behind as a direct line, a tempting tool for whenever Zachary finally decides to abandon his morals, especially since the creator promises to design a custom class so powerful it would make any gamer drool with envy. However, Zachary doesn't even have time to process the offer before Celios looms over him, mocking his pathetic lack of experience, and diving in with a lethal spear strike to ensure the guild leader dies full of nothing but agony and regret. Zachary finds himself drowning in the weight of a choice that feels more like a curse than a divine gift. He grips the holy sword with trembling hands, desperate for a face-to-face confrontation to demand answers for this twisted reality. As dark energy begins to fizzle around him, he wonders why the burden of the world's fate must rest solely on his shoulders. The transformation takes hold, leaving him to mockingly wonder if this custom class is truly the perfect fit for a man losing his humanity. Meanwhile, Song-an is pushed to his absolute limit, clutching his wounded arm as his breath hitches in the heat of battle. A smug demon towers over the fallen leader, declaring the end of the human resistance with a sickeningly confident grin. The monster laughs at the struggle, taunting the hero for having power he has only possessed for a few measly months. He lunges in for the kill, convinced that his status as an experienced elite warrior makes this execution a mere formality. But just as the blow is about to land, Sophia tears through space itself to deliver a lethal surprise from the shadows. The demon's arrogance vanishes in an instant as he realizes he is no longer the only predator on this battlefield. The local fighters don't take kindly to their boss being bullied, swarming the demon with more spirit than strategy. As Song-an looks up to find Sane in the clearing, her arrival providing a much-needed breather. Hez more confused than grateful, wondering why Shed ditched the southern front just to play bodyguard for him, but she can't even look him in the eye, admitting his reckless streak keeps her constantly on edge. It's a stinging blow to his pride, and he can't help but grit his teeth at being a burden, until Sane shuts down his pouting, assuring him the South is fine and they have a job to finish. The demon decides he's had enough chatter, his skin calcifying into a dense, jagged layer of supernatural armor, while Song-an recognizes the trick, noting how the monster's defense becomes tougher as it compresses its form. Now it's a question of whether his legendary strength can crack a shell designed to be completely unbreakable. Song-an admits the demon holds the advantage for now, but he isn't finished yet, summoning the overwhelming strength of Hercules as a spectral titan rises to guarantee a breakthrough. Nearby, the resistance soldiers start jeering, calling the demon a brat who's clearly disappointed his mother. The demon elite finally snaps, roaring in frustration as he slams the earth to silence the flies. He manifests a gargantuan stone dragon, a prehistoric nightmare designed to crush every last bit of hope. Its massive spiked tail swings through the air, obliterating the ground and sending the soldiers scattering. The demon laughs hysterically, mocking the humans for losing their nerve the moment things got real, but his ego takes a literal hit when Song-an closes in, burying a fist into his face. Song-an delivers a devastating strike that sends the monster flying, offering a brutal lesson in discipline. The impact sends the so-called elite skidding across the dirt like a skipped stone, his pride trailing behind him. Song-an can't help but smirk, wondering where all that big talk went the moment things actually got physical. Gasping for air, the demon struggles to process how a mere human is tossing him around like common trash. Song-an doesn't give him a second to breathe, leaping high while dismissing his opponent as a petulant child. Panicked, the demon realizes his enemy's power is still climbing, forcing him to condense his scales for a desperate defense. But he forgot he wasn't alone, as Sen flashes through the air to open a fresh wound across his face. With the opening created, Song-an brings down the heavens, channeling a lightning-charged strike that screams with absolute authority. The sound of shattering glass echoes across the field as his fist pulverizes the demon's hardened armor into shards. A massive shockwave consumes the battlefield, leaving Sane to watch as the arrogant monster is finally buried under his own failure. The demon lies broken in the crater, staring up at Song-an in total disbelief that a human could possess such power. Sane isn't about to let him take all the credit, playfully reminding him that she was the real star of that fight. Song-an tries to celebrate with a high five, but Sane recoils in disgust at the demon blood coating his hands. He just laughs it off, insisting these are just minor scratches and he is definitely still the same old human. Despite her attitude, Sane immediately gets to work, pulling out bandages to treat the leader she clearly worries about. She can't help but lecture him, her frustration bubbling over as she scolds him for constantly pushing past his limits. Song-an's expression softens, explaining that he simply couldn't stand by while innocent people were being slaughtered by these monsters. Sane snaps back that this is a matter of survival, reminding him of his promise that the Tang Guild would finish this together. He closes his eyes, the weight of his responsibility as a leader hitting home as he quietly acknowledges her words. Song, and strikes a confident pose, giving his word to the survivors that he won't let another soul fall under his watch. Even the elite demon is visibly shaken, admitting that after centuries of slaughter, a mere human has finally cracked his ultimate defense. Sane doesn't miss the chance to twist the knife, mocking the monster for spending so much time hiding in his shell like a pathetic turtle. Instead of being insulted, the demon starts laughing like a lunatic, claiming the sensation of pain is a thrill he hasn't felt in ages. Song-an just stares in pure disgust, wondering if he's dealing with a total masochist, and suddenly losing all interest in the fight. The demon's aura explodes as he reveals his sickest desire, which is to torture worthy foes until they can no longer scream. Realizing he's on a strict clock, Song-an checks his limits, knowing his borrowed Hercules power only has 4 minutes of juice left. He doesn't waste another second, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into a massive strike that multiplies his power 5,000 times over. The resulting shockwave is so violent, it rattles the very foundations of the Dragon Breath Mountains, signaling the beginning of the end. The massive red serpent lunges forward with a roar, its eyes fixed on swallowing the resistance leader whole. But Song-an was waiting for this exact moment, crouching low as he readies his secret weapon, a high-powered magical pistol. He teleports into the air with a sudden flash, positioning himself perfectly above the beast's gaping, fiery maw. With a confident smirk, he pulls the trigger, unleashing a concentrated surge of energy directly into the demon's throat. That confidence vanishes instantly when the monster simply gulps down the entire blast like it was a light snack. The serpent begins to warp and shift, morphing into a humanoid form that mockingly thanks him for the generous gift. Cold sweat beads on Song-an's forehead as he realizes his strongest attack didn't just fail, it was completely absorbed. Lust reveals her true nature, explaining that her essence is built on mimicry and the ability to replicate any stolen power. Before he can even process the threat, she turns his own energy back on him, firing a devastating strike that leaves him paralyzed. Song-an stares down a massive wave of his own energy as it roars toward him. He narrowly avoids the initial impact, but the redirected blast isn't finished with its target. It pulls a sharp U-turn in mid-air, hunting him down with a mind of its own. Panic sets in as he realizes she's even managed to replicate the homing properties of his bone blade. Lust mocks his struggle, gleefully aiming his own magical pistol to deliver the final strike. A golden light flashes as his eternal crown triggers, sacrificing itself to cancel out the lethal hit. He collapses to one knee, barely clinging to life with his health bar in the red. But as he catches his breath, he notices a glaring inconsistency in how his gear is responding. The crown should have restored him to full health, yet his strength remains completely drained. He begins to suspect that this entire nightmare might be something far more deceptive than simple mimicry. Lust grows impatient, threatening to end his life right now if he refuses to fight back. She lunges forward with a flaming blade, closing the distance in a blur of lethal motion. Song-an grits his teeth, realizing he has to gamble everything on taking this next hit. The blade tears through him with a sickening crack, seemingly delivering a final, fatal blow. Lust cackles at his perceived weakness, mockingly asking if the great hero has finally surrendered. Hess left clinging to a mere 100 health points, looking completely broken and defeated. But then, a sharp smirk crosses his face as the glaring inconsistencies finally make sense. Standing tall, he confidently declares that this entire nightmare is nothing more than an illusion. Hez seen through the trick, realizing Hez been under her hypnotic spell since the very start. Lust's smugness turns to irritation, reminding him that knowing the truth doesn't mean he's free. Lust lunges forward with a predatory grin, taunting him with the claim that his allies have already been slaughtered. Song-an remains unfazed, calmly concluding that if he can't rely on outside help, he'll just have to strike from the inside. He flashes a cocky smirk that sends a visible shiver of doubt through the demon god's confident facade. With a surge of spiritual energy, he unleashes a massive soul attack that floods the mental landscape with spectral wails. The fabricated world begins to buckle under the pressure, splintering apart like a mirror hit by a sledgehammer. The illusion finally shatters into 1,000 pieces, revealing the scorched and desolate reality of the actual battlefield. Song An stands tall amidst the debris, knowing the slight damage to his soul was a small price for his freedom. Lust drops to her knees in a fit of pure rage, screaming that she's already memorized every single one of his moves. She discards her fragile human form, morphing into a gargantuan flaming tiger to settle the score with brute force. The beast slams into him with an earth-shattering boom, determined to bury the resistance leader once and for all. Lust shifts her strategy instantly, taking to the skies as a massive eagle with blinding speed, Song, and teleports to keep pace, swinging a shroud of black haze to clip her wings. He is momentarily shaken when she maneuvers through the darkness, realizing her agility is far beyond a normal beast. The demon god mocks his predictability, claiming she has already mapped out every single one of his combat patterns. He decides to test that theory by conjuring a storm of jagged icicles that rain down from above. The sudden change in element catches her completely off guard, forcing a pained cough of blood from her beak. Song An flashes a predatory grin, knowing he has finally found a crack in her supposed perfect defense. Before she can recover, he sprouts a forest of massive, thorny vines to entangle her in midair. Panicked and trapped, Lust realizes he is pulling from a bizarre pool of abilities she never saw coming. She discards the feathers for scales, erupting into a dragon to burn the greenery away in a localized sun. Songan dives from the heavens, condensing his mana into a blinding spear of pure energy. He drives the blast straight down the dragon's throat, turning her arrogant roar into a pained, muffled explosion. Lust sneers through the smoke, boasting that her demonic regeneration makes his little light show a total waste of time. She snaps her jaws shut on nothing but air as he flickers out of existence, leaving her looking foolish. Reappearing directly above her, he prepares to drop a bombshell that shatters her sense of security. He summons a massive, multi-eyed transformation worm that wriggles through the sky like a grotesque nightmare. With a surgical strike, he shreds the beast into pieces, letting the segments scatter across the scorched earth. He sticks the landing with a cocky grace, watching as the bait he just planted begins to take root. Forced back into her humanoid form, Lust watches in horror as the ground pulses with the growth of vampiric vines. She scrambles for high ground, finally realizing that she isn't the one hunting, she's the one being harvested. Lust laughs in his face, convinced that his supposedly final attack is nothing more than a pathetic, desperate joke. But Song An just wears a sharp, knowing smirk, watching the demon fall right into the palm of his hand. Suddenly, the blessing of the forest erupts as massive, ancient vines surge from the earth to swallow her whole. She tries to dismiss it as a petty trick, but the way those branches tighten around her throat says otherwise. Panic finally sets in when she realizes her limbs are completely pinned, leaving her utterly immobile against the crushing weight. Catching his breath, the hero explains that these aren't just plants, they're bloodthirsty parasites nurtured for this exact moment. He reveals that his relentless barrage earlier wasn't just for show. It was a calculated move to drain her stamina. Lust snarls that her infinite demonic recovery will save her, but her bravado is clearly starting to crack. He simply shakes his head, clarifying that the more energy she tries to regenerate, the more these vines will feast. It's a perfect, inescapable cycle where her own legendary power becomes the very fuel that ensures her eternal imprisonment. Song and mocks his trapped prey, noting that her failure to escape early means she is stuck forever. As the vines tighten around her screaming face, he coldly leaves her to rot in her own sins. Turning his attention elsewhere, the hero wonders how things are faring on Zachary's end of the battlefield. Elsewhere, a fierce clash erupts as the horned warrior Celios desperately tries to cut down the blonde swordsman. Zachary doesn't even flinch, smugly announcing that his powerful new class has finally been fully awakened. He effortlessly dances around the demon's clumsy strikes, mocking his opponent for becoming completely obsolete and useless. Enraged, Celios surges with blue flames, screaming that his long-held power still far outclasses a mere newcomer. Zachary just stares back with glowing gold eyes, dismissing the demon as nothing more than an expendable substitute. With a single, overwhelming surge of purple energy, he tells his foe to vanish into a depressing fate. The dust settles on a silent silhouette, leaving only the hollow sound of a fallen body hitting the dirt. Celios struggles to breathe through the dust, his mind reeling as he realizes the man before him has become someone entirely different. Zachary looms over him like an inescapable shadow, his smug silence more insulting than any verbal taunt could ever be. Panic starts to set in for the demon when he realizes his wounds aren't closing, his legendary regeneration completely failing him. Refusing to accept his end, he pours every ounce of his remaining mana into a massive, flaming azure Pegasus. Zachary barely even blinks at the spectacle, mentally dismissing the desperate charge as nothing more than a pathetic final struggle. The blue beast roars forward with lethal intent. But the swordsman doesn't move a muscle, his confidence bordering on absolute boredom. Suddenly, a colossal purple manifestation erupts from his aura, catching the flaming horse by its throat mid-air. With a sickening crunch, the giant spectral hand effortlessly crushes the demon's ultimate technique into nothing but flickering sparks. As the energy dissipates, Celios collapses back into the dirt, his pride shattered along with his most powerful attack. Driven to pure madness, the demon screams that if he's going to hell, he's dragging the blonde brat down with him. Celios thinks he finally landed a killing blow, but Zachary doesn't even flinch as the spear pierces his chest. The demon's brief moment of triumph turns to pure terror when he realizes his desperate gamble did absolutely nothing. With a mocking huff, Zachary casually yanks the weapon from his own body like it was a minor inconvenience. Green light floods the area as his recovery skills instantly knit his flesh back together without leaving a single scar. He tosses the useless spear aside, the clatter on the dry earth signaling the total end of the demon's relevance. Leaning in with a predatory grin, the swordsman makes it clear that only one of them is heading to hell. Purple energy erupts into a lethal web of slashes as Zachary finally decides to stop playing with his food. Celios can only scream in absolute agony as the spectral blades shred through his demonic hide like wet paper. In a final burst of dark energy, the once proud warrior is reduced to nothing but fading embers and bitter regret. Zachary stares at his palm, completely intoxicated by the overwhelming strength and potential of his newly awakened class. Song-An teleports into the clearing, arriving just as the dust begins to settle. He coolly asks if the slaughter is finished, his eyes fixed on his ally's back. Zachary turns to face him, his gaze glowing with a new predatory purple light. Song. And recoils in genuine shock at the sight of the once pure holy sword. With a smug grin, Zachary dismisses the concern, claiming the blade merely underwent an upgrade. The explanation is far too simple. Leaving the resistance leader drowning in sudden suspicion, Zachary dissipates the dark energy, pivoting the conversation to praise Song-An's own battlefield prowess. Still wary, Song-An demands to know if the demonic essence has been permanently erased. Zachary offers a disturbingly peaceful smile, promising that no amount of recovery magic can save him. They prepare to depart. Yet Song-An can't ignore the nagging feeling that Zachary has changed. They stand at the very precipice of hell, staring into the massive, bubbling eye of the demon king Lucifer. Song-An is ready to charge forward, convinced that crossing this threshold will finally reveal the mastermind behind the chaos. But Zachary lingers behind, a sinister purple aura flaring up as he mentions one last piece of business. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, the hero turns back with a look of genuine curiosity and confusion. In a flash of cold steel, the corrupted holy sword pierces through his chest before he can even react. Blood spills as the shock of the physical wound is eclipsed only by the crushing weight of betrayal. Falling to his knees, Song-An gasps for air, while his supposed friend admits his goal was always murder. His vision begins to blur and his strength fails, the ground beneath him feeling further away with every second. As the hero collapses into a cloud of dust, Zachary mockingly promises him a front-row seat to a new world. Far from the battlefield, crimson omens take flight over the academy, signaling that the old order has officially fallen. A young student looks to the heavens, her heart skipping a beat as strange omens fill the sky. A winged demoness sneers at the sight, recognizing the birds as messengers announcing a fallen god. The girl freezes in disbelief, finally realizing that even the most terrifying monsters can actually die. Hope spreads through the group like wildfire, with Gigi and his comrades certain their leader succeeded. Hassan joins the celebration, her eyes bright with the realization that the enemy is finally vulnerable. Fueled by this newfound courage, the entire team charges forward to bring the winged commander down. The demoness finds her recovery magic failing, her arrogance crumbling as her divine protection vanishes. Her expression twists into a mask of pure malice, promising a brutal end for every human present. Across the field, a horned brute watches the crimson omens, his confusion masking a growing dread. He barely has time to react before a human warrior drops from above to deliver a lethal judgment. Song-An pushes his limits to the breaking point, his strength multiplying 10,000-fold as purple lightning crackles around him. His companion watches with a sinking heart, terrified by the heavy physical price his body must pay for this surge. He ignores the risk and throws himself into a reckless charge, becoming a blur of violet energy and pure intent. A single, devastating punch connects, slamming into the horned brute with the force of a falling mountain. The resulting shockwave erupts into a massive explosion, turning the immediate area into a scorched, white-hot wasteland. When the dust finally settles, a massive trench remains as a silent testament to the overwhelming destructive power unleashed. Struggling to catch his breath, Song-an mockingly asks the demon if he was too distracted to even try defending himself. To his surprise, the brute simply sits calmly among the ruins, showing none of the fear or pain Song-an expected. The demon casually mentions the loss of an ally, his voice chillingly indifferent to the death of his own kind. The mention of allies makes Song-an pause, his confusion growing as he realizes the true, cold nature of his enemy. Song-an and Sane share a tense realization that the brute might be referring to a completely different demon god. Despite the uncertainty, Song-an remains confident, trusting that Zachary and Xander have already secured their objectives elsewhere. He flashes a cocky smirk, deciding it is finally time to wrap this up and bring the battle to a definitive end. The moment of triumph is cut short as a jagged blue crystal whistles through the air with lethal precision. Song-an barely catches the projectile, his expression shifting to pure shock as he realizes how close he came to being skewered. He looks toward the horizon in disbelief, wondering why the demons haven't lost their divine protection as planned. The horned brute just laughs at their confusion, flexing his scaly arm and claiming he has never felt more powerful. Sensing the sudden spike in murderous intent, Sen prepares to draw her blade to defend her commander. Song-an immediately blocks her path, firmly ordering her to stay back and out of the line of fire. Crushing the crystal shard into dust, he warns her to evacuate everyone, because the coming clash is far beyond their level. Song-an looks back with a heavy gaze, certain that his loyal companion already knows the reckless path he must take. Sane struggles to keep her composure, insisting that her role as guild leader means protecting her people, including him. The surrounding warriors can only watch in disbelief, questioning if their boss is truly suicidal enough to fight a god alone. Accepting his resolve, Sen finally turns away while cursing his impulsive nature one last time to hide her mounting fear. She leads the retreat, screaming for him to remember their pact to survive and see the world beyond this game. A sharp, cocky grin spreads across his face as he promises to keep his word while dark energy surges violently. The massive, glowing silhouette of Hercules erupts behind him, though he realizes this borrowed power only lasts 3 minutes. He plants his feet firmly, the ground screaming under the pressure of his sudden, explosive acceleration toward the demon. The spectral titan throws a devastating punch, meeting the horned brute head-on in a collision that shatters the surrounding air. With the clock ticking down, he pushes his body past its limits, desperate to end this before his strength vanishes completely. Zachary sprints into the heart of the demon palace, his ego driving him toward the final confrontation, where he screams for the Demon King to show himself, only to find a quiet scholar reading. The old man looks up in genuine shock, wondering if a Demon King actually exists nearby, while Zachary narrows his eyes, his suspicion growing as he stares down the frail-looking elder. With a humble gesture, the man reveals he is Alaris, the demon god representing sloth, and it clicks for Zachary that this is the final target, though his lack of aggression is baffling. Alaris admits he finds combat distasteful, preferring the peaceful solitude of his massive library, as he tries to play mentor, reminding the young man that wisdom is the ultimate weapon. Snapping at the delay, Zachary demands to know the location of the one he truly seeks, until feathers drift through the air and Lucifer descends, making her presence known at last. Zachary can barely keep his composure, his pulse racing as he stands before the literal embodiment of his goals. Lucifer doesn't hide her distaste, finding the human's proximity more than a little grating on her royal nerves. He finds a sick sense of honor in her insult, glad that he still registers as human despite his betrayal. Alaris welcomes the princess back, completely ignoring the tension as Zachary lugs his heavy, bandaged cargo forward. She dismisses her recent slaughter as a boring necessity, treating the lives she took like mere household pests. Hearing that the world is already falling to the demon, Bodis sends a cold shiver down Zachary's spine. Alaris strokes her ego, reminding her that a princess shouldn't waste her divine time on such lowly creatures. With a wave of his hand, the old god finally offers to guide the traitor toward the Demon King. Zachary follows with a confident stride, already imagining the power hell wield once this deal is finalized. Slung over his shoulder is the ultimate bargaining chip, a broken and unconscious Song-an, silenced by bandages. Lucifer stops them in their tracks, her sharp eyes narrowing as she senses something out of place. Zachary freezes, his heart skipping a beat as he wonders if he has already overstepped his bounds. She points a demanding finger at the heavy, bandaged bundle, wanting to know exactly what he is dragging into her home. He plays it cool, casually dismissing the legendary hero as nothing more than a useless human corpse. This sends the old god Alaris into a fit of rage, disgusted that such filth would defile the sacred spirit palace. But Zachary is not backing down, his eyes flashing with a sudden, dangerous spark of defiance against the ancient demon. The princess does not care for his excuses, coldly ordering him to drop the body right where he stands. Zachary doubles down, claiming he only takes orders from the king himself, even as the air begins to chill. He tries to justify the move, explaining that his former friend is the perfect candidate to be reborn. Her patience has reached its limit, and she gives him one final, terrifying warning to leave the body and vanish. Zachary stares back with a cold, defiant glare, wondering if the princess actually has the guts to strike him down. Lucifer doesn't hesitate for a second, her wings unfurling as she makes it clear that his only reward for disobedience is death. She lunges forward like a falling star, her blade thirsty for the blood of the man who dared to talk back. The air screams as she unleashes her ultimate perennial slash, a wave of destructive energy aimed directly at the traitor. Zachary's heart hammers against his ribs as he desperately invokes the agility of a god just to keep his head. He barely manages to dance out of the way, the sheer pressure of the attack nearly blowing him off his feet. Even the old god Alaris is shaken, frantically shouting for her to mind the sacred spirits resting within the palace walls. But the princess is a blur of silver and steel, appearing behind her prey before he can even finish his next breath. A violent spark erupts between them as the traitor is forced to abandon his escape and fight for his life. Zachary grinds his teeth in disbelief, realizing her speed is on par with the legendary teleportation he once relied on. Lucifer's eyes burn with a cold, lethal focus as she prepares to unleash the full weight of her divine wrath. She summons the volatile specter, a horrific manifestation of soul-tearing energy that screams with the hunger of 1,000 ghosts. Zachary feels a chill down to his marrow, realizing this isn't a physical attack, he can simply dodge or parry. He slams his blade into the marble to steady his shaking legs, refusing to drop the bandaged burden in his arms. The princess looms over him like a judge, offering a final ultimatum to hand over the human or die where he stands. It makes no sense to the traitor, who can't fathom why a being of her status would care about a mortal. But Lucifer is acting on instinct, seeing a ghost of the past in the face of the man she's supposed to hate. Zachary finds it almost pathetic that a demon god would harbor sentiment for a race they usually view as mere parasites. She doesn't owe him an explanation, taking to the sky with her wings spread wide to reclaim what she believes is hers. Gritting his teeth, Zachary lets his dark energy surge, ready to show this princess that even gods have a breaking point. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, the elderly overseer loses his patience, demanding they take their destructive squabble outside. His outburst is cut short by a sudden distortion in reality, a swirling vortex of crimson energy that signals a far greater presence. Stepping through the rift with casual arrogance, the pink-haired creator orders both the traitor and the princess to stand down immediately. The old man exhales in pure relief, thankful the master arrived before the palace was reduced to a pile of expensive rubble. Zachary can only stare in confusion, wondering if the name Dragon is a literal title or just another layer of this man's mystery. With a nonchalant shrug, the master admits he's been called everything from a god to a game developer, and frankly, he doesn't care. Lucifer isn't interested in his eccentricities, demanding to know why a lowly human was ever granted passage into the sacred realm of Valhalla. Flashing 3 fingers, the creator explains that Zachary earned his place by being the first to actually complete the impossible questline. He notes that while demons have the upper hand now, they need a human's unique perspective to truly extinguish the flames of their enemies. Besides, he views Zachary as little more than an exotic pet, a curiosity to show off when the Ancient Ones finally return home. Lucifer narrows her eyes in disbelief, suspecting the creator is just making things up as he goes. Dragon just waves her off with a cocky grin, acting like his genius is simply misunderstood. The princess doesn't care for his games, demanding Zachary hand over the bandaged body immediately. The master's expression hardens as he realizes Zachary broke the rules by bringing an uninvited guest. Bowing low, Zachary desperately explains that the unconscious warrior was once the strongest player he knew. Dragon remains unmoved, coldly stating that only one human is eligible to transcend their mortal limits. As Zachary tries to protest, the creator cuts him off with a sharp, authoritative command for silence. Even under that crushing gaze, Zachary refuses to back down, determined to protect his fallen comrade. Finding the situation hilarious, Dragon asks the princess why she's so obsessed with a supposed corpse. Lucifer offers nothing but a frigid stare, making it clear her motives are her own. The creator steps forward with the casual, mocking confidence of a man who owns every soul in the room. He leans in to inspect the prize, while Hassan shrieks in recognition, identifying the bandaged man as a notorious cheater. Recalling this down the big boss, the memory of Zachary's sudden backstab still burns in his mind, a wound deeper than any physical blade. He can still hear the hollow apology from the moment his former comrade claimed that murder was a necessity. As he fell into the dust, Xander was consumed by the agonizing confusion of why his friend betrayed humanity. But gasping for air in the wasteland, he realizes he isn't a ghost, but a man very much alive. Since his eternal crown never activated, he finally understands that the lethal blow was actually a calculated sleeping spell. Song-an demands to know what Zachary was thinking, his eyes burning with a mix of fury and confusion. As the spatial energy swirls violently, the reality of the situation begins to sink in for everyone present. Dragon's face contorts in pure rage, his ego bruised by the realization that he fell for a cheap decoy. Song-an brushes past a stunned Zachary, promising to settle their personal debt once the real threat is handled. He lunges forward with his energy weapon primed, his sights set firmly on the architect of this world. The overseer lets out a terrified scream, sensing the massive power surge that is about to level the room. Song-an dives toward Lucifer with blinding speed, forcing the high-ranking demon into a desperate defensive stance. With a simple, arrogant flick of his wrist, the frantic battlefield falls into a deathly, unnatural silence. Dragon walks through the frozen air like it is a Sunday stroll, mocking the hero who thought he could win. Song-an can only watch in internal horror, his body locked in place while his mind reels at the unfairness. The creator begins stacking every cheat in the book, laughing as he grants himself infinite health and godlike strength. With his ego fully restored, he prepares to let reality resume just so he can crush his opponent's spirit. The moment time flows again, the legendary blade shatters like glass against the creator's invulnerable skin. Song-an reels in pure shock, unable to comprehend how his legendary blade could shatter like a cheap toy. Dragon just smirks behind his shades, reminding the hero that every stat and item durability is his to manipulate. The hero's blood boils as he realizes he isn't just fighting a god, but the very man who wrote the laws of physics. Refusing to yield, he discards his useless hilt and pivots to a merchant crafting skill, erupting massive ice spikes from the floor. But the creator simply strolls through the frozen forest, system prompts confirming his absolute invulnerability to any form of damage. Desperate for a blind spot, Song-an teleports through the shadows to unleash a black haze, hoping to bypass direct defense. It's a pathetic effort in the eyes of the architect, who watches as the system effortlessly cancels out the status effect. Gritting his teeth against the unfairness of it all, the challenger pulls out a high-tech energy cannon for a final gamble. He pours every ounce of his remaining mana into the weapon, lighting up the hall with a blinding, high-output blue surge. Yet, looking at the creator's bored expression, it's clear that even this ultimate blast is nothing more than a minor annoyance. Song-an stares in horror as the system itself rejects his attack, flashing errors that he cannot even lock on. Realizing his high-tech gamble was a total bust, he tosses the useless junk aside in a fit of rage. He searches his mind for one last exploit, but the system dings with a cruel reminder that he no longer meets the requirements for his own treasure. The creator just laughs, mockingly reminding him that what the developer gives, the developer can easily take back. The weight of absolute powerlessness finally hits home, sending the legendary hero crashing heavily to his knees. He feels like a mere mortal again, stripped of his ego while the architect demands his total surrender. Even Zachary steps forward to twist the knife, coldly stating that no player can ever defeat a game master. Song-an can only glare in bitter betrayal, wondering why his former comrade even bothered bringing him here to fail. Zachary drops a total bombshell, calmly announcing his intention to swear his full allegiance to the enemy. Song-an reels in pure disbelief, struggling to process the fact that his closest ally is actually defecting. Claiming humanity is already doomed, Zachary's cowardice earns him a sharp, stinging strike across the face. Song-an screams the names of their fallen friends, demanding to know if their sacrifices meant absolutely nothing. He seizes the traitor by the collar, desperate to find a shred of the hero he once trusted. But Zachary just closes his eyes, shamelessly admitting he's nothing more than a cold-hearted opportunist now. The sheer weight of the betrayal leaves Song-an speechless, his heart sinking as he stares at this stranger. Even as the creator watches the drama unfold, Song-an demands to know Zachary's true, twisted endgame. Looking completely convinced, Zachary admits that witnessing the Demon Master's absolute power finally broke his resolve. The architect erupts in mocking laughter, delighted to see the hero's last pillar of support crumble into submission. The architect turns his mocking gaze towards Song-an, forcing the hero to face a final, impossible choice. With a twisted smirk, he asks if the hero would rather perish alongside the rest of humanity, or take his hand and join the demons in welcoming a glorious new era. Song-an remains silent for a long moment, the shadows hiding the storm brewing behind his eyes. Finally, he releases his grip on Zachary, admitting the traitor was always the pragmatic one among them. A faint, weary smile touches his lips as he reflects on his life before this nightmare began, leaving Zachary to watch in stunned silence as his old friend begins to pull away. Song-an declares he'd rather die with those he loves than spend eternity kneeling before monsters. His mind drifts back to the days when he was just an invisible office worker, mocked by everyone, where his only enemy was a crushing mountain of debt that once felt like a death sentence. He spent his nights slurping cheap ramen in silence, a man so hollow that even dreaming felt like a luxury he couldn't afford. Back then, the world was just a chorus of voices calling him pathetic, mocking the loser who had no one to turn to. Yet, even in that suffocating darkness, a few kind souls reached out, offering a seat at the table and a moment of warmth. Everything shifted on that fateful day when the world broke and he was pulled into a reality he never expected. Suddenly, the invisible office worker was gone, replaced by a warrior standing over the broken bodies of fallen kings. But the real prize wasn't the strength or the titles. It was the family he finally found among the chaos. Song-an knows that choosing humanity might mean watching his godlike power shatter into a million useless pieces, but he'd trade every ounce of magic just to keep the memory of those shared drinks and genuine smiles alive. With every step forward, his resolve hardens, refusing to abandon the only things that ever truly mattered to him. He stares down his tempters, flatly rejecting their hollow evolution because a world without his friends isn't a world worth living in. Song-an stands his ground, declaring he'd rather die with those he loves than crawl before a group of demons. Even as Zachary looks down on him with cold indifference, the hero remains unshaken by the weight of betrayal. Baimon watches the scene with a flicker of genuine confusion, unable to grasp why a human would choose certain death. The pink-haired man sighs behind his shades, lamenting that while Song-an's choice was noble, the price is his life. With a casual wave of his hand, he summons a barrage of spectral blades to end the legend once and for all. Song-an closes his eyes and accepts the end, whispering a final, silent apology to Sophie for his broken promise. But the expected death blow never arrives, replaced instead by the sharp, ringing sound of steel meeting steel. In a move that stuns every witness in the hall, Baimon throws herself forward to shield the falling warrior. Song-an can only stare in total disbelief, demanding to know why a demon would suddenly risk everything for him. His executioner's face contorts with pure rage as he demands to know why Baimon is defending their greatest enemy. Baimon stares down at the fallen warrior, her voice heavy with the sudden realization that his death would be a mistake. The executioner just sneers behind his shades, unable to grasp why she would waste a shred of pity on a lowly human. But the princess is elsewhere, her mind racing as she feels a hauntingly familiar energy radiating from the broken man. Tears of confusion fall as an ancient, instinctual bond starts to override every demonic command she's ever received. This hesitation sends the elder into a rage, reminding her that she owes her very life to the one who awakened her. With a smug grin, the pink-haired narcissist mocks her for forgetting the sacred oath she swore to their creator. Baimon doesn't back down, manifesting her energy blades in a sharp flash as she prepares to take the prisoner by force. Hassan charges forward with a scream of fury, appalled that the princess would dare to turn her weapon against the master. Locking eyes with her former ally, Baimon decides to test if the creator's power can actually suppress her innate soul. The executioner just laughs at the challenge, relishing the irony that her birthright is the one thing he can't truly dominate. Baimon strikes at the executioner with everything she's got, her energy blade cutting through the air with lethal intent. But the narcissist doesn't even flinch, stopping her desperate strike with just 2 fingers and a mocking smirk. Gritting her teeth, the princess realizes that the gap in their raw power is even wider than she feared. The elder screams at her for this betrayal, while the pink-haired man laughs, claiming she's just using the prisoner as an excuse. Baimon snaps, declaring that these so-called ancient beings don't deserve to set foot on this planet ever again. Hassan is absolutely floored, unable to believe the princess would renounce her own royal lineage so easily. With a sudden burst of speed, Baimon retreats to gain distance, her mind flooded with bitter memories of her past. She stands tall, reminding them of the island where she was caged like an animal by the very masters they serve. Fueled by the memory of the one person who actually cared for her, she lunges forward for another desperate assault. The resulting collision sends a shockwave through the hall as she stakes her life on this final act of defiance. Baimon's strike carries the weight of years of resentment, forcing the pink-haired executioner to finally take her seriously. Hez visibly rattled, sweating as he realizes she shouldn't even have the memories fueling this sudden, violent outburst. The princess admits the finer details are hazy after 6 years of forced slumber, but the instinct remains. The man's smug composure completely evaporates as he stares into the eyes of someone who is truly snapped. She lunges forward with dual blades, declaring that her very first thought upon waking was the desire to kill him. As the two powerhouses clash, the onlookers can only watch in shock while the hall descends into total anarchy. Amidst the distraction, Song-an feels a spark of energy return, realizing this chaos is his only chance to recover. He knows that if he can just take out the man in charge, he can flip the script on this entire execution. With a sudden burst of speed, he summons his blade and charges forward to reclaim his fate with one decisive strike. But the traitor Zachary intercepts him, coldly claiming he knows exactly what the hero is planning and won't let it happen. Song-an reels in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why his own comrade would turn his back on humanity. Zachary just smirks, coldly explaining that he only let the hero survive because he felt a shred of pity. He breaks into a mocking laugh, admitting that his allegiance was never with the humans to begin with. The realization hits Song-an like a physical blow, his shock quickly curdling into a cold, sharp fury. Zachary draws a gem-encrusted blade, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of his newfound, twisted purpose. Seeing the man he once trusted fully embrace the darkness, Song-an decides to stop holding back entirely. The traitor boasts about his new demonic rank, claiming that betraying his kind was just a means to an end. A system notification confirms the nightmare, revealing that Zachary has evolved into a high-level demon god named Odin. Disgusted by the sight of the monster standing before him, Song-an prepares to end this once and for all. He kicks off the ground with explosive speed, closing the distance to strike down the man who sold his soul. Zachary lunges forward with a manic grin, shouting for Xander to bring it on after waiting so long for this moment. His eyes burn with a twisted sense of fate, fully convinced that this bloody reunion was always their destiny. He leaps into the air with reckless abandon, daring the hero to show him the full extent of his legendary power. Song-an simply sighs, lamenting that they had to become enemies before activating a glowing blue artifact in his hand. A blinding flash erupts from the device, momentarily turning the entire battlefield into a sea of white light. Zachary isn't just some low-level grunt anymore, utilizing Odin's godlike speed to blur past the incoming energy. Anticipating the move, Song-an crafts massive stone pillars that erupt from the floor to cage the traitor in place. He knows a few jagged rocks won't be enough to stop a demon god, his gaze hardening with lethal intent. He immediately pivots to a larger scale, conjuring a massive tidal wave that dwarfs everything in the room. The water crashes down with the weight of a collapsing mountain, threatening to drown Zachary in his own arrogance. Zachary surges forward with Odin's divine speed, effortlessly skipping across the surface of the crashing tidal wave. He doesn't get far before Song encounters with a suffocating black haze that instantly blankets the area. The traitor's eyes go wide as the system confirms he's been completely blinded by the hero's tactical smoke. Even in the dark, he remains insufferably cocky, boasting that he's already memorized every one of his rival's patterns. Song-an doesn't bother arguing, instead summoning a rank A Hellblade to replace his shattered bone weapon. He delivers a heavy strike against Zachary's towering spectral form, the impact sending sparks flying through the void. The traitor is momentarily rattled, realizing he severely underestimated how well the hero can manipulate these divine constructs. His shock quickly turns into a deranged laugh as he prepares to show the hero the true gap between their powers. Cosmic energy begins to swirl and crackle between his hands, condensing into a localized vortex of pure destruction. Before Song-an can react, Zachary triggers Odin's realm, trapping the legendary player inside a sphere of total incarceration. Song-an finds himself completely paralyzed as the incarceration spell takes hold, pinning his limbs against the crushing purple energy. Zachary finally clears the smoke from his vision, sneering at the sight of the defenseless hero who doesn't even have a blade left to swing. Instead of trembling, Song-an just smirks, reminding the traitor that surviving impossible odds is the only way he's ever known how to live. The traitor stands tall and arrogant, convinced that this glowing prison will serve as the final resting place for the man he once called a friend. Song-an closes his eyes for a moment of quiet focus, finding a strange sense of peace in the familiarity of being backed into a corner. With a dramatic flourish and a mock farewell to the legend of Xander, Zachary prepares to deliver the final, decisive blow. He lunges forward with murderous intent, his blade cutting through the air with the full weight of his stolen divine authority. The golden sword connects with the shimmering barrier, aiming to pierce straight through the hero's heart and end the struggle. But instead of a clean kill, there's only a dull thud as the blade bounces harmlessly off the cage, failing to draw a single drop of blood. Zachary's jaw drops in pure disbelief, his mind reeling as he realizes his ultimate execution move didn't even leave a scratch. Song-an reveals it wasn't luck or a shield that saved him, but a fundamental rule of the world. Zachary stares in horror as the system itself denies his strike, labeling the area a non-combat zone. The hero reveals his secret weapon, the very glitches and bugs that the developers failed to patch out. By manipulating the game's parameters, he's turned this battlefield into a safe room where players can't harm one another. Refusing to accept reality, the traitor screams that cheap tricks can never overcome the absolute power of a god. He pushes his stolen divinity to the limit, pouring every ounce of speed and strength into one final, desperate charge. But Song-an is already 3 steps ahead, calmly activating his crafting skill to manifest a new defense. With a chilling grin, he reminds his former friend of the tidal wave he dodged earlier in their encounter. Confusion flickers in the trader's eyes as he realizes he might have fallen into a much larger trap. That previous assault was nothing but a feint, designed to lure him into the path of a massive, frozen execution. Song-an flashes a predatory grin, signaling that the real main course of this execution is finally being served. Baimon looks around at the frozen wasteland with a skeptical gaze, wondering if his rival really wasted so much effort just to change the scenery. He sneers at the display, convinced that he actually gave the legendary Xander far too much credit for such a mediocre trap. But the hero's smile only widens as he asks the trader why he's under the impression that this is just a simple battlefield. Reaching out with a hand wreathed in chilling energy, he clarifies that this isn't a stage, it's a custom-made grave. Song-an lunges forward with a sudden burst of violence, forcing Baimon to weave through the jagged pillars of ice with frantic precision. Desperate to maintain his edge, the traitor activates the speed of Odin's might, flooding his veins with stolen godlike power. He blurs across the frozen floor with a mocking laugh, certain that these silly parlor tricks are far too slow to ever touch him. With his demonic attributes surging, Baimon feels invincible, believing that no mortal trap can catch a god in constant motion. He dives in for a final strike, taunting Song-an for wasting his stamina in a cold environment that will only lead to his own undoing. Song-an scoffs at the traitor's arrogance, promising that hell be buried long before the cold even becomes an issue. He slams his power into the ground, conjuring a massive wall of jagged, crystalline death that cuts off any escape. Baimon's smug expression finally cracks as he realizes the sheer scale of the elemental mana being thrown his way. Standing before the towering glacier, the traitor grips his stolen blade, feeling like a caged bird in a frozen wasteland. He snarls in frustration, comparing the hero to a stubborn beast that simply refuses to roll over and die. But the hero just smirks, casually mentioning that he's added a little something extra to this sub-zero playground. Before Baimon can move, dark, spectral hands erupt from the shadows, anchoring his feet to the killing floor. A wave of ghostly energy washes over him, a soul-shredding strike designed to bypass his physical defenses entirely. Song-an explains with chilling calm that every bit of damage dealt here is carved directly into the traitor's spirit. As the ice solidifies at absolute zero, Baimon gasps for air, feeling his very life force wither under the touch of the void. Baimon's eyes narrow in a flicker of pure desperation as the weight of his impending defeat finally sinks in. Refusing to go down quietly, he forces his stolen divinity to erupt into a blinding pillar of holy light. The traitor uses the explosive momentum to leap clear, narrowly avoiding the soul-shredding strike meant to end him. Gasping for air, he brags that his divine radiance makes him essentially untouchable to any lethal damage. Song-an simply smirks, revealing that he's been counting on Baimon to waste his best defensive moves early. A cold shiver runs down the traitor's spine as he realizes the hero is playing a much deeper game. With chilling confidence, the hero explains that he's already won and Baimon is simply digging his own grave. Elsewhere, a surge of divine power manifests as 60 simultaneous explosions, signaling the intervention of a higher authority. Looking bored behind his shades, the creator executes a system command to bring a new nightmare onto the board. A monstrous, level 100 demon roars into existence, ready to enforce the absolute will of its master. The creator watches with detached interest as his summoned enforcer charges toward the winged warrior. Her grip tightens on the hilt of her blade, her focus narrowing down to a single, lethal point. In a flash of crimson light, she cleaves the level 100 demon in two with effortless precision. The creator remains entirely unimpressed, standing amidst the fading remains of his fallen pawn. Landing before him, the warrior prepares to end the architect of this chaos once and for all. With a casual snap of his fingers, the creator executes a command to strip away his own invincibility. Hassan is left reeling in shock, terrified that her master has just made a fatal, suicidal mistake. The sage calmly notes that against a blade that cuts the future, such defenses are nothing but a distraction. As the final strike descends, the creator warps reality itself, compressing space to catch the warrior off guard. A cold realization hits her as she finds her unstoppable technique countered by a power far beyond her own. The creator smugly explains that his space compression creates a lag in reality, rendering her instant/useless. Unfazed, the warrior retorts that even a god cannot possibly block every single strike she is about to throw. She taps into her divine power, manifesting 1,000 illusions that radiate with a blinding, holy light. Hassan watches in pure terror, while the sage realizes the situation has finally spiraled out of control. He knows that while one slash can be delayed, 1,000 cuts from the future are impossible to stop. Fueled by 6 years of imprisonment, Her Highness prepares to unleash her long-awaited vengeance upon her former captor. Her gaze sharpens with lethal intent, focusing every ounce of her being on the upcoming killing blow. The illusions blur into a storm of steel, descending upon the architect of this world with terrifying speed. Even the creator begins to sweat, marveling at the sheer elegance of a technique he simply cannot block. Hassan screams a desperate warning as the inevitable doom closes in on her master. The lethal strike connects with blinding speed, tearing through the architect's defenses before he can even blink. Blood spills from his lips as the weight of the future-cutting technique finally shatters his arrogant composure. The once mighty creator hits the floor, his strength failing as Hassan rushes to his side in a total panic. She desperately shakes him, pleading for her master to wake up while the reality of his defeat sinks in. Her Highness looks down with cold indifference, satisfied that the reign of this self-proclaimed god has finally ended. To her, this wasn't just a battle, but the rightful execution of a dragon who had overstayed his welcome. Hassan's grief quickly turns to a desperate rage, screaming that the warrior is the one who truly deserves to die. The royal warrior's gaze sharpens, her patience for the assistant's loyalty wearing thin as she prepares to finish the job. Since they share such a deep bond, she decides it's only fair to send them both to the afterlife together. But just as the final blow looms, a subtle twitch of the creator's hand suggests the game isn't quite over yet. Her Highness freezes, her cold confidence shattering as she stares at a man who should be dead. Defying every law of nature, the creator stands back up, sending Hassan into a fit of ecstatic relief. He rewards his assistant's loyalty with a quiet head pat, his calm demeanor a sharp contrast to the chaos. The warrior demands to know how a fragile human body could possibly recover from such a devastating wound. He simply stares her down, confirming that despite his power, he hasn't forgotten his mortal roots. That blade through his chest didn't bring fear, but rather a flood of memories from a much darker time. Long before he was a god, he was just a boy sitting in the ruins of a world that hated him. He recalls the rough hands of soldiers who treated human life like a game for their own amusement. Every moment of suffering in that war-torn hell was a lesson in the true nature of human cruelty. Staring down the barrel of a gun, he realized that to survive, he would have to become something more. The waves crash against the shore, a rhythmic sound that marks the beginning of a life he never expected. Opening his eyes to the vast, clear sky, he finds himself breathing in the salt air of a nameless island. The young creator coughs violently, realizing that by some miracle, the bullet meant to end him missed his heart by millimeters. Looking up through the haze of pain, he finds himself face to face with the girl who would change everything. Beside Her Highness stands a youthful song. On, their innocent smiles a haunting reminder of a bond before the betrayal. He stares at his bloodied hands, overwhelmed by the realization that his understanding of the world has been forever altered. A mysterious silhouette looms over him, her presence carrying a weight that makes his heart skip a beat. She speaks of a higher power, questioning if a true architect actually governs the reality they inhabit. The boy is taken aback by the question, wondering if she is referring to the concept of a divine god. She simply shakes her head, searching for a title far more fitting for the entity that truly pulls the strings. She smirks while explaining that every game needs a master, someone with the absolute authority to rewrite the laws of existence at a whim. It turns out humanity has been rigged from the start, their very DNA filled with hard-coded limitations and a natural vulnerability to the world's cruelty. The young architect can only stare in stunned silence, his mind struggling to process the idea that his entire reality might just be a controlled environment. She treats the human race like low-level players in a massive simulation, forever unable to change the things that actually matter. The revelation hits like a physical blow when she admits that she is the one pulling the strings, the ultimate enforcer of these cosmic rules. But she isn't acting alone, identifying herself as part of the ancient beings, a group that predates the very concept of humanity. The creator nearly chokes on his own breath, the sheer impossibility of her claim forcing him to ask who these prehistoric masters actually are. Long before the first man walked the earth, her people were already here, watching the stars and claiming the world as their own. They didn't just inhabit the planet, they dismantled its fundamental coding, seizing total control over every digital and physical fiber of the globe. However, even the most perfect administrators can't fight fate, and when the environment soured, they were forced into an era of eternal, silent sleep. Before that long slumber, they fled their dying home, venturing into the stars to find a new sanctuary. But they never intended to stay away, engineering the human race as a biological anchor for their eventual return. As humanity flourished under their shadow, she calmly explains that they were actively testing their creation with brutal trials. The realization hits the creator like a freight train as he demands to know if his parents' deaths were just a game. With a chillingly casual smile, she confirms his worst fears without a single shred of remorse or hesitation. He can only tremble in horror as she justifies the slaughter, claiming they must prune the weak for species advancement. It's a sick meritocracy where the most exceptional humans are offered a seat at the table of the gods themselves. Now, she extends that same blood-stained invitation to him, asking if he's ready to discard his humanity and join them. The young architect stands frozen, his mind reeling at the sheer audacity of the woman who orchestrated his suffering. But he isn't some pawn to be bought, screaming his refusal at the monster who turned his life into a tragedy. The goddess isn't taking any chances, coldly deciding that since the boy has heard the forbidden truth, he can't be allowed to leave alive. But as the shadow of death looms over him, the young architect doesn't tremble. He prepares to utter a proposal that will change everything. Standing tall despite the overwhelming divine pressure, he shocks the ancient being by claiming he has the power to help her. She can't help but mock the sheer audacity of his claim, wondering what a mere teenager could possibly offer a being who has lived for centuries. With tears of rage streaming down his face, he strikes a nerve by pointing out that their supposed omnipotence is a lie if they're forced to hide. His sharp insight earns him a burst of genuine laughter as she finds this defiant little human far more entertaining than she initially expected. Her amusement quickly sharpens into a cold admission, confirming that he's hit the mark, and the ancient ones are indeed desperate to return home. Frustration leaks through her regal composure as she explains that humanity's uncontrolled growth has turned their planned return into a suicide mission. Seeing his opening, the boy doubles down on his dark path, promising to help the gods correct the world's course even if it costs every human life. It's a proposal so twisted that even a goddess has to pause, questioning why she should ever trust a boy willing to sell out his entire species. He argues that neither of them has a choice anymore, bound by the same desperate circumstances. With tears of pure hatred, he declares his only reason for living is to claim his revenge. A world away, the tide washes over a quiet beach, where life moves at a slower pace. Here, Sunny and Luna pass the time by observing the simple creatures of the shore. Sunny questions how long their mother will visit, and why she's so focused on the human dragon. Luna ignores the politics, her heart aching only for a chance to return to their true home. The boy wonders if their mother will bring their new human friend along for the journey. Luna sighs, doubting whether a fragile human being could ever truly survive in their divine realm. Their mother finally appears on the horizon, casually leading the young architect toward the waiting children. Overjoyed, Sunny forgets his questions and races across the sand to greet the woman he calls mother. Sunny immediately dives into his mother's arms, the boy's excitement bubbling over as he admits how much he missed her. Luna watches the reunion from the sidelines, her expression unreadable as she struggles with her own complicated feelings of isolation. Noticing the distance, the goddess questions if her daughter is actually unhappy to see her return to the shore. Luna quickly closes the gap, desperate to prove her devotion, and insisting that she truly is glad to be reunited. The goddess pulls them both close, calling them her little angels while basking in their desperate need for her affection. Reaching out, she presents Sunny with a glowing gift that leaves the boy breathless with pure, unadulterated wonder. This is the Stark Triangle, a divine tool once used to harvest the world's glitches, now a toy for his amusement. Sunny is absolutely ecstatic, realizing he finally has the power to build a world of his very own design. Turning her attention back to Luna, the mother acknowledges the heavy toll this long exile has taken on her spirit. She offers a shimmering necklace and a promise, swearing that the girl's long-awaited return home is finally within reach. Sunny calls out to his sister with a voice full of pure, unearned excitement. He proudly displays the glowing Stark Triangle, completely unaware of the divine eyes watching him from the shore. Watching from the sidelines, the young architect finds himself deeply confused by the presence of these strange children. The goddess explains that Luna is actually royalty, a central figure in their grand plan to reclaim the earth. The boy wonders if something truly horrific forced such powerful beings to seek refuge in a place like this. She praises his sharp intuition but reminds him that he only breathes because she finds him useful for now. As Sunny continues to play, the goddess looks on with a gaze that has suddenly turned ice-cold and predatory. To her, the boy is nothing more than a pathetic stray, an abandoned piece of trash with no future. With her third eye glowing, she commands the young architect to use his new power to erase Sunny entirely. Years later, the survivor wears a smug grin, mocking the very idea of death while thanking Raphael for his life. Luna is absolutely floored, unable to comprehend how a mere human could walk away from such lethal wounds and stand before her now. But the creator just stands there with that punchable grin, casually reminding the princess that despite his power, he's still just a mortal man. He gives his loyal assistant a playful head pat, crediting his miraculous survival entirely to the existence of the one he calls Raphael. Luna narrows her eyes in suspicion, sensing there's a much darker secret hidden behind the cute, winged exterior of the girl standing beside him. She begins to realize that this assistant isn't just some mindless NPC he whipped up on a whim to fill a role in his world. The creator erupts into a mocking laugh, asking if she really thought he'd be dumb enough to wake her from a 6-year slumber without a backup plan. As the pieces finally click into place, Luna is forced to face a terrifying reality that she never saw coming during her long sleep. Hassan can hardly contain the secret any longer, blurting out the truth that Raphael is actually a clone designed for a specific purpose. With a sharp, triumphant smirk, the creator corrects her, revealing that Raphael is actually a living, breathing piece of the princess herself. He looks back to the moment the goddess first granted him the authority to rewrite the very commands of the earth. He soon discovered that the key to this power was hidden within the DNA of the planet's original lifeforms. By manipulating this code, he gained the ability to reshape the environment and even dictate the movements of the heavens. With a cocky grin, he explains that this level of absolute manipulation is what it truly means to be a god. Luna's heart sinks as she begins to suspect that his ambitions reach far beyond the realm of mere mortals. He confirms her worst fears, revealing that Raphael is a composite of her DNA and every ancient being in Valhalla. The revelation is so audacious that it leaves the human leader paralyzed in a state of pure, unadulterated shock. Luna can hardly contain her rage, realizing her own lineage was stolen to create a weapon against her race. With Raphael serving as his ultimate insurance policy, the creator finally has the means to dominate the divine race. Luna finally realizes that she has drastically underestimated the threat this pink-haired human poses to her kind. Driven by a mix of fear and fury, she lunges forward, determined to erase him from existence right then and there. However, her blade meets an invisible barrier as the system itself rejects her strike, labeling the attack a total failure. She gasps in pure disbelief, her heart racing as she feels the fundamental laws of the world shifting against her. The creator just smirks, mockingly explaining that with Raphael's power, he can rewrite her very attributes and render her useless. As she hangs helplessly in the air, he prepares to show her exactly what happens when a human gains administrative privileges. With a chilling, sadistic grin, he reveals that his control is so absolute he can even force her to end her own life. In a sickening display of dominance, Luna's own hands betray her as she stabs herself and collapses at his feet. Trembling and bloodshot, her eyes reflect a soul-crushing realization that a mere mortal has successfully brought a goddess to her knees. The creator struts toward the broken goddess, mockingly asking how it feels to be dominated by a mere human. He lifts her effortlessly by the throat, admitting his deep-seated hatred has always extended far beyond just humanity. Gasping for air and desperate for answers, Luna demands to know what his twisted endgame actually is. With a look of pure, unhinged ambition, he declares his intent to burn the entire world to the ground. Alaras watches in absolute horror, trembling as he realizes this path of destruction might leave nothing left for them. The creator flashes a deceptively warm smile, casually promising the old man that his kind will still have a place. Seeing the writing on the wall, the human leader drops to his knees in a pathetic display of total submission. Turning his attention back to his captive, the creator sneers and invites the fallen princess to share her final words. Through her pain, she manages one last defiant warning, certain that a hero is already on his way to stop him. The creator's smugness falters for a split second as he questions who this mysterious savior could possibly be. Luna spits blood with a triumphant grin, knowing the man they thought was dead has finally returned. Emerging from the void of the past, Song-an stands tall, looking more like a god than a player. He stares down the traitorous Baimon, mocking the coward to empty his entire bag of tricks before the end. A cold, predatory smile creeps across his face as he prepares to let his enemy's own greed finish the job. Blinded by rage, Baimon charges forward, screaming about how his new demonic attributes make him truly invincible. He slams a massive cage of ice around the hero, desperate to prove that he's finally the one in control. But the traitor's heart sinks when he notices Song-an hasn't even flinched, standing perfectly still amidst the frost. From within his frozen prison, Song-an calmly explains that those very demon powers have just sealed Baimon's fate. Baimon realizes too late that he's trapped in a cage of S-rank fortified stone, as Song-an reveals has been hoarding rare materials from the meteor mines for this moment. He merges those shards with his broken bone blade to forge a lethal new weapon, leaving the traitor frozen as he realizes he's caught in a web of slaying abilities. He swings wildly in a panic, but this arena has become a literal hell for demons. System alerts flare, as the Demon Slayer skill triggers a massive 10-fold damage boost. While a relentless storm of spectral blades fills the air, homing in on the target, there is no escape from this death trap once the mark has been set, sealing his fate. Song-an bids him a cold farewell, mockingly promising to tell the world he died a hero. The storm of blades descends with lethal precision, shredding the air as Baimon realizes he is completely outmatched. He stares in pure disbelief, unable to comprehend that the legendary Xander would actually move for the kill. Song-an just offers a cold farewell, mockingly promising to let the world believe the traitor died a hero. Driven by pure terror, Baimon triggers Odin's domain, manifesting a massive space barrier to shield his trembling body. The spectral swords shatter against the purple energy, giving the coward a brief and very false sense of security. But Song-an remains unfazed, calmly activating his bug collector to exploit the flaws in the enemy's defense. With a single command to compress the space, the massive barrier begins to shrink into a claustrophobic death trap. Baymon's arrogance vanishes in an instant, replaced by the agonizing realization that his own shield is now crushing him. He desperately clutches his throat as the air is squeezed out of the sphere, leaving him gasping for life. Song-an watches with a smirk, explaining that within this detached space, he can rewrite the rules at will. Song-an reveals the final twist, having modified the barrier into a total vacuum where even air cannot penetrate. He stares coldly at his prey, wondering how the great traitor plans to escape this inescapable cage. Baimon gasps for air, caught in a lethal catch, 22, where dropping the shield means being shredded by ice. From the outside, Song-an mockingly reminds him that even a high-ranking demon still needs oxygen to survive. With a look of absolute finality, the legendary player declares this the end of the line total checkmate. Baimon admits that any ordinary demon would have met their end here, but his eyes burn with desperation. He clings to the memory of the creator's promise, refusing to let his dream of a new world vanish. His hand trembles as he prepares a final, horrific gamble to claw his way back from the brink. Driven to the edge of madness, he screams that he refuses to die in such a pathetic, suffocating hole. A sickening squelch echoes through the space as blood sprays, signaling a brutal turn in the struggle. Song-an watches in genuine disbelief as his opponent commits a gruesome act of self-mutilation. Invoking the ancient myth of Odin, Baimon explains that true wisdom always requires a heavy sacrifice. In this digital reality, that wisdom translates to the ultimate cheat code, the power to rewrite the rules. With a thunderous crack, he forcibly cancels his own domain, shattering the vacuum that was meant to be his tomb. Song-an's passive skills immediately flare to life, sensing the demonic surge and readying a lethal counter-barrage. Despite the hollow socket where his eye used to be, Baymon's remaining vision is flooded with raw, tactical data. With a near-perfect success rate confirmed by his system, a smug, manic grin returns to the traitor's face. He launches himself into a reckless, high-speed dive, leaving a stunned Song-an to watch his desperate flight. Song-an warns him that the bone blades are already locked on, and the freezing water below is a death trap. Baimon plunges into the depths anyway, trusting his system even as his health plummets in the equipment-sealed zone. Song-an stands amidst a relentless rain of bone blades, waiting for the freezing depths to finish what he started. Beneath the surface, Baimon finally realizes the logic behind the plunge as he maneuvers through the aquatic graveyard. He calculates that every skill has a limit, and the extreme cold is rapidly draining the energy of the tracking blades. If he can just reach the edge of the attack range, he can finally shake the system's lock on his life. 5 minutes of agonizing silence pass, leading Song-an to wonder if the traitor has finally drowned in the dark. That silence is shattered in an instant, as the frozen surface erupts in a violent explosion of jagged ice. Baimon bursts from the water like a predator, driving his blade into Song-an before the hero can even blink. Song-an gasps in pure disbelief, his mind reeling as he struggles to understand how he was caught so off guard. With a manic sneer, Baimon mocks him, claiming the system predicted his shock would leave him completely paralyzed. Refusing to go down so easily, Song-an summons a shroud of black haze to mask his desperate retaliation. Baimon wears a smug grin, having already predicted that the black haze was just a cover for teleportation. As the hero blinks across the battlefield to regroup, the traitor simply watches with a look of bored amusement. Before his prey can even find his footing, Baimon lunges forward, closing the distance with terrifying, system-enhanced speed. He mocks the futility of the struggle, claiming that no human player can ever overcome the raw stats of a demon. A lethal blade whistles through the air, aimed directly at the man who dared to defy the game's hierarchy. In that split second of impending doom, the hero's vision blurs as his consciousness slips into a buried memory. The cold vacuum of the barrier vanishes, replaced by a peaceful beach where white feathers drift like snow. A young boy reaches toward the sky, his small hand grasping for a fragment of something pure and forgotten. Clutching the feather, the child stares at it with wide eyes, unaware of the burdens he would one day carry. He looks up at the mysterious Luna, asking about the strange gift while the warmth of the past lingers. The boy drifts back into a hazy vision, recounting a dream that felt far too real to be mere imagination. He describes a meeting with a jackal-headed deity who carried a staff of pure gold and called himself a god. Luna listens in stunned silence as he reveals how the entity reached out and took his very heart. It was a trial of weight, where his soul was measured against a single, delicate feather to decide his fate. She wonders how any human could possibly pass such a test without being devoured by the lurking demons. Yet, the boy remains calm, knowing he is the only one whose heart was found light enough to survive. That ancient, divine power suddenly awakens in the present, roaring with the fury of a destiny meant to break the world. A massive manifestation of Anubis towers over the battlefield, completely eclipsing the traitor's puny domain and rewriting the odds. Baimon's smug grin instantly vanishes as he scrambles back, terrified by the sudden surge of overwhelming, god-tier energy. Song-an narrows his eyes, remembering this power from his past victory, as the tide of the battle finally turns. The ancient god of death stares down his former champion, surprised to be reunited under these circumstances, while Baimon's mind begins to fracture, wondering how a mere human keeps derailing the creator's grand script. He desperately orders his system to calculate a path, clinging to the hope that his masters will prevail. The interface flickers with energy, simulating millions of combat scenarios in a search for a winning move. But even logic can't find a way out, returning a cold, absolute 0% success rate. The traitor's face twists in pure disbelief, as his ultimate survival tool finally fails him. Song-an feels the crushing weight of divine authority flowing through his veins and marking his skin. Anubis reaches down with a hand that could swallow the horizon, ready to drag the sinner away. Baimon freezes as a heavy, rhythmic tolling echoes through the domain, a sound he can't explain, until Song-an clenches his fist, signaling that the time for talk is over and judgment has begun. The judgment of Anubis manifests as a massive golden scale, a soul-shredding ultimate that leaves the traitor with absolutely nowhere to run. Song-an stares him down with terrifying indifference, demanding to know if he is finally ready to pay for selling out the human race. Baimon scoffs at the idea, desperately clinging to his fading pride as he claims a king like Odin is far above any judgment. He summons a massive spectral avatar to crush his opponent, throwing every ounce of his remaining mana into one final, pathetic tantrum. But Song-an just lets out a cold, mocking smirk, completely unfazed by the flashy display of a man who is already lost. In a heartbeat, the divine scales tip, and the spectral hand of Anubis reaches out to crush the traitor's very essence. Baimon's eyes bulge as he hacks up a spray of blood, feeling the agonizing sensation of his soul being torn apart from the inside. He collapses heavily to the ground, his body failing him as the reality of his absolute defeat finally starts to sink in. Standing over the pathetic heap, Song-an explains that while Odin might rule the physical, this judgment strikes the soul directly. Broken and bleeding, the traitor can only wonder who this monster really is, and why his every plan keeps falling to pieces. Song-an looks down at the broken traitor, admitting that perhaps they really were destined for this clash from the start. Baimon can only stare up in a daze, his shattered pride struggling to grasp the weight of those words. While Baimon played the perfect soldier following every rule for a reward, Song-an was busy tearing the system apart. He makes it clear that their paths were never meant to cross as allies, but as two sides of a fundamental divide. But Baimon screams back in denial, clinging to the delusion that he is the chosen one simply for following the script. Song-an shuts him down instantly, pointing out that without the guild he stepped over, Baimon is absolutely nothing. He reflects on the humble drivers he once met, people who struggled just to survive in this cruel, artificial world. Back then, they used to wonder if their lives even mattered, or if they were just background noise in a hero's story. The traitor bristles with a pathetic rage, demanding to know what those lowlifes have to do with a king like him. With a cold, final glare, Song-an declares that every single soul in this world has meaning except for a parasite like Baimon. Baimon is losing his mind, desperately screaming that the idea of a chosen one is nothing but a lie. Song-an isn't moved by the pathetic excuses of a man who thinks human lives are just background noise. With a cold and unwavering gaze, he officially sentences the traitor to the only fitting end: immediate execution. The weight of that judgment hits Baimon like a physical force, leaving him paralyzed and unable to even flinch. The divine manifestation of Anubis lets out a terrifying roar, promising to drag the traitor's soul straight to hell. Stripped of all his arrogance, Baimon can only scream in terror, begging for a life he clearly doesn't deserve. Anubis lunges forward with world-shattering speed, intent on ending this pathetic display once and for all. A massive energy slash cuts through the air, carrying the absolute finality of a god's wrath toward its target. But even the god of death is caught off guard as his killing blow meets a sudden, impossible resistance. Just as the blade is about to fall, Hassan intervenes, shielding the traitor and stopping the divine strike cold. Song and freezes in utter confusion, as his killing blow is intercepted by the very person he thought was an ally. The battlefield falls into a tense silence as Hassan stands his ground, his presence radiating a warmth that feels hauntingly familiar. Hassan looks at the glitches and the divine power swirling around them, finally connecting the dots of an impossible reality. A heavy realization settles over him as he looks at the legendary player and sees the face of Sunny, the boy he once knew. Even the traitor Baimon is reduced to a sobbing mess, finally recognizing the vengeful ghost of the child he once discarded. Before another word can be exchanged, a violent surge of energy erupts, drowning the entire area in a blinding white flash. Song, and collapses to his knees as his mind becomes a battlefield, bucking under the sudden pressure of 1,000 returning memories. He screams in absolute agony, feeling as though his very skull is about to split open from the weight of his forgotten past. The sounds of combat fade into the distance, replaced by the gentle rhythm of waves crashing against a sun-drenched shore. In the quiet of a long-lost memory, a young Sunny waves goodbye to the horizon, flanked by the figures who shaped his world. In the depths of his fractured mind, a young Sunny stands on a sun-drenched beach, weeping for his departed mother. He wipes his eyes and turns to the woman he considers family, asking if she'll stay with them forever. But Baimon offers no comfort, her expression turning cold as she prepares to commit the ultimate sin. The peaceful atmosphere shatters when she draws a pistol, leveling it at the boy who once trusted her. A single, thunderous shot rings out, the muzzle flash blinding as it tears through the quiet morning air. Sunny collapses onto the sand, the shock of the betrayal hitting him harder than the bullet itself. Wearing a sickeningly calm smile, Baimon claims she is simply fulfilling his mother's final, cruel command. His companion's scream of pure agony pierces the air, her world falling apart in a single heartbeat. As the boy lies dying on the shore, a dark stain of blood begins to soak into his white shirt. The girl looks back in total disbelief, unable to understand why the woman they saved would choose murder. The girl demands to know how Baimon could betray their bond after everything they shared together, but her plea is cut short by a cold, violent grip that slams into her throat. Lifting her off the ground, the traitor mockingly suggests it is time for Her Highness to finally rest. Choking on her own blood, the girl desperately vows to return and avenge Sunny's cold-blooded murder. Baimon just stares back with empty eyes, promising a new world where the past is completely erased. She envisions a twisted heaven of endless happiness, leaving the boy's corpse to rot on the shore. Back in the present, Hassan screams in absolute disbelief, certain he had ended this man's life years ago. He rages about burying that body with his own hands, unable to accept the reality before him. Song-an clutches his head as fractured memories and a haunting, echoing voice begin to shatter his mind. Collapsing to his knees, the crushing weight of a forgotten life leaves him questioning his very identity. A spectral image of his younger self suddenly flickers into existence, claiming to be the true Xander Song, while the silhouettes of people from a forgotten lifetime begin to crowd the space behind him. Song-an can only gasp in sheer terror, his grip on reality slipping as the impossible vision speaks, coldly confirming that the dragon was right all along and he really did die on that beach. The boy drops a bombshell, revealing that he was never an ancient being, but a human born on Earth, who now radiates a divine blue light as the collective consciousness of the planet itself. Song-an looks completely lost, his brain struggling to process a truth that defies every law of magic he knows, but the manifestation pushes him to reflect on every unexplainable miracle that has kept him alive. Clutching his head in agony, he tries to reconcile his memories of a normal life with his current existence, finally questioning the gaps in his history and why his past was replaced by a debt-ridden nightmare. The boy drops a truth bomb that shatters Song-an's reality, explaining those memories weren't even his. He reveals that the faces of the parents Song-an mourned were actually pulled from his own past. Every precious childhood moment and every friend he thought he knew was just a borrowed, artificial fragment. Even the mundane days of elementary school were nothing more than a ghost of someone else's life. That crushing weight of debt? Just another stolen memory used to fill the void of his existence. It turns out they were all just temporary vessels, hosts for a much greater, planetary consciousness. Now, the torch has been passed to Xander, making him the heir to every soul that came before. One of those ancient hosts was the god Anubis, who now looms over him as a powerful guardian. This divine force was meant to maintain the natural order, weighing hearts to decide what deserves survival. Even when ancient invaders twisted Earth's DNA, this power remained hidden, flowing through every generation. Xander stands paralyzed as the realization of his true nature finally begins to awaken within, though he finds it impossible to believe, still clinging to the idea that these were just game skills. Hassan looms over him with a cocky smirk, taunting him about the dragon's absolute authority as the game master, making the weight of the demon occupation feel even heavier since the enemy holds the power of annihilation. He stares into the void, wondering how he could ever hope to challenge the world's original creator, but Sunny simply points upward with a knowing grin, revealing that Xander is the actual architect. The revelation leaves him completely stunned, his mind unable to grasp such a massive, reality-bending cosmic shift, and as the spirits begin to dissolve into light, they assure him that everything is following his design. He reaches out as they vanish, burdened by a final, selfish plea to protect the girl, Luna, before his eyes snap wide with a sudden jolt, the weight of 1,000 lives finally settling in, song, and gasps for air, the weight of the truth finally sinking in as he realizes he can still win. Hassan's smug face twists into pure terror, unable to believe that the boy he thought was broken is still standing. He drags himself up from the brink, his resolve hardening with every step away from the abyss he just escaped. Standing tall, he declares that his only reason for returning from the depths of hell is to settle the score. The memories of 1,000 lives swirl around him like a storm, fueling a power he's finally ready to claim. With eyes burning like embers, he makes it clear that this isn't just a fight, it's a long overdue execution. He lunges forward with blinding speed, leaving the panicked game master scrambling to understand how a mere mortal is outplaying him. Behind him, the ancient god of death lets out a bone-chilling roar, signaling that the trial of the soul has begun. Anubis swings a massive, spectral claw, ready to tear through the arrogant facade of the one who dared to play God. As the system itself begins to buckle under the pressure, Hassan's assistant screams for her master to disable the incoming damage. Hassan frantically orders the system to fold space, desperately trying to absorb the divine pressure bearing down on him. Seeing the failure notifications pop up, he cackles with arrogance, believing he's finally evolved beyond the reach of any god. His celebration is cut short as Song, and flickers out of existence, utilizing a high-speed teleport to reposition for a lethal opening. Before the pink-haired administrator can even turn around, Song-an is already there, leveling his magic pistol at point-blank range. A massive blast tears through the air, catching the arrogant assistant off guard and sending him reeling from the unexpected impact. Hassan tries to mask his mounting panic with a sneer, doubling down on the delusion that his administrative status makes him an immortal king. That ego is promptly checked when Song-an lunges forward, connecting a brutal physical strike that sends the self-proclaimed god's head snapping back. The look of pure bewilderment on his face says it all, as he struggles to comprehend how his divine armor was just bypassed. Sliding back in a daze, he frantically questions how a mere human managed to land a clean hit through his absolute negation. The terrifying truth finally dawns on him that the earlier pistol shot was a calculated glitch designed to disable his damage-canceling commands. Hassan begrudgingly admits that finding such a loophole was a stroke of genius, but his praise is short-lived. His arrogance quickly turns to a venomous rage as he promises to end this fight right here and now. Desperate to regain control, he invokes a high-level system command to manifest a creature far beyond normal limits. A level 100 conqueror materializes from the static, a skeletal juggernaut radiating an aura of pure death. Song-an can only stare in disbelief, his mind racing to identify the massive threat looming over him. The pressure is absolute, a suffocating weight that signals just how outclassed a normal player would be. He barely has time to react before the Titan's sheer momentum forces him into a desperate defensive retreat. The monster isn't just strong, it flickers through space with a high-speed teleport that catches him completely off guard. Narrowly escaping a crushing blow, he realizes that this summon's toughness is unlike anything he has faced before. Knowing he needs to obscure the battlefield, he prepares to counter the Titan by gathering a swirling black haze. The monster roars in defiance, its system-granted immunity rendering the tactical haze completely useless. Frustration sets in as Song and realizes his usual tricks won't work against this level 100 juggernaut. He barely manages to leap back as a massive broadsword carves through the air where he just stood. Pivoting to his merchant skills, he instantly crafts a frost blade to meet the Titan's overwhelming power. The resulting clash sends a shockwave through the area, but the sheer weight of the summon is suffocating. A brutal follow-up swing catches him off guard, knocking the wind out of him as he is sent tumbling. Not giving him a moment to breathe, the skeletal warrior conjures a spear of pure, dark energy. It launches the projectile with lethal speed, a blur of shadow aimed directly at the boy's heart. He scrambles to recover, the world blurring as he desperately tries to avoid the incoming execution. In a display of raw reflex, he reaches out and catches the spear mid-flight, stopping the killing blow. Song-an summons the towering manifestation of Anubis, the ancient jackal looming over the battlefield with divine authority. Even with a god at his back, the skeletal conqueror charges forward, refusing to let the boy catch his breath. Song-an grits his teeth as sweat beads on his brow, knowing that a prolonged fight against a world boss is suicide. Watching from a safe distance, Hassan enjoys the show, planning to let his summons whittle down his enemy's strength. His focus is broken when a familiar presence approaches, calling out to him with a tone of desperate reverence. Hassan glances back to see Zachary, the man who had already failed him once, crawling back for more. Dropping to one knee, the blonde warrior pleads for revenge, his pride clearly wounded by his earlier defeat. The sudden appearance of his subordinate leaves Hassan momentarily baffled, his smug composure slipping for just a second. He stares at the kneeling man with growing suspicion, wondering if there is a hidden motive behind this sudden loyalty. Zachary remains bowed in submission, swearing that his loss was a fluke and begging to be the one to finish Xander. Hassan lets out a mocking laugh, finding the warrior's desperation far too entertaining to pass up. He places a hand on the blonde man's head, manually overriding the world's restrictions to unlock the full potential of a demon god. With a smug grin, the administrator warns that if Zachary fails even with these absolute powers, there will be no third chances. Zachary's expression twists into a manic mask of loyalty as he promises to bring back his rival's head on a silver platter. He immediately puts his new administrative privileges to work, issuing a self-destruct command that shatters the surrounding reality. The sudden surge of chaotic energy forces Song-an to retreat, his eyes wide as the battlefield transforms into a glitching nightmare. Gritting his teeth against the pressure, the hero demands to know if his former ally has finally lost his mind or just his soul. Zachary stands tall amidst the dark aura, clarifying that he didn't come to save anyone, he just wants to kill Song, and fair and square. Looking at the man standing across the frozen wasteland, Song-an realizes he never truly understood the depth of Zachary's obsession. The air turns heavy, as Zachary invokes the power of Odin's realm, doubling his strength to ensure this duel is their very last. Song-an finds himself completely paralyzed as Zachary's new administrative authority locks his joints in place. Zachary doesn't waste a second, lunging forward with a strike meant to end this rivalry once and for all. The impact sends the hero crashing into the dirt, his defenses crumbling under the weight of godlike power. But Song-an isn't that easy to kill, using a quick substitution trick to leave behind nothing but a piece of wood. He reappears behind his foe for a counterattack, but Zachary's smug expression suggests he saw this coming a mile away. The traitor mocks the predictable move, claiming that with the administrator's help, every trick in the book is useless. Song-an's heart sinks as his blade is caught effortlessly, realizing his speed means nothing against a man who can read the future. Suddenly, a massive spectral fist looms over him, and with his teleportation on cooldown, the hero prepares for the end. The world goes still, as the crushing blow halts just inches from his face, leaving the air thick with tension. Bracing for a death that never comes, Song-an can only wonder why his executioner has suddenly hesitated. Song-an stares in disbelief, his mind racing as he tries to process the sheer scale of the betrayal. Zachary just grins like a maniac, reveling in his new status as the self-proclaimed game master of this world. Backing away, the hero demands to know why his former ally hesitated, instead of delivering the killing blow. The traitor's eyes go cold as he admits that there's no deep reason, he's simply enjoying the sport of breaking his rival. Without warning, Zachary lunges forward, tearing open a void known as Odin's realm to swallow everything in its path. As the gravitational pull of the black hole drags him in, Song-an desperately begs for some shred of honesty. Thinking fast, he activates the Stark Triangle, using space modification to force the collapsing void to retract. The two rivals collide in a shower of sparks, their blades screaming as they lock in a desperate struggle for dominance. Song-an finds his footing, confidently declaring that his countermeasure has rendered Zachary's ultimate realm completely useless. But Zachary's mocking smirk doesn't fade for a second, leaving the hero wondering if he's just fallen into another trap. Song-an's eyes widen in pure shock as a spectral hand reaches out from the very void he thought had neutralized. Before he can even process the betrayal of physics, Zachary's grip tightens around his throat, turning the black hole into a personal gateway. Zachary doesn't even flinch at his own injuries, casually inputting a regeneration command to rewrite his physical state. His flesh is replaced by cold, unfeeling machinery as he gleefully explains that his entire existence is now just invincible code. With a brutal slam, the hero is driven into the dirt while Zachary mocks him for thinking a normal player could ever compete. Pinned under the weight of a literal god modder, Song-an can only let out a hollow, chilling laugh that rattles his broken ribs. The sudden burst of hysteria catches Zachary off guard, his smug expression flickering with a moment of genuine confusion. Song-an admits that his rival truly is the luckiest person alive, always handed the best gear and guilds on a silver platter. When demanded to give a real answer, the hero just stares at the ground, his voice devoid of its usual fire. He finally confesses his utter exhaustion, admitting he's tired of fighting a game that was rigged against him from the start. Zachary releases his grip with a look of disappointment, telling Song-an that his defeatist attitude isn't the answer he's looking for. Frustrated and broken, Song-an screams back, demanding to know what he's supposed to do if his best isn't enough. Zachary admits he doesn't actually have the answer, which is exactly why he's pushing his rival to the absolute brink. With a cold glare, he triggers a series of administrative commands to rewrite the very fabric of their reality into something more personal. The world shifts into a brutal battle arena, a literal cage meant to force a final evolution or a final breath. Song-an struggles to his feet, his mind reeling as he tries to process the sudden change in the digital scenery. Zachary explains that he's warped time itself, giving the hero a mere 10 minutes to find his resolve before the clock runs out. If Song-an can't find a way to win by then, Zachary promises to end his life without a shred of mercy or hesitation. Watching from the sidelines, Hassan's familiar warns him that their new puppet might be getting a bit too ambitious for his own good. Hassan just smirks, fully aware of the betrayal brewing but confident that he's already seen every move Zachary thinks he's making. Hassan turns to Raphael, musing that this test is vital, since a world without shared ideals is just a lonely void. He watches with a predatory smirk, waiting to see if Zachary has the spine to finally finish the job. Taking direct control, Hassan disables the realm and executes a command to manifest the terrifying demon god cannon. He bellows for the kill, his face contorting with a sudden, frantic need to see the hero finally erased. A concentrated blast of administrative energy tears through the air, heading straight for a seemingly defenseless Song-an. Suddenly, the massive form of Anubis erupts from the smoke, shielding its master and swallowing the attack whole. The mastermind's composure shatters instantly, his mind reeling at the possibility that his puppet actually botched the execution. Song-an collapses to the ground, panting heavily while realizing Zachary's pressure gave him the opening he needed. As Zachary lies unconscious, the hero realizes his rival's arrogance was the biggest exploit in the entire system. Hassan can only stare in pure shock, realizing his perfect game has been derailed by a single, massive bug. Song-an stands tall against his supposed creator, ready to dismantle the lie that this world belongs to the pink-haired fraud. He presses the issue with a smirk, asking how a legendary golden class could exist if the system was truly under the mastermind's total control. A flood of memories returns, reminding the hero of the agonizing cycle of self-destruction he endured to force the system to yield. With a gaze that pierces through the administrative veil, he reveals the ultimate exploit. He knows the bugs because he wrote the original code. The hero finally reclaims his true name, Xander Song, declaring himself the rightful architect, while the Stark Triangle pulses with ancient authority. With a single, deliberate touch, he interfaces with the core of the reality he once built with his own hands. A system chime echoes through the realm as the Stark Triangle's command codes finally unlock, returning the keys of the world to their owner. He recalls the enigmatic smile of Earth's collective consciousness, realizing now that every hardship was a calculated step toward this moment. The weight of his true identity finally settles in, and the hero understands that he was never just a player in someone else's game. As his new authority takes hold, the very fabric of the world begins to ripple and glitch beneath the feet of the false god. Hassan's smug composure shatters as the system he thought he owned begins to reject his very presence. He realizes with mounting dread that he is nothing more than a common thief who built a house on stolen foundations. Standing tall amidst the digital chaos, Xander finally embraces his role as the world's one true architect. But back in the harsh reality of the trial, Zachary looms over his rival with a cold and murderous ultimatum. He unleashes the full, terrifying weight of the demon god's power, summoning a spectral titan to end the farce. The air screams as the massive blade descends, forcing Xander to face the crushing weight of his current weakened state. Blood sprays as the impact rattles Xander's bones, his body barely holding together under the sheer divine pressure. Zachary sneers at the pathetic display, demanding his rival stand up and fight like the legend he claims to be. Wiping the crimson from his lip, Xander struggles to find a way out while his physical strength continues to fail him. Zachary loses all patience, seizing him by the throat and threatening to bury him alongside everyone he ever cared about. Xander's mind races as the faces of his friends flash before him, fueling a desperate refusal to let this be the end. Zachary's face contorts with a twisted obsession, admitting that despite the miracles Xander performs, his only desire has ever been to end him. Suddenly, the crushing grip vanishes as Zachary steps back, leaving Xander baffled by the strange mention of a newfound hope. The ultimatum is cold and final. Xander has exactly 10 minutes to prove he can overcome the system's ultimate authority. With a flick of his administrative power, Zachary summons a jagged blade and invokes the terrifying shadow of the demon god. A legion of monstrous silhouettes rises from the ground, surrounding the rival who once stood as the world's greatest savior. The sheer scale of the threat leaves Xander momentarily paralyzed, his eyes wide as the reality of the trial sinks in. The air itself seems to tear apart as the first wave of shadows lunges forward with blinding, murderous speed. Zachary goads him further, insisting that slaughtering these monsters and taking his life is the only path to defeating the dragon. Steeling his resolve for one final, suicidal charge, Xander prepares to pour every remaining drop of mana into this last stand. Just as the end seems certain, the system chimes with a DNA match that recognizes Xander as the original programmer. He stares in disbelief at the glowing interface, wondering why the world's back door is suddenly welcoming its creator. Testing his reclaimed authority, he issues a cold command to wipe every single monster from the battlefield. In a series of silent pops, the terrifying Legion of Shadows vanishes as if they were never more than a glitch. Zachary gasps in pure shock, his face pale as he realizes his ultimate trial has been dismantled with a thought. Not finished yet, Xander targets his rival directly, initiating a permanent ban on Zachary's specific player identification. The administrative weight is absolute, slamming Zachary into the dirt as the system forcibly demands he kneel. A wave of terror washes over the blonde rival as he feels his godlike stats and privileges being stripped away. While his enemy trembles, Xander is haunted by a deeper question regarding his true identity and the dragon's role. Even as his player attributes hit 0, Zachary desperately clings to the dark, lingering energy of the demon god. Zachary tries to keep his composure, mockingly claiming that a few administrative tricks won't be enough to take down a dragon. Xander ignores the noise, calmly calculating how his backdoor access interacts with a being that shouldn't exist in the code. The realization hits him like a freight train as he remembers that every line of this world was written by his own hand. He clenches his fist with the weight of a god, deciding it's time to stop playing by the rules of his own creation. The absolute authority of the true architect shatters the surrounding space, causing the legendary Odin's realm to crack like cheap glass. Zachary watches his reality crumble in total despair, finally piecing together the terrifying truth that he is standing before the true creator. Shifting the confrontation, Xander brings up a massive glitch from the past, questioning Hassan on what kind of character he actually started as. Hassan erupts in a fit of arrogant rage, insisting he is the only one who holds the genetic keys to the planet's original DNA. He spreads his arms wide in a delusional display of grandeur, boasting that he has the divine right to reshape all life on Earth. Xander isn't buying the hype, coldly asking why a supposed god would need a digital simulation to achieve his goals if he were truly that powerful. Hassan's arrogant facade begins to crack as he stammers, unable to find a logical counter to the truth. Xander coldly explains that the ancient beings kept him in the dark about why they really fled Earth. Looking down at his DNA key, Hassan admits his creators never actually taught him how to unlock its potential. He reflects on the hollow victory of killing Sunny and sealing Luna away, thinking revenge would solve everything. Even with the power to command floods and extinction, the key remained a cold, unresponsive piece of tech. He spent years in a pathetic state of exhaustion, desperate for a resonance that simply refused to happen. Then, after 9 long years of silence, the key suddenly pulsed with life while he was lounging away. Unbeknownst to him, the digital world was being reshaped with secret passages and hidden treasures in real time. Hassan watched in total shock as the system began creating secret doors he hadn't even authorized himself. He never realized it was just Sunny casually coding in more rewards, because he thought it'd be fun. A simple tap on a keyboard was all it took to set this entire digital destiny in motion. Hassan watched in awe as the system began churning out rewards he never even requested himself. Within a month, an entire game blueprint manifested through a relentless flood of automated administrative commands. He foolishly convinced himself the key had finally recognized him as its one and only true master. But Xander quickly shatters that delusion, explaining that the system wasn't reacting to Hassan's will at all. He reveals he is the culmination of Earth's original memories and the true architect of this entire world. Hassan collapses in sheer terror as the reality of his own insignificance finally starts to sink in. To prove his point, Xander casually pulls up a hidden administrative profile that shouldn't even exist. The screen displays the legendary first player ID, belonging to the original user, known only as Dragon. Staring at the proof, Hassan realizes he's been playing God in a world built by the man standing before him. Xander scoffs at the pathetic idea of a true master needing a mere player ID to exert control. Refusing to accept reality, Hassan snaps, desperately spamming every administrative buff and weapon command he can find. He lunges forward with a conjured spear, convinced that simply killing the architect will solve all his problems. But with a casual snap of his fingers, Xander triggers the ultimate system override, a permanent account ban. The high-tier weapon simply disintegrates into useless shards before it can even graze its target. Hassan stands frozen in total disbelief, watching his supposed omnipotence crumble into nothingness before his eyes. He collapses to his knees as the weight of his total defeat finally crushes his remaining spirit. Aiming a weapon at the fallen fraud, Xander explains that this execution is just the beginning of the end. Once the game is finally dismantled, the real world can be restored and his friends can be saved. Hassan can only stare up in paralyzed horror as the architect prepares to delete him from existence forever. Ignoring the administrator's pleas for his master, Xander unleashes a blinding pillar of light that drowns out his pathetic screams. Hassan scrambles toward his master, pathetically offering his help in a desperate attempt to stop the impending erasure. Hassan suddenly snaps, cackling as he realizes his creation is a monster rather than a player. Clinging to Zachary, Hassan desperately hopes the demon gods can still flip the script and save his skin. Out of the smoke steps Alarez, the demon god of sloth, announcing his presence with chillingly arrogant confidence. He clicks his tongue, realizing that because these demon gods ignore the system's rules, he must personally execute every last one. Xander doesn't give them a moment to regroup, coldly leveling his weapon to delete these glitches from existence. Hess convinced this loophole makes them immune, just as a golden beam of energy whistles through the air. But his pathetic gamble ends in a boom, slamming Zachary into a system barrier as their control completely evaporates, as he begins absorbing the surrounding energy, clearly finding this entire struggle far too much effort to endure. Far from the main battle, Russo City is reduced to a pathetic, smoking graveyard. A terrified survivor reaches out from the wreckage, sobbing for a savior who clearly isn't coming to his rescue. A massive, scaled tail lashes out with a lethal whistle, signaling the onslaught is far from over. This serpent queen clearly enjoys her work, coiling her massive tail around the city's last survivor while savoring every ounce of his despair. A sharp, jarring crack echoes through the battlefield, signaling the first real fracture in Song-An's overwhelming dominance, as a sadistic demoness licks her bloodied face, reporting that only Zone A remains to be purged. As his pathetic pleas are swallowed by the inferno, while the demons boast about their absolute, scorching victory. Even the architect has limits, and Song-An coughs while realizing he's been fighting for 11 grueling minutes. But the clock is the real enemy now, as Zachary mockingly points out that Song-An's borrowed power is seconds away from hitting its limit. Zachary's expression twists into a mask of pure malice as he mockingly reminds his foe that his borrowed time is seconds away from vanishing. Zachary surprisingly agrees, admitting that since acquiring the strength of Hercules, he's never actually needed more than 10 minutes to finish a fight. Zachary's ego swells as he mockingly asks if he's officially the toughest opponent the architect has ever faced. Song-An can feel the weight of his own creation pressing down on him, noting that while the power of Hercules is godlike, the toll it takes on his vessel is becoming unbearable. The recoil is brutal, leaving Song-An's arm trembling as his vessel struggles to contain the divine energy. Song-An realizes his power is like a raging fire, burning brilliantly but rapidly consuming his remaining time, fixing his gaze with a mockingly sympathetic look as he calls his opponent truly admirable, while pretending his heart actually aches for the architect's inevitable downfall, tightening his grip as he decides the only fitting tribute is a glorious death in combat. Sensing this momentary weakness, Zachary doesn't hesitate, unleashing a vicious swing of his spear to bid his creator a final, bloody farewell. With a deafening roar, Zachary's weapon slices through the gap, aiming to shatter the creator while he's paralyzed. As he grits his teeth against the mounting strain, feeling his borrowed time slip away with every second, Song-An braces against the crushing weight of his divinity. Realizing his mortal frame is finally reaching its breaking point, Song-An lets out a guttural scream as his divinity threatens to tear him apart, wondering if this is finally where his journey ends. Zachary desperately commands the world to crystallize, greedily trying to seize control as the architect's presence begins to flicker. Song-An refuses to yield, fueling his strikes with a raw determination that keeps him swinging even as his grip on reality begins to slip. He plays along with the mundane routine, casually discussing lunch while sensing this peace is just a fragile illusion, as his mind drifts back to a time when a human Zachary was just a goofy friend willing to call him dad for a free meal. As his fading consciousness pulls him back to the mundane halls of his old life, remembering a simple collision with a colleague that felt more real than this digital nightmare. But the battlefield fades, replaced by the sting of a clumsy hallway collision and an apology in a life he almost forgot. The chaos of the demon realm finally vanishes, leaving him staring at a familiar face in a school hallway where a simple pat on the shoulder comes with a chillingly casual remark about his next life. Standing back to back with a girl from his past, he realizes he can't escape the human life he left behind. Song-An stands there completely spaced out while his friend waves a hand, wondering if anyone is home. Song-An is instantly head over heels, shouting about her beauty while his friend watches in pure bewilderment. Luda warns him to back off, revealing she's actually the legendary student body president, Sane Mo. Unfazed by the attitude, Song-An doubles down with a grin, boldly announcing his new goal to join the student council. His smooth talking earns him a face full of desk as he's unceremoniously slammed down for being a library nuisance. The daydream ends with a painful thud as the girl slams a book to wake him up. But the girl remains unimpressed, scolding him for slacking while he realizes libraries aren't for roughhousing either, who huffs in annoyance, declaring she's officially done believing a single word that comes out of Ludus' mouth. He immediately shifts gears into his classic, carefree self, laughing as he tries to bribe his way out of trouble with the promise of some milk tea. But he just flashes a grin, unfazed even as she demands 2 extra toppings to secure her silence. But the nostalgia takes a dark turn as the scene shifts to a moonlit alley, where he's being used as a punching bag. He hacks up blood while the thugs close in, but his submissive act is finally wearing thin as the lead thug swings a metal pipe with murderous intent, livid that his favorite punching bag is finally showing spine. A sickening clang rings out as the metal connects, leaving Song-an reeling with a fresh injury while he glares back with a look that promises this isn't over. His friend can only scream in utter disbelief, unable to process why anyone would be this reckless. He takes the hits until he suddenly catches a wrist, his grip tightening as he prepares to flip the script. He seizes the perfect moment to grab the girl's hand and sprint away, leaving the bullies eating dust. But Song-an isn't sticking around to play victim, his feet pounding the pavement as he pulls the girl away. Once they finally find safety, the adrenaline dies down, leaving him unable to explain to the sobbing girl why he's so hell-bent on throwing his life away in these streets. But Song-an just offers a bruised smirk, winking while claiming his only priority was their safety. Song-an lunges forward, finally realizing his true strength isn't a divine gift, but a reflection of his bond. He draws on the legend of Hercules, whose legendary bravery was forged through 12 impossible, soul-crushing trials. Channeling that mythic fury, he ignites his power to a staggering 20,000% for one earth-shattering strike. The sheer violence of the collision sends a sickening crack through the demon's reinforced skull-like mask. A massive explosion erupts, threatening to consume both warriors in a blinding flash of raw energy. As the smoke chokes the air, the silence is broken only by the sound of ragged coughing. Zachary just laughs, mockingly claiming that even this peak output couldn't pierce his ultimate crystal defense. He sneers at the exhausted boy, convinced that Song-an has finally reached the end of his ropes. Hardening his crystalline limbs for the kill, the monster dares him to burn his remaining life force. Accepting the suicidal gamble, Song-an ignites his aura one last time for a final, desperate charge. He connects with a bone-shattering blow, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into Zachary's crystalline chest. The resulting shockwave is so violent it threatens to tear the very fabric of the battlefield apart. A blinding explosion consumes them both, leaving nothing but a wall of fire and debris in its wake. Miles away, the surviving members of his guild freeze as the thunderous boom echoes through the air. They stare toward the horizon in disbelief, praying that their leader hasn't just thrown his life away. Memories of his promise to keep them all alive until the end flash through their minds like a heavy burden. His companion can't help but curse his recklessness, her voice trembling as she calls him a total idiot through her tears. A single drop falls, marking the heavy silence that follows the sudden disappearance of his overwhelming aura. But against all odds, Xander's eyes snap open as he gasps for air while lying battered in the grass. He finds her weeping right over him, his sudden return to the living catching her completely off guard. Xander reaches out with a blood-stained hand, gently wiping away Sane's tears as he wonders why she's so upset. She can't help but lash out, calling him a reckless idiot for constantly putting his life on the line without a second thought. Sitting up with a weary sigh, he tries to find the words to explain that some things are simply worth the risk. He offers a weak, playful laugh, admitting that keeping her safe is the only priority that actually matters to him. Driven by that resolve, he pushes his body past its breaking point, igniting a massive, unprecedented surge of Hercules might. Zachary just sneers at the display, hardening his crystalline shell to prepare for what he thinks is a futile collision. It's the ultimate clash of an unstoppable force finally meeting a supposedly immovable object in a fight to the death. With only 12 minutes of peak power left, Xander lunges forward, pouring every ounce of his soul into one strike. He throws a devastating punch that forces the arrogant demon into a desperate, braced defense as the air screams around them. The impact is deafening, sending massive cracks spiderwebbing across the monster's once impenetrable armor as his confidence finally begins to shatter. Zachary's eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes his ultimate defense is about to fail him. Xander lets out a primal roar, demanding the demon's shell shatter under the weight of his resolve. The shockwave tears through the air, scattering crystal fragments like glass as the hero pushes even further. Silence falls over the battlefield as a thick shroud of dust settles around the young warrior's silhouette. He stands trembling, blood trickling from his lips as the crushing cost of that strike takes hold. On the ground, the remnants of the demon's armor lie broken, seemingly signaling a hard-fought victory. But the celebration is cut short as the shards begin to hum with a sinister, unnatural energy. To Xander's horror, the crystalline pieces fly back together, knitting the monster's body back into one piece. Zachary just lets out a long, mocking breath, finding the human's desperate struggle more entertaining than threatening. He laughs in the boy's face, gloating that the gap between a mortal and a demon is still an ocean. Zachary spreads his arms wide, boasting that a demon's life is eternal, while a human's body is just a fragile cage. But the monster's smug grin falters as he notices the eerie, unnatural stillness of the warrior standing before him. Xander's eyes have gone completely vacant, blood trailing down his chin as his life force seemingly vanishes into nothing. With a dismissive sigh, Zachary admits that while the kid was his toughest opponent, he was still just a mortal. He turns his back on the supposed corpse, walking away with the casual arrogance of a predator who has already won. The demon laughs, mockingly promising to send Xander's friends to the afterlife to keep him company very soon. Suddenly, the air turns frigid, and a primal sense of dread washes over Zachary as he senses a sudden shift. Like a ghost rising from the grave, Xander looms behind him with eyes burning with a terrifying, golden light. Zachary's heart sinks in pure terror, unable to comprehend how a man who stopped breathing is still capable of moving. Xander lets out a roar that shakes the very foundations of the battlefield, his aura exploding into a blinding, golden inferno. Zachary can only stare in pure disbelief, his mind racing as he realizes the corpse he mocked is now a living god. With a speed that defies logic, the warrior blurs across the field, closing the distance before the demon can even blink. He triggers a limit break that pushes his strength to an impossible 80,000%, summoning a titanic avatar of pure destruction. This is the absolute peak of Hercules' might, a final, desperate extension of power concentrated into a single, world-ending fist. Desperate to survive, the monster tries to thicken his crystal armor, but his trembling hands can't keep up with the incoming heat. Fear finally consumes him, as he realizes no amount of regeneration or defense can save him from the sun descending upon his head. Paralyzed by the sheer pressure of the strike, the once arrogant demon finds his legs locked in place, unable to even attempt an escape. He knows in his soul that taking this hit head-on means being reduced to nothing more than scattered dust in the wind. The world-ending fist connects with a sickening crunch, instantly shattering Zachary's pathetic crystal defenses. Hess driven deep into the bedrock, his body breaking apart under the weight of absolute divine judgment. A blinding pillar of fire erupts from the impact site, vaporizing everything within the crater's edge. As the searing heat begins to dissipate, a heavy silence falls over the scorched, smoking battlefield. Xander stands alone amidst the ruin, the sole survivor of a clash that defied the laws of nature. Has a mess of blood and bruises, his eyes glazed over as the cost of victory sets in. His hands tremble uncontrollably, the borrowed power of Hercules finally draining from his shattered frame. With his mission complete, the warrior simply lets go, his body hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. Staring up at the sky, a sense of peace washes over him because the nightmare is finally over. Lying broken in the center of the crater, Xander silently apologizes to Sane for failing to keep his promise. As his eyes drift shut, he feels the weight of absolute exhaustion finally dragging him into the dark. But Sen refuses to let him slip away, scolding her favorite dummy for being so incredibly reckless. She cradles his head against her, gently telling the warrior that he has already carried this burden long enough. A warm tear falls from her cheek, splashing against his battered skin like a final, desperate prayer for life. Between her heavy sobs, she insists that he's already done everything he said he would do for them. The rest of the guild gathers around their fallen master, their voices thick with a mix of grief and disbelief. They scream for him to wake up, refusing to let him quit before they finish this game together. Then, against every law of medicine and nature, a faint but steady rhythm begins to echo within his chest. A pulsing heart encased in a jagged blue crystal suddenly flickers to life amidst the settling dust. A mocking laugh echoes through the courtyard as the core floats mockingly above the grieving guild members. Zachary sneers from his crystalline shell, ridiculing the idea that a mere human could ever truly destroy him. He explains that in the final moment of impact, he funneled every ounce of defense into his core. By shrinking the surface area, he boosted the crystal's durability 1,000 times over to survive the blast. While any other opponent would be dust, his demonic nature allows him to slowly knit himself back together. He boasts about his inevitable rebirth, leaving the survivors frozen in a state of pure, helpless horror. But Sane isn't finished yet, wiping away her tears as a cold, sharp resolve replaces her grief. She draws her blade and marches toward the floating heart, intent on finishing what her leader started. Sane eyes burn with a mixture of grief and absolute, unyielding fury. She lunges forward, pouring every ounce of her remaining strength into a strike meant to avenge her leader. But her blade simply shatters against the reinforced crystal, leaving the demon's core completely untouched. Zachary laughs at her pathetic attempt, mocking her for thinking steel could break something tougher than diamonds. Sign refuses to back down, repositioning herself even as the demon continues his insufferable gloating. He claims that as long as he has time, his demonic nature will allow him to regenerate. He boasts of his endless life, only for the supposedly indestructible crystal to suddenly spiderweb with cracks. Zachary's arrogance turns to pure terror as he realizes his precious demonic essence is mysteriously failing him. Seeing the monster finally vulnerable, Scene rallies the Tanguild survivors for one last chance at victory. Scene pours every ounce of her spirit into one final strike, ignoring Zachary's frantic claims of demonic immortality. The supposedly indestructible crystal shell finally gives way, erupting into shards and exposing the monster's raw, pulsing heart. As the protective barrier vanishes, Sane watches the core of the demon's life force plummet toward the dirt. There is no more boasting and no more regeneration, only a cold, still organ lying among the wreckage. Tears of relief stream down Sane's face as she looks to the heavens, finally telling Luda they succeeded. However, the death of such a powerful entity sends a violent ripple of instability through the remaining demonic forces. Baimon gasps in pure terror as she realizes her own wounds are no longer closing, her stolen power vanishing. She can hardly wrap her head around the impossible truth that their connection to the demonic source is severed. Even the ever-confident Hassan falls to his knees, paralyzed by the realization that his master has truly been erased. Baimon refuses to accept her master's fall, hovering above the battlefield to maintain her terrifying presence. She screams that they are no match for a god, desperately trying to force a recovery that her body can no longer sustain. Sophie watches with a sinking heart, fearing that even a severed connection won't be enough to stop this monster. Their shared lifelink is strained to the breaking point as the demon's sheer output continues to overwhelm their defenses. The exhaustion finally claims Corey, his heavy armor clattering against the earth as he sinks to his knees. With his last bit of strength, he asks the others to tell Xander that he protected them until the very end. Sophie can only watch in shock as her sturdiest defender finally hits the limit of his endurance and collapses. Zachary and the rest of the team know they can't ask any more of him after he carried their burden alone. Even the healer's light begins to fail, her mana pools running dry after the endless cycle of mending their wounds. With their front line shattered and their magic spent, the survivors realize they are rapidly running out of options. Sophie can feel it in her gut. Xander is still out there fighting, and she refuses to be the one who gives up first. Her eyes burn with a renewed fire as she prepares to push past her limits for one final, desperate stand. With a defiant cry, she hurls herself at the demon, her scythe whistling through the air in a lethal arc. Baimon finds the effort adorable, cackling as she labels the girl a mere weakling who doesn't know her place. Using her twisted demonic physiology, the monster lashes out with a limb that stretches far beyond human reach. A sudden impact from a summoned beast catches Sophie square in the chest, shattering her momentum and her breath. As she's sent reeling, Baimon prepares to end the nuisance once and for all, relishing the coming kill. Gravity takes hold of the battered warrior, leaving her wide open for the demon's final, predatory reach. Just as the end seems certain, a sudden streak of movement interrupts the execution with blinding speed. A heavy fist slams into the beast's snout, signaling that the cavalry has finally arrived to turn the tide. Nina scans the carnage, her breath hitching as she spots her fallen comrades amidst the settling dust, where Sophie lies broken on the grass alongside the massive wolf, both looking like they've reached their absolute limit. There's no time for panic, so Nina forces her mana to flow, bathing her friend in a warm, restorative glow, while promising the dying summon that she'll be there in just a second, her eyes darting between the casualties. A wave of pure dread washes over the healer as she realizes just how close they are to a total wipe, but Sophie coughs up blood and manages a weak smile, insisting that her active soul link means Woody is still hanging on. Despite the agony, she forces herself upright and grips her purple scythe, her gaze sharpening with lethal intent. As Nina watches in bewilderment, listening to the warrior claim that the demon's last strike revealed a critical weakness. A predatory grin spreads across Sophie's face, signaling that the desperate defense is officially over and the hunt has begun. Before she hurls a massive wave of energy upward, the purple light screaming through the air toward the stunned demon, Sophie takes command of the battlefield, barking orders at Zachary to follow her lead and prepare for the final blow. Zachary doesn't hesitate for a single second, locking in with a grim look of determination as he readies his bow. Baimon can't help but laugh at the display, genuinely amused that these pathetic humans think they actually stand a chance. She lunges forward like a starving predator, her wings cutting through the air as she prepares to end this farce. But Sophie isn't flinching, her voice ringing out across the clearing as she signals the start of their coordinated counter. Zachary releases a devastating shot, the sheer force of his Freedom Wing skill tearing a path through the atmosphere. The arrow vanishes into a shimmering rift, utilizing a spatial distortion to bypass the demon's guard and line of sight. Baimon's eyes widen in genuine shock as the projectile reappears inches from her face, leaving her no room to maneuver. Before the demon can even process the spatial trick, a hand clamps down on her arm with bone-crushing force. Sophie anchors the arrogant monster in place, her expression cold as the trap finally snaps shut around her prey. Sophie lets out a smug chuckle, her confidence returning as she realizes the tide is finally turning. She relies on the demon's eye, a rare necklace that converts her raw strength into a massive fiery shield. With the artifact glowing, she stares the monster down, certain that its predictable patterns are now fully exposed. Sophie lunges forward, delivering a crushing blow that sends the arrogant demon tumbling across the dirt. Baimon hits the ground hard, coughing up blood, while wondering how this human managed to actually hurt her. Approaching slowly, Sophie begins to dissect the demon's combat style, noting her reliance on two distinct battle forms. Baimon grits her teeth in frustration, as her long-range attack mode is identified as a major tactical trade-off. Sophie explains that by stretching her body, the demon sacrificed mobility and raw power just to gain reach. It's why Woody survived that earlier strike, as the demon's impact force was spread too thin to kill. Now, Sophie is certain that the monster's true lethality is locked behind a close-quarters form she's been avoiding. Sophie stands her ground, confidently declaring that she has finally pinpointed the demon's ultimate vulnerability. She's certain that the monster's true weakness is hidden within the very close-quarters form she's been avoiding. Instead of being intimidated, Baimon laughs, flexing her massive new muscles and welcoming the chance to show off. The air screams as the demon lunges with blinding speed, closing the gap before Sophie can even blink. Xander and Nina can only watch in absolute horror, their desperate warnings drowned out by the sound of the approach. Thinking fast, Sophie pours her remaining mana into a fiery shield, hoping her flames can withstand the coming storm. The collision is cataclysmic, as Baimon's fist slams into the barrier, the sheer pressure causing the ground to buckle. Unfortunately, tactical brilliance is no match for raw demonic spite, as the shield shatters like glass under the pressure. Sophie is sent tumbling through the air, coughing up blood, as the brutal impact leaves her gasping for breath. Looming over her broken form, Baimon mocks the girl's logic, reminding her that demons don't play by human rules. Zachary refuses to let the slaughter continue, firing a specialized wood element arrow to restrain the beast. The shot blossoms into a massive wooden cage, wrapping around Baimon in a desperate attempt to stall her. It's a pathetic effort in the demon's eyes, as she simply flexes her muscles and turns the cage into kindling. Watching his best restraint technique crumble like paper, Zachary begins to realize they might be completely outclassed. Seizing the brief distraction, Nina sprints toward her fallen comrade, praying she isn't too late to help. As the warm glow of healing magic washes over her, Sophie frantically tries to decode the mechanics of Baimon's new form. But the demon isn't interested in waiting for a counter-strategy, lunging forward with a speed that defies logic. Zachary glances at the 3 glowing crystals left in his palm, knowing he's officially reached the end of his rope. He reminds himself that he owes Xander his life, and if he has to die protecting these people, so be it. With a final surge of courage, he steps into the path of the oncoming storm, ordering the others to retreat. Baimon finds the display hilarious, mocking the boy for thinking his human heroics actually matter. She punctuates her insult with a lethal strike, sending her sharpened nails flying like bullets. Zachary responds instantly, pulling back his bowstring to manifest a desperate earth element defense. A protective dome of golden light envelops Sophie and Nina just in time to catch the shrapnel. Sophie can only watch in silence as the archer puts everything on the line to keep them safe. The air around Zachary explodes with movement as the demon's projectiles converge on his position. It's a relentless, high-speed barrage designed to shred anything in its path without a shred of mercy. Zachary blinks in total confusion, bracing for a fatal blow that somehow fails to land. He stands frozen among the debris, staring at the spikes that have buried themselves harmlessly into the ground. From inside the shield, Nina gasps in disbelief, struggling to understand how such a powerful monster could miss. Baimon closes the distance with terrifying speed, her eyes locked onto the archer like a predator that's finally cornered its prey. Zachary barely has time to breathe before the demon is on him, forcing him into a desperate retreat as her massive frame looms over. Nina screams out for him to hold on, her voice cracking with the strain of trying to maintain their crumbling defense. Skidding across the dirt, Zachary warns her not to waste what little mana she has left, knowing his own supplies are bone dry. From within the safety of her shield, Sophie freezes as a chilling realization hits her. Something about the demon's movements doesn't add up. Baimon just laughs, enjoying the sight of the pathetic human scrambling in the dust while she prepares to end his struggle. But Sophie's eyes sharpen as she tracks the demon's flight, finally connecting the dots behind Baimon's erratic behavior and missed attacks. She shouts that she's finally figured it out, realizing exactly what attribute the demon sacrificed to obtain such overwhelming power. Reaching into her inventory, she pulls out a strange golden alarm clock, the artifact pulsing with a sudden, localized surge of energy. With one final surge of hope, she hurls the device toward the confused demon, betting everything on this one desperate counterplay. The alarm clock erupts with a deafening 100-decibel ring, shattering the silence of the battlefield. Nina winces, her hands flying to her ears as the piercing sound waves batter her senses. Even Zachary doubles over in pain, feeling like his skull is about to split wide open. But Baimon suffers most, the mighty demon reduced to a shrieking mess by a simple C-rank item. Sophie reveals the secret, knowing the demon traded her sight for hypersensitive hearing to track her prey. With the monster now 100 times more sensitive to noise, Sophie prepares to end this. She lunges forward with her scythe, determined to exploit this fatal flaw while the demon reels. Baimon's eyes snap open in a fit of pure rage, her predatory instincts flaring through the pain. Sophie freezes for a split second, terrified that the beast has somehow managed to recover its vision. But there's no time to think as Baimon retaliates with a crushing blow that shakes the air. Sophie grits her teeth in frustration, realizing the demon actually managed to pull off a desperate counterattack. Seeing his ally in trouble, Zachary steps up and draws his freedom bow, imbuing an arrow with his gold element. He releases a solar blast, a blinding technique designed to turn the demon's heightened sensitivity against her. Baimon lets out a guttural scream as the artificial sun sears her retinas, her arrogance finally being punished. The force of the light burst sends the demon spiraling backward, her wings flapping wildly as she tries to recover. Sophie uses the distraction to retreat toward safety, offering a quick word of thanks for the timely intervention. She stares at the retreating monster, confused as to why a creature would sacrifice its sight so recklessly. Zachary breaks it down for her, explaining that the demon isn't losing her senses but is actually swapping between them. With the secret to her power finally exposed, the trio stands united, sensing a real path to victory. Zachary remains cold and analytical, pointing out that Sophie's initial deduction was just a bit off the mark. Baimon isn't actually sacrificing her sight, but is instead desperately cycling through her senses to stay in the fight. Zachary locks in with cold precision, realizing this sensory rotation is the critical weakness they need to exploit for victory. Meanwhile, the pressure mounts elsewhere, as Xander finds himself intercepted by the elder Alaris and a mocking Hassan. Hassan can't help but gloat, explaining that Alaris possesses convergence, a terrifying ability that turns an opponent's strength into fuel. Every ounce of energy Xander throws out is caught in a shimmering green grid, rendered completely useless against the old man. It's a literal energy sink, making Xander's most powerful offensive maneuvers feel like nothing more than a light snack for his enemy. Alaris scoffs at the very concept of the system, claiming his status as a demon god makes him immune to such petty tricks. Sensing the end is near, Hassan offers to unlock the old man's hidden potential to ensure Xander doesn't walk away. Alaris begins to compress the stolen energy between his palms, molding it into a singular point of devastating, concentrated malice. With a roar of triumph, he fires the stolen power back at its source, hoping to erase Xander from existence entirely. Xander stands completely unfazed, watching the supposedly lethal energy dissipate harmlessly against his chest. The sight leaves Alaris and Hassan paralyzed with shock, wondering how their ultimate trump card failed so miserably. To Xander, this isn't even a fight anymore. It's just the tedious reality of having the powers of a game master. Hassan's smugness turns into pure desperation as he shrieks for Alaris to end this before the tables turn. But Xander is already moving, raising a strange device to mockingly ask if the old man can truly absorb anything. He triggers a power surge so massive, the system can barely track the numbers, condensing it into a void-like orb. Alaris' face pales as he realizes his convergence ability is like trying to catch an entire ocean in a thimble. With a chilling smile, Xander decides it's finally time for this arrogant relic to crumble into nothingness. A colossal explosion of blue energy detonates, completely engulfing the battlefield and the terrified demon god within it. Stripped of his pride, Alaris spends his final seconds weeping and begging for a salvation that will never come. The blinding light of the explosion fades, leaving nothing but the scorched remains of a god's shattered ego. Hassan stares through the dissipating smoke, his mind struggling to process how his ultimate trump card was just erased. Every fiber of his being begins to tremble, as the cold realization of his own mortality finally sinks in. With a heavy thud, the once arrogant mastermind collapses to his knees, his spirit completely broken by Xander's overwhelming dominance. The steady, rhythmic click of footsteps echoes through the silence, signaling the slow approach of the true architect. Xander looms over the pathetic sight, coldly declaring that this little game has finally reached its inevitable conclusion. Suddenly, A desperate shriek pierces the air as Raphael throws herself forward, screaming for Xander to spare her master. The small, winged fragment lunges with a ferocity born of pure devotion, determined to shield the man who gave her purpose. Even Xander is momentarily caught off guard as the very fabric of the reality around them begins to splinter and crack. Tears stream down Raphael's face as she smiles, admitting that while she's just a copy, those 6 years were real to her. Hassan stares in disbelief, his heart sinking as he realizes his loyal companion is pushing herself far beyond her limits. Channeling her final reserves, Raphael invokes her authority as the princess of the ancient beings to trigger one last desperate gambit. She commands the long-dormant ancient heroes to awaken, forcing the very vaults of history to creak open at her whim. But the overwhelming strain is too much for her fading form, and she begins to plummet from the sky like a broken doll. Hassan lunges forward to catch her, his voice trembling with a rare vulnerability as he frantically asks what is happening. With her strength nearly spent, Raphael weakly confesses that she has been hiding a heavy truth from him since her creation. Tears well up in Hassan's eyes as he pleads with her to stay, unable to imagine a world without his only true ally. She reveals that as the living record of Valhalla's DNA, she inherited the collective memories and hidden traumas of their entire race. A dark history surfaces as she explains that the godlike ancient beings didn't leave Earth by choice, but out of paralyzing terror. Hassan is left utterly speechless, haunted by the revelation that the creators he worshipped were actually cowards fleeing for their lives. The flashback reveals that long before humans, the creators played God using their own people as fodder, but that divine arrogance backfired, leading to a catastrophic breach that shattered their perfect, sterile laboratory. From the wreckage emerged a nightmare they couldn't restrain, a creature that immediately began hunting its makers. This was the birth of Kronos, a living weapon designed for war but fueled by pure malice. The facility quickly became a slaughterhouse as the monster left a trail of broken bodies in its wake, until a high-ranking ancient woman stepped forward, watching her creation with a look of cold calculation. She noted with a twisted smirk that her ultimate weapon was already living up to its reputation. Though Kronos didn't care for praise, his eyes glowing with a hunger to erase everything they built. Realizing the beast was too volatile to roam, the woman began channeling a massive surge of energy, and a blinding explosion consumed the room, marking the moment their greatest achievement became their greatest mistake. Shielding herself within a sphere of pure energy, the woman tries to de-escalate the situation by claiming she isn't his enemy. Kronos remains skeptical of her sudden change in tone, mockingly demanding to know who she thinks she is to him. She plays a high-stakes psychological game, labeling herself as a mother figure to bridge the gap between creator and weapon. The very concept of family is alien to a creature born in a lab, leaving the monster genuinely baffled by her words. Sensing his hesitation, she offers her hand and promises him a grand purpose that justifies his violent existence. That purpose is a total betrayal of her own kind, as she commands him to hunt and destroy the other ancient beings. In the present, Raphael's fading voice carries the heavy burden of thousands of years of recorded DNA and inherited memories. Hassan can only listen in stunned horror as the truth finally comes out. The gods didn't leave Earth by choice. They were desperate, churning out endless waves of new monsters just to act as fodder against their original, uncontrollable mistake. But even an army of demons couldn't stop the nightmare they had unleashed, leaving nothing but a mountain of corpses behind. Hassan reels from the revelation that the ancient beings buried beneath Valhalla weren't just defeated, they were erased by their own creation. As the weight of the truth settles, Raphael's strength finally gives out, her small body collapsing under the strain of her final duty. Hassan catches her in a panic, his voice cracking as he begs his only remaining companion to tell him what is happening. With a bittersweet smile, she explains that to save him, she must awaken the heroic monsters resting in the depths of the earth. Her physical form begins to dissolve into pure energy, leaving behind a glowing golden key that serves as the bridge to an ancient army. Those shimmering particles drift toward the silent stone coffins, breathing life back into the shadows of warriors who have slept for eons. This key is her final gift, a tool of absolute command that will allow Hassan to direct the fury of the newly awakened spirits. In her final moments, she thanks him for the years they spent together, cherishing their bond before she completely vanishes into the light. The silence that follows is deafening, leaving Hassan alone on his knees, clutching the cold metal as his grief turns into something much darker. Looking up with eyes full of shattered hope and raw hatred, he issues a blood-chilling command to wipe out Xander and every last human. Xander touches down on the cold platform, expecting the battle to finally be over, but the air feels heavy, and a sudden chill makes him realize something is very wrong. He draws his weapon, his eyes narrowing as he tries to pinpoint the source of this unease, until a sharp gust of wind whistles past his ear, forcing him to spin around in a flash. He demands to know who is hiding in the dark, his usual confidence starting to waver. As a skeletal beast with jagged horns bursts forward, its eyes burning with ancient malice. Xander's face pales, wondering how this thing managed to get the jump on him so easily. His systems, demon alert, is completely silent, meaning this creature isn't a demon at all, but an anomaly from outside the system that his administrative powers never prepared him for. The creature's foot slams onto the ground, closing the distance as the hunter becomes the hunted. Xander lunges forward with a snarl, refusing to let some nameless bone heap intimidate the literal master of the system. He decides to stop playing around, cranking his level to the absolute max and activating every cheat code in his arsenal. With invincibility active and his favorite godly bone blade in hand, he feels like an untouchable god once again. He brings the blade down with enough force to shatter mountains, expecting the creature to turn into digital dust instantly. But the beast doesn't just survive. It catches his ultimate weapon between its teeth like it's nothing more than a toy. Cold sweat pours down his face as he realizes his max-level stats are failing to even scratch this ancient anomaly. Before he can process the shock, a second monster, a feral monkey spirit, drops from the sky with a jagged wooden branch. The master of the system screams in agony as a simple piece of wood pierces his supposedly invincible chest. Panicking, he desperately forces a massive recovery command to stitch his mangled internal organs back together before he fades. His body knits itself shut through sheer administrative will, but his confidence is now just as broken as his pride. Even as the system stitches his wounds, Song-An's ego is bruised by the realization that his invincibility is a lie. He watches Hassan struggle, and concludes that these entities are simply moving faster than the system's processing speed can handle. Looking at the mocking grins of the beasts, he realizes their raw attributes actually dwarf his own max-level stats. Surrounded by dozens of glowing eyes in the darkness, the self-proclaimed god finally admits that he is in genuine mortal peril. More of the ancient, horned predators emerge from the shadows, their low growls signaling that the hunt has only just begun. Refusing to be prey, Song-An's expression hardens as he prepares to burn through his remaining administrative authority. He leaps into the air with a surge of desperate energy, determined to flip the script on his attackers. Using a high-level merchant crafting skill, he summons massive phantom vines that shatter the stone floor and erupt toward the ceiling. From his new vantage point atop the twisting roots, he executes a Grandmaster command to fight fire with fire. A swarm of lethal scythe moths floods the chamber, turning the air into a blender as he forces the system to manufacture his own army. Hassan lands with a heavy thud, his pink hair flared out as he mocks the beast's supposed superiority. He bellows for his summoned swarm to tear them limb from limb, his desperation finally turning into a twisted sense of command. The scythe moths respond instantly, their programmed bloodthirst driving them to lock onto the ancient predators with terrifying precision. It's a literal aerial blender, the high-pitched hum of slicing wings echoing as they carve through thick, monstrous hides. Watching the carnage from his vine-covered perch, Song-An wears a dark grin, knowing this chaos is exactly what he needs. These moths are mindless gluttons that don't care about loyalty, even feasting on the corpses of their own kind to fuel their growth. As the battlefield turns into a gory mess of fur and ichor, the sheer volume of blood spilled begins to trigger a hidden evolution. The ancient beasts try to slash their way out of the swarm, but they're quickly realizing they are no longer the apex predators here. From the heart of the feeding frenzy, a new nightmare emerges: the Blood Moth King, a humanoid horror born from the slaughter. With a single, blinding stroke, the king effortlessly guts one of the horned giants, proving that the real master of the arena has finally arrived. The king doesn't just kill, it absorbs its prey, siphoning every drop of essence to solidify its new, terrifying form. It discards the empty husk of the once mighty beast like a piece of used trash, its hunger still far from satisfied. Hassan watches in pure disbelief, unable to comprehend how these lowly moths could suddenly ignore the laws of power scaling. Song-An just scoffs at the confusion, reminding his rival that attributes and stats are nothing more than lines of code. To a master manipulator like him, every set of data is just an opportunity to find a game-breaking exploit. The realization hits Hassan like a physical blow. This isn't a monster from any manual, but a glitch made flesh. By stacking thousands of minor traits, Song-An has forced the system into a terminal error, birthing a god-tier anomaly. Sweat beads on Hassan's brow as he admits his heroic spirits are completely outclassed by this digital nightmare. Suddenly, the shadows around him come alive with 1,000 hungry eyes, closing in for the final, bloody harvest. The Bloodmoth King descends like a vengeful god, ready to tear through the last of Hassan's remaining defenses. The carnage begins as one of Hassan's heroic spirits finds itself on the receiving end of a savage, bone-crushing bite. The moth creature screeches in triumph, its primal hunger echoing across the digital battlefield as it tastes spectral blood. Song-an's jaw drops as he realizes these things are actually mimicking his own king's abilities in real time. Hassan admits he barely understands the power he unleashed by sacrificing Raphael's life to awaken these ancient spirits. But the spirits aren't going down easy, brutally yanking the heads off their insectoid attackers in a bloody counter-offensive. Hassan recalls that even the ancient beings of old fled the planet just to escape these relentless, soul-tearing hunters. Song-an grits his teeth in pure frustration, shocked that all his calculated effort only managed to put down two. Watching the chaotic swarm, he realizes with growing dread that these monsters are actually learning and adapting mid-fight. Desperate to regain his tactical edge, he frantically scrolls through his system inventory for any tool that can turn the tide. His eyes widen as he spots a forgotten hourglass, a potential game-changer hidden among his digital hoard. Song and stares at the Sands of Time, an S-rank tool capable of trapping enemies in a temporal maze. He hesitates for a split second, recalling how he nearly wasted this trump card on a lesser demon. Deep within the artifact, a forgotten soul stirs, desperate to finally escape its eternal, soul-crushing boredom. Deciding he's out of options, Song-an thrusts the hourglass toward the sky, igniting a blinding, golden radiance. The light washes over Hassan and his spirits, catching the self-proclaimed creator completely off guard. As the ancient sand begins to flow, the very fabric of reality starts to warp and buckle. A massive golden grid manifests, sealing the battlefield within an inescapable cage where time itself is a weapon. With a final roar, Song-an triggers the activation, unleashing the full weight of the ancient god seal. Hassan shields his eyes in a panic, terrified because he has no memory of ever designing such a relic. The creator's confidence vanishes instantly as he realizes he's no longer the one in control of this world. Hassan's voice cracks with genuine terror as he watches his legendary heroes tremble before the unknown. A piercing golden light erupts from the hourglass, drowning the entire battlefield in a divine, blinding radiance. Deep within the artifact's prison, the sealed spirit looks up, mesmerized by the sudden, overwhelming glow. He wears a predatory grin, finally sensing the long-lost, sweet scent of the world he once ruled. Desperate to maintain his fading authority, Hassan lunges forward, screaming to stop the seal from breaking. Song-an stands his ground, holding the relic high even as a massive spirit closes in for the kill. He tries to blink away, but a system error flashes teleportation is completely locked during the item's activation. It's a classic rookie mistake, realizing too late that his ultimate trump card has left him utterly defenseless. The heroic spirit doesn't hesitate, its claws inches away from tearing through the vulnerable, stationary player. A violent red surge of energy tears through the air, signaling the start of a chaotic new reality. Song-an freezes in shock as a familiar figure suddenly intercepts the killing blow meant for him. It's Raphael, battered and coughing up blood, yet standing tall as a shield against her own master's summons. She looks back with desperate eyes, begging the man she knows as Sunny to finally finish this. He doesn't offer her any comfort, bluntly shaking his head and insisting that he isn't the person she remembers. The realization hits her like a physical blow, acknowledging that he is nothing more than a hollow shadow of her past. Even so, as he prepares the sands of time, he can't help but ask why she's still risking everything for him. She remains firm, believing that the sins of the ancient beings must be buried by those who committed them. The heavy atmosphere is violently shattered as Song-an spots the next wave of attackers closing in from the periphery. Hassan's loyal spirits descend like starving predators, determined to tear their traitorous comrade apart before she can interfere further. But the countdown finally hits 0, and the relic erupts into a localized collapse that begins swallowing the entire battlefield whole. The localized collapse turns into a literal meat grinder, shredding Hassan's elite spirits as they're dragged screaming into the void. Song-an watches the carnage with a grim focus, realizing that something inside the rift is actively hunting those ancient warriors. Amidst the swirling gravitational pressure, Raphael finally loses her remaining strength and begins a terminal descent toward the abyss. Despite his earlier coldness, Song-an moves with a flicker of his old instincts, catching her just before the darkness claims her. Hes disturbed to find her wounds aren't closing, baffled that a being of her status isn't triggering a standard self-regeneration. Determined to keep a promise he barely remembers making, he bypasses standard limits to invoke a direct administrative healing command. But the system mocks him with a cold error, revealing that her very existence has been stripped from the game's database. Before he can find a workaround, the sands of time reach a violent critical mass, erupting in a shockwave of pure, primordial energy. Song-an braces against the pressure, his eyes widening as he senses a presence far older and hungrier than any boss he's ever faced. From the heart of the absolute darkness, a clawed hand reaches out, signaling that the ancient essence has finally found its way back. The entity emerges from the rift with a predatory grin, eyeing the scene like a gourmet meal finally served. After eons of silence, He basks in the fresh air of the real world, savoring his newfound freedom. Song-an stands frozen, clutching the unconscious Raphael as he realizes the sheer scale of the nightmare he's unleashed. Hess faced world-ending bosses before, but the suffocating pressure radiating from this green-skinned freak is on an entirely different level. Then, in a twist of pure absurdity, the monster bows gracefully, offering his hand in a marriage proposal to the dying girl. Song-an can only stare in confusion, wondering if the ancient terror has actually lost its mind during its long imprisonment. Stirring weakly in his arms, Raphael whispers the name Kronos, identifying him as the ultimate weapon forged by the ancients. The monster doesn't wait for a response, lunging through the air with a speed that completely bypasses the system's logic. Song-an reacts on instinct, deploying a thick black haze to mask their position and disrupt the beast's predatory rhythm. He knows a direct clash is suicide, so he focuses everything on impairing the monster's vision to find a single opening. Kronos closes the distance in a heartbeat, his overwhelming presence shattering any hope of a simple escape. Realizing he can't win a physical brawl, Song-an desperately triggers his safe room command to buy a few seconds. The world dissolves into a cascade of blue data as the system isolates them from the immediate battlefield. Ducking into the digital sanctuary, he carries the dying Raphael, intent on stabilizing her before the monster finds them. But the sanctuary is a joke to an ancient weapon, as a massive fist shatters the digital barrier like thin glass. Kronos forces his way through the breach, his predatory gaze proving that no system wall can truly keep him out. Song-an grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his standard defensive tricks are completely useless against this freak of nature. He pivots to a more lethal strategy, activating the Stark Triangle to manipulate the very atmosphere of the room. As the digital walls begin to seal the breach, Kronos pauses, sensing a shift in the environment he doesn't understand. Song-an traps the beast in a localized vacuum, betting everything on the simple fact that even legends need to breathe. Kronos gasps as the oxygen is ripped away, his lungs burning in the sudden, suffocating void of the vacuum trap. The digital cage hums with absolute authority, seemingly holding the ultimate predator within its airtight, shimmering walls. But the victory is short-lived, as the beast flickers out of existence, reappearing like a ghost right behind a stunned Song-an. Panic flares in Song-an's eyes as his mind races to understand how any creature could slip through a perfectly sealed dimension. With a condescending smirk, Kronos dismisses the human as a mere defective copy, unworthy of even a moment of his divine attention. His predatory gaze shifts instead to the fallen Raphael, the only being in this digital sanctuary he deems truly valuable. He can feel her elegant essence vibrating in the air, a purity that makes his very DNA scream with a primal, ancient hunger. The monster's tongue flicks out in sick anticipation, already dreaming of using her power to sire a new, perfect generation of gods. Song-an recoils in pure disgust, shielding the unconscious girl while cursing the creature for its twisted and delusional ambitions. Pointing a jagged claw toward his prize, Kronos offers a chilling bargain to spare the rest of the world if the girl is surrendered. Song-an tests the waters, asking if surrendering the girl would truly buy safety for the rest of humanity. Kronos agrees with sickening ease, casually dismissing all life on Earth as nothing more than dirt beneath his feet. The monster's ego is boundless as he describes his plan to take his prize to a new world to sire a godlike lineage. Nauseated by the creature's depravity, Song-an's composure finally snaps as he screams his absolute revulsion. He refuses to let the insult stand, declaring that the monster's very existence is an affront to every living soul. Kronos merely tilts his head, his yellow eyes gleaming with a dangerous curiosity at this unexpected defiance. Song-an doubles down, swearing he would never hand over the woman who saved his life to such a vile wretch. The entity erupts into mocking laughter, finding it hilarious that a mere human thinks they have the right to be cocky. Before Song-an can even blink, a devastating blow caves in his chest, sending him reeling from the sheer force. With his health plunging into the red, he can only watch in horror as Kronos snatches Raphael away like a trophy. Song-an coughs up blood, his mind racing as he wonders how his invincibility was bypassed so easily. He hits the floor hard, realizing with horror that he couldn't even track the monster's movements. Even as his system triggers a massive healing surge, the terror of that invisible strike lingers in his eyes. Kronos watches with genuine curiosity, baffled that a mere human survived a blow meant to be fatal. Pushing through the agony, Song-an snarls that the creature can go anywhere, but the girl is staying. Every breath is a struggle, his body screaming for rest while his pride refuses to yield an inch. The entity repeats his clinical observation, finding it logically impossible for such a weakling to still be breathing. Wiping the crimson from his chin, Song-an stands his ground and repeats his demand that she stays. A predatory grin threads across the monster's face, finding this defiant human to be a truly interesting specimen. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts, leaving Song-an helpless as the entity carries his prize into the distance. Song-an reels from the impact, blood spraying as he wonders what kind of godlike power could possibly bypass his defenses. Even Hassan is visibly shaken, his usual arrogance replaced by cold sweat as he realizes the scale of the disaster unfolding. Without a hint of hesitation, Kronos tears open a dark rift and prepares to vanish with the unconscious Raphael in tow. The entity gloats about his perfection, claiming to be the apex of all life by combining every biological instinct into one. He looks back at the fallen human with pure disdain, declaring that he has finally evolved past the shackles of common logic. Watching from the shadows, Hassan finally recognizes the monster as the ultimate form that spent a millennium evolving in the dark. Just as hope fades, the system triggers an emergency override, flooding Song-an's failing body with intense digital repair protocols. Binary code surges through his limbs, forcibly stitching his muscles back together as the administrative commands refuse to let him die. Reborn through the system's cold logic, Song-an rises with his blade drawn, his energy levels peaking far beyond his previous limits. His gaze hardens with a new, terrifying resolve, swearing to himself that he will never taste the bitterness of defeat again. Kronos pauses, genuinely surprised that a mere human could grasp the secrets of evolution while he was sealed away. But the entity's shock quickly turns into a predatory grin as he lunges forward to test this new strength. Their weapons collide with a deafening ring, the impact sending shockwaves through the digital sanctuary. Staring into the monster's eyes, Song-an holds his ground, refusing to let the entity's overwhelming pressure break him. Realizing he underestimated his opponent, Kronos retreats a step, forced to take back his earlier insults. He admits with a twisted smirk that he's actually starting to enjoy this little game of survival. Song-an doesn't waste time on banter, immediately channeling his administrative power to manifest a swarm of lethal crystals. Kronos finds himself surrounded by the shimmering shards, his arrogance momentarily replaced by a flicker of confusion. With a sharp clench of his fist, Song-an triggers the trap, focusing all his energy into a single point. The crystals detonate in a violent burst of light, encasing the ultimate monster in a jagged, frozen tomb. Song-an stares in disbelief as his own system reports the impossible, claiming his vital signs have completely vanished. Before he can even process the glitch, Kronos' jagged claws erupt through his chest in a violent spray of red. The ancient monster moves like a flicker of lightning, shredding through the air and Song-an's physical form simultaneously. Crashing into the cold floor, Song-an finally understands why the ancients chose to seal this nightmare away forever. He grits his teeth against the searing agony, realizing that standard tactics are useless against a creature of this caliber. Kronos lunges forward with a sadistic grin, mockingly asking if the human is ready to experience death all over again. But Song-an just smirks through the blood, revealing that his earlier crystal trap was actually a hidden tracking spell. Out of the digital void, a massive spectral Anubis manifests, pinning the ancient monster in a crushing, inescapable embrace. The entity's arrogance instantly evaporates, replaced by pure, wide-eyed terror as he realizes he's finally met a superior power. Song-an reaches out to finalize the sentence, telling the beast that the ringing in his head signifies his final judgment. The spectral guardian's eyes ignite with a cold, divine light as it prepares to deliver the final blow, its massive frame rippling with overwhelming power and proving that some ancient legends are better left undisturbed. With a single, earth-shattering strike, the entity is pulverized, its physical form offering zero resistance to the god. As the system confirms the target's elimination, Song-an stands amidst the silence, finally catching his breath. He knows this summon strikes the soul directly, yet he can't shake the fear of a potential revival, and suddenly, the ground beneath him dissolves into a swirling abyss of crimson and shadow, catching him off guard. A cold green hand erupts from the void, clamping onto his leg with the strength of a dying curse. Panic flares as he's dragged into the depths, realizing his soul-shredding attack might have actually failed. The darkness swallows him whole, echoing with ancient whispers about a child of Shiva not meant for this world, until he awakens in a starlit void, haunted by voices calling him a monster as his reality fractures. Song-an finds himself kneeling in a silent, starry expanse, his mind reeling from the sudden shift in reality. The stillness is broken as a small stone skips across the shimmering surface with a steady, rhythmic thud. He catches the pebble mid-air, only to hear a calm, disembodied voice claiming ownership of the object. Clenching his fist, he senses a presence lurking in the cosmic shadows, his instincts screaming of imminent danger. He demands the intruder show themselves, his voice echoing through the void as he braces for another fight. Out of the darkness steps the ancient entity, walking with an arrogance that suggests he fears no one. The monster demands his property back, making it clear that he finds the boy's threats completely laughable. Song-an, grits his teeth in recognition, the name of the monster Kronos tasting like ash in his mouth. The entity is genuinely amused that this stranger knows him, though he doesn't recognize the boy at all. He mocks the boy's very existence, claiming he is an anomaly who simply doesn't belong in this timeline. Song-an realizes this is definitely Kronos, but the energy feels fundamentally different from the monster he fought. The entity explains that his future self likely sent the boy back into his own past memories. The revelation hits Song-an like a physical blow, leaving him reeling at the impossible logic of time travel. Suddenly, the void shatters into a sprawling, high-tech metropolis that defies every law of the modern world. Kronos hauls him up, welcoming the intruder to the legendary city where the ancient beings once thrived. Still wary, Song-an demands to know the purpose behind this forced trip down memory lane. Kronos simply notes that his future counterpart must have a specific reason for revealing these hidden truths. He points toward a massive tower, the very place where the ancients conducted their most forbidden experiments. With a chilling calm, he declares himself the absolute pinnacle of everything those masters ever achieved. As the world dissolves into digital static, he prepares to show the boy the day his existence truly began. Song-an finds himself standing before a mysterious woman, realizing this isn't reality but a lingering fragment of a long-dead memory. A jolt of recognition hits him as he realizes this elegant figure once appeared in his own suppressed visions from his time as Sunny. The woman, known as Shiva, smiles with a warmth that feels entirely manufactured, while claiming a maternal bond with the monster before her. Kronos explains that he once viewed this ancient being as his mother, dutifully following her through the sterile halls of their lost civilization. Even back then, the seeds of doubt were beginning to take root, as he questioned why he was destined to destroy his own kind. Shiva's response was cold and absolute, reminding her creation that a perfect being has no need for the messy burden of emotions. Song-an scoffs at the obvious manipulation, certain that Shiva was merely grooming a powerful tool to help her conquer the world. Kronos admits he shared that cynical view once, but the events that followed convinced him that her motives were far more sinister. A single tear escapes, as the entity reveals that world domination was just a convenient lie Shiva used to mask her true intentions. To her, love was a non-existent concept, and she intended for Kronos to remain a mindless vessel for her will until the very end. Shiva's voice echoes through the void, mocking the very idea that Kronos' existence could ever be meaningless. The monster freezes, his teal eyes darting around as he wonders who could possibly know his true name. Suddenly, Shiva throws her arms around him, offering a warmth that feels disturbingly familiar, yet entirely wrong. A flood of suppressed memories hits Kronos like a physical blow, reminding him that they've met long ago. He sees himself standing on a scorched battlefield, looming over a broken warrior who can only stare in horror. Duke Norton spits out the word monster with his final breath, his pride shattered by the creature's overwhelming power. Kronos didn't deny it back then, proudly declaring himself a weapon designed specifically to wipe out the ancient race. With a single, casual gesture, he unleashed a wave of destruction that erased his opponent from existence. From the sidelines, Shiva watched the carnage with a twisted sense of pride, applauding her masterpiece's first successful kill. With the Duke finally out of the way, she realized that no one was left to stop her from seizing control of the inner circle. Shiva basks in the glow of her victory, declaring that the entire world will soon be within their grasp. But Kronos is still grappling with his nature, wondering why an ancient being would be so eager to destroy her own people. She offers a cryptic smile, promising that all his questions will be answered once he meets the one truly in charge. They march through the hallowed halls of the palace, the sound of their footsteps echoing against the cold stone. At the end of the long path sits the king, looking more like a tired old man than a god-tier ruler. Shiva drops into a respectful bow, presenting the Duke's head in a box as the ultimate tribute to her sovereign. Kronos doesn't bother with pleasantries, bluntly questioning if this frail figure is actually the king he's heard so much about. The old man's eyes snap open as he focuses his gaze on the strange creature standing in his throne room. He immediately senses the truth, realizing that Kronos isn't a living being at all, but a shell devoid of any life force. Panicked by the monster's lack of respect, Shiva desperately tries to excuse his behavior as nothing more than simple confusion. Shiva's composure completely shatters as she frantically demands that Kronos apologize for his blatant disrespect toward the throne. The monster remains unfazed, bluntly arguing that it's impossible to respect a ruler who possesses no life force at all. Rather than taking offense, alas, Nyokaye seems intrigued, closing his eyes as if savoring the irony of the situation. He silences Shiva with a sharp command, leaving her to stew in her own terror while Kronos watches on with wide-eyed confusion. With a predatory grin, the king confesses that while he may be technically deceased, his family's grip on power remains unbreakable. Observing the memory, Song-an finds himself questioning the dark methods used to extend a life that should have ended eons ago. The lingering stench of the king's arrogance leaves a bitter taste in Song-an's mouth, but he urges himself to keep watching. Rhythmic footsteps begin to resonate against the marble floor, heralding the arrival of someone who carries the weight of the future. A young man approaches the throne, assuring his father that their divine rule over the ancient beings will never falter. The king turns his gaze toward the newcomer, finally revealing the true purpose behind Shiva's desperate gambit to Kronos. Meet Karl Kea, the arrogant heir who expects Kronos to spend eternity as his personal servant. He pats the warrior's shoulder with a condescending grin, already dreaming of a long and prosperous reign. Kronos is left reeling, realizing the reality of his service is far from what Shiva originally promised. Shiva remains stoic, telling him he will understand everything once he meets the final piece of her puzzle. The heavy atmosphere of the palace gives way to a sunlit field where a young woman stands among flowers. This is Lillian, the king's youngest daughter, and the one Shiva claims is the true future of their kind. She turns with a radiant smile, appearing far more vibrant than any ancient being Kronos has encountered. Lillian greets him with genuine warmth, having heard endless stories about the legendary warrior from her mother. Shiva watches the introduction closely, having brought Kronos here to witness the girl's unique nature firsthand. Kronos is immediately struck by the realization that unlike her undead father, Lillian possesses a genuine, living soul. Kronos stands frozen as he senses an essence so warm and familiar, it feels like a memory he can't quite grasp. Before he can process the feeling, Lillian pulls him into a sudden embrace, claiming they share the exact same nature. Shiva steps in with a cold smile, declaring that while the king and prince are failures, these two are the true future. She points to the mark on her forehead, revealing the secret of the Heaven's Eye, the mark of their race's chosen. These eyes aren't just for show, as they grant absolute authority over fundamental laws like time, space, and even life itself. Still confused by this divine hierarchy, Kronos demands to know the real meaning and price behind possessing such a gift. Shiva explains it is a brutal cycle of inheritance where a dying father passes every ounce of his power to a single child. As she affectionately pats Lillian, she notes that this process creates a lineage of increasingly perfect and godlike beings. But there is a dark side, as those deemed unworthy are expected to simply wither away and die for the sake of the elite. The horrific truth finally clicks for Kronos, realizing that in this twisted society, the weak aren't just citizens, they are sacrifices. Kronos snaps, calling this eye-based hierarchy a complete insult to the logical process of natural evolution. But Shiva doesn't even argue, coldly admitting that the current king and prince are nothing more than failures waiting to be purged. She explains that by obsessively keeping the bloodline pure, the royals have effectively invited every possible genetic defect into their DNA, a pathetic cycle that left the king born as a literal corpse, kept from rotting only by advanced medical technology. Looking at them now, it's clear they are just hollow freaks of nature, sustained entirely by the power of the Heaven's Eye. Yet when Kronos asks why Lillian is different, Shiva reveals the girl's secret weapon was a lowly human mother. The revelation hits him like a truck, as he struggles to process that a supposedly second-rate species is now their only salvation. In their twisted history, humans were created as disposable slaves, yet their genetic diversity is now the ancients' only hope, and as Shiva's gaze turns predatory, she makes it clear that while Lillian holds the key, Kronos is the one meant to turn it. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupts from his chest, signaling that the ritual has already begun. Kronos is left reeling, his mind racing as he tries to grasp the horrifying reality of what he actually is. Shiva doesn't miss a beat, explaining that if a human ancient hybrid is impressive, a mix of all life on Earth is godlike. The realization hits Song-an like a physical blow, finally seeing Kronos for what he is, a living mosaic of every species. Yet, as Kronos stares into the void, he admits that even this perfect biological weapon has one fatal, lingering flaw. Song-an is left hanging, desperate to know what could possibly threaten a being designed to be the pinnacle of evolution. It's the simple, cruel reality of time, as Kronos explains that even the brightest flame eventually withers and dies. Shiva's grand design is revealed as she commands Kronos and Lillian to rise up and end the current royal family's pathetic reign. But as the weight of the future settles on his shoulders, Kronos questions what role his mother intends to play in this new era. She wears a mask of selfless devotion, claiming she's just a relic of the past, waiting to be erased for the greater good. It's a beautiful lie he fell for back then, before he learned the hard way that love is just a tool for the heartless. Kronos is spiraling, realizing that if his thoughts don't matter, his very existence is a hollow joke. He spent his life as a mindless weapon, slaughtering every enemy his mother pointed him toward. But as he cradles Lillian's limp body, he realizes the happy ending he was promised was a lie. Song-an watches in horror, demanding to know what kind of twisted betrayal could lead to this. It's a bitter pill to swallow, seeing the legendary warrior realize his mother played everyone for fools. Back then, he truly believed that once the obstacles were gone, they could finally live in peace. He was so naive, looking at the world with hope while the trap was being set. He watched with pride as Lillian was crowned, thinking they had finally secured their race's future. He even knelt beside his mother, hailing the new queen while the crowd cheered for their salvation. But looking at Shiva's smug, shadowed face now, it's clear she was the only one winning. The celebration is cut short as Lillian suddenly coughs up a spray of dark, crimson blood. She hits the floor with a heavy thud, her crown rolling away as her strength completely vanishes. Kronos rushes to her side, his heart racing as he desperately asks what's happening to his queen. Shiva looms over them like a cold shadow, mockingly labeling the girl a product of inferior DNA. Lillian's eyes grow dim and glassy, her life flickering out just as she finally reached the throne. Horrified, Kronos looks up at his mother, realizing she knew about this terminal frailty all along. She casually explains that human blood is a curse, ensuring the girl won't even survive the season. He refuses to accept this cruel fate, his voice cracking as he vows to never let her die. Tears stream down his face as he begs the woman who created him to save her life. Shiva just smiles, revealing that Kronos himself is the ultimate key to the eternal life they seek. Kronos reels from the weight of the revelation, his mind struggling to grasp the horrific price of his queen's salvation. Shiva leans in with a serpent's grin, whispering that if he truly wants Lillian to survive, he must surrender his own heart. He reflects on his short, lonely existence, realizing that the dying girl was the only soul who never treated him like a monster. Driven by a desperate, self-sacrificial love, he beats his chest and demands they take whatever is necessary to keep her alive. The cold, clinical lights of the laboratory hum to life as Shiva signals her head scientist to begin the grim procedure. A jagged, crystalline blade hovers over his bare flesh, the final barrier between his life and the future of his race. With a sickening, wet tear, the metal bites deep, carving into the chest of the world's most perfect biological masterpiece. Kronos lets out a guttural, soul-shattering scream as the agony of the extraction forces the very breath from his lungs. The scientist lifts the prize high, a glowing, pulsing core that radiates with a rhythmic thrum and the promise of eternal life. Shiva watches with a manic, wide-eyed hunger, knowing she is now only one final step away from achieving absolute godhood. Shiva cackles with manic glee as the scientist presents the pulsing prize she's hunted for centuries. From the operating table, Kronos watches his own life force flicker, sensing a terrifying shift in the air. The queen's laughter turns cold as she mocks the naive hope that Shed actually saved Lillian. She scoffs at the idea of a better future, her eyes wide with a dark, selfish hunger. Kronos can barely process the betrayal, his spirit breaking long before his body ever gave out. She dismisses his sacrifice with a single, biting word, treating his entire existence like a poorly timed joke. Flaunting her own heaven's eye, she reveals she's been the true architect of this nightmare all along. To her, the ancient memories she carries are a mandate for godhood rather than a burden of leadership. The realization that his entire life was a carefully crafted lie leaves Kronos drowning in silent, helpless agony. By consuming both the royal bloodline and his biological perfection, she plans to finally transcend into the ultimate being. Shiva cackles with manic glee, clutching the glowing heart like a trophy of her impending godhood. But Kronos isn't dead yet, his voice dripping with venom as he condemns her for Lillian's murder. The queen's triumph turns to pure terror when the very sacrifice she just butchered stands back up. His chest seethes with a green, slime-like energy, forcing his mangled flesh to knit back together instantly. She gasps in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a biological entity can function without its central engine. With a gaze full of hellfire, he declares that her little experiment was nothing more than a trap. A massive explosion tears through the ancient capital, signaling the end of their civilization's golden age. He wanders through the smoldering ruins, a single tear falling for the family he could never save. From that moment on, his entire existence became a singular, burning promise to hunt her down. Song. And realizes that while the ancients fled to the stars, the monster they created stayed behind with an unfinished revenge. Kronos admits that his mind is forever trapped in that agonizing moment when he lost Queen Lillian to his mother's greed. Song-an watches the data flicker, finding it poetic that the very monster the ancients built for survival became the architect of their extinction. The beast stands tall, boasting that after witnessing his past, the boy should realize he is a force that can never be destroyed. With a mocking smirk, he asks if Song-an is truly foolish enough to continue standing against him after seeing his power. But Song-an isn't intimidated, declaring that if the monster intends to take Lillian away, then he has no choice but to fight. Kronos just scoffs, noting that even Shiva never understood how he could keep breathing after his heart was ripped from his chest. After thousands of years of pondering his existence in the silence of the dark, he has finally run out of patience for answers. He manifests a spear of crackling, dark energy, and hurls it with enough force to shatter the very fabric of the simulation. The resulting explosion rocks the area, forcing Song-an to brace himself against a level of power that defies biological logic. Gritting his teeth, Song-an realizes the tragic truth: this monster isn't looking for a win. He's looking for someone strong enough to finally end his suffering. Kronos admits that with Lillian gone, he has lost every reason to keep going, finding that no attack can truly wound him anymore. He grips his hollow chest, lamenting that living in this eternal, frozen numbness is a far worse torture than any physical pain. With a twisted grin, the beast offers a final wager, giving the human one last chance to kill him before he ends the fight for good. Song-an doesn't hesitate for a second, accepting the gamble with a smirk that says he's already seen the ending. He immediately triggers his administrative authority, forcing the system to max out his stats as golden energy erupts around him. This is it, the single most powerful strike available in the entire game, and he is pouring every ounce of his soul into it. Kronos practically glows with excitement, mockingly inviting the human to give him the one thing he's been denied for millennia: an end. The air screams as the two titans finally clash, one seeking a final rest while the other fights to rewrite a tragic history. But just as the battle reaches its boiling point, a sleek, high-tech craft touches down nearby, cutting through the dust with a heavy thud. As the hatch hisses open, two mysterious figures emerge from the steam, casting long shadows over the battlefield as they prepare to intervene. The heavy thud of armored boots and the light click of heels echo as the newcomers step into the fray. Shiva stands tall beside a man she calls Colonel Cassidon, welcoming him to the world she once called home. The colonel admits he had his doubts about her promise of a blue planet waiting for them upon their awakening. Shiva plays the part of the innocent host, wondering why a powerful Hellion would ever question her sincerity. But Cassidon isn't buying the act, reminding her how the ancients hid Earth's discovery from his people for 1,000 years. She offers a chilling smile, knowing the Hellions are far too desperate for survival to hold a grudge now. With a hologram of Earth projected between them, it's clear this world is the only prize left for their dying races. Back in the crater, the dust settles to reveal Song-an collapsed and gasping for air after his ultimate gamble failed. Kronos looks down with a mix of boredom and pity, realizing that even this human couldn't grant him the gift of death. Song-an senses a shift in the air, warning the monster that his true destroyer has finally stepped onto the stage. Kronos turns in disbelief as two silhouettes emerge from the dust, realizing a reunion he never wanted is happening. His shock quickly turns to pure rage, demanding to know how Shiva has the audacity to show her face again. Shiva just offers a chillingly calm greeting, acting as if she hasn't spent millennia ruining both their lives. Song-an finally connects the dots, realizing that every struggle he endured was orchestrated by this woman from the start. She mocks him with a smile, noting that this version of Sunny is far more perceptive than the one she remembers. The weight of the situation hits Song-an as he realizes she is the true inheritor of the planet's will. Shiva explains that his memories were only reawakened so he could play his part in finally releasing Kronos' true power. With a triumphant flourish, she reveals her ultimate prize, the key to the eternal life she has always craved. Kronos lunges in a desperate attempt to reclaim what was stolen, but Shiva doesn't even flinch. A devastating pillar of light intercepts his path, proving that the goddess has brought some very heavy backup. Pinned to the floor by sheer pressure, the once mighty ultimate life form can only growl in helpless frustration. Cassidon eyes his new prize with a predatory grin, confirming if this pathetic creature is really the key. He steps over the fallen warrior, eager to test if Kronos can truly withstand his parasitic touch. Shiva explains the twisted truth that Kronos is a living battery linked to every soul on the planet. As the colonel begins the extraction, he marvels at the endless vitality now ripe for the taking. But Shiva isn't doing this for free, coldly reminding him of the dark bargain they struck. With the planet's life force finally flowing through his palm, the Hellion's reign of consumption begins. Cassidon offers Shiva a seat at the table of the immortals, provided she remains a loyal servant. Without a hint of hesitation, the goddess sells out her world, pledging her total allegiance to the invaders. The colonel turns back to his prize, siphoning the raw essence directly out of the broken body of Kronos. Nearby, Song-an feels the very air grow cold as the world's life force begins to rapidly vanish. Cassidon can't help but laugh, feeling absolutely drunk on the sheer magnitude of power he's finally tasting. Shiva watches with cold satisfaction, declaring that this blue planet is officially Hellion territory from this moment on. But the celebration is cut short when Song-an steps forward, brandishing a blade of roaring azure flames. Cassidon is merely annoyed by the pest, though Shiva cryptically notes that every world has its own stubborn will. He looks at the young warrior with a mocking grin, clearly underestimating the storm that is about to hit. Kassadin's grin widens as he decides his favorite way to deal with pests is total annihilation. Song-an's eyes widen as he realizes the colonel isn't just posturing. The air itself begins to scream. A pillar of searing light erupts, the exact same devastating strike that nearly ended Kronos moments ago. He barely manages to stay ahead of the bombardment, knowing a single direct hit will be his last. With a casual whisper, the Hellion leader invokes the crushing power of gravity to end the chase. The sudden shift in physics catches the young warrior off guard, his momentum completely shattered. Hez slammed into the concrete with the weight of a mountain, his bones groaning under the impossible pressure. Kassadin prepares the final blow, certain that no human can survive the full might of his arsenal. Another massive explosion rocks the battlefield, burying the hero under a cascade of blinding energy and debris. Shiva mocks the hero, claiming no mortal body can withstand the atomic beam that keeps Kronos in agony. But the young warrior just laughs in her face, telling the traitorous goddess she's completely misjudged their resolve. With a roar that shakes the very foundations of the arena, he shatters the gravity lock and stands tall. He charges forward with a blinding strike, proving that even a god's trap can't hold a determined human. The woman's arrogance turns to pure terror when she realizes her ultimate prisoner has somehow broken his chains. He shouts that as children of Earth, they will never surrender their home to a pack of cosmic scavengers. Kronos doesn't waste a second, putting the weight of his sister's memory into a fist aimed at his mother. The impact is absolute, a satisfying crack echoing as the monster finally delivers a long overdue lesson in betrayal. Standing over the broken remains of her pride, the vengeful son demands the return of his stolen heart. Song-an lunges forward with a jagged blade, refusing to give the desperate colonel even a second to recover. Kassadin panics, throwing out a last-ditch gravity wave while praying it is enough to stop the boy's momentum. The crushing weight is immense, but the young warrior just grits his teeth and forces his way through. He leaps high into the air, pouring every drop of his remaining mana into one final, decisive execution. A massive pillar of energy tears through the sky, slamming into the commander with absolute, bone-shattering finality. Gasping for air, our hero scans the smoke, desperately hoping that this long nightmare is finally over. But his heart sinks when a cold, mocking voice echoes through the silence, belittling the fallen colonel's performance. He looks up to see more shadows descending from the clouds, realizing the enemy reinforcements have finally arrived. A hooded man with a glowing mechanical eye sneers down, clearly unimpressed by the mess left behind.